Jacob Kowalski. And His Fantastic Beast. By Mr. Oblivious. 1. Cold Oven Morning. Jacob Kowalski woke before dawn because the cold had found the seam in his blanket and settled there like it paid rent. For a few seconds he lay still on the narrow iron bed, listening to the pipes tick in the wall and the city groan awake beyond the window. Somewhere below, a cartwheel rattled over loose stones, and from the next room came the muffled cough of a man who worked nights and slept badly. Jacob drew the blanket tighter under his chin, then let out a slow breath that fogged faintly in the dim air. The bank would not care that the room was cold. The bank would care whether his shoes were polished, whether his papers were in order, whether he could make a man in a good suit believe bread and pastry were worth trusting. He sat up carefully, keeping his feet off the floor for one more cowardly second, then put them down and hissed through his teeth. The boards bit through his socks. He reached for his trousers where he had folded them over the chair and dressed by touch, moving in the dark because the lamp oil needed to last and the gray light at the window was enough for a man who knew where everything was. His apartment was not much more than a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a cracked washbasin, and the small black stove crouched in the corner, but he kept it neat. Poverty could crowd a room, but Jacob had never liked letting it swagger. The coal scuttle waited beside the stove with its mean little truth showing at the bottom. Jacob crouched, lifted the handle, and tilted it toward the window. 3 proper lumps, some chips, and a dusting of black grit slid against the tin with a dry scrape. He looked at them longer than he needed to, then glanced toward the small dish near the washbasin where his coins lay in a careful stack. A few cents could buy enough coal to make the room kinder for one morning. A few cents could also mean car fare, paper, or one more ingredient if something went wrong before he reached Steen National Bank. "No," he murmured, setting the scuttle down softly so it wouldn't wake the room next door. "Not today." He fed the stove with the smallest chips first, saving the better lumps as if thrift itself could be made into a prayer. The match flared between his fingers, bright and sulfur sharp, and Jacob cupped it carefully until the kindling caught. A thread of orange crawled through the grate. He held his hands near the weak heat, flexing stiff fingers that would soon need to shape, carry, polish, present, and plead without looking like pleading. The room remained cold around him, but the stove had begun to breathe, and that was enough for the first decision of the day. The interview mattered more than comfort. The bakery mattered more than coal. The stove gave more light than heat at first, but Jacob took what it offered. He pulled the chair close enough to feel the thin warmth on his knees, then spread his hands above the grate and watched color return slowly to his knuckles. His fingers were broad, scarred in small kitchen ways as much as factory ways, with a pale line across one thumb from a bread knife that had slipped 3 years ago and a burn near his wrist from a pan he'd caught without thinking. They weren't banker's hands, they were working hands, and if Mr. Clarence P. Whitcomb had any sense at all, Jacob meant to make him see the worth in that. He rose before the fire could tempt him into wasting time and crossed to the table. The bakery notes waited beneath a saucer he used as a paperweight, each page written in his careful, rounded hand. He had made columns because numbers calmed him when hope got too large for the room. Rent for a small shop, cost of flour, sugar, yeast, butter when he could afford it, eggs, paper bags, coal, repairs, a painted sign, and wages not yet, not until the first month proved itself. Beside the figures were sketches of shelves and a front counter, little pencil lines showing where morning loaves would sit, where pastries would catch a customer's eye, where working men could buy something warm without spending like millionaires. A thump came from the wall, followed by Eddie Nowak's sleep-rough voice drifting through the boards. "Kowalski, if you're making rolls before sunrise, I'm reporting you for cruelty to hungry men." Jacob smiled despite the cold and kept his pencil moving. "No rolls yet, Eddie. Bank first." "Bankers don't eat," Eddie muttered from the other side. "They count other fellas chewing." "Then I'll bring proof they ought to start," Jacob said, and the words made him sit a little straighter because they sounded braver aloud than they had inside his head. He checked the top page again, then touched the small stack of recipe cards tucked beside it. The cards were worn soft at the corners from being handled after factory shifts, on lunch breaks, in bed, and by the stove when the room was too cold to sleep. Punchki with plum filling, onion rolls, rye bread with a crust that cracked just right, sweet buns rich enough for Sundays but priced so a man could buy one on Wednesday and feel human again. Jacob didn't write dreams in pretty language. He wrote oven temperatures, proofing times, and what people smiled at when they forgot to guard their faces. That was the argument on the table before him, not childish fancy, not a poor man's daydream, but work already done in every way except the part that needed money. Jacob had just rewritten the cost of flour for the third time when the knock came. It wasn't loud, because Mrs. Anila Bialek had never needed noise to make a man aware of his obligations. Her knuckles tapped twice against the door, paused, and tapped once more, and Jacob's pencil stopped over the paper as neatly as if a hand had closed around his wrist. Eddie went quiet on the other side of the wall. Even the stove seemed to lower itself to a smaller crackle. Jacob gathered the pages by instinct, not hiding them exactly, but squaring them into a respectable stack before he crossed the room. He opened the door with a smile already in place, the kind a man used when he'd rather be honest but couldn't afford to look worried. Mrs. Bialek stood in the hallway with a knitted shawl over her shoulders and her gray hair pinned so firmly that not even the building's drafts dared disturb it. She held a small ledger against her chest, and that ledger made Jacob's stomach tighten before she said a word. "Mr. Kowalski," Mrs. Bialek said, glancing past him at the weak stove and the table covered in papers. Her voice carried the accent of old country kitchens and New York rent days, practical as a broom. "You're awake early. That means either trouble or hope, and hope is usually more expensive." Jacob opened the door a little wider because shutting her out would have been rude, but he kept one hand on the edge. "Morning, Mrs. Bialek. I've got an appointment at the bank today. I'm getting things in order." Her eyes softened for half a second, then returned to the ledger. She had tenants enough to know every kind of promise a poor man made, and she was too decent to enjoy reminding them. "Rent is due soon. I don't say this because I think you've forgotten. I say it because the building doesn't listen to hope any more than the coalman does." "I know," Jacob said, and the words came out gentle because she wasn't his enemy. That almost made it worse. "I'll have something for you. I'm not trying to slip past you." Mrs. Bialek looked him over, from his uncombed hair to his cold hands and the papers behind him. "You never do. That's why I knock soft." She tucked the ledger closer beneath her shawl and lowered her voice. "Banks like men who already have money, Mr. Kowalski. You remember that when they make you talk." Jacob felt the warning settle into the room beside the cold, but he made himself smile as if caution could not bruise him. "Then I'll make them taste what they're missing." She gave a small, almost reluctant nod. "Good. Taste is harder to argue with than paper." She turned toward the stairs, then paused with her hand on the rail. "Don't burn too much coal before you go. The morning will warm by itself." Jacob closed the door softly after her and stood with his palm flat against the wood. The rent had been real before she knocked, but now it had a voice, a ledger, and footsteps going down the hall. He returned to the table more carefully than before, sat down, and looked at the neat columns until the numbers blurred into one hard truth. The bank wasn't just being asked to fund a dream. It was being asked to keep the roof over his head long enough for the dream to breathe. Jacob sat with the rent still pressing at the back of his throat, then reached for the covered tin at the far corner of the table. He had wrapped it in a clean dish towel the night before and set a chair against that side of the table so no mouse, careless sleeve, or hungry neighbor could get near it. The towel smelled faintly of soap and yeast. When he unfolded it, the room seemed to shift toward the scent before his eyes had fully taken in the neat rows inside. Small pastries glazed thin to save sugar, 2 onion rolls with brown tops, a slice of rye wrapped in waxed paper, and 1 plum-filled pachek dusted so lightly that it looked modest instead of rich. He lifted the tin closer to the stove's thin glow and examined each piece as if the bank might find fault through his hands. 1 pastry had cracked along the side, barely enough to show filling. He set it aside with a sigh, then hesitated because wasting food felt like throwing a coin into the gutter. His stomach answered that thought with an undignified twist, and Jacob gave the cracked pastry a look of stern negotiation before breaking off a corner no larger than his thumb. Eddie's voice came through the wall again, warmer now and far too awake. "If that's breakfast, I hope you're ashamed of yourself." Jacob swallowed the bite and brushed a crumb from his vest. "It's inspection." "Sounds like breakfast to me," Eddie said, and the bed springs next door squealed as he shifted. "Save 1 bad one for a working man, would you?" Jacob looked down at the cracked pastry, then at the perfect ones waiting in their paper cups. He wrapped the flawed piece in a scrap of waxed paper and set it near the door where Eddie would see it when he left. "1 bad one," he called softly. Which means it's still better than anything you deserve. That's the spirit, Eddie said, pleased as a king. Go charm the bank, Jake. Jacob smiled, but the smile faded as he turned back to the tin. Charm would not be enough. Mr. Whitcomb would have numbers, policies, and a clean desk between himself and any risk that smelled of poverty. Jacob had no property to offer, no wealthy uncle, no wife's family with savings tucked away. He had these pastries, his papers, his hands, and a stubborn belief that working people deserve bread made with care instead of whatever could be shoved at them before the factory whistle. He chose the best samples with almost painful care, lining them into a smaller box with folded paper between each piece so they wouldn't bruise or smear. The rye went in last, because bread mattered most. Pastry could make a man smile, but bread brought him back the next morning. Jacob tied the box with twine, pulled the knot tight, and rested his palm over the lid. If money wouldn't speak for him, the food would have to. If respectability wouldn't open the door, then warmth, work, and flavor would have to slip through the crack first. 2. Uniform on the door. Jacob kept his palm on the sample box for one more breath, then lifted it away before sentiment could soften his fingers. The knot held. The paper sat clean. The pastries inside were as safe as anything could be in a room where rent, cold, and hope all lived too close together. He set the box near the table's center, away from the weak stove heat, then turned toward the door where his old uniform hung from a bent hook like a second man waiting to be addressed. The coat had been brushed the night before, but Jacob took the clothes brush from the chair anyway and ran it down the sleeve with slow, careful strokes. The fabric was tired in places, thinned at the cuffs and faintly shiny where years of use and too many cleanings had pressed it flat. He brushed the shoulder seam, then the front, pausing where a stubborn shadow of old mud seemed to live below one pocket no matter how often he worked at it. France had left marks in stranger places than cloth, but cloth was easier to scrub. A scrape sounded near the floor outside his door, followed by the soft crackle of waxed paper being claimed. Eddie's voice came through with his mouth already full. You're a saint, Kowalski. A cheap saint, but a saint. Jacob glanced at the door and smiled despite himself. That was the bad one. Then your bad ones are better than most men's weddings, Eddie said, and then there was a pause long enough for the hallway to feel nosy. You wearing the uniform to the bank? Jacob's brush stopped against the breast of the coat. The medals were not pinned on it now. He kept those wrapped in a handkerchief in the drawer, because metal had a way of speaking before a man did, and not always in the voice he wanted. No, he said, making the word gentle so it wouldn't sound like a quarrel. The bank's not lending money to the army. They might listen closer to a veteran. They might, Jacob said, brushing again. But I'm asking for a bakery. The hallway went quiet, and Jacob could almost picture Eddie leaning there in his undershirt, chewing carefully now because the answer had landed heavier than the joke. Jacob moved the brush along the collar, smoothing fibers that would never look new again. The uniform had once made him respectable in public and disposable in private, praised in speeches and used in mud. He owed it care, but he didn't owe it the rest of his life. An automobile backfired in the street below, sharp enough to crack through the thin window glass and strike the little room before Jacob had time to expect it. His hand closed around the brush until the wooden handle bit into his palm. The uniform sleeve bunched under his fingers, khaki twisting like fabric caught in a fist, and for one breath the coal smoke in the stove was not coal smoke at all. It was damp earth, cordite, boiled coffee gone sour in a tin cup, and wool soaked through until it carried every man's fear. He blinked once, hard. The room wavered around him, chair, stove, table, sample box, door, but the sound below had already rolled away into ordinary New York irritation. A driver cursed, a horse stamped. Somewhere a woman shouted at someone to watch where he was going. The city put itself back together with all its familiar morning noise, and Jacob stood very still while his body took longer to believe it. Eddie's voice came softer through the door. Jake, you all right in there? Jacob looked down and found that the brush had stopped halfway across the uniform's chest. He made himself loosen his grip one finger at a time. Automobile backfired, he said, because that was true enough and small enough to fit through the door. Yeah, Eddie said. Rotten thing sounded like it wanted to join the war late. Jacob drew in a slow breath, tasted coal and yeast instead of mud and metal, and set the brush on the chair before he damaged the coat by pretending his hands were steadier than they were. "Tell it the war's closed," he said, and the attempt at humor came out rough but usable. "No vacancies." Eddie gave a short laugh, though it had worry folded inside it. "That's good. I'll let the street know." Jacob waited until Eddie's footsteps moved off, then crossed to the table with deliberate care. He placed both hands flat beside the bakery papers, feeling the nick in the tabletop under his left palm and the edge of the saucer under his right. Rent, flour, sugar, yeast, coal, paper bags. These were clean dangers, dangers with numbers and prices and answers a man could work toward if the world gave him half a chance. He touched the sample box again, not for comfort this time, but to remind himself what morning this was. He was not dressing for inspection, muster, mud, or orders barked through smoke. He was preparing to speak for ovens, shelves, bread, and a shop door that would open because he chose it. Jacob opened the table drawer after that, moving slower than he needed to because the wood always stuck near the back. He eased it out with both hands, lifted the folded handkerchief from the corner, and set it beside the bakery papers. The metals inside gave a faint metal whisper when he unwrapped them, small sounds for things that had once come tied to speeches, parades, and letters written in official language. The victory ribbon lay across his palm in tired colors, bright enough to be recognized, not bright enough to tell anyone what it had cost. He carried the handkerchief to the uniform and held the ribbon against the coat, just below where it would sit if he pinned it on. In the weak morning light, the little strip of color made the cloth look more important. It gave shape to sacrifice in a way strangers understood quickly. A clerk might glance twice. A banker might soften his mouth before refusing. A man behind a desk might say, "We appreciate your service, Mr. Kowalski," and Jacob could nod as if appreciation paid rent, bought flour, or put an oven in a shop. Eddie's door opened in the hallway with its usual complaint of hinges, and his steps paused outside Jacob's room. "Jake," he said, quieter than before, "I wasn't kidding. Wear something. Folks like remembering heroes when they don't have to help them too much." Jacob looked at the ribbon, then at the sample box on the table. "That's the trouble," he said. "I don't want them remembering a hero. I want them seeing a baker." "Can't a man be both?" "Sure," Jacob said, and for a moment his fingers tightened around the ribbon's edge. "But only one of them is asking for the loan." Eddie let out a breath through his nose, not quite a laugh and not quite disagreement. "You're stubborn as old bread." "Old bread still makes good pudding," Jacob said, because it was easier than explaining how tired he was of being praised for surviving while being doubted for living. He folded the ribbon back into the handkerchief, taking care not to crease it badly, then placed it in the drawer beside his discharge papers. The drawer stuck again when he pushed it closed, and he leaned his hip against it until it gave with a dull wooden thump. The uniform stayed on the door, brushed and respected, but unadorned. Jacob touched the empty place where the metal might have been, then turned toward his suit with a steadier chest. The bank would get no borrowed bravery from France. It would get bread, numbers, and Jacob Kowalski standing on his own feet. The suit weighted across the back of the chair, darker than the uniform and far less certain of itself. Jacob lifted it with both hands and gave it a small shake, careful not to snap the seams. It was a decent suit if viewed kindly from across a room, the sort of black wool a man wore to funerals, interviews, and Sunday visits when Sunday visits were still part of his life. Up close, the cuffs had begun to shine, one pocket sagged from years of carrying folded papers, and the left sleeve had a faint pulled thread near the elbow where a nail at the factory had caught him the previous week. Jacob laid the jacket on the bed and fetched his little sewing tin from beneath the washbasin. The tin had once held peppermints and still kept a ghost of sweetness under the smell of thread, beeswax, and old metal. He chose black thread by the window, squinting until the gray light gave him enough honesty to see what matched. Then he sat on the bed, bent over the sleeve, and threaded the needle on the second try because his fingers had finally stopped remembering the automobile's crack below. Eddie knocked once with his knuckle against the frame, not asking to come in. "You decent?" "Decent enough for a poor man," Jacob said, pulling the thread through and making the first tiny stitch. "That's not an answer." "It's the only one I've got before breakfast," Jacob said, and he heard Eddie chuckle on the other side of the door. The thread caught cleanly. Jacob made the next stitch smaller, then the next, closing the flaw with patient movements he'd learned from mending socks in barracks and shirts in rooms like this one. The suit didn't become new beneath his hands. Nothing did, but the pulled thread settled back into the cloth, and from a banker's desk it might pass without comment. That was all he needed. Not admiration, not pity, just enough neatness that his food and figures could reach the man before his poverty did. When the sleeve was done, he bit the thread, rubbed the repair flat between thumb and forefinger, and held the jacket up. The uniform still hung on the door behind it, brushed and empty of medals, while the suit caught what little morning light the room could spare. Jacob carried the uniform to the wardrobe, folded it carefully over the narrow rail, and closed the door until only the civilian coat remained in his hands. He was not done with the war, not really, but he could choose what walked into the bank. Today, the baker would go first. 3. Hope wrapped in paper. Jacob opened the table drawer after the uniform had been folded away and lifted out the battered leather sample case from beneath his rolled spare shirt. It had once belonged to a traveling salesman who owed Eddie $3 and paid in objects instead of money, which meant the handle had been mended with dark thread, one corner was scuffed pale, and the brass latches needed pressure from both thumbs before they trusted a man. Jacob set it on the table, opened it carefully, and lined the bottom with folded paper until the inside became less like a salesman's case and more like a small, stubborn bakery counter. The samples waited beside it in their clean wrappings, each piece chosen, inspected, and protected from the room's cold as well as poverty allowed. Jacob tucked the rye along one side, cushioned the onion rolls so their tops wouldn't scrape, and settled the pastries into a shallow cardboard tray that fit the case only because he had trimmed the corners the night before. He worked with slow hands, testing each bit of paper, each folded wedge, each narrow gap. If the case tipped hard, the samples might still bruise, but at least the street would see a worn leather valise instead of a poor man carrying breakfast openly into a bank. A knock came low on the frame, and Eddie's voice slipped through before Jacob answered. "You packing treasure in there, Jake?" Jacob pressed 2 fingers lightly against the tray to make sure it didn't shift. "Depends who's looking. To me, yes. To a banker, probably not." Eddie opened the door enough to lean in, suspenders loose, shirt wrinkled, hair still arguing with sleep. His gaze moved from Jacob's suit to the open case and then to the careful little nest of paper inside. "That looks serious." "It has to," Jacob said, closing the lid slowly so nothing caught. "A box looks like a delivery. This looks like a man came prepared." Eddie's grin softened into something more careful. "You did come prepared." Jacob pushed both latches down until they clicked. The sound was small but satisfying, like a decision agreeing to be carried. "Prepared doesn't always mean welcome." "No," Eddie said, stepping back so Jacob could reach the door. "But it means they'll have to refuse you properly." Jacob lifted the case, felt the weight settle through the handle, and took up the folder beneath his other arm. The room looked smaller now that he was leaving it behind, stove gone low, wardrobe closed, table cleared of everything but crumbs and the faint scent of sugar. He opened the door and entered the hallway, where steam, soap, cabbage, and coal smoke mixed with the shuffle of tenants already going to work. Mrs. Bialek stood near the stairs with her shawl tied around her shoulders, and her eyes went straight to the case. "Careful on the stairs, Mr. Kowalski," she said, practical as ever. "Hope breaks easier when a man carries it alone." Jacob adjusted his grip and gave her the best smile he had. "Then I'll carry it with both hands." Jacob took the stairs slowly, keeping the sample case close to his thigh and his shoulder near the wall whenever someone passed above him. A man with a lunch pail came up from the lower landing, collar crooked, cap low, boots leaving wet marks on the boards. Jacob turned sideways, lifted the case an inch, and let him squeeze by. The man muttered thanks without looking, already halfway inside his own day, and Jacob waited until the steps stopped trembling before he moved again. Inside the case, paper held, pastry rested, and one hard bump could still turn careful work into sweet paste. At the front door, the building gave him one last breath of steam, soap, cabbage, coffee, and coal smoke before he stepped into the street. Morning rushed at him at once. Men in caps hurried past with newspapers tucked under their arms, women crossed with market baskets held close, and a boy on the corner called headlines in a voice too sharp for his thin coat. The streetcar stop waited 3 blocks away, and ordinarily Jacob would have walked there without giving it a thought. A nickel saved was a nickel that stayed obedient in his pocket, and he had never been rich enough to sneer at obedience. A delivery boy came too close with a crate of bottles, and Jacob twisted away just in time to keep the case from striking the wood. The latches held, but his mind pictured the onion rolls crushed against their paper wedges, the rye taking the weight of the tray, the plum filling leaking where Mr. Whitcomb would see mess instead of craft. Jacob looked toward the streetcar tracks, then down at the case. Pride could walk, pastry could not. An automobile taxi rolled toward the curb, its engine coughing as if it had been dragged from bed before it was ready. The sensible part of Jacob counted rent, flour, coal, and the coins left in his pocket. Then the case shifted faintly in his hand as the crowd pressed behind him, and he raised his arm to catch the driver's eye before Thrift could talk him out of protecting the only proof he had. The driver leaned over and pushed the rear door open. "Where to, mister?" "Steam National Bank," Jacob said, gripping the handle with both hands as he stepped closer. "And I need this kept flat, if you don't mind." The driver looked at the battered leather case, then at Jacob's careful suit. "You got glass in there?" "Worse," Jacob said, easing himself into the taxi one deliberate movement at a time. "Samples." The driver snorted, but he waited until Jacob had settled the case across his knees before pulling away. "Then hold on to your samples. Streets don't care what a man's carrying." The taxi entered traffic with a shudder, and Jacob braced the sample case across his knees before the first rut could teach him regret. The driver had not exaggerated. New York's morning road seemed made of jolts, clatter, and men who believed their errands had been granted right-of-way by God himself. Automobiles nosed past wagons, wagons bullied handcarts, and streetcars clanged on their rails with passengers pressed tight at the windows. Jacob kept one palm flat on the case lid and the other curved around the handle, feeling each bump travel through the worn leather and into the careful paper nest inside. A streetcar drew even with them for half a block, full enough that men stood with shoulders jammed together and lunch pails wedged wherever space allowed. One passenger shifted too fast, crushing a wrapped parcel against the glass, and Jacob's mouth tightened. He glanced down at the case and felt the cost of the taxi settle into a different place inside him. The fare still hurt, but the samples were not being squeezed between strangers, jolted by elbows, or tipped every time the car stopped hard. That made the expense something he could defend. The driver looked back through the little mirror, his cap brim throwing a shadow across one eye. "Samples of what, if you don't mind me asking?" "Diamonds?" "Bread," Jacob said, then felt foolish and proud in the same breath. "Pastries too, onion rolls, rye, a few sweet things. I'm trying for a bakery loan." The driver gave a short laugh, not unkind, and swerved around a wagon whose horse had decided dignity required slow movement. "You're taking bread to a bank?" Jacob steadied the case before answering. "I'm taking proof. Paper tells them what I think I can do. Bread tells them whether I'm lying." "That's not the worst plan I've heard," the driver said, and his voice changed a little, losing some of its street-edge amusement. "Banks like numbers, though." "I've got those," Jacob said, shifting the folder so it rested more safely against his side. "Rent for a shop, flour, sugar, yeast, coal, repairs, bags, a used oven if I can find one that's honest. 2 factories near the neighborhood I want, an elevated stop close enough for morning trade, and working men who'll buy something warm if it doesn't cost like a hotel breakfast." The driver slowed behind a truck while a newspaper boy darted through traffic with his papers held over his head. "Say that again when you get inside," he said, glancing back. "Not too polished, just like that." Jacob looked past him as the streets grew cleaner by degrees. Storefront glass shone brighter, coats looked better brushed, and brass signs began to catch the morning light with the confidence of things that did not need to ask permission. He thought of Mrs. Bialec's ledger, Eddie's crooked grin, the uniform shut behind the wardrobe door, and the samples resting beneath his hand. "A man'll spend a nickel to remember he's alive before the whistle blows," he said softly, testing the sentence against the rattle of the cab. The driver nodded once, as if the road had answered for him. "There you go, that one sounds true." The taxi slowed as the street widened and the buildings lifted into cleaner stone, their windows polished until they seemed to belong to a richer version of New York. Jacob kept the driver's last words in his chest while Steam National Bank came into view, broad steps, brass doors, high windows, and men moving in and out with leather cases that looked as if they had been born respectable. His own sample case rested across his knees, battered, mended, and stubborn, with the fragile argument inside it held together by folded paper and careful hope. The driver eased toward the curb, then braked harder than Jacob liked when a motorcar nosed out ahead of them. Jacob's palm flattened over the case at once. Beneath the leather, nothing shifted far enough to betray him, but he waited one full breath before moving. "You trying to make pudding back here?" he asked, and relief made the words warmer than complaint. The driver glanced over his shoulder with a quick grin. "That fellow tried to cut across me. Blame the rich, mister. They're handy for most things." Jacob let out a quiet laugh and opened the door with his elbow, then stepped down sideways, keeping the case level until both feet found the curb. The bank loomed above him with the patient confidence of a place that could say no without raising its voice. He almost set the case on the taxi floorboard while he reached for the fare, then thought better of it and kept it in his hand, unwilling to trust the street's vibration with the samples. The driver held out one gloved hand. Jacob counted the coins into it carefully, each small piece leaving his palm with a little sting. He hesitated, looked at the bank doors, then gave up 1 penny more. "For the advice," he said, closing the driver's fingers around it. "And for not turning the rolls upside down." The driver looked at the penny, then at Jacob. "Go on, then," he said, softer than the traffic deserved. "Make them hungry before they remember their bankers." Jacob nodded because answering properly would have cost more courage than he wanted to spend before the doors. The taxi pulled away, and the curbside crowd closed around him at once. A clerk in a dark coat clipped his shoulder with a briefcase, and Jacob turned with the bump, taking it through his arm rather than letting it strike the sample case. The clerk muttered without stopping. Jacob checked the latches, the handle, and the angle of the case, then tucked the folder tighter beneath his arm. Across the street, a tall, narrow man in a blue coat moved through the morning crowd with a worn leather case in one hand and distracted urgency in every careful step. Jacob did not notice him. His world had narrowed to brass doors, polished stone, the case in his hand, and the sentence waiting behind his teeth. He climbed the first step, then the next, carrying his future steady while the bank waited above him. 4. A case at customs. Newt Scamander came ashore with one hand around the handle of his case and the other tucked close to his coat, as if stillness might persuade the world not to look too closely. New York rose beyond the docks in stone, smoke, and hard morning light, loud in a different way from London, wider in its shoulders and less inclined to apologize for them. Passengers streamed around him with trunks, hatboxes, children, newspapers, and the weary impatience of people who had crossed an ocean only to be sorted by more men behind desks. Newt adjusted his grip when something inside the case gave the faintest thump, then lowered his eyes and murmured, "Not now, please." The customs line moved in short, suspicious increments. Newt joined it with the careful patience of a man who had learned that looking harmless was sometimes more useful than explaining himself. Ahead of him, an older woman argued over a tin of biscuits, a businessman declared cigars with injured dignity, and a boy tried to peer beneath the rope barrier until his mother pulled him back by the collar. Newt watched all of it from beneath the brim of his hat, shoulders slightly rounded, expression mild. The case pressed warmly against his leg, and he shifted it behind his ankle before the official at the desk looked up. "Purpose of visit?" the customs officer asked, already reaching for the next form. "Research," Newt said, then winced inwardly because that invited questions and questions invited vocabulary. He offered his passport with a small, hopeful smile. "I'm writing, mostly, notes, observations, nothing that should trouble anyone." The officer glanced at him, then at the case. "Open it." Newt's fingers moved before his face changed. A discreet flick near the latch turned the little brass setting from one truth to another, and by the time the case came up onto the inspection table, it had learned to lie politely. He opened it with both hands, careful and calm, revealing shirts, papers, a shaving brush, a folded pair of socks, and all the ordinary things a traveler might carry if ordinary things had ever been the point of luggage. The officer prodded through the top layer with professional boredom. "Any livestock, seeds, restricted goods, perishables, or foreign soil?" "No," Newt said, while something far below made a soft, offended scrabble that only he seemed to hear. He coughed lightly over it and leaned a fraction closer to the desk. "No livestock." The officer snapped the case shut and pushed it back. "Next." Newt took the handle, nodded once in thanks, and moved away without hurrying. Only when the crowd swallowed him did he let out the breath he had been holding. The case gave another muted bump against his knee, firmer this time, and Newt looked down with fond alarm. "I said not now," he whispered, and stepped into New York with trouble already stirring beneath his hand. Newt had made it 3 steps beyond the desk when the case gave a little shudder against his leg, not enough to draw the whole room, but enough to make the handle twitch in his grip. He stopped as if he had merely chosen that exact patch of floor to adjust his coat. Around him, passengers pressed toward the exit in restless lines, their shoes tapping over worn boards, their voices rising beneath the high ceiling. A porter carried 2 trunks past with a grunt, and Newt turned slightly to shield the case from a swinging corner of leather that would have knocked it hard enough to offend half the creatures below. The latch clicked once beneath his fingers. It should not have clicked at all. Newt looked down without moving his head much, studying the brass setting beside the lock. Muggle mode remained properly aligned, neat and innocent, but the seam along the lid had lifted by the width of a fingernail near the back hinge. A thread of warm, damp air breathed through it, carrying the faint scent of hay, soil, and something musky enough to make an elderly man beside him glance suspiciously at the customs hall floor. A small girl waiting with her mother leaned sideways to stare at the case. "Mama," that man's bag sighed. Newt's heart performed one quick, unhelpful leap. He bent at once, setting the case flat between his shoes and pressing his palm gently over the lifted seam. "Old luggage," he said, giving the child an apologetic smile. "Very dramatic after long journeys." The mother pulled the girl closer, though curiosity kept both of them looking. "Bags don't sigh, Elsie." "This one did," Elsie said, with the stern certainty of children and witnesses. Newt slid one finger beneath the handle and tapped twice against the leather, the smallest possible warning to those below. The case stilled, then gave one soft scrabble from deep inside, as if something with tiny paws had taken offense at being corrected. Newt's smile held by effort alone. "It's the sea air," he said, because it was one of those explanations that sounded useless enough to end a conversation. A customs officer looked up from the next table. "Everything all right there?" "Perfectly," Newt said, lifting the case before anyone could decide otherwise. "Just making sure I haven't misplaced my socks." The officer stared at him for a beat too long, then returned to his paperwork with the weary mercy of a man who had already heard stranger lies before breakfast. Newt walked on, slower than panic wanted and faster than caution liked, keeping his thumb pressed over the rebellious latch while the case warmed under his hand. Whatever had unsettled the compartments below had not settled again. New York waited beyond the doors, bright, crowded, and entirely unprepared. Outside, the city struck him with salt wind, coal smoke, motor exhaust, and too many directions at once. Newt paused beneath the customs building's shadow and tried to find one quiet corner in which to set the case down, open the inner compartment, and explain to several interested occupants that international travel was not a group invitation to improvise. The pavement offered no mercy. Men pushed past with crates on handcarts, women gathered skirts away from dirty slush near the curb, automobiles coughed and shuddered beside horse wagons, and every exposed surface seemed to hold a witness. Newt turned toward a stone pillar near the edge of the entrance, thinking it might shield him for half a minute, but a dock policeman had already taken up position there with a cigarette and the bored suspicion of a man paid to notice odd behavior. Newt changed course at once and made for a newspaper stand instead. The case jerked in his hand before he reached it, a sharp little pull this time, not a general disturbance but a very particular opinion. "No," Newt said under his breath, tightening his fingers around the handle. "Absolutely not." The newspaper seller looked up from arranging stacks. "You talking to me, mister?" "Not intentionally," Newt said, then glanced down as the case tilted toward the gleam of coins in the seller's change tray. The latch trembled. Something inside gave a muffled snuffle, eager and unmistakably acquisitive. "Lovely morning, isn't it?" The seller squinted at the gray sky, then at Newt's coat. "For ducks, maybe." "Ducks are very discerning," Newt said, and he slid the case behind his leg as a flash of movement pressed against the lid from within. The brass setting rattled once, and he dropped to one knee as if tying a shoe, clamping his palm over the lock before the seam could lift again. Beneath the leather, a small body scrabbled toward the side nearest the coins, and Newt could almost feel the creature's attention leaping from tray to watch chain to polished button to the bright ring on a passing woman's glove. A man with a gold pocket watch crossed in front of the stand, snapping the case's interest like a hooked fish. Newt rose too quickly, bumped the newspaper stack with his elbow, and caught 3 sliding papers before they hit the wet pavement. "Terribly sorry," he said, returning them with one hand while hauling the case back with the other. The seller took the papers and frowned at the case. "That thing got wheels?" "Temperament," Newt said, already backing away. "Much worse than wheels." The case pulled again, harder now, not toward the docks but inland, toward the taller buildings, the better coats, the brass signs, and all the concentrated shine of money moving through morning streets. Newt looked that way, followed the line of the pull, and saw the financial district waiting like a banquet laid for the worst possible guest. His face tightened with resigned horror. "Oh, no," he whispered. "You've smelled a bank." Newt followed the pull because pretending not to feel it would only give the Niffler more time to make its own arrangements. He tucked the case close against his side and stepped into the current of New York foot traffic, trying to look like a traveler with somewhere sensible to be rather than a man being guided through a foreign city by a creature's appetite. The handle twitched toward every bright temptation they passed. A wristwatch flashed as a businessman checked the hour. A brass doorplate caught the morning sun. A woman's handbag clasped winked near the curb, and the case leaned toward it with such enthusiasm that Newt had to stop and shift his weight like a man admiring architecture. A newsboy darted across his path, waving a paper nearly into Newt's chest. "Latest. Witchcraft rumors. Senator Shaw speaks tonight. Latest." Newt turned sideways to avoid him, and the case chose that moment to tug toward the coins clinking in the boy's apron pouch. "No, thank you," Newt said, more to the case than the boy, though he caught one paper before it slapped against his coat. "I'm very certain we don't need headlines." The boy grinned up at him. "Everybody needs headlines, mister." "Not as many as you'd think," Newt said, returning the paper and keeping his thumb braced over the latch. "Some of us are trying quite hard not to become one." That earned him a puzzled look, but the boy had louder customers to chase, and Newt moved on before curiosity could become conversation. The case gave a sulky knock against his shin. He answered it with 2 small taps, gentle but firm, and murmured, "We are not collecting American currency. We are not collecting watches. We are certainly not climbing into anyone's coat pocket." New York ignored his careful instructions. Automobiles shouldered through the street beside wagons, streetcars clanged overhead, and people crossed in confident bursts as if every wheel would politely reconsider killing them. Newt waited at one curb until a delivery truck passed, then stepped down and hurried across with the case lifted a few inches clear of puddles and horse dirt. Halfway over, the pull sharpened so suddenly that he nearly lost his balance. Ahead, the financial district opened in polished windows, bronze lamps, brass rails, pocket watches, rings, money clips, and bank doors built to reassure rich men and tempt small black-furred criminals. Steen National Bank stood among them with a shine that seemed almost indecent. Newt stopped at the far edge of the pavement, staring at the broad steps and the steady stream of customers moving through the doors. The case strained toward it with happy, terrible certainty, and Newt's stomach sank. Somewhere inside that building, wealth was stacked, counted, guarded, and displayed. Somewhere below his hand, the Niffler knew it. A doorman glanced at Newt's coat, then at the battered case. "Bank's open, sir. You coming in?" Newt looked from the man to the case, then toward the polished brass handles that might as well have been bait. "I sincerely hope not," he said, and then the latch clicked beneath his thumb. 5. Collateral and Clause. Jacob entered Steen National Bank with his suitcase held level in both hands and the folder tucked tight beneath his arm, and for a moment the room seemed to measure him without anyone openly turning. Marble climbed the walls in pale slabs, brass lamps shone along the counters, and the floor had been polished until every shoe crossing it looked more certain than his own. Men in good coats moved through the space with leather suitcases that had never been mended, while clerks behind high desks passed papers from hand to hand as if paper itself had rank. Jacob stepped aside to let a broad man with a silver watch chain pass, then looked down at the worn handle in his grip and reminded himself that the food inside had earned the right to be there. A young woman at the first desk looked up from a ledger, her dark bob tucked beneath a neat hat and her expression trained into politeness sharp enough to sort people before they spoke. Her nameplate read Miss Dorothy Wilkes, and her eyes went from Jacob's repaired cuffs to the battered suitcase and then to the folder under his arm. "Appointment?" she asked, sliding one finger down a column without inviting him closer. With Mr. Clarence P. Whitcomb, Jacob said, setting the suitcase carefully on the narrow ledge before the desk. He resisted the urge to smooth his sleeve again. Jacob Kowalski, 10 o'clock. I'm here about a small business loan. Miss Wilkes found his name, though her mouth made it clear that being found in the ledger was not the same as belonging in the building. Please take a seat, Mr. Kowalski. Mr. Whitcomb is finishing with another client. She glanced at the suitcase again, and the word client seemed to grow thinner between them. You may keep your belongings with you. Thank you, Jacob said, lifting the suitcase before anyone could mistake it for baggage to be shoved aside. He crossed to the waiting chairs near a potted palm that looked as uncomfortable as he felt, then sat with the suitcase across his knees and the folder held flat against its lid. The leather warmed under his palms from the bread and pastry inside, faint but real, and the scent of rye, onion, sugar, and plum rose through the paper like a small argument against all the marble. Across the room, a banker laughed softly with a customer whose shoes gleamed like mirrors, and Jacob looked at the brass clock above the counter. Every tick seemed to spend a little more of the taxi fare, the coal he hadn't bought, and Mrs. Bialec's soft knock against his door. He opened the folder enough to see the top page: rent, flour, sugar, yeast, coal, repairs, bags, and wages not yet, then closed it again before the numbers could start begging. The samples sat on his lap like proof in a room already trained not to read it, and Jacob drew one steady breath as the brass doors behind him opened to let in another gust of morning, street noise, and trouble he had not yet learned to recognize. The gust faded into the bank's warmer air, and Jacob turned only enough to make sure no one had bumped the suitcase. A tall, narrow man in a blue coat stood near the entrance for a moment with his own worn suitcase held close, his attention fixed somewhere beyond the marble room rather than on any teller or clerk. Jacob noticed him only as one more nervous customer in a place that made most honest men nervous. Then Miss Wilkes rose from her desk and crossed toward him with her ledger hugged neatly against her waist. Mr. Kowalski, she said, and the sound of his name inside Steen National Bank tightened Jacob's grip before he made himself stand. Mr. Whitcomb will see you now. Please bring your papers. And the suitcase? Jacob asked, though he was already lifting it because leaving it unattended felt like leaving his best argument on a train platform. Miss Wilkes glanced at it with the same careful doubt as before. If it pertains to the application, you may bring it. It does, Jacob said, and followed her across the polished floor, past desks where men spoke in low voices over money that seemed to behave better for them than it ever had for him. Mr. Clarence P. Whitcomb's office had glass walls, a heavy door, and a view of the banking floor that let him watch the room without joining it. He stood when Jacob entered, not warmly, but properly, a neat man with silver at his temples, a pearl tie pin, and hands that looked as if ink was the dirtiest thing they handled. Mr. Kowalski, Whitcomb said, offering a dry handshake before gesturing to the chair. You're seeking a loan for a bakery, I understand. Yes, sir, Jacob said, setting the suitcase carefully beside the chair rather than on the floor where someone's shoe might find it. He opened the folder first because papers belonged in offices, even if bread was what had brought him there. A small shop, morning trade mostly, with bread, rolls, and pastries priced for working people. I've laid out rent, supplies, fuel, repairs, and what I'd need to start modestly. Whitcomb took the top page, adjusted his spectacles, and read with a stillness that gave nothing away. Jacob waited until the man's eyes paused over the figures, then opened the suitcase and unfolded the clean paper from the top tray. The scent rose gently into the office: rye and onion, sugar and plum, warm memory carried in cold leather. I brought samples, Jacob said, placing the wrapped slice of rye and one small pastry on the edge of the desk. The food is the business, sir, not just the idea of it. Whitcomb looked at the pastry as if it had arrived without appointment. To his credit, he did not refuse it outright. He broke off a small piece, tasted it, and nodded once with polite surprise that almost reached his eyes. That is quite good, Mr. Kowalski. Jacob felt his chest lift before he could stop it. Thank you, sir. I've been testing recipes for years. Factory men come out hungry before dawn and after shifts. A nickel for something warm, something made proper, that's not charity. That's steady trade. Perhaps, Whitcomb said, setting the remaining pastry down beside the papers. His finger tapped the application, not the food. But skill is not collateral. Recipes are not collateral. Good intentions, even when well prepared, are not collateral. What property can you secure against the loan? Jacob looked at the tasted pastry, then at the neat column of numbers he had written by stove light. I don't own property, sir. Not yet. That's what the loan is meant to help me build. Whitcomb's expression did not harden. Somehow that made it worse. Then we must proceed carefully. Jacob heard the word carefully and understood, with a dull little drop inside him, that it meant no unless he could change the shape of the room. He looked from Whitcomb's hand on the application to the pastry waiting half-eaten beside the inkstand, then reached into the suitcase for the rye because bread had always been the truest part of him. He unwrapped it with care, set it on the clean paper, and turned it so the crust caught the light from the office window. Sir, I know what collateral means, he said, keeping his voice even because pride, once spilled, was hard to put back in a man. I also know a shop like this pays back if it's run right. Working men don't stop needing breakfast because a ledger says they're poor. Whitcomb folded his hands over the papers. Need and demand are not the same thing, Mr. Kowalski. Many men need many things. That does not make them sound investments. No, sir, Jacob said, and the agreement cost him more than arguing would have. But I'm not asking you to loan money to need. I'm asking you to loan it to work. I've got recipes tested over years, neighborhoods marked out, factory shifts counted, rent compared, supply prices written down, and a plan to start small enough that I can carry it myself until it grows. I'm not looking to open some fancy parlor with lace curtains and cakes nobody can pronounce. I want bread people can afford and pastries good enough to make them come back when they shouldn't spend the nickel. Whitcomb's gaze lowered to the figures again, and for one fragile second Jacob thought the man might be listening to more than risk. Then the banker removed his spectacles, took up a cloth from the desk, and began cleaning the lenses with slow, apologetic precision. You have prepared more seriously than many applicants, he said, and the kindness in it put a hand around Jacob's throat. Your samples are excellent. Your arithmetic is not foolish. But the bank cannot secure a loan against effort, skill, or hope. Jacob kept his hands still on his knees. If I had property, sir, I wouldn't be sitting here asking for a start. I understand, Whitcomb said, replacing his spectacles and aligning the application squarely on the desk. But understanding does not alter our responsibility. Without collateral, a guarantor, or sufficient existing capital, Steam National cannot approve this loan. The words landed gently, polished smooth by training, and that made them impossible to fight without making himself look small. Jacob looked at the rye, at the pastry Whitcomb had liked and left unfinished, and at the neat black figures that had taken so many cold mornings to prepare. He gathered the edge of the wrapping between two fingers so it wouldn't shake. Thank you for your time, Mr. Whitcomb, he said, because he had promised himself he wouldn't beg in this room. I appreciate you hearing me. Jacob folded the rye back into its paper because leaving bread exposed in a room that had refused it felt worse than carrying it out untouched. Whitcomb gathered the application with a banker's careful hands, tapped the pages into order, and slid them toward him as if returning something clean from a place where it had not belonged. Jacob took the papers, tucked them into the folder, and reached for the pastry last. The bite missing from it looked strangely intimate, proof that his work had crossed the desk even if he had not. I am sorry, Mr. Kowalski, Whitcomb said, and his voice was lower now that the formal refusal had been spoken. This is not a judgment on the quality of your baking. Jacob closed the suitcase over the samples and pressed both latches until they clicked. No, sir, he said, though his throat had gone tight enough that the words scraped a little. Just on the part of me a bank can count. Whitcomb's face changed by the smallest degree, not enough to become apology and not hard enough to become offense. Before he could answer, a sharp metallic rattle came from outside the office, followed by a woman's startled cry and the rapid patter of something small moving across the polished floor. Jacob turned toward the glass wall just as Miss Wilkes stood from her desk, one hand pressed to her chest and her ledger sliding forgotten against the blotter. A black, glossy shape shot beneath a chair, popped out near a customer's shoes, and sprang toward the lower brass rail of a teller window with greedy little hands. For one impossible second Jacob's mind refused to name it as anything. It had fur, a long snout, bright eyes, and the focused delight of a thief who had found church silver left unattended. Coins scattered from a clerk's tray, ringing over marble, and the creature dove after them with a speed that made three grown men step back instead of forward. What in God's name is that? Whitcomb demanded, rising so fast his chair struck the wall behind him. Jacob had no answer. He stood with his suitcase in one hand and the folder clamped beneath his arm, staring through the glass while the little creature stuffed coins somewhere into its own body with cheerful impossibility. Near the entrance, the tall man in the blue coat lunged after it, hat slipping, face pale with horror rather than surprise. No, no, absolutely not there, he said, trying to sound calm and failing beautifully. The creature looked up at the silver flash of Whitcomb's tie pin through the office glass. Jacob saw its attention sharpen, saw the banker touch the pin by instinct, and moved before thought caught up with him. He stepped between the desk and the door with the suitcase raised like a shield, while the impossible little thief sprang toward the office and the bank erupted around him. 6. The wrong handle. The little creature struck Jacob's raised suitcase with both forepaws, scrabbled over the worn leather, and stared at him from less than a foot away with bright black eyes full of outrage. Its snout twitched, one tiny paw patted the latch, then slid toward the brass corner as if deciding whether the battered thing might contain anything worth stealing. Jacob stared back, frozen between terror and insult, while Whitcomb stood behind him with one hand still clamped over his tie pin. "Don't move," the tall man in the blue coat called from the banking floor, though he was the one moving fastest. He darted between a clerk and an overturned chair with his own suitcase knocking against his knee, hat low over anxious eyes, and every part of him trying desperately not to look desperate. "He's harmless, mostly. Well, not harmless exactly, but no one needs to shout." The creature made a pleased little noise at the word shout, kicked off Jacob's suitcase, and sprang from the office threshold toward Whitcomb's desk. Whitcomb lurched backward. Jacob twisted after it, trying to keep the suitcase between the creature and the banker's silver pin, but the thing moved like spilled ink with opinions. It landed beside the inkstand, seized a small letter opener with a mother-of-pearl handle, and stuffed it somewhere under its fur with a speed that made Jacob's mouth fall open. "That went inside it," Jacob said, because ordinary language had narrowed to the few things his eyes could still defend. "That knife thing went inside it." "Letter opener," Whitcomb said faintly, then seemed to hear himself and turned red. "That is not the issue." The blue-coated man reached the office door and slid in sideways, one hand extended low and gentle, the other still gripping his suitcase. "Hello, you dreadful little treasure hunter," he said, voice soft with a patience Jacob could not understand. "Come on now, out of the nice gentleman's office. We are not robbing banks today." The creature blinked at him, then looked past his shoulder toward the teller counters, where coins lay scattered in shining constellations across the marble. Its whole body seemed to gather around desire. Jacob saw the decision happen and stepped without thinking, blocking the direct path with his suitcase just as the creature launched. The impact jolted his arms. The little thief bounced, landed on the desk, skidded through Whitcomb's papers, and sent Jacob's rejected application sliding into the air. Pages fluttered between them like startled white birds while the bank beyond the glass erupted in cries, scraping chairs, and running feet. Newt lunged after the creature. Jacob grabbed for his papers, and the impossible morning broke loose all over again. Jacob caught one page against Whitcomb's desk with his elbow and snatched another from the air before it could fall into the ink. His figures stared up at him, neat and useless, while the little creature bounded from the blotter to the floor with the mother-of-pearl letter opener already vanished somewhere impossible. The tall man in the blue coat went after it on one knee, but a clerk rushed into the office at the same moment, and the two of them nearly collided in the doorway. "Out of the way," the clerk cried, reaching down as if grabbing a strange animal by hand was suddenly his profession. "We need a box or a sack or something." "No sack," the blue-coated man said, catching the clerk's wrist with surprising firmness before softening his grip at once. "Please don't grab him, he'll only panic, and then he'll become much more ambitious." "More ambitious?" Whitcomb said, still backed against the wall. "It has stolen from my desk." Jacob shoved the recovered papers into his folder, then saw the creature skitter toward the teller line where Miss Wilkes stood trapped between her desk and a shower of coins. Her face had gone pale beneath her careful hat, and one polished shoe hovered awkwardly because the creature was nosing at the buckle. Jacob didn't know what the thing was, didn't know why the tall man spoke to it like a naughty child, and certainly didn't know where it had put the letter opener, but Miss Wilkes made a small sound that belonged to a person trying not to scream in public. "Miss Wilkes, don't kick," Jacob said, stepping out of Whitcomb's office with his suitcase held low in front of him. He crouched enough to put the leather between her shoe and the creature's snout, then slid the folder under one arm and used his free hand to gather 2 fallen coins from the floor. "Hey, look here, you want these?" The creature's head snapped toward him, its eyes fixed on the coins with such naked greed that Jacob almost forgot to be scared. He backed up one careful step, keeping the suitcase between them and letting the coins click softly together in his palm. The blue-coated man saw what he was doing and went very still, as if any wrong movement might ruin the first sensible thing the morning had offered. "That's good," the man said quietly, edging along the teller counter with his own suitcase ready. "Very good. Keep his attention if you can." "I don't know what his attention costs," Jacob said, taking another slow step away from Miss Wilkes. "But I'm guessing it's more than 2 nickels." The creature followed, paws whispering over marble, its gaze locked on Jacob's hand. Behind it, clerks stopped lunging and started watching. Jacob felt every eye in the bank turn toward him, not as an applicant, not as a poor man with samples, but as the idiot holding bait for something no one had a name for. He swallowed, lowered the coins toward the open mouth of his suitcase as if he meant to drop them in, and hoped the tall man knew how to catch miracles before they bit. The coins touched the open edge of Jacob's suitcase, and the creature rose on its hind legs with both paws lifted, greedy enough to look almost polite. Jacob held his breath. The tall man in the blue coat moved a hand's width closer, suitcase angled low as if he meant to scoop the creature rather than strike it. For one absurd, breathless second, the whole bank waited on 2 nickels and a hungry little thief. Then the front doors banged open, and a uniformed guard came in from the street with a whistle already between his lips. The shrill blast cut through the marble room like a knife. The creature flinched, Jacob flinched with it, and the coins slipped from his fingers. They struck the inside rim of the suitcase, bounced once, and rolled out across the floor in 2 bright arcs. "No whistles," the blue-coated man said with real despair, but the warning came too late. The creature shot after the coins, missed one deliberately, and discovered instead the guard's polished badge. It sprang up the man's trouser leg with shocking speed. The guard shouted, grabbed at his coat, and spun hard enough to knock into a teller's stool. Miss Wilkes ducked. A customer cried out. Somewhere behind Jacob, Wickham said something about order in a voice that had never sounded less obeyed by the world. Jacob snapped his suitcase shut before the pastries could spill and moved toward the guard because no one else seemed able to decide whether to help the man or flee him. "Hold still," he called, though he knew at once it was useless advice. "You're making it chase the shiny parts." "It is on me," the guard shouted, swatting at his own chest. "Get it off." The blue-coated man darted in, surprisingly graceful until the guard lurched backward and clipped his shoulder. His suitcase swung wide, struck Jacob's suitcase with a solid leather thump, and both men grabbed instinctively at handles to keep either one from dropping. Jacob's folder slipped under his arm. Papers slid halfway free. The creature popped out from beneath the guard's lapel with the badge in its paws, dropped to the floor, and bolted toward the teller counter again with criminal joy. "Sorry," the blue-coated man said, breathless, one hand still on a suitcase handle and his eyes already following the creature. "Terribly sorry. Please don't let anyone step on him." Jacob looked at the chaos, the scattered coins, the banker's ruined papers, and the man apologizing for a bank robbery as if it were a spilled cup of tea. "Mister," he said, tightening his grip before the crowd shoved them apart, "I'm trying not to let him step on us." The creature vanished beneath the teller counter, and the blue-coated man went after it with the grim focus of someone chasing his own funeral notice. Jacob found himself pushed sideways by the guard, then backward by a customer trying to reach the door without looking as if he were fleeing. The 2 suitcases knocked together again at his feet, one handle folding over the other, while his folder slid loose and spilled his rejected application across the marble. "My papers," Jacob said, dropping to one knee before a clerk's heel could grind the figures into the floor. He grabbed the top page, then another, while coins rolled past his knuckles and the creature made a delighted chitter somewhere under the brass grill. A small black paw appeared, swept 3 nickels out of sight, and vanished again. "Sir, you need to step back," the guard barked, catching Jacob under the arm and hauling him upright with more force than care. "Everyone away from the counter." "I'm stepping," Jacob said, trying to gather papers, suitcase, and dignity while all 3 seemed determined to go different directions. I was doing a pretty good job of stepping before someone blew a whistle at the raccoon. It's not a raccoon, the blue-coated man called from beneath the teller ledge, his voice strained by effort. And please don't call him that where he can hear you. Jacob had no chance to answer. The creature burst out near Miss Wilkes's desk with the guard's badge, 2 coins, and what looked like someone's cuff-link clutched triumphantly to its chest. The blue-coated man lunged, missed, slid on scattered papers, and caught the edge of Jacob's suitcase to keep from falling. Jacob caught the other man's sleeve by instinct. For one breath they were both bent over the crossed handles, too close, too hurried, each trying to save the nearest thing that mattered. "Thank you," the man said, breathless, then snatched up a suitcase as the creature shot toward the doors. "Wait," Jacob began, but the guard shoved between them and the moment broke apart. "Out," the guard ordered Jacob, thrusting his folder against his chest and steering him toward the banking floor. "You've had your interview. Take your belongings and clear the way." Jacob clutched the suitcase handle and stumbled with the moving crowd, his face hot from refusal, confusion, and the terrible sense that every eye had finally found him for the wrong reason. Behind him, Whitcomb called for calm, Miss Wilkes called for a broom, and the blue-coated man's voice rose in soft panic somewhere near the counters. Jacob tried to look back, but another customer clipped his shoulder, the guard's hand pressed between his shoulder blades, and the bank doors opened ahead of him with a cold gust from the street. The outside noise swallowed him whole. Automobiles coughed at the curb, a newspaper boy shouted something about witchcraft rumors, and Jacob stood on the pavement with his folder crushed under one arm and the suitcase held tight in his hand because he had already lost enough for one morning. He stepped away from the bank before someone could decide he belonged to the trouble. 7. A heavier case. Jacob reached the corner before he realized he had no idea which way he had turned. Steen National Bank still stood behind him in polished stone and brass, calm as if it had not just refused his future and hosted a robbery by something too small to be believed. The morning crowd moved around him with the brisk impatience of people whose errands still made sense. Men brushed past with folded newspapers under their arms, women stepped around puddles with skirts gathered neatly, and a delivery truck coughed black exhaust into the street while its driver shouted at a horse cart as if the 20th century could win by volume. The suitcase pulled against Jacob's hand with a weight that seemed to have settled deeper into the leather since he had left the bank. He shifted it from his right hand to his left, then back again when his fingers complained. His samples should not have weighed this much. Bread had weight, sure, and rye more than pastry, but not this odd, low heaviness that tugged at his shoulder like someone had packed the case with wet sand and secrets. He looked down at it once, frowning, then looked away before the thought could become too strange. The morning had already had a tiny black thief, a banker's refusal, and a guard shoving him into the street. A man could be forgiven for misjudging bread. A newsboy darted near him, waving a paper almost into his chest. Latest. Witchcraft rumors. Senator Shaw speaks tonight. Latest. Jacob stepped aside with the suitcase lifted close to his knee. Not today, kid. The boy gave the suitcase a quick glance, then grinned. That thing looks like it's dragging you, mister. It's had a long morning, Jacob said, and the answer came out before he could stop it. He tried for a smile, but it landed tired and crooked. So have I. The boy laughed and ran on, already shouting at another passerby. Jacob watched him disappear into the crowd, then adjusted the folder under his arm and started walking because a taxi home would cost money he no longer had the courage to spend. The suitcase warmed through his glove as he carried it, not hot exactly, but too alive for leather that should have held cooling rolls and disappointed pastries. Something inside shifted with a soft, distant thump. Jacob stopped beside a lamppost. His breath caught. A woman behind him clicked her tongue, annoyed at the sudden obstacle, and Jacob moved on at once, cheeks warming as he told himself the pastry tray had slipped. Of course it had. He had been shoved, jostled, and nearly knocked down in a bank full of shouting fools and impossible animals. Anything fragile inside would have suffered for it. He tightened his grip and turned toward home with his shoulders hunched against the wind, carrying the case as carefully as a man could carry the remains of a dream he had not yet admitted was broken. The farther Jacob walked from Steen National, the more the city seemed determined to notice the suitcase for him. He kept to the edge of the pavement where the crowd thinned near storefront windows and delivery entrances, but New York had elbows everywhere. A woman carrying hatboxes brushed his sleeve, A messenger boy cut across his path with a bundle of telegrams, and a man in a gray overcoat stopped short to light a cigarette so suddenly that Jacob had to swing the suitcase backward to keep it from knocking the man's knee. The motion made something inside slide with a soft, heavy scrape that did not sound like paper, pastry, or bread. "Watch it," the man in the overcoat snapped, cupping his match against the wind. "Sorry," Jacob said, pulling the suitcase close against his leg. "Crowd's got opinions this morning." The man gave him a sour look and turned away, already forgetting him. Jacob moved on before the suitcase could do anything else worth explaining. He told himself the tray had broken. Maybe the rye had shifted and pressed against the pastries. Maybe the bank chaos had crushed everything into one miserable lump, and the weight felt wrong because disappointment had a way of making ordinary things harder to carry. That was sensible enough to keep walking, so he held onto it with both hands. A small dog tied outside a butcher's shop began barking as Jacob passed. It had been nosing hopefully at the sawdust near the door, but its head snapped up when the suitcase drew level. The animal backed away, then lunged forward, barking harder, paws skidding over the damp boards. Jacob stopped, startled, and the suitcase gave one faint twitch toward the dog, as if offended by the noise. "Hey now," Jacob muttered, shifting the suitcase behind his leg. "Don't start with me too." The butcher looked out through the glass, wiping his hands on a stained apron. "What you got in there, pal? Sausages?" "Bread," Jacob said too quickly, then adjusted his grip when the dog barked again. "It was bread when I left home, anyhow." The butcher laughed like that was good enough for New York and went back inside. Jacob did not laugh. He hurried on, the suitcase bumping against his shin with a rhythm that was almost too regular, and when he reached the streetcar stop, he paused under the sign with a dozen other people waiting in the cold. A woman beside him glanced down as the suitcase warmed against the side of his coat and gave off a faint scent that was not rye, onion, sugar, or plum. It smelled green, damp, and deep, like soil after rain where no rain had fallen. Jacob tightened both hands around the handle and stepped away from the stop before the streetcar arrived. Walking's better, he told himself, though his feet disagreed at once. He turned down the next street with his shoulders hunched and his pace quickening, no longer trying to understand the suitcase in public, only trying to get it home before the city asked him one question too many. Jacob made it 2 more blocks before his arm began to ache in a way pride could not argue with. He turned into the shallow shelter of a building entrance, one of those narrow stone mouths set between a tailor's shop and a place selling office supplies, and lowered the suitcase carefully to the step. The relief in his fingers was so sharp it almost hurt. He flexed them once, then looked down at the leather with a frown that had nowhere else to go. The suitcase sat there looking battered, ordinary, and guilty of nothing except being too heavy for bread. A carriage rattled past behind him, and Jacob glanced toward the street before crouching beside the step. The latches were shut. The handle looked right enough at first glance, though one brass plate near the corner seemed cleaner than he remembered, and the scuffed edge was in a place he could not quite place. He told himself not to be foolish. He had spent the whole morning being measured, refused, shoved, and nearly involved in a bank robbery by a creature with the manners of a raccoon and the appetite of a pawnbroker. No man remembered every scratch on a suitcase after that. Still, his thumb found the left latch. It resisted him for a second, then gave with a small click that sounded too loud under the tailor's striped awning. Warm air breathed through the seam, carrying that deep green smell again, soil and damp leaves and something like animal musk beneath it. Jacob froze with one hand on the lid. His own samples had not smelled like that when he packed them, unless humiliation had somehow turned onion rolls into a public park. "You waiting for somebody there?" a policeman asked from the pavement, and Jacob snapped the latch shut so fast it pinched the skin at the side of his thumb. Jacob stood at once, bumping the suitcase against his shin as he lifted it. "No, officer. Just resting my hand a minute." The policeman's gaze moved from Jacob's tired face to the folder under his arm and then to the suitcase. He was not cruel, only bored and suspicious in the way uniforms could become when a man crouched too long near a shop door. "Best rest it somewhere you belong, then. Shopkeeper won't like you blocking his entrance." "Sure," Jacob said, swallowing the hot little sting of embarrassment. "Sorry, I'm going." He stepped back into the stream of pedestrians with the suitcase held close, and the unopened question stayed shut with the latch. Whatever was wrong could wait until he was behind his own door, Jacob had learned early that private disappointments were easier to clean up than public ones, and if his samples had been ruined, he did not need New York watching him discover it on a stranger's step. By the time Jacob reached his building, the handle had worked a sore groove into his palm and the folder under his arm had gone soft at one corner from being held too tightly. The familiar front stoop should have brought relief, but the suitcase bumped against his knee as he climbed the first step, and something inside answered with a low, muffled shift that made him stop with one hand on the rail. He looked down at the leather, waited, and heard only the street behind him, wheels over stone, voices passing, a woman laughing too loudly at something that had nothing to do with banks or impossible animals. Mrs. Bialek opened the front door before he reached for it, her shawl gathered close and her eyes sharp enough to read a man's losses from the angle of his shoulders. "Mr. Kowalski," she said, stepping aside but not pretending she had not been watching. "You came back early." Jacob entered with the suitcase held close to his leg. The hallway smelled of boiled cabbage, soap, old wood, and someone's coffee gone bitter on the stove. It was ordinary enough that the whole morning seemed to become more ridiculous in his memory, and that almost made it harder to bear. "Bank didn't need much time to think," he said, trying to keep his voice light. "Efficient people." Mrs. Bialek's mouth tightened. She glanced at the suitcase, then at the folder. "They said no?" "They said it politely," Jacob said, shifting the weight before his fingers cramped. "That's something." "Polite no still spends like no," she said, but there was no bite in it. Her gaze dropped again to the suitcase as something inside gave the faintest tap against the leather. The sound vanished beneath a pipe knocking in the wall, but Jacob felt his own breath catch anyway. Mrs. Bialek frowned. "What was that?" "Probably the stairs settling," Jacob said too quickly, then adjusted his grip and gave her a tired smile that asked for mercy without naming it. "Or me. I'm settling pretty hard myself." She studied him for another beat, then stepped back toward the hallway. "Go upstairs, Mr. Kowalski. Eat something before pride finishes the job the bank started." Jacob nodded because arguing would take strength he did not have. He climbed slowly, keeping the suitcase from striking the banister, though it seemed determined to lean toward every creak, every door, every faint movement behind the walls. Eddie's door cracked open as Jacob reached the landing, and his friend leaned out with hope already dying on his face. "Jake?" Eddie asked. Jacob did not stop. If he stopped, he might have to say it properly. "Not today," he said, and Eddie's expression folded into quiet anger on his behalf. "Rotten luck," Eddie said. "Want company?" "Later," Jacob said, reaching his own door. "I've got to put things down before I drop them." He got inside, shut the door, and stood with his back against it while the small room gathered around him, cold stove, narrow bed, table, chair, and all the ordinary witnesses to a future that had not happened. Only then did he lower the suitcase onto the table. The wood creaked beneath it, heavier than samples had any right to be, and Jacob kept both hands on the lid without opening it. Outside the window, New York went on shouting. Inside, the suitcase sat closed between him and the rest of the day. 8. Supper for one. Jacob kept both hands on the suitcase lid until the table stopped seeming to complain beneath it. The room was exactly as he had left it that morning, and somehow that made the day's failure feel sharper. The stove sat black and cold in the corner, the chair still held the memory of his suit laid across it, and the table beneath the suitcase was the same scarred wood where he had written rent, flour, sugar, yeast, coal, repairs, bags, and wages not yet. Nothing had changed in the room except the weight he had carried back into it. He let go of the suitcase one finger at a time, then tucked the folder beside the wash basin without opening it. He already knew what the papers said. The bank had returned every number to him unharmed, which seemed almost unkind. Jacob loosened his tie, shrugged out of his jacket, and hung it over the chair with care because poverty did not excuse wrinkles. Then he rolled his sleeves and crossed to the shelf where supper waited in its usual humble form. Half an onion, 2 potatoes gone soft at the eyes, a heel of bread from yesterday, and a small jar of drippings he had been saving as if fat were a holiday. A soft knock came through the wall first, then Eddie's voice followed, careful and low. "Jake, you sure you don't want company?" Jacob stood with one potato in his hand and looked toward the wall. Company would be kind. Company would also require him to speak about the banker's face, the tasted pastry, and the clean way No had landed on the desk. "Not tonight," he said, turning the potato under his thumb to find the bad spots. "I'm just making supper. You got enough?" Jacob looked at the onion, the potatoes, and the bread heel, then reached for the knife. "Enough to argue with my stomach." Eddie gave a short, unhappy laugh through the boards. "Holler if you need anything." "I will," Jacob said, though they both knew he probably wouldn't. He trimmed the potato carefully, cutting away only what had to go, then sliced the onion thin enough to make it seem more generous in the pan. The stove took a match on the second strike, and the first lick of flame gave him something to do that did not ask him whether he had failed. Knife, board, pan, salt, flame, bread. Food had steps. Food answered hands. Jacob set the pan over the weak heat, spooned in a little dripping, and listened to the onion begin to soften while the closed suitcase sat behind him, silent and heavy as another question he wasn't ready to answer. The onion softened slowly, giving up sweetness to the room by degrees, and Jacob stirred it with the flat of the knife because washing a spoon felt like one more job than the evening deserved. The potatoes went in next, pale half-moon slipping through the thin shine of drippings until the pan began to answer with a modest hiss. It was not much of a supper, but the smell changed the apartment. Cold walls and returned papers gave way, little by little, to onion, salt, browning starch, and the stubborn promise that hunger could be handled even when everything else could not. Jacob tore the bread heel into pieces and set them near the stove to warm. His hands knew what to do without asking him to be brave about it. Turn the potatoes before they stuck. Scrape the browned edges loose. Save the crumbs because crumbs still counted. He leaned over the pan, breathing in heat that barely reached his face, and for the first time since Whitcomb had cleaned his spectacles, the hurt moved from his throat into somewhere wider and less sharp. Eddie knocked on the wall again, softer this time. "Smells better than bad news, Jake." Jacob smiled faintly at the pan. "Most things do. You sure you don't want me to come over and insult bankers for a while? I've got a whole list. I can do polite insults if the room's feeling fancy." Jacob turned a potato slice and watched its edge brown. The offer warmed him more than the stove, which made refusing it harder. "You'd use up all the good words in 10 minutes. "I'd pace myself," Eddie said, offended by the lack of faith. "For you, I'd make it 15. Jacob's laugh came out small, but it came out. "Later, Eddie. I mean it, just not while I'm cooking." "Cooking's when men talk sense," Eddie said, then his voice gentled. "All right, but don't sit in there thinking the bank knows everything." Jacob looked toward the closed folder by the wash basin, then back at the pan. "They knew enough to say no." "They knew money," Eddie said through the wall. "That ain't the same thing." The words settled in the room while the potatoes browned. Jacob did not answer because if he did, his voice might reveal too much. He slid the bread pieces into the edge of the pan to catch the last fat, then tilted everything onto a chipped plate with care enough for a feast. Food did not ask whether he owned property. It only asked whether he paid attention. As Jacob carried the plate to the table, the suitcase sat beside it, closed and waiting, while supper steamed between his hands like the last ordinary thing he still understood. Jacob set the plate down with the careful respect a poor meal deserved, then pulled the chair close and sat before the potatoes could cool. He had just lifted the first forkful when the suitcase beside him gave a soft knock from within. The sound was not loud. It was not even dramatic. It was a single, polite little thud against the leather, the sort of noise a wrapped onion roll might make if onion rolls had bones, patience, and an opinion about being ignored. Jacob lowered the fork. Steam curled from the potatoes between him and the suitcase, and for a moment he sat very still, listening to the stove tick, the wall pipe complain, and Eddie moving faintly on the other side of the boards. Nothing else came. He let out a breath through his nose and tried to smile at himself. "Tray slipped," he said softly, because saying it aloud made the room feel obligated to agree. The suitcase knocked again, harder this time. The plate jumped enough for a potato slice to slide into the bread. Jacob pushed his chair back so fast the legs scraped the floor. Warm green air seeped around the suitcase latches, carrying soil, leaves, animal musk, and something sharp enough to make the little room feel suddenly too small. The weak stove flame leaned sideways as if a door had opened somewhere it could not see. Eddie thumped the wall. "Jake, you dropped something?" Jacob stared at the suitcase. One latch trembled once, then stilled. "Maybe," he called, keeping his voice level by force. "Just the plate." That plate fighting back? Everything's got a temper today, Jacob said, and reached for the knife before remembering that potatoes were the only thing in the room he knew how to defend himself against. He set it down again, embarrassed by the movement even with no one there to see it. The suitcase shifted across the table by half an inch. Wood groaned beneath it. Jacob stood, one hand hovering near the lid and the other braced against the table's edge, because if the thing fell, whatever was inside might break, spill, bite, or explain itself in a way he was not ready to hear. The left latch clicked, not open, but loose enough to show a thin black line beneath the lid. Eddie's voice sharpened. "Jake, you sure you're all right?" Jacob swallowed, eyes fixed on the seam. "I'm sure I don't know," he said, and the suitcase answered with a low, living rustle that made the supper steam between them like a very small, very useless shield. Jacob kept his eyes on the seam and reached for the suitcase with the slow caution of a man approaching a sleeping dog he had never met. The left latch sat crooked under his thumb, warm enough that he pulled back at first, then hated himself for pulling back. He had carried the thing across half the city. It sat on his table beside his supper. If something was alive inside it, pretending otherwise would not make the room larger, the door stronger, or Eddie any less likely to knock his way in if the noise continued. Eddie knocked on the wall again, sharper now. "Jake, answer me proper." Jacob looked toward the wall, then at the door, then back to the suitcase. The smart thing would be to call Eddie in. The proud thing would be to say nothing. The practical thing, the thing his hands chose before his fear could vote, was to move the plate away from the edge of the table and clear the knife, bread, and fork to the chair. "I'm all right," he called, though the words felt like a loan he had no collateral for. "Just give me a minute." "You want me over there?" "No," Jacob said, too quickly, then softened it because Eddie deserved better than fear snapped through plaster. "No, thanks. If I need you, I'll holler." "You better," Eddie said, and the floorboards creaked as if he had moved closer to his own door anyway. Jacob took one steady breath through the smell of potatoes, onion, and that impossible green warmth. He placed one hand flat on the lid to feel whether whatever waited inside was still moving. For a moment there was nothing. Then something brushed upward against the leather from beneath, not hard, not attacking, almost curious. The touch ran along his palm through the lid, and Jacob's fear changed shape. It did not leave, it simply made room for a smaller, stranger feeling beside it, because whatever was in there had not burst out, bitten him, or screamed. It had knocked. "All right," he whispered to the suitcase, embarrassed by the tenderness in his own voice. "Easy now, I'm opening." He pressed the left latch down until it sprang free, then did the same with the right. Both clicks seemed too loud for the room. The lid lifted under his fingers before he had fully pulled, as if warm air inside had been waiting for permission. Jacob bent close, squinting into the dark line, expecting crushed pastries, broken paper, maybe a rat with ambitions. Instead, the smell of soil, leaves, and warm animal breath rolled over his face, and the suitcase opened wider beneath his hands. 9. The case opens. The lid rose wider than it should have, not by distance, but by meaning. Jacob had opened suitcases before. They made small, practical mouths, enough for shirts, socks, papers, a shaving brush, a sandwich wrapped too tightly for a train ride. This one opened into warm, dark, and breathing air. The hinges did not strain. The table did not split. The little room did not become larger, yet the space inside the suitcase sank away from him like a stairwell cut into night. Jacob did not scream. That seemed important, though he had no idea who he was trying to impress. He braced one hand on the table and leaned closer, careful not to put his face too far over the opening. The smell rolled up in layers. Damp soil, hay, wet leaves, feathers, musk, something sweet like crushed grass, and beneath it all a warmth that reminded him of crowded kitchens after bread came out of an oven. Far below, something chirruped. Something else answered with a soft huff that moved the air against his cheek. Eddie knocked hard enough to rattle the wall. "Jake, I'm coming over if you don't say something I like." Jacob's mouth opened, but no sensible words presented themselves. The suitcase had depth. The suitcase had weather. The suitcase had, unless his ears had resigned from honest work, animals. He swallowed and looked toward the wall as if Eddie might somehow see the problem through plaster. "Don't come in," Jacob said, then winced because that was exactly the sort of thing that made men come in. What happened? I don't know yet, Jacob said, which was at least the cleanest truth available. He shifted his grip on the lid, expecting it to fall shut, but it held itself open with patient, impossible confidence. Something's wrong with my suitcase. The words sounded foolish the moment they left him. Something was wrong with a shoe. Something was wrong with a stove. Something was not wrong with a suitcase that contained a warm underground animal world. That belonged to a different category altogether, one for priests, doctors, policemen, or that nervous man in the blue coat who had spoken to a bank robber like an unruly pet. A flicker of movement flashed below the rim. Jacob jerked back so fast his hip struck the chair, and the plate wobbled beside him. A thin, pale shape slid out from the shadow near the hinge, sniffed once at the supper steam, and vanished downward again before he could decide whether it had been a tail, a nose, or a mistake made by lamplight. Jacob grabbed the chair with one hand and the suitcase lid with the other, his heart hammering against his ribs. "All right," he whispered, though nothing was all right. "Everybody stay where you are." The suitcase did not obey him. Something below gave a chirrup that sounded almost offended. Then the pale shape appeared again, quicker this time, sliding up the inner wall of the opening with little clawed feet that found purchase where no cloth lining should have held. Jacob saw a narrow body, damp whiskers, and a back crowned with wriggling growths like a sea creature had made a poor decision about becoming a rat. It paused on the rim, nose quivering toward the plate of potatoes, then launched itself onto the table. Jacob yelped and snatched the plate away with both hands. The creature landed where supper had been, skidded across a smear of onion grease, and bumped into the salt tin hard enough to knock it over. Salt spilled in a white fan across the scarred wood. The creature sneezed once, shook its strange back fronds, and darted toward the bread heel on the chair. Eddie's voice came through the wall, alarmed now. "That was a yelp. I know a yelp when I hear one." "I'm fine," Jacob said, which had become less true every time he used it. He set the plate on the shelf behind him and grabbed the chair by its back, lifting it just enough to keep the bread out of reach. "Stay over there." "Why?" "Because I asked nice," Jacob said, then regretted it when the creature sprang from the table to the chair leg and climbed as if furniture had insulted its family. The suitcase shifted behind him. Something else rustled from within, deeper and larger than the first creature, and a puff of warm air pushed up hard enough to flutter the papers by the wash basin. Jacob twisted toward it, chair still raised, just as a tiny brown shape with too many legs zipped out from under the half-open lid, dropped to the floor, and vanished beneath the bed. The mattress gave one startled bounce from below. "No," Jacob said, turning in a helpless circle between the table, the chair, the bed, and the impossible hole in the suitcase. "No, that's not allowed. You can't just move in." The pale creature reached the bread and seized it in both front paws. Jacob lowered the chair carefully, trying not to frighten it into his face, and held out one hand as if calming a neighbor's dog. "Easy. That's old bread. You don't even want that." "I barely want that." The creature looked at him with dark, bead-bright eyes, took one defiant bite, and bolted down the chair leg. Jacob lunged after it, missed, and knocked his hip against the table. The suitcase rocked open wider behind him, breathing warm impossible air into the room while his supper, his bed, and his last bit of common sense came under siege. Jacob caught the edge of the suitcase lid with his elbow and pushed it down as far as it would go without crushing anything that might be halfway through. It resisted him like a door held open by a polite but stubborn hand. Warm air squeezed past his sleeve, carrying more rustles, more little breaths, and a faint hooting sound that had no business living inside luggage. He looked from the pale bread thief to the bed, where the tiny brown shape had gone quiet beneath the sagging mattress, and decided that screaming could wait until after he had fewer animals loose in the room. Eddie knocked on the wall, then on Jacob's actual door. "Jake, open up." "Not a good time," Jacob said, sliding sideways to put his foot against the bottom of the door. If Eddie came in and saw the suitcase, Jacob would have to explain it, and any explanation available to him would make him sound ready for Bellevue. "I spilled supper." "You don't barricade a door over potatoes." "I might if I was hungry enough," Jacob said, then grabbed the dish towel from the wash basin when the pale creature darted toward the stove. No, don't go near the flame. That's hot." The creature paused at the sound of his voice, bread heel clamped in its mouth, fronds twitching like it was deciding whether hot meant interesting. Jacob crouched slowly, holding the towel open between both hands. He had caught pigeons this way once as a boy when one had trapped itself in a bakery storeroom. The trick was not to lunge. People lunged when they were scared. Animals heard fear in the movement and punished it. "That's it," he murmured, keeping his voice low while the suitcase breathed behind him. "Nobody's hurting you. Nobody's hurting anybody. You just picked the wrong poor man's supper." The pale creature chewed once, then crept beneath the chair. Jacob lowered the towel nearer the floor and nudged the chipped plate with his toe, pushing the potatoes out of reach before the thing could discover grease was better than old bread. Under the bed, the tiny brown creature made a skittering circle that sent dust rolling out in gray curls. Jacob glanced at the window, saw the bottom sash open a finger's width from that morning's stale air, and reached back with one hand to slam it shut. The bang made all three of them jump. The suitcase lid jerked up another inch. Something inside gave a deeper, questioning grunt, and Jacob found himself answering before he thought better of it. "Stay in there, please. I've only got one towel." The pale creature stayed under the chair with the bread clamped in its mouth, watching Jacob over the towel as if both of them had agreed this was now a negotiation. Jacob shifted his weight slowly, keeping one foot near the suitcase lid and one shoulder angled toward the door, because the room had become too full of directions. Eddie was outside. The window was shut. The stove was hot. The suitcase was open. The bed had something under it that made the dust move in nervous little puffs. Eddie tried the doorknob. "Jake, I'm not fooling around. You sound like you're wrestling furniture." "I might be," Jacob said, lowering the towel another inch. "It's a private matter. Furniture ain't private if it starts winning." The pale creature darted left. Jacob dropped the towel, missed the body, and caught only the bread heel as it shot free. The creature bounced off the chair leg, skittered across the floor, and ran straight toward the suitcase. For one wild second Jacob felt relief, because going back inside seemed like the first sensible choice anything had made. Then the tiny brown shape burst from beneath the bed at the same time, a quick blur of legs and panic, and collided with the pale creature near Jacob's shoe. Jacob reached down by instinct. "Easy, easy, nobody step on anybody," he said, and the brown thing whipped around and caught the side of his hand. The bite was small, no worse than a sewing needle at first. Then heat flashed under his skin, bright and strange, running from his knuckle to his wrist like someone had poured warm water through his veins. Jacob jerked back with a sharp breath. The brown creature shot past him, squeezed beneath the door through a gap he would have sworn was too narrow for dust, and vanished into the hall. Eddie stopped moving outside. "Jake?" Jacob clutched his hand to his chest. Two tiny marks shone near his thumb, already beating red, while the warmth under his skin pulsed once, then settled into an ache that did not feel like any bite he knew. The pale creature scrambled up the suitcase rim and disappeared inside with a chirrup of offended triumph, leaving the towel collapsed on the floor and the stolen bread abandoned in the salt. Jacob stared at the door, then at his hand, then at the open suitcase breathing green heat onto his table. Somewhere in the hallway, Mrs. Bialek's voice rose in surprise, followed by a rapid skitter of tiny feet on old wood. Jacob swallowed hard and reached for the doorknob. "Eddie," he said, trying to sound calmer than the blood on his hand allowed, "don't step on anything." 10. Claws in the kitchen. Jacob opened the door 2 inches and saw Eddie frozen in the hallway with one bare foot lifted, a frying pan clutched in both hands, and his eyes fixed on the floorboards between them. The tiny brown creature stood near Mrs. Bialek's hem with its too many legs spread wide and its head tilted toward her boot button as if deciding whether polished black leather counted as food, shelter, or enemy. Mrs. Bialek did not scream. She held her shawl tight at her chest and stared down with the terrible calm of a woman who had seen rats, drunk tenants, busted pipes, and unpaid rent, but had not budgeted for whatever this was. "Jake," Eddie said carefully, not lowering the pan. "That ain't a mouse." "No," Jacob said, keeping his bitten hand tucked close against his shirt. The heat under his skin pulsed again, bright enough to make his fingers twitch. "Don't hit it." Mrs. Bialek's gaze snapped to him. "Then what should we do, Mr. Kowalski? Invite it to pay rent?" The creature skittered sideways at her voice, bounced once against the baseboard, and shot toward the stairwell. Jacob moved before thought caught up, stepping into the hall and dropping to one knee with his good hand out, palm low. Hey, no stairs. Come here, easy." The little thing stopped at the first stair, body quivering. Behind Jacob, the open suitcase gave a deeper thump from inside his room, and something knocked against the table hard enough to rattle the plate. Eddie's eyes widened past Jacob's shoulder. "How many of those you got in there?" Eddie asked. "I don't know," Jacob said, and that answer made the hallway feel smaller. The brown creature darted back toward him, not from obedience but panic. Jacob cupped both hands without thinking, caught it for half a second, and felt its small body burn warm and fast against his palms before it wriggled free. Its claws scraped across the bite on his hand. Pain flashed white-hot up his wrist, and he hissed through his teeth, but he twisted his body so the creature landed back inside his doorway instead of under Mrs. Bialec's skirt. It bolted across the room. Jacob lunged after it, nearly slipping on spilled salt and onion grease, while the pale frond-backed creature popped its head over the suitcase rim as if offended that the entertainment had continued without it. Eddie crowded into the doorway, frying pan still raised, and Jacob threw his good arm out to block him. "Stay there," he said, breathless, as the table shook behind him. "And don't let anything past you unless it's me." Eddie planted himself in the doorway with the frying pan held across his chest like a shield, but his eyes kept darting from Jacob's face to the open suitcase on the table. Mrs. Bialek stayed in the hall beyond him, one hand braced on the doorframe now, no longer pretending this was a tenant matter she could solve with a ledger and a stare. Inside the room, the tiny brown creature vanished behind the stove, where the weak flame still licked under the pan and the iron body ticked with heat. "Jake," Eddie said, voice tight, behind the stove. "I see it," Jacob said, though what he mostly saw was the blur of too many legs and the red pulse at the side of his own hand. The bite throbbed in time with his heartbeat, and every throb sent that strange warmth farther into his wrist. He pushed it aside because the creature was close to fire, and fire made scared things do stupid things. Men too, sometimes. The pale frond-backed creature climbed fully onto the suitcase rim and sniffed toward the potatoes on the table, then sneezed as salt stuck to its damp whiskers. Jacob looked from it to the stove and made a decision because there was no room left for perfect ones. He grabbed the chipped plate, scraped the surviving potato slices into his palm, and crouched low enough that his knees complained. "Here," he said softly, holding one brown piece between finger and thumb. "Nobody wants to cook you. Come on out." Eddie made a strangled sound. "You're feeding it?" "It's better than hitting it with cookware," Jacob said, not looking back. "Don't take that personal." The brown creature's head appeared beside the stove leg, tiny black eyes fixed on the potato, then flicked to Jacob's face. Its body stayed hidden, ready to run, but its nose worked fast. Jacob kept his hand low and still. He had fed frightened alley cats behind bakeries before. He had fed hungry men who pretended they weren't hungry. Pride and fear both moved slower when food did not chase them. "That's it," he murmured. "Good, just a little supper. Mine was already ruined anyhow." The creature crept forward 1 inch, then another, and snatched the potato with both front feet. It did not bite this time. It crouched there in the open, chewing with furious concentration, while the pale one on the suitcase gave an envious chirrup and leaned toward the plate. Mrs. Bialek's voice came from the hall, softer despite herself. "It eats potatoes?" "Apparently," Jacob said, breathing carefully as the brown creature took another piece from his fingers. "So do I," went aloud. The brown creature took the third potato slice more gently than the first, and Jacob felt the smallest absurd victory settle in his chest. It was crouched in the open now, all twitching legs and quick breaths, chewing as if supper had been invented for emergencies exactly like this one. Jacob did not move his bitten hand, though the heat in it had spread past his wrist and begun to hum faintly under the skin. If he looked at it too closely, he might start asking questions he could not afford while animals were loose and his landlady was watching. "There," he whispered, setting another potato on the floor between them. "See, we can all be civilized about this." Eddie glanced at the open suitcase, then back at the creature. "Jake, there is nothing civilized about feeding floor demons from your dinner plate." Mrs. Bialek made a sharp sound in her throat. "Do not call it that. Name stick." Jacob almost laughed, but the pale frond-backed creature chose that moment to launch itself from the suitcase rim toward the chair. It landed badly, slid through salt, and skittered straight toward the stove, where the pan still sat over a low flame. Jacob moved without thinking. He swept the dish towel out, not to trap it this time, but to block its path, and the creature sprang up against his arm with a startled chirrup. Pain flashed across the back of his hand. One of the wriggling fronds had scraped him, no deeper than a cat scratch, but the line burned cold first, then hot, then neither. Jacob sucked in a breath and nearly dropped the towel. The room tilted. For half a second, he smelled more than his apartment. Not just onion, salt, coal smoke, and Eddie's frying pan, but wet leaves, hay, stone warmed by hidden lamps, animal dens, feathers, old wood, and deep water far below where no water should have been. The suitcase's open mouth seemed to breathe with him. "Jake," Eddie said, stepping over the threshold despite the frying pan shaking in his hands. "Your face just went white." "I'm standing," Jacob said, which seemed safer than claiming he was fine. He blinked hard and pulled the towel back as the pale creature retreated from the stove and crouched beneath the table leg, its fronds tucked down in guilty little ripples. Nobody stepped closer. "I don't think it meant to." Mrs. Bialec's eyes narrowed on his hand. "You are bleeding again." Jacob looked down. The scratch shone red, and around it his skin flushed with a faint golden warmth that faded the moment he stared at it. The brown creature stopped chewing. The pale one stopped twitching. Even the suitcase seemed to wait. Then something heavy moved deep inside the open case, a slow, waking shift that made the table legs creak, and every smaller creature in the room froze at once. The sound from inside the suitcase rolled through the room like a cupboard shifting in its sleep, and Jacob felt every person in the doorway stop breathing at once. The brown creature tucked itself flat against the floorboards. The pale one pressed beneath the table, fronds flattened so tightly it looked half its size. Even Eddie lowered the frying pan by an inch, which might have been sensible if the thing waking below had sounded smaller than a horse. "Jake," Eddie said, very carefully, "tell me that's the building." "That is not the building," Mrs. Bialek said, crossing herself with the hand not clutching her shawl. "This building makes ugly sounds. That sound is expensive." Jacob looked at the suitcase, then at the stove, then at the two small creatures now hiding in his room as if he had somehow become responsible for everybody's survival. His bitten hand throbbed again, and the warm pulse beneath his skin answered the deeper movement below the lid. For one dizzy second, he felt not pain, but distance, as though there were a ladder inside the suitcase, rooms beneath rooms, breath beneath breath, and something down there had noticed him noticing. "No," Jacob whispered, planting his good hand on the lid. "No, you stay down there. Please, I mean that polite." The suitcase answered by lurching hard enough to shove the table sideways. The chipped plate slid, potatoes scattered, and the salt tin rolled off the edge. Jacob grabbed the table with both hands and leaned his weight against it, teeth clenched as the open lid pressed up under his forearm. Eddie rushed forward and caught the far side of the table before it could tip. "What do I do?" Eddie asked, eyes wide. "Don't ask me like I'm in charge," Jacob said, straining against the suitcase. "I was making supper 10 minutes ago." Mrs. Bialek stepped into the room despite every sensible instinct she had ever possessed and snatched the pan from the stove before it could fall. "Then be in charge faster," she said, setting the pan on the floor beside the wall. "It is your apartment." A knock came from downstairs, sharp and official enough to cut through the chaos. Footsteps followed, quick on the lower stairs, and a woman's voice called up from the entry hall, "Mr. Kowalski?" "Jacob Kowalski?" Jacob froze. The suitcase stilled under his arms, but the warmth in his bitten hand flared bright enough to make him gasp. A second voice rose behind the first, breathless, familiar, and full of strained apology. "Please don't touch the case if it's open, or anything that's come out of it. Actually, if you could all stand very still, that would be ideal." Eddie turned slowly toward Jacob. "You know these people?" Jacob looked at the open suitcase, the hiding creatures, the blood on his hand, and the stairs beyond the door. "I met the man's raccoon," he said, and below them someone began running up. 11. Followed by magic. The footsteps reached the landing at speed, and Jacob had just enough time to brace his shoulder against the table before the woman appeared in the doorway behind Eddie. She was dark-haired, sharp-eyed, and dressed like someone who had come prepared to be disappointed by everyone involved. Her gaze swept the frying pan, Mrs. Bialek, the salt on the floor, the two creatures hiding badly in plain sight, and the open suitcase breathing warm green air onto Jacob's ruined supper. Then her eyes landed on Jacob's bleeding hand, and her expression tightened. Mr. Kowalski, she said, as if the name were already written on a report. Step away from the case. Jacob kept one forearm across the lid because something below was still pressing up against it. Lady, if I step away, I think part of the zoo comes upstairs. The man in the blue coat arrived behind her, out of breath, hat crooked, face pale with the exact horror of someone finding a kitchen fire beside a powder keg. He took one look into the room and made a small wounded sound. Oh, that's not ideal. Eddie turned the frying pan toward him. You, bank fellow, this your raccoon business? It's not a raccoon, the man said automatically, then seemed to decide that accuracy was not the best use of time. He eased past the woman, hands held low and open. Please don't hit anything with the pan. Or the pan with anything. Just, if everyone could remain calm. Mrs. Bialek lifted her chin. Calm costs extra after animals come through walls and bite tenants. The woman stepped fully into the room, careful not to crowd the creatures. Tina Goldstein, she said, though her eyes stayed on the suitcase. I need everyone out of this room except Mr. Scamander and me. No, Jacob said, surprising himself with how fast the word came. The brown creature flattened harder against the floor at Tina's tone, and the pale one tucked its fronds tight beneath the table. They're scared. You start pushing people around, they'll run again. Tina looked at him then, really looked, and whatever she had expected from him did not quite match the man holding down an impossible suitcase with one arm while blood ran along his thumb. You're injured. I noticed, Jacob said, shifting his weight as the lid nudged upward. You can write that down after we keep the big one inside. Newt moved first, but not toward Jacob. He crouched beside the table instead, lowering himself until his eyes were closer to the brown creature's level, and his whole shape seemed to soften. The frantic man from the bank became quieter at the edges, careful as a baker handling dough that had finally risen. He slid one hand into his coat, brought out a small folded cloth and a twist of something that smelled faintly of nuts and grass, then set both on the floor without pushing them forward. There you are, Newt murmured, his voice so gentle that even Eddie's frying pan lowered a little more. You've had a very exciting day, haven't you? Very rude of everyone, I know. The brown creature lifted its head. Its little nose worked fast. Jacob felt the lid shift under his arm and pressed down harder, but his attention stayed on Newt's hand. The creature crept toward the smell, snatched the offering, and vanished into the folded cloth as if the cloth had been made for surrender. Newt gathered it with a practiced motion that did not squeeze, trap, or frighten, then slipped the bundled creature carefully into a deep coat pocket. Eddie stared. You just put it in your pocket. Yes, Newt said, glancing up with a distracted, apologetic expression. It prefers enclosed spaces when overstimulated. Most of us do, really. Tina's mouth tightened. Mr. Scamander, this is not the time for observations. It's exactly the time for observations, Newt said, and the mildness in his voice somehow made the disagreement sharper. That's how one avoids making everything worse. Jacob looked from one to the other and felt the room tilt in a different way. They were not a pair, not exactly. Tina looked like law-given shoes and a hat. Newt looked like a man who would apologize to a tornado if he had frightened it. Between them, his apartment seemed too small for the argument they had brought with them. Tina turned back to Jacob. You've been exposed to magical creatures, bitten, scratched, and you're in possession of a case containing restricted beings. You and the witnesses need to come with us. Mrs. Bialek's eyes narrowed. Witnesses? Jacob felt Eddie shift behind him, and something protective rose through the ache in his hand. They didn't ask for any of this, he said, keeping his arm across the lid. Neither did I. Newt looked at Jacob's bleeding hand, and for the first time his gentleness cracked into worry. May I see that, Mr. Kowalski? He asked, already reaching into his coat again. Because if what scratched you is what I think it is, standing may become rather optional in a moment. Jacob did not want to move his arm from the suitcase lid, but the look on Newt's face made refusal feel foolish in a fresh and unpleasant way. He shifted his weight, pressed his elbow harder against the leather for one last second, then offered his injured hand without quite looking at it. The bite near his thumb had stopped bleeding as much as it ought to have, which somehow made it worse. The scratch across the back of his hand shone red, and beneath both marks his skin held that faint warmth, not bright enough to prove anything to a sensible man, but too real for Jacob to pretend it was only panic. Newt took his wrist carefully, not gripping the wound, and bent close. "That's reacting oddly," he said, half to himself. He drew a small tin from his coat, opened it with his thumb, and the smell of mint, mud, and something like clean rain slipped into the room. "This may sting, but only because the bite is trying to be dramatic." Jacob stared at him. "The bite is trying?" "Most things try," Newt said, dabbing the salve over the 2 marks with a gentleness that made the burning flare and then ease. "Not always intelligently." Tina stepped around the spilled salt and took in the room with an investigator's eye, slower now that the first shock had passed. Her gaze found the potato pieces placed near the stove, the dish towel held ready rather than thrown, the closed window, the pan moved away from heat, and the pale frond-backed creature crouched beneath the table with guilty little ripples along its back. "You were feeding them," she said, and it came out less like an accusation than she seemed to intend. Jacob winced as Newt wrapped a narrow bandage around his hand. They were close to the stove. Food seemed better than yelling. Mrs. Bialek folded her arms. "He also told us not to hit them." Repeatedly, even after they bit him. Eddie lifted the frying pan a fraction, then lowered it when Tina looked at him. "For the record, I showed admirable restraint." Newt glanced up from the bandage, and something in his expression softened toward Jacob with open, inconvenient warmth. "Yes," he said, "you did very well, Mr. Kowalski." Jacob did not know what to do with praise in a room where his supper lay on the floor and his hand still pulsed with impossible heat. "I mostly ruined potatoes." The suitcase gave another low internal shift beneath his elbow. Newt's softness vanished into focus, and Tina stepped closer at once. Jacob felt the warmth under his skin answer the movement below, and Newt's fingers paused on the bandage as if he had felt something he had not expected. "Right," Newt said quietly. "We need to get you away from the opening before anything larger decides to investigate you." Jacob did not argue quickly enough, and that was how he knew the salve had done more than sting. The room leaned when he tried to straighten. Newt caught his elbow with one hand while keeping the other lifted toward the pale creature under the table, and Tina moved to Jacob's other side without asking permission. Between them, they eased him back from the suitcase by 2 careful steps, as if he were a kettle too full to carry fast. "I can stand," Jacob said, though his knees made the claim less convincing. "Yes," Newt said kindly, guiding him toward the bed. "Let's treat standing as an achievement we admire from a seated position." Eddie stepped in at once, frying pan tucked under one arm now so he could grab Jacob's shoulder. "Sit down before you fall down, you stubborn ox." Jacob let himself be lowered onto the edge of the bed, mostly because arguing with Eddie, Newt, Tina, the suitcase, and his own legs at the same time seemed ambitious. The warmth in his hand had stopped behaving like pain and started behaving like a second pulse. It tugged faintly toward the suitcase, and when Newt turned back to the table, the pale creature crept out from beneath the chair and looked not at Newt, but at Jacob. Newt noticed. His eyes narrowed, not with suspicion, but with the sharp focus of a man seeing a puzzle piece fall in the wrong place. "Mr. Kowalski, could you hold out another bit of potato? Slowly, if you don't mind." Tina looked at him. "Newt." "I know," Newt said, already reaching for a potato slice from the floor with a cloth between his fingers. "I know, but it's looking at him." Jacob took the potato because everyone else in the room seemed to have decided this was reasonable. He held it low, bandaged hand trembling despite his best efforts, and the pale creature padded forward with its fronds lying flat. It took the potato delicately, then allowed Newt to scoop it with both hands and settle it into the open case. Newt murmured praise under his breath as the creature vanished below, and for a second the suitcase's deeper pressure eased. Tina exhaled, then turned toward Mrs. Bialek and Eddie with hard practicalness settling over her face. "No one leaves this building. No one tells the police. No one opens that door to anyone except me. Is that understood?" Mrs. Bialek stared at her. "Young woman, tenants bleeding on my floor are my business." "And now they're mine too," Tina said, not unkindly, but with no room in her voice for bargaining. She looked back at Jacob, and the official mask slipped just enough for concern to show through. "Mr. Kowalski, you're coming with us. This is no longer something we can fix in your kitchen." 12. No ordinary bite. Tina's words hung in the kitchen like another lock on the door, and Jacob sat on the edge of his bed with his bandaged hand held awkwardly in his lap, trying to look less like a man about to be carried out of his own apartment. The suitcase still breathed warm green air from the table, though Newt had lowered the lid enough that nothing larger seemed ready to join the room. Eddie stood near the doorway with the frying pan tucked under his arm, no longer brandishing it, but not yet willing to surrender the comfort of iron. Mrs. Bialek had fetched a clean basin without being asked and set it on the table with the sharp, offended care of a woman whose building had been dragged into nonsense and had decided cleanliness was her first line of defense. Newt crossed back to Jacob with a little glass vial, the salve tin, and a strip of linen so fine and white it made Jacob think of hospitals and bills. He crouched rather than stood over him, which Jacob appreciated more than he knew how to say. "May I look again?" Newt asked, his voice gentle but no longer distracted. "Properly this time." Jacob lifted his hand. "You already wrapped it?" "Yes," Newt said, unwinding the bandage with careful fingers. And then it continued doing something unexpected, which is generally a poor trait in wounds. "That's reassuring," Jacob said, though his humor came out thin when the last fold came free. The bite near his thumb had gone less red and more gold at the edges, not shining exactly, but holding a warmth under the skin like banked coals. The scratch across the back of his hand had narrowed to a clean line with faint greenish light caught beneath it, visible only when he moved. Tina stepped closer despite herself. "Newt?" "I know," Newt said quietly, and the answer made the room colder than the window glass. He touched the skin beside the bite with the tip of one finger, not the wound itself, then watched Jacob's fingers curl before Jacob had chosen to move them. "That should hurt more." "It hurts enough," Jacob said. "No, it doesn't," Newt said, not unkindly. "That's the trouble." Eddie leaned forward. "What kind of doctor complains a man isn't suffering properly?" "The kind who knows what that bite usually does," Newt said. He glanced toward the suitcase, then back to Jacob's hand, and his expression tightened with a worry he tried to tuck behind professionalism. "Muggles don't react this way." Tina frowned. "Nomage, you mean?" Jacob looked at her, bewildered, and felt the expression reach all the way down to his bones. "What's a nomage?" Tina's gaze shifted from his face to his hand, and the official mask she had been wearing slipped just enough to show that his question had changed the room. Newt's thumb hovered above the glowing edge of the scratch. The warmth beneath Jacob's skin pulsed once, faint but clear, and from the table the suitcase gave one soft answering thump. Mrs. Bialek crossed herself. Eddie muttered something that sounded like a prayer and an insult sharing a coat. Newt folded the bandage back over Jacob's hand with much more care than comfort. "It means someone without magic," he said. Jacob stared at the suitcase. "Then why's it answering me?" His question made everyone look at the suitcase, which was almost worse than having them look at him. The soft thump from inside had faded, but the green warmth still breathed through the seams, and Jacob felt the matching pulse beneath the bandage as if something in his own hand had leaned toward it. He wanted to pull his arm close and hide it under his coat, but Newt still held his wrist with careful fingers, and Tina's eyes had sharpened into the look of a woman deciding which rule applied when the room had stopped making ordinary sense. Tina drew herself straighter and took one step back, not away from fear, but into work. "Mr. Kowalski needs to be reported and medically examined," she said, looking first at Newt and then at Jacob as if fairness required the words to land where they hurt. "So do the witnesses. There has been creature exposure, magical injury, unsecured case contents, and nomage observation of multiple restricted phenomena. I can't pretend this is still a kitchen accident." Eddie's grip tightened around the frying pan handle. "You keep saying reported like he's a broken pipe." Mrs. Bialek lifted her chin from beside the table. "And witnesses means this, yes? I am not going anywhere until someone tells me whether my tenant is poisoned, cursed, or about to start glowing in the dark." "I don't know about that last part," Newt said softly, still watching the bandage as though the linen might answer before Jacob did. "But he isn't poisoned in the usual sense. I don't think." "That isn't good enough," Tina said, and the edge in her voice came from worry as much as law. "You lost control of your case in a nomage building. He's injured. They've seen creatures. They've seen magic. By procedure, this goes to Makusa. The witnesses are contained, examined, and obliviated if cleared." Jacob heard the strange word and felt it settle colder than bite pain. "Obliviated," he repeated, because it sounded like something a man should not allow near his head without asking. "That mean arrested?" Tina looked at him, and for the first time she seemed to regret that he was sitting close enough to understand. It means your memory of tonight would be removed. The apartment went quiet in the hard, ugly way a room went quiet after a dropped plate broke. Jacob looked at the cold stove, the spilled salt, the potatoes drying on the floor, Eddie in the doorway, Mrs. Bialek beside the basin, Newt's hand around his wrist, and the suitcase that had brought impossible air into his poor room. "You can do that?" he asked, and his voice came out lower than he expected. "You can just take a man's memories because he got bit in his own kitchen?" Tina's mouth tightened. "It isn't meant as punishment." "That's real comforting," Eddie said, stepping half a foot into the room before thinking better of it. "Does it feel different when it ain't meant personal?" Newt's fingers eased around Jacob's wrist, careful not to trap him. "Tina," he said, quiet but firmer than before. "Not yet." Tina turned on him with controlled anger. "You don't get to say not yet because you feel bad. This is exactly how exposure spreads. One kind man, one frightened landlady, one neighbor with a frying pan, and suddenly half a block has a story no one can explain." Jacob looked down at his bandaged hand as the warmth pulsed again, small and stubborn under the linen. The suitcase answered with the faintest rustle from the table, and Tina heard it too. Her face did not soften, but something in her eyes did, just enough for Jacob to see that she was not enjoying this. That only made it worse, because the bank had not enjoyed refusing him either. Polite Harm still knew how to close a door. Jacob kept looking at Tina because the alternative was looking too long at his own hand. The bandage had gone warm against his skin, not fever warm, but stove warm, like the heat had been banked there and was waiting for someone to open the damper. He flexed his fingers once, slow and careful, and the suitcase answered with another small rustle that made Newt's face sharpen. "That wasn't me," Jacob said, though he could not make himself sound certain. "I mean, I didn't do anything. I just moved my hand." Newt leaned closer, not touching this time. "What exactly did you feel?" Jacob let out a short breath and looked toward the table. The suitcase sat among spilled salt, the clean basin, and the abandoned supper like it had always belonged there, which made no sense at all. Warmth, pulling, maybe, like when bread's ready and you can feel the oven before you open it. Only that's a stupid thing to say because ovens don't answer back. "It isn't stupid," Newt said at once. Tina's gaze moved between them. "It's specific." Jacob did not like how both of them said that, each in a different kind of worried. He shifted on the bed, then stopped when the room tilted gently and Eddie's free hand came down on his shoulder. "I remember the little brown one went under the bed," Jacob said, forcing his thoughts into order because order was better than fear. "The pale one liked potato and didn't like salt. The big something inside pushed the lid up twice, but it didn't come out. There's more room in there than the outside says. A lot more, and there's water somewhere below, or something like it. I smelled it when the scratch burned." Newt went very still. Tina's face changed more slowly, but Jacob saw the moment his words reached her. Mrs. Bialek crossed her arms, eyes narrowed at the suitcase as if it had personally insulted her building standards. "You smelled the lower habitat from here?" Newt asked. "I smelled wet stone," Jacob said, embarrassed now and angry because embarrassment had no useful place to go. "Hay too. Leaves. Animal dens. Something sharp like feathers, if feathers had a smell. Look, I know how that sounds." "It sounds like you're perceiving the case interior through a closed threshold," Newt said, and there was wonder under the worry now, quiet but unmistakable. Tina stepped nearer the bed. "Mr. Kowalski, have you ever seen anything like this before tonight? Strange rooms, hidden places, things other people didn't notice?" Jacob frowned. The question should have been easy to deny. Instead, small memories shifted in him, not grand ones, not proof, only old oddities he had folded away because poor men did not have time to be peculiar. A door in a bakery cellar that felt bigger in the dark than it measured by day. A child's certainty that the old alley behind the church turned the wrong way when he was alone. A cat staring at nothing beside a brick wall while Jacob had smelled warm bread where there was no oven. "I don't know," he said slowly, and that frightened him more than no would have. "Maybe I got good at not asking." Jacob's answer stayed in the room longer than he wanted it to. It sounded small once spoken, but it changed Newt's face in a way that made Jacob wish he had lied more cleanly. Newt looked toward the suitcase, then at the bandage, then at the cramped apartment with its cold stove, spilled salt, drying potato slices, and too many witnesses breathing too close to one another. I need to examine him inside the case, Newt said, already rising with that careful urgency that seemed to gather around him whenever animals, danger, or both were involved. There are medicines below I can't properly use up here, and if he's perceiving the habitats through the threshold, then keeping him beside the closed case is rather like keeping a man with a fever next to the boiler. Tina stepped between him and the table before he could reach the latches. No, absolutely not. You are not taking an injured nomage, or whatever he is, into an unsecured expanded habitat after losing creatures in his apartment. Newt stopped, but only because stopping kept the argument from becoming a collision. He's already connected to it somehow. We can either pretend that isn't true in a room full of frightened people, or I can take him somewhere with proper containment and keep him from fainting into Mrs. Bialek's washbasin. Mrs. Bialek looked at the basin, then at Jacob. He is not fainting into my basin unless someone pays for the washing. Jacob tried to stand because being discussed from the bed made him feel like a parcel waiting for the wrong delivery, but his knees softened before pride could finish the job. Eddie caught him under the arm with a rough little curse and kept him upright. "Slow, Jake," he said, his voice losing its bluster. "Don't go proving anything to people with magic luggage." Jacob leaned into Eddie for one breath, hating how much he needed the support and grateful for it all the same. Across the room, the suitcase gave another quiet rustle, not violent, not hungry, almost expectant. The warmth in his hand answered, and Jacob knew with a tired, unpleasant certainty that whatever was happening would not stop because he stayed stubborn on a narrow bed. Tina saw the decision in his face before he spoke. "Mr. Kowalski, you don't understand what you're agreeing to." "No," Jacob said, looking from her to Newt and then to the suitcase. "But I understand staying here isn't making me less strange." Newt's expression softened, quick and sincere. "I'll explain as much as I can. I promise." Tina drew in a breath as if procedure itself had bruised her ribs. "One examination," she said. "No wandering, no unnecessary creature contact, and if his condition worsens, we go straight to Makusa." Newt nodded once and opened the suitcase with both hands. Warm green air rolled into the kitchen, carrying hay, wet stone, leaves, and the impossible depth Jacob had smelled through his own skin. A ladder waited where clothing and samples should have been. Jacob stared down into it, then tightened his good hand on Eddie's sleeve before letting go. "All right," he said, voice low but steady enough to belong to him. "Show me where the bite thinks I belong." 13. Down the ladder. Newt did not move at once after Jacob spoke. He kept both hands on the suitcase lid, holding it open against the warm breath rising from below, and looked at Jacob with a quick, pained sincerity that seemed too large for the cramped room. "I'm sorry," he said, and the words came out awkwardly, as if apology was something he cared about too much to make graceful. "For the case, for your supper, for your hand, for all of this. None of it should have reached your kitchen." Jacob stood with Eddie's hand still braced at his elbow and tried not to sway toward the green air. "I'd have settled for the bank saying yes and regular potatoes." "Yes," Newt said, glancing at the abandoned plate with genuine regret. "That would have been much less complicated." He reached into his coat and produced another small tin, a roll of gauze, and a narrow instrument like a silver thermometer with a glass bead at one end. "Before you climb, I need to make sure you won't lose consciousness halfway down. Please tell me if the room tilts more than it already is." "That's a doctor's question if ever I heard one," Eddie said, not moving his hand from Jacob's arm. "You a doctor too, Blue Coat?" "No," Newt said, gently lifting Jacob's bandaged hand and touching the glass bead near the bite. It warmed at once, clouding faint gold, but I've been bitten by enough things to develop strong opinions. Tina stepped close enough that the lamplight caught the worry beneath her sternness. "Mr. Kowalski, listen to me before you agree any further. What happens next isn't a favor without consequences. If you go into that case, you're deeper inside a magical violation. That means more exposure, more evidence, and less room for me to argue this was accidental confusion." Jacob looked at the ladder waiting inside the suitcase, then at her. "And if I don't go?" Tina held his gaze. "Then I still have to report you. You would be examined by Makusa, your neighbors questioned, and unless something officially prevents it, your memory would likely be removed once they decide you're stable." Mrs. Bialek made a low sound from the table. "Likely. I do not like that word when used near tenants." Jacob swallowed, and the green warmth from below seemed to rise through his chest as much as through the room. Newt finished adjusting the fresh bandage, wrapping it snug but not tight, then tucked the end flat with careful fingers. Inside the case, Newt said quietly, I may be able to learn enough to stop the wrong people from making the wrong decision quickly. Tina's jaw tightened at that, but she did not contradict him. Jacob flexed his newly wrapped hand and felt the pull answer from below, soft as breath through an oven door. He nodded once, because fear was already in the room and staying out of the suitcase would not make it smaller. Then I guess we'd better learn fast. The decision should have moved him forward. Instead, it held him in place with one hand on the suitcase rim and the other tucked close to his chest, while warm air curled around his sleeves and turned the poor kitchen into the edge of somewhere else. Jacob could see the first few rungs of the ladder inside the case, plain wooden bars descending into green-gold dimness, but his mind kept catching on the impossible arithmetic of it. The suitcase sat on his table. The ladder went down farther than his building was tall. His hand hurt in a way that seemed to listen. Every sensible part of him wanted to step back, shut the lid, and pretend supper had been ruined by ordinary misfortune. Eddie kept his grip on Jacob's elbow, rough fingers steady through the worn cloth of Jacob's shirt. Jake, you don't have to prove you're brave to anybody in this room, he said, his voice lower than usual. You already got bit by something with too many legs. That's plenty for one evening. Jacob looked at him and tried to smile. I'm not trying to be brave. I'm trying not to be erased. Mrs. Bialec's mouth tightened, and the anger in her face was old country, landlord, widow, and neighbor all at once. If anyone erases him, I will remember twice as hard out of spite. Tina's expression flickered, but she did not look away. Memory charms do not work that way, Mrs. Bialek. Then they are badly designed, Mrs. Bialek said, and she looked down into the suitcase with a shiver she refused to let become visible. Mr. Kowalski, if you go down there, you come back up. I have enough trouble collecting rent from tenants on this floor. I will not begin sending notices into luggage. Jacob let out a breath that almost became a laugh and gripped the suitcase rim more firmly. The leather was warm beneath his palm, worn smooth where Newt's hand had carried it across oceans and trouble. Below, something gave a soft chirrup, not threatening, not friendly exactly, but alive. The pull in Jacob's bandaged hand answered, and curiosity moved beside fear with the same stubbornness that had once made him carry bread into a bank. He bent enough to look down the ladder again, then looked at Newt. You first, he said. I'll trust a man easier if I see him climb into his own madness before asking me to follow. Newt seemed to understand the hesitation before Jacob found a respectable shape for it. He looked down into the suitcase, then back at Jacob with a small nod, as if fear at the edge of impossible luggage were a sensible thing and not a personal failing. I'll go first, he said, settling one foot carefully onto the ladder. If anything objects to visitors, it can object to me before it objects to you. That's your comfort? Jacob asked, gripping the suitcase rim with his good hand while the bandaged one throbbed softly against his side. You're offering to be objected to first? It's worked often enough, Newt said, though Tina's expression suggested she considered that a confession rather than reassurance. He lowered himself another step, his blue coat brushing the leather edge, and the warm air from below lifted his hair and carried up the smell of hay, soil, wet stone, and something sweetly animal. Mind your left foot on the third rung when you come down. It looks like ladder logic, but it's more of a polite suggestion. Eddie leaned over Jacob's shoulder and stared into the case with open horror. Ladder logic. Jake, I'm begging you, don't follow a man who says things like that. Jacob almost laughed, but Newt had already descended far enough that only his head and shoulders remained above the rim. The absurdity should have made the whole thing worse. Instead, the careful way Newt moved gave the opening a strange dignity. He did not drop into the unknown like a magician showing off a trick. He climbed down like a man entering a nursery after midnight, quiet because the sleepers mattered. A soft chitter rose from below, followed by a deeper grunt that vibrated faintly through the suitcase frame. Jacob stiffened, but Newt only paused on the ladder and lowered his voice into that gentle murmur he had used in the kitchen. Yes, I know, very rude of me to bring guests without proper notice. We're only passing through, and no one is here to steal your blankets. Mrs. Bialek's eyebrows rose. Something down there has blankets? Several things, Newt called up, his voice already growing smaller with depth. though not all of them respect ownership in a way the law would recognize. Tina bent nearer the opening, wand in hand but lowered. Newt, keep him on the main path. No detours. I am always on the main path, Newt said, and a chorus of small noises from below seemed to disagree. He gave an apologetic cough. Broadly speaking. Jacob watched him continue down, one careful rung at a time, speaking softly as he went. The creatures answered in rustles, clicks, huffs, and little questioning chirps, not tame exactly, but listened to. That changed something in Jacob's chest. The case was still impossible. It was still dangerous, still part of the law's threat, still tied to the warm pulse in his injured hand. But it no longer felt like a stage trick or a trap waiting under a lid. It felt inhabited. It felt tended. Newt's voice floated up from below, gentle and clear. All right, Mr. Kowalski. When you're ready, come slowly. And if anything brushes your ankle, please don't kick. It's almost certainly only curious. Jacob looked at the suitcase, then at Eddie, because a man ought to glance once at ordinary life before climbing into luggage. Eddie's face had gone pale beneath the hallway grime and stubbornness, but his hand found Jacob's shoulder and squeezed hard enough to steady him. Mrs. Bialek stood behind him with both arms folded, chin lifted against fright, while Tina watched the opening with her wand low and her mouth set in a line that said she was allowing this only because every other answer was worse. If I don't come back, Jacob said, setting one shoe carefully on the first rung, tell the bank I was eaten by collateral. Eddie made a strangled sound that tried to be a laugh and failed halfway. You come back yourself and tell them something ruder. Jacob nodded, then lowered his weight onto the ladder before courage could leak out of him. The first rung held. The second felt warm through the sole of his shoe. On the third, as Newt had warned, his foot seemed to pass through the idea of wood before finding actual support half an inch lower. Jacob grabbed the side rail with his good hand and pressed his bandaged one carefully against the other, breathing through the sick little swoop in his stomach. That third step is a crime, he muttered. It is rather opinionated, Newt called from below. You're doing very well. Don't praise me while I'm disappearing into a suitcase, Jacob said, though the words came out softer as the room above began to recede. Eddie's shoes, Mrs. Bialek's hem, Tina's steady wand, the cold stove, the spilled salt, and the poor little table all lifted away from him around the square of open light. Warm air closed over his shoulders, carrying hay, damp leaves, feathers, animal musk, and the deep mineral smell of wet stone. The latter ended sooner than it should have and later than it could have. Jacob stepped down onto packed earth, and the world opened. For a moment he could not move. The suitcase was not a room. It was a horizon folded under leather. Lanterns glowed in soft pools along paths that curved between fenced habitats, wooden platforms, hanging tools, stacked feed bins, pails, nests, and shelters built with more love than symmetry. Farther off, something huge shifted behind a screen of reeds. Above him, not above him, because above should have been his apartment ceiling, warm golden light spread through a misty height crossed by ropes, branches, and the flutter of wings. Newt stood a few steps away, one hand raised toward a shadowed enclosure and the other held out toward Jacob in quiet invitation. Welcome, he said gently. Please try not to look too edible. Jacob stared across the impossible breadth of it, while the warmth in his injured hand pulsed once in answer to the paths below. Mr. Scamander, he said, voice rough with wonder, your suitcase is bigger than my neighborhood. 14. Rooms bigger than ruin. Newt's mouth curved with a shy sort of pride, as if Jacob had complimented not the size of the case but the health of a difficult child. Several neighborhoods, technically, he said, then seemed to remember that this was not the most reassuring answer for a man standing on packed earth beneath his own kitchen table. But we'll stay close to the main work area until you're steadier. Please don't wander toward anything with steam, singing, or antlers unless I say it's polite. Jacob looked back toward the ladder. The square of his apartment seemed impossibly far above, with Eddie's worried face cut small by the light and Tina's wand angled at the opening like common sense trying to hold the lid of the world in place. Down here, the air was warm enough to loosen the ache in Jacob's shoulders, and every breath tasted of hay, damp wood, feathers, clean water, and living things. It should have frightened him more. It did frighten him, but the fear kept tripping over wonder. Steam, singing, antlers, Jacob said, trying to make a list because lists had saved him in kitchens, factories, and once in a trench when nothing else had. Anything else? Anything that offers you a gift, Newt said, leading him along the path with one hand held slightly out, not touching unless Jacob needed him. Anything that looks like a harmless glove. Anything that seems offended by hats. Oh, and if a small blue creature asks you a riddle, the answer is almost never cheese. Jacob stared at him. Almost? Newt gave him an apologetic glance. There was one Wednesday. A low rumble rolled from an enclosure ahead. Jacob stopped before he could pretend he hadn't, and Newt stopped with him immediately, not impatient, not annoyed, simply attentive. Behind a wooden fence reinforced with curved metal bands, a broad-backed creature lifted its head from a bed of straw. Its hide looked like stone softened by sleep, and its heavy eyelids blinked once as Newt raised 2 fingers in greeting. "Hello, Agnes," Newt murmured. "This is Jacob. He's had a very long day, so we're going to be gentle with him." The creature huffed, warm and deep, then lowered its head again as if accepting the introduction. Jacob swallowed around a sudden tightness. "You talk to all of them like that?" "Of course," Newt said, picking up a feed pail and setting it carefully inside a marked circle near the fence. "Most creatures are much more cooperative when one remembers they're not obstacles." Jacob watched Agnes nudge the pail with enormous delicacy, and something in him eased despite the bandage pulsing against his palm. In the bank, he had been collateral he didn't possess, figures that didn't count, effort that couldn't secure a loan. Down here, even a beast built like a fallen wall was greeted by name and offered supper before anything was demanded of it. Jacob followed Newt along the lantern-lit path, limping only a little, and felt the strange ache of being somewhere impossible where frightening things were treated as worth understanding. The path curved past Agnes's enclosure and into a wider aisle where the case seemed to breathe around them. Jacob had expected walls somewhere, or the inside of leather, or at least some hidden trick of canvas and poles. Instead, each turn gave him another depth that should not have fit beneath his table. A workbench stood beneath hanging lanterns, crowded with jars, brushes, folded cloth, bowls of feed, little knives, spools of twine, and labels written in a cramped hand. Beyond it, one path sloped toward reeds and a dim pool. Another vanished between warm rock faces where golden light flickered as if a sun had been politely tucked out of sight. Jacob stopped near a stack of feed sacks and turned slowly, trying to make his eyes find the edge of the place. "Where does it end?" he asked. Newt followed his gaze upward, then sideways, as though the answer depended on which creature had last rearranged something. "That's a slightly philosophical question in here." "That's not comforting," Jacob said. "No," Newt agreed, picking up a folded blanket from the workbench and offering it toward Jacob's shoulders without quite putting it on him. "But it is accurate. Sit there a moment, please. You've gone a bit gray." Jacob wanted to refuse, but his knees had opinions, and the crate beside the feed sacks looked more reliable than pride. He sat, accepting the blanket after one heartbeat too long, and felt its warmth settle around his back. It smelled faintly of straw, soap, and animal fur. The air pressed close in a way that should have felt underground, yet it did not trap him. It held warmth the way a bakery held heat before dawn, when ovens had been lit and the first dough had started to rise. Newt crouched nearby and opened his medical tin. "Can you still feel the pull?" Jacob flexed his bandaged hand inside the blanket's edge. The warmth answered from beneath the linen, but it had changed since the apartment. Up there, it had tugged at him like a question through a locked door. Down here, it spread through his palm and wrist in slow, careful rings, as if the whole place knew he had arrived and was deciding whether to make room. "It's less like pulling now," he said. "More like standing near an oven and knowing which loaf is ready before you open it." Newt's eyes lifted, bright with concern and fascination. "That's a very specific comparison." "I'm a baker," Jacob said, and the words came out steadier here than they had in the bank. "Specific is most of the job." A small flutter passed overhead, and warm air moved through the path, carrying feathers, damp leaves, and the clean sweetness of stored grain. Jacob looked at the lanterns, the shelters, the fences built not to imprison but to keep different needs from colliding, and the ache in his chest shifted. The suitcase was impossible, yes, but it was also organized around care. It made room for things too large, too strange, or too frightened for ordinary rooms, and that thought reached him more deeply than the wonder. For the first time since the bank, Jacob sat somewhere bigger than rejection and felt the space answer him kindly. Newt unwound the bandage again while Jacob sat beneath the blanket, and the workbench lanterns turned the linen a warm cream color between them. The bite looked less angry in the case light, but less ordinary too. The faint gold at the edges had deepened, and when Newt dabbed a darker green salve over the marks, the warmth in Jacob's hand spread in a slow circle instead of flaring. Jacob watched it happen with the unhappy focus of a man seeing his own body join an argument without permission. "That better?" Newt asked, though his eyes said he had asked because he needed Jacob's answer more than the wounds. "Different," Jacob said. "Better, maybe. It's hard to tell when better keeps getting stranger." A soft click sounded from beneath the workbench. Newt's hand paused over the bandage, and his gaze flicked toward the lower shelf. Jacob followed the look and saw a small creature standing half in shadow between a sack of grain and a folded cloth. It was round-bodied, long-nosed, and pale as fresh dough before baking, with dark eyes that caught the lantern light. Its little forefeet rested on the edge of a wooden scoop, and it watched Jacob with solemn interest. Newt lowered his voice. "Don't move quickly." Jacob stilled at once. "I'm getting good at that." "You are," Newt said, but he sounded distracted now, almost puzzled. "That's Porridge. He doesn't usually come out for strangers. Or for me, if he thinks I'm holding medicine." Porridge sniffed once, stepped over the scoop, and waddled into the open with tiny, deliberate dignity. Jacob kept both hands where they were, one bandaged, one gripping the blanket. The creature paused at his shoe, nose twitching near the worn leather, then looked up at him. There was no panic in it. No hunger, no fear, no attempt to flee. It simply stood there as if Jacob were something familiar misplaced in a new room. "Hello," Jacob said softly, because silence felt rude. "I'm not medicine." Porridge made a small pleased sound and set one forefoot on Jacob's shoe. Newt stared. "Well, that's unusual." Jacob did not look away from the creature. "Good unusual or bite unusual?" "Good, I think," Newt said slowly. "He's reading you as safe. Not harmless exactly. Safe." The word slipped under Jacob's ribs and lodged there. He had been called useful, stubborn, poor, brave by people who thought war had made the word easy, and foolish by people who were sometimes right. Safe was different. Safe was what he had tried to make with food, with warm rooms, with careful hands, with potatoes offered to frighten things instead of a pan swung at them. Porridge leaned against his shoe and blinked, trusting him with no paperwork at all. Jacob swallowed. Maybe he's just got low standards. Newt's expression softened, but the wonder in it did not leave. "No," he said, wrapping the bandage again with gentle precision. "Most creatures have excellent standards. People just don't always meet them." Newt finished the knot on Jacob's bandage, then glanced toward the ladder as if remembering Tina above them and the time they did not have. "We should keep moving in a moment," he said, gathering the salve tin, gauze, and silver instrument back into his medical case. "Slowly. I still want you near the main work area until I know whether the bite has finished being dramatic." Porridge remained on Jacob's shoe, warm and solid enough to make one small part of the impossible world feel believable. Jacob looked down at the little creature, then across the workbench, the lanterns, the soft paths and fenced shelters, the strange rooms held inside a suitcase that had sat on his kitchen table like any ordinary piece of luggage. The ache in his chest had changed again. Wonder had weight. It pressed against the same sore place the bank had touched, only from the other side. "How does someone learn to do this?" Jacob asked, and the question came out before caution could stop it. He kept his eyes on the path because looking at Newt made it feel too naked. "Not the animal part, maybe. I can tell that's not something you learn from a pamphlet. But the case, the space, the making room where there isn't room." Newt's hands slowed over the buckles of the medical case. "Magic like this takes a great deal of study." Jacob nodded too fast. "Sure, study's fair. I'm not scared of study. Recipes are study if you take them serious. Dough's study. Heat's study. You ruin enough bread, you start learning whether the room's too cold before the dough tells you." He looked up then, unable to stop himself. "Could someone like me learn any of it?" Newt's face changed with such careful kindness that Jacob knew the answer before it arrived. That was the trouble with kind refusals. They had manners enough to knock before they entered, but they still came in and sat down. "Mr. Kowalski," Newt said gently, "I don't want to give you false hope. If you're truly a muggle, then no. You can perceive what has happened because you've been exposed, injured, and perhaps affected in ways I don't yet understand, but learning spellwork is different. The words did not strike like Whitcomb's refusal. They sank instead, quiet and practiced, into the bruise already waiting there. Jacob looked at the lantern-lit path, at a crate of feed, at Porridge's small trusting foot on his shoe. He had not known he wanted the answer until No had found him again. Right, Jacob said, making his mouth smile because other people looked worried when he stopped doing that. Can't get a loan without collateral. Can't learn magic without magic. Newt flinched softly, which somehow made Jacob feel meaner than he had meant to be. I'm sorry. Jacob drew the blanket closer around his shoulders and gave Porridge one careful, awkward pat with 2 fingers. The little creature leaned into it as if Jacob's disappointment meant nothing to the standard of safe. Don't be, Jacob said, though the warmth in his bandaged hand pulsed once, stubborn and strange beneath the linen. I asked. 15. Suppressed magic. Jacob's words faded into the warm air, and for a moment Newt looked as if he wanted to catch them before they settled somewhere painful. He did not. He only lowered his eyes to the bandage and opened the medical case again with hands that had learned to be useful when comfort was too clumsy. Porridge stayed pressed against Jacob's shoe, a small, solid weight in a world that had just given him wonder with one hand and taken it back with the other. We should focus on the injury, Newt said quietly, setting out 2 glass vials, a shallow tin, and a roll of clean linen on the workbench. The scratch and bite both carried magical residue. Some of it irritates the skin, some of it confuses the nerves, and some of it encourages the wound to behave with more enthusiasm than is strictly necessary. Jacob looked at the vials. One held a green liquid with tiny silver flecks drifting through it, while the other was the color of strong tea left too long in the pot. That sounds like poison wearing a better hat. Close enough for present purposes, Newt said, uncorking the green vial first. This should draw out the irritant. This one will calm the nerves. The salve goes on last. It may sting. Everything interesting today has stung, Jacob said, because the joke was easier than the hollow place under his ribs. Newt unwrapped the linen, and the case light revealed the bite again, swollen at the edges and threaded with faint color beneath the skin. Jacob looked away toward the lantern path because watching his own hand be strange felt too intimate. Newt poured 3 careful drops from the green vial onto a folded cloth, then pressed it over the bite. The cold hit first, sharp enough that Jacob's fingers jerked, and then heat followed it, chasing up his wrist in a quick bright line. There we are, Newt murmured, steadying Jacob's wrist without trapping him. Breathe through it. Don't clench if you can help it. Jacob breathed, slow and rough, while Porridge made a soft concerned sound by his shoe. Newt changed cloths, dabbed the scratch, then spread a pale yellow salve over both marks with the careful touch of a man who apologized by making pain smaller. The sting faded by degrees. The disappointment did not. Jacob watched Newt wrap the clean linen around his hand and tried not to look at the impossible paths beyond him. So that's really it, then? Jacob asked, keeping his voice low. Muggles can't learn? Newt's hands paused only long enough to hurt. Muggles can learn about magic. They can understand rules, dangers, history, even theory in a limited way if someone is very careful. But casting is different. Spellwork requires magic of one's own. Jacob nodded, staring at Porridge's little paw on his shoe. Right, own magic. I'm sorry, Newt said. Jacob managed a small smile that did not reach very far. Don't be. You're fixing the part you can. Newt finished the bandage, but he did not let go of Jacob's wrist at once. He rested 2 fingers lightly against the pulse below the linen, counted under his breath, then reached for the tea-colored vial with his free hand. The liquid inside moved thickly when he turned it, and a bitter smell slipped into the warm air, sharp enough to make Jacob think of burned coffee, old pennies, and medicine bought from a man who promised too much. That one smells like it already knows I won't like it, Jacob said. It is very self-aware, Newt said, uncorking it with his thumb. 2 swallows, if you please. It should slow the residue moving through your nerves and help your hand stop treating every sensation like a telegram marked urgent. Jacob took the vial carefully between his fingers. The glass was cool against his skin, and for a second he stared at the liquid instead of drinking. He had eaten army stew, factory canteen soup, and one fish pie in Brooklyn that had made him consider confession, but this looked personal. Porridge sniffed toward it, sneezed once, and backed away behind Jacob's shoe. "Smart little fella," Jacob said, then tipped the vial before Courage could escape. The potion hit his tongue with bitterness, then turned oddly sweet at the back of his throat, like honey stirred into dishwater. He swallowed once, winced, swallowed again, and handed the empty glass back with dignity he hoped no one inspected too closely. "That's an insult with aftertaste." Newt took the vial and checked Jacob's eyes by lifting the lantern nearer. "Good. If your fingers go numb, tell me. If your tongue feels too large, tell me. If you begin hearing colors, that's less alarming than it sounds, but still tell me." Jacob looked at him. "You people need pamphlets." "We have pamphlets," Newt said, setting the vial down and picking up a small paper packet. "Most of them are dreadful." The potion settled through Jacob in slow, spreading warmth. The sharp sting in his hand eased to a thick ache, and his shoulders loosened despite himself. That almost made the sadness worse, because the pain had been useful. It had given him something simple to mind. Without it, he could hear the soft animal sounds, see the impossible path, and feel the clean edge of Newt's answer waiting inside him. Newt poured gray powder from the packet into his palm, mixed it with a drop of water, and shaped it into a paste with the tip of a little wooden spatula. "This last part is only to keep swelling down," he said quietly. "After that, you rest for a minute. No heroic standing." Jacob nodded and watched the paste vanish beneath another strip of linen. "I'm not much for heroic." Newt's hands paused, then resumed with gentler care. "You came down the ladder." Jacob looked along the path where lanterns made little circles of welcome in the warm dark. "That was curiosity," he said, and tried to make the smile hold. "Different bad habit." The word curiosity had barely settled before Tina's voice reached them from above, thinned by the distance of the ladder and sharpened by worry. "Newt, if he can make jokes, can he climb back up?" Newt looked toward the square of light far overhead and tucked the last strip of linen neatly into place. "Not yet," he called, calm in a way that made Jacob suspect practice rather than confidence. "He's had 2 doses, 1 topical draw, and still looks as though a stern breeze could win an argument with him." "I'm sitting right here," Jacob said. "Yes," Newt said, glancing back at him. "Please continue doing that." Tina's shoes appeared on the ladder a moment later, then the hem of her coat and the careful line of her wand hand. She came down with more grace than Jacob had managed, though her expression suggested she considered every rung a legal inconvenience. When she stepped onto the packed earth, she took in the workbench, the open vials, the used cloths, Porridge hiding half behind Jacob's shoe, and Jacob wrapped in a blanket like a patient in a very strange field hospital. "This was supposed to be an examination," Tina said, crossing toward them. "It looks like you've set up a clinic." "It briefly tried to become a crisis," Newt said, closing one vial and setting it into a padded slot. "I discouraged it." Tina stopped beside Jacob and looked at his bandaged hand without touching. "Mr. Kowalski, are you dizzy? Nauseated? Seeing anything that isn't there?" Jacob glanced around the impossible suitcase with its paths, lanterns, shelters, and quiet creature sounds. "I'm going to need a narrower question." Tina's mouth tightened, but not quite into a smile. "Fair." She crouched so they were closer to eye level, and the official steel in her softened only enough to let the person beneath it show. "I need you to understand something. Newt treating you here does not make the situation disappear. You are still an exposed no-mage with magical injury. Your neighbors are exposed. This case was opened in your building. I have to report it." Jacob looked past her toward the ladder, where ordinary life waited somewhere above them with Eddie, Mrs. Bialek, spilled salt, and cold potatoes. "And after you report it?" "That depends on how much harm they think has been done," Tina said. Newt's hand tightened around the latch of his medical case. "Tina." "No," she said, not looking away from Jacob. "He deserves plain words. Treatment first, then containment, questioning, and likely obliviation if they decide he can be safely cleared." Jacob's throat moved before sound came. The potion warmth sat heavy in his stomach, but it could not touch that colder word. "You people say likely the way bankers say carefully." Tina's face changed. "I'm trying to keep you alive and out of trouble." "I believe you," Jacob said, and that was the worst part, because belief did not make the ladder easier to climb. "But I'm starting to notice trouble has a lot of polite friends." Tina's words were still in the air when the ground gave a soft, wrong shiver under Jacob's shoes. It was not like a cart passing outside or pipes knocking in an old wall. The packed earth itself seemed to draw a breath and forget how to let it out. Lanterns swung above the workbench, throwing warm light across vials, cloths, and Newt's startled face, while porridge vanished behind the feed sack with a squeak sharp enough to cut through the silence. Newt rose so fast his medical case nearly tipped from the crate. He caught it with one hand, snapped two latches shut, and turned toward the darker path beyond the workbench. That shouldn't happen here. Jacob pushed the blanket off his shoulders before sense could remind him he had been told to sit. What shouldn't? That, Newt said, and the answer came as another shudder rolled through the path, deeper this time. Somewhere beyond the reeds, water slapped against stone. From the warm rock passage came a low, uneasy rumble, and above them a flock of small winged shapes burst from the ropes in a fluttering scatter. Habitats don't usually press into one another unless something has broken, frightened them, or been born in the wrong place. Tina's wand came up. Born? Newt had already moved to the workbench, pulling open a drawer and taking out a leather roll of tools, 2 cloth wraps, and a pair of thick gloves. Possibly. Or hatching. Or unfolding. The case has been unsettled since customs, and if 2 environments are overlapping, I need to separate them before something panics itself into injury. Jacob gripped the edge of the crate as the potion heaviness in his stomach reminded him that standing had been ambitious. You want us to stay here? Yes, Newt said immediately, then looked at Jacob's pale face and seemed to hear how useless the word might be in a room full of moving ground. Actually, no, Tina, keep him behind you. Slowly, please, no sudden lights unless something charges. Tina stepped in front of Jacob with one hand angled back as if to stop him without touching. Mr. Kowalski, you are not helping by falling over in the middle of a creature emergency. I wasn't planning on falling, Jacob said, taking one careful step anyway. Just keeping the option available. A thin cry reached them from the passage beyond the reeds, small, frightened, and so new that even Jacob knew it did not belong to anything fully grown. Newt went utterly still, listening with his whole body. Then the cry came again, and every creature sound nearby hushed around it. Newt's face changed. Oh, he whispered. Oh, you impossible little thing. 16. The Impossible Kitten. Newt moved before the cry had fully faded, not running exactly, but crossing the path with the swift, careful urgency of a man who knew which kinds of haste frightened the world worse. He snatched the thick gloves from the workbench, tucked the cloth wraps under one arm, and angled toward the passage beyond the reeds where damp air breathed across the warmer scent of rock. Tina followed at once with her wand raised low, one hand still held back to keep Jacob from getting ahead of her. Jacob came anyway, slow enough that no one could accuse him of charging and stubborn enough that stopping him would have required more hands than either of them had spare. The potion sat heavy in his stomach, but the thin cry had gone through him in a place medicine could not reach. It sounded too small to be left alone. Mr. Kowalski, Tina said without turning, behind me means behind me. I'm behind you, Jacob said, though he was close enough to see the tension in Newt's shoulders. I'm just doing it nearby. Newt crouched at the edge of the reed path and touched the ground with 2 fingers. The packed earth had split into fine cracks, and through them spilled 2 kinds of air that did not belong together. One was damp and cool, smelling of pond water, mud, and reeds. The other was dry, golden, and warm as sun-baked stone. Where they met, the air shimmered, and a strand of mist curled around a little spiral of shed scale no bigger than Jacob's thumbnail. Oh dear, Newt murmured, lifting the scale with the corner of a cloth. That is not from this habitat. Tina leaned closer. What does that mean? It means someone from the warm rock enclosure has crossed into the reed nursery, or the reed nursery has folded toward the warm rocks. Newt looked up, eyes narrowing as another tremor rolled under the reeds. Which would be deeply inconvenient even if there weren't newborn sounds coming from the seam. Jacob stared at the place where cool mist and warm gold braided together above the broken earth. Can animals do that by accident? Usually no, Newt said, folding the scale into the cloth. Akamis alter size according to available space, and Zulus have a rather forceful relationship with distance, but their habitats are separated for very sensible reasons. Tina's wand lifted another inch. Newt. I know, he said softly, and followed a second clue near the reeds, a tuft of impossible striped down caught on a thorn beside a pearly shell fragment. His face changed with wonder and alarm held in the same breath. Two environments touched where they absolutely should not have, and something has come of it. The cry came again from beyond the shimmer, thinner this time and threaded with a rough little rasp that made Jacob's feet move before his head had settled the matter. Tina caught his sleeve with 2 fingers, not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough to remind him she had a wand, training, and no patience for wounded bakers wandering toward unknown magical births. "Mr. Kowalski," she said, keeping her eyes on the braided mist, "you are not going first." Jacob looked at the reeds trembling along the broken seam. "I wasn't planning a parade." "It sounds scared." "Many dangerous things sound scared," Tina said. "So do scared things," Jacob answered, and the words came out more plainly than he meant them to. He heard himself, heard the stubborn ache beneath the joke he had not managed to find, and looked at Newt. "Can we help it from back here?" Newt had gone very still, studying the pearl shell, the striped down, and the place where the cool reed air and warm rock air laced together. "Not safely," he said, then grimaced because the answer had not been as helpful as he wanted. "I need to see what's caught in the overlap. If a newborn is between habitats, the pressure could crush, stretch, or frighten it into defensive magic." Tina's grip tightened on Jacob's sleeve. "Then you go. He stays." Jacob almost agreed. His hand ached beneath the fresh bandage. His stomach still held the potion's heavy warmth, and every sensible lesson life had taught him advised against following experts into places they described with words like crush and defensive magic. Then the little cry broke again, and he heard no threat in it, only panic, hunger, and the lonely sound of something born where no one expected it. He eased his sleeve free from Tina's fingers with care rather than defiance. "I'll stay behind you," he said, looking at her first because she had earned honesty even when she frightened him. "But I'm not going back to the workbench while something cries like that." Tina stared at him as if weighing whether arresting an injured man inside a suitcase would improve anyone's evening. Newt stepped between them before the argument sharpened, holding one cloth wrap out toward Jacob without quite placing it in his hands. "Carry this," he said. "Only carry. If I ask for it, give it to me slowly. If I tell you to stop, stop." Jacob took the cloth, its soft weight folded warm against his good palm. "I can do slow." "That remains under review," Tina said, but she moved forward, wand angled toward the ground rather than the cry. They entered the reeds one careful step at a time. Wet leaves brushed Jacob's trousers, while warm stone glow pulsed through gaps near his shoes. The 2 habitats overlapped around them in impossible little pieces: mud beside dry sand, reed shadows crossing sunlit rock, cool mist beating on golden shells. Ahead, something rustled beneath a low arch of bent reeds, and Jacob held the cloth closer to his chest as Newt crouched and whispered, "Easy now. We're here." The rustle came again from beneath the bent reeds, followed by a weak little cough of a cry that made Newt's face tighten. He lowered one knee into damp mud without caring for his coat and parted the reeds with 2 fingers, slow enough that even the trembling stems seemed to trust him. Tina held her wand steady behind his shoulder, the light at its tip no brighter than a covered lamp, while Jacob stopped where Newt had told him to stop and held the folded cloth as if it had become something holy by being needed. "Don't push the light forward," Newt murmured. "It may already be overwhelmed." Tina's eyes flicked from the reeds to Jacob, then back again. "Is it dangerous?" "All newborns are dangerous if you're careless enough," Newt said, and then his breath caught. "Oh, my." Jacob leaned before he could stop himself. Tina's hand came back at once, palm flat against his chest, and he froze with the cloth clutched to him. Through the green stems, he could see a hollow where mud and warm sand had folded together like 2 runes badly sewn at the seam. Pearly shell fragments lay scattered in the damp. A curl of striped down clung to one broken edge. In the middle of it all, pressed against a smooth stone warmed by golden light, was something so small that Jacob's first thought was kitten and his second was impossible. It had a round head, folded ears, and plush stripes like a tiger cub painted by someone who had only heard about restraint. Its body was tucked tight beneath damp, soft fur and down, with a long ribbon of pearly scale curling along one side where no kitten should have had scales. Tiny paws flexed in the mud. Its tail, if it was a tail, coiled and uncoiled in a way that made the space around it seem to breathe smaller and larger by turns. Newt did not reach for it. He only stared, wonder and professional alarm fighting across his face. "That's not possible," he whispered. Jacob swallowed. "It looks pretty possible from here." Newt gave a small, shaken laugh that had no humor in it. Zulu markings. Occamy scale. Choronaptoxic response in the tail and spine. I don't know how this happened. Their habitats are separated. Their breeding conditions are entirely different. This little one should not exist. The tiny creature sneezed, and the reed hollow pulled inward around it by an inch, mud, sand, and light all tightening as if the world had flinched with it. Tina's wand rose a fraction. Newt's voice sharpened at once. "No sudden movements." "I didn't move," Tina said. "I know," Newt said, eyes fixed on the trembling baby. "I was reminding all of us before anyone became sensible in the wrong direction." Newt eased one gloved hand into the reed hollow, not toward the baby, but to the side of it, palm down in the mud where it could be seen and smelled before it became a threat. His other hand lifted slightly toward Jacob without looking back. "The cloth, please." Slowly. Jacob passed it forward with the care of a man handing over a lit match in a flour mill. Newt took it by one corner, spread it across his forearm, and laid the soft edge near the warm stone. The tiny creature watched him with enormous wet eyes, shaking hard enough that its striped down quivered. Its little pearled tail curled tighter along its side, and the reed hollow pinched inward another fraction. "That's it," Newt whispered. "No one is going to touch you before you're ready." Very confusing way to arrive, I know. Most births are, though this one is making a serious effort at originality. Tina remained still, but Jacob could feel her attention like a hand against the room. "Can you move it?" "Not yet," Newt said. "If I lift it while the space around it is contracting, I may tear the overlap wider. I need it to come onto the cloth by itself." He shifted his fingers, then made a soft clicking sound with his tongue that brought 3 nearby reeds trembling toward him. "Come on, little one. Warm cloth. No pressure. Much better than mud." The baby's nose twitched. It pushed one paw forward, then drew back with a miserable squeak that went straight through Jacob's chest. His good hand closed around nothing. He knew Newt had skill, gloves, tools, and the right to lead here. He knew Tina stood between him and a thing no one understood. But the sound was too small, and the poor impossible creature looked as if the world had dropped it in the wrong kitchen and walked away. "Easy," Jacob said under his breath. The baby's head snapped toward him. Newt froze. Tina's hand pressed back against Jacob's chest again, firmer this time. The baby stared through the reeds, past the gloved hand, past the cloth, past the wandlight, and fixed on Jacob as if the rest of the case had become background. Its trembling slowed by half. One tiny paw unfolded from the mud and reached in his direction. "Mr. Kowalski," Newt said very carefully, "do not move closer." Jacob swallowed, unable to look away. "I'm not." "Also don't speak again yet," Newt added, though his voice had gone thin with sudden worry. "It appears to have made a decision about you, and I would very much like to understand which one before we encourage it." The baby gave another small cry, softer now, almost questioning. Jacob stood behind Tina with the smell of reeds, warm stone, and newborn fur filling his lungs, and felt every sensible warning in the world become less important than that frightened little paw reaching for him. 17. First safe face. The baby kept her paw lifted toward Jacob, trembling in the folded seam of mud, warm sand, reeds, and broken shell. Newt did not move. Tina did not move. Even the little swaying lights along the path seemed to hold still, as if the case itself had paused to see what choice the impossible kitten would make next. Jacob stood with Tina's hand still pressed against his chest, feeling the careful force of her warning through his shirt, and wished every part of him did not want to step around her. Newt's gloved hand remained beside the cloth. "Little one," he murmured, softer than breath. "The warm cloth is right here. That's it. You don't need to go anywhere else." The baby blinked at him once, then looked past him again to Jacob. Her tiny nose worked. The pearled curl of her tail uncoiled a little, and the hollow around her widened and narrowed by turns, mud breathing into sand, reeds trembling against golden rock. Newt's face tightened, not with offense, but with the hurt concentration of a man whose patient expertise had just been set aside by something too young to know better. Jacob swallowed. "It's still looking at me." "Yes," Newt said carefully. "I had noticed." "Why?" Jacob asked, because the question had nowhere else to go. "I don't know yet," Newt said, and that made Tina's fingers tighten against Jacob's chest. The baby made a miserable little sound, then set her lifted paw down in the mud and dragged herself one awkward inch forward. Newt shifted the cloth nearer at once, but the baby turned away from it with surprising determination, her tiny body wobbling as the reed hollow pinched around her back. Jacob's good hand lifted without permission, then stopped in the air when Newt glanced over his shoulder. "Do not reach," Newt said, still gentle, but firmer now. "It may startle, and if it startles with that much space-folding instinct active, we may all regret having bones." Jacob lowered his hand by slow degrees. "I'm not trying to scare it." "I know," Newt said, watching the baby haul herself another inch toward Jacob. "That may be part of the problem." Tina looked from Newt to the baby, and the law in her face gave way to something more human and less certain. "Newt, it's moving away from you." "Yes," Newt said, and this time the wonder sounded afraid. "It is." The baby slipped one tiny paw onto the edge of the cloth only because the cloth lay between her and Jacob. Then she looked up through the reeds, fixed on Jacob's face, and gave one soft cry that asked for him as plainly as any word. The baby's cry held Jacob where he stood more firmly than Tina's hand did. It was not loud, not dramatic, not even strong, but it carried the whole miserable shape of being small in a world too big and too cold at the edges. Jacob had heard men make sounds like that without meaning to, late at night in barracks, in hospitals, in alleys behind factories where hunger and pride cornered a person together. He had made one or two himself and pretended afterward that he had only coughed. Newt shifted the cloth another inch, trying to make the nearest safe thing even nearer. "Here we are," he whispered. "Warm, dry, quiet. Excellent things for a newborn." The baby looked at the cloth, then passed it again to Jacob. Her little paw pressed into the mud, slipped, and pressed again. The hollow tightened around her sides, and the pearled curl of her tail pulled closer as if the space itself were trying to gather her back before she could decide wrong. "She's going to hurt herself," Jacob said. Newt's eyes flicked toward him. "She?" Jacob swallowed, heat rising to his face despite everything. "I don't know, she looks like a she." Tina's hand stayed firm against him, but her voice lowered. "That is not the important part right now." "It might be to her," Jacob said, and the baby's ears twitched at the sound of his voice. Newt went still again, watching the tiny movement with sharp attention. "Say something else," softly. Tina looked at him. "Newt." "I'm not asking him to move," Newt said, eyes fixed on the trembling baby. "Only to speak." Jacob's mouth went dry. He looked through the reeds at the damp little impossible thing, at her plush stripes, her folded ears, her miserable paws, and all the wrongness of being born between places. The world had dropped him outside enough doors today that he knew better than to laugh at something searching for the one warm face in a room. "Easy, sweetheart," he said, barely above a whisper. "You don't have to do anything quick. Nobody's rushing you." The baby breathed in with a tiny, shuddering sound. Then, slowly and with terrible effort, she crawled over the cloth Newt had set down, not settling on it, only using it as a road. Newt did not stop her. Tina's hand against Jacob's chest trembled once, but she held. The baby dragged herself closer until her nose touched the edge of Jacob's shoe. She sniffed, sneezed, and leaned her damp forehead against the worn leather as if she had arrived somewhere. Jacob's good hand hovered at his side, aching to move and held back by every warning Newt had given. His throat tightened around a smile that almost hurt. "Look at you," he whispered. "Poor little dumpling." The name left Jacob's mouth as gently as breath on flour, and the baby answered it. Her little ears lifted. The trembling in her shoulders eased. She pressed her damp forehead harder against his shoe, not strong enough to move him, but enough that Jacob felt the choice of it through worn leather and aching bones. Newt's face changed so quickly that Jacob's own smile faltered. Wonder was still there, but worry had come up behind it with both hands. "Dumpling," Jacob whispered again before anyone could tell him not to, because the first time had helped and because she looked so small against all the wrongness around her. "That's you, huh, little dumpling?" The baby made a sound that was almost a purr and almost a hiccup. The reed hollow loosened by a finger's width. Mud stopped crawling toward sand, and the pearled curl of her tail uncoiled enough to reveal a tiny striped flank rising and falling too fast. Jacob's chest hurt with the effort of not reaching down. He had been told not to touch, not to speak too much, not to move closer. And every warning made sense until she leaned against him like he was the only warm wall in a ruined room. Newt drew in a careful breath. "Jacob," he said, using his name for the first time without Mr. Kowalski between them. "I need you to listen very closely. She may not simply be calming to your voice." Tina's hand was still against Jacob's chest, but her attention had gone sharp and still. "What does that mean?" "It means I may have misunderstood what we were seeing," Newt said, watching the baby's tiny paw knead once against Jacob's shoe. Newborn magical creatures sometimes fixate on the first creature, person, sound, or warmth that helps them feel safe. Usually it's temporary. Sometimes, with stronger species, it can become something deeper. Jacob looked down at Dumpling, and the room seemed to narrow around her. "Deeper how?" Newt's mouth tightened as the baby lifted her face toward Jacob again. "Familiar behavior begins with recognition. Not ownership, not obedience, recognition. She may be deciding that you are her safe face." Tina looked from Jacob to the baby. "Can we stop it?" Newt did not answer quickly enough. Jacob felt that silence more than the potion in his stomach, more than the ache in his hand. Dumpling gave one thin cry and lifted both front paws toward him now, her tiny body sagging as the effort stole what little strength she had. The cloth lay beneath her. Newt knelt beside her, Tina guarded him, and still she reached for the one person no one had expected her to want. Jacob's hand moved before fear could make him cruel. He lowered himself slowly, keeping his palm turned upward and his fingers loose. "I'm here, sweetheart," he said, voice rough and soft together. "I'm not going anywhere." Newt's eyes widened. "Jacob, wait." Dumpling touched her nose to Jacob's fingertips, and the air between them warmed. Warmth rose from Dumpling's nose into Jacob's fingertips like the first breath from an oven opened before dawn. It should have been small. She was small, no heavier than a damp kitten and a handful of impossible decisions, but the touch spread through him with a depth his body did not know how to hold. His injured hand answered first, heat blooming beneath the bandage, and then something lower in his chest stirred, not waking gently so much as remembering in a rush that it had once been meant to wake. Jacob gasped and would have fallen forward if Tina had not caught his shoulder. "Mr. Kowalski," she said, her voice cutting sharp with alarm as her wand hand lifted and then stopped because Dumpling was still touching him. "Newt, what's happening?" Newt had gone pale. "Don't separate them," he said quickly, one hand rising to stop her before she tried. "Not now, not while the contact is forming." The reed hollow expanded around Dumpling, then drew inward, not crushing now but folding itself like cloth gathered around a sleeping child. Mud dried where Jacob's breath touched it. Warm sand cooled enough not to burn. The golden light and green mist braided together over Dumpling's tiny back, and every stripe along her plush fur seemed to deepen as she pressed her nose harder into Jacob's fingers. He felt hunger that was not his, fear too new to have words, cold mud, bright light, the ache of being born wrong, and beneath all of it a small fierce wanting that reached for him without doubt. "I can feel her," Jacob whispered, staring down at his hand as if it belonged to someone braver. "Newt, I can feel her." Dumpling's paw slid over his fingers, soft and muddy and trembling. The warmth jumped again, and this time it did not stop at Jacob's wrist. It filled his arms, his chest, his throat, and then the space around him answered as if a door inside him had opened onto a room no one had used in years. Lantern light bent toward him. The reeds leaned. Somewhere beyond the path, several creatures called out at once, not frightened exactly, but startled by a change none of them had been asked to approve. Newt's voice came from very far away and much too close. "Jacob, breathe, slowly. Stay with her, but breathe." Jacob tried. Air came in thick with reeds, warm stone, newborn fur, and something sweet as dough rising under a cloth. Dumpling crawled fully onto his palm with a weak, determined sound and curled there as if she had found the only safe place in the whole impossible world. The moment she settled, the warmth snapped into a steady line between them, bright, living, and certain. Tina stared at Jacob's hand, then at his face. "Newt." "Yes," Newt said softly, and wonder made the word almost break. "I know." 18. Foot to head. The line between Jacob and Dumpling held, bright and living beneath skin, fur, mud, and trembling breath. Jacob tried to obey Newt and breathe slowly, but every inhale arrived carrying more than air. Reeds brushed the inside of his chest. Warm stone pressed beneath his ribs. Hunger curled in his stomach, sharp and newborn, then vanished under a wash of frightened affection that was not his and yet had nowhere else to go. Dumpling lay curled in his palm with her nose tucked against his fingers, and the whole impossible world seemed to be asking him to hold still enough for both of them. "I'm trying," Jacob said, though he had not meant to speak aloud. His voice sounded rough and far away. "I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm trying." "I know," Newt said, kneeling close without touching either of them. His face had gone very focused, the soft wonder tucked away behind the urgent care of a man working beside a cliff edge. "That's all right. Don't force anything. Just breathe, and let her feel you breathing." Tina stayed at Jacob's shoulder, one hand firm enough to keep him from folding over and the other holding her wand low. "His pulse is racing," she said, and for the first time her calm sounded like something she had built by hand rather than something natural. "Newt, he looks like he's going to pass out." "He might," Newt said, not unkindly. "But please don't tell him that as if it's helpful." Jacob let out a shaky laugh that nearly turned into a cough. Dumpling stirred in his palm at the sound, and warmth pulsed through the bond so quickly that his fingers curled around her before he could think. The reed hollow widened, golden light slipping over mud and shell, and for one dizzy second Jacob felt the size of the space around them not as distance, but as dough beneath a hand, able to stretch, fold, and hold more than it should. His stomach lurched. "The room's moving." "The room is not moving," Tina said, then looked around as the reeds leaned toward Jacob again. "Mostly." Newt's eyes sharpened. "Jacob, what do you feel?" Jacob looked down at Dumpling. Her little paws kneaded weakly against his palm, and her fear pressed into him like cold fingers seeking warmth. Beneath it, affection rose, sudden and fierce, too large for her tiny body. "She's scared," he whispered. "Hungry, cold, she wants to be close. Too close, maybe. It's like she thinks if she can't feel me, I'll disappear." Dumpling gave one soft, needy cry. The sound touched the bond and came back enormous. Jacob's breath caught as warmth surged through him, full of kitten fear, impossible space, and the desperate certainty of a newborn thing that had found its only safe place and meant to keep it. Dumpling's needy cry trembled through Jacob's fingers, and the tiny weight in his palm began to change. At first he thought she was only stretching, the way a kitten might knead itself awake from a bad dream. Her spine lengthened under damp fur and pearled scale. Her paws pushed against his palm with sudden strength. The little striped flank that had fit neatly beneath his thumb swelled by a breath, then another, and the space around her folded outward as if the reed hollow had decided one small creature deserved more room than the world had offered. "Newt," Tina said, her wand rising despite his warning. "She's growing." "Expanding," Newt corrected, already reaching into one of the deep inner pockets of his coat with the frantic dignity of a man looking for the only umbrella in a thunderstorm. "Not growing." Choronaptixic response under emotional stimulation. Very important distinction, though perhaps not immediately comforting. Jacob stared as Dumpling's head nudged against his wrist, larger now, heavier, her folded ears lifting while her tail uncoiled in a pearly ribbon across his sleeve. "She's going to fall." "Then lower your hand," Newt said, pulling out a bundle wrapped in thick canvas. "Slowly. Let her feel the ground coming before she has to trust it." Jacob obeyed because Dumpling's fear had become a small storm inside his chest. He eased his arm down inch by inch until the cloth, mud, and warm sand rose to meet her paws. Tina kept one hand on his shoulder, helping him stay steady, while Dumpling pressed herself against his fingers and made a desperate little rumble that tugged at every soft place he had left. Newt unrolled the canvas on his knee and revealed a ridiculous object made of reinforced blue cloth, leather seams, and a rounded rubber snout stitched into a smiling animal face. A small brass charm was sewn near one ear, and when Newt squeezed the middle, it produced a clear, cheerful squeak so absurd that Jacob blinked through the magic haze. "That," Jacob said faintly, "is a toy." "It is a therapeutic pressure and sound regulation aid," Newt said with absolute seriousness, checking the stitching with quick fingers. "But yes, it is also a toy. Dumpling, look here. Very good. Squeak, see?" He squeezed it again. Dumpling's head snapped toward the sound. For half a second the bond filled with startled curiosity instead of panic, and Jacob felt blessed relief open through his ribs. Then Dumpling's whole body puffed larger, her paws sinking into the mud, her round face brightening with sudden delight as she wobbled toward the squeaky plushie with far more strength than she had shown before. "Oh," Newt said, holding the toy out and shifting his own balance back. "That may have worked slightly too well." Dumpling lunged for the squeaky plushie with the full commitment of a creature who had been alive for only minutes and had already discovered joy. Newt let the toy meet her, not strike her, angling it toward her mouth while his other hand hovered near her chest. She bit down with tiny teeth, and the squeak came out muffled, indignant, and triumphant all at once. The sound ran through the bond like a spark through dry kindling. Jacob felt delight flood her so suddenly that his knees softened. "That's good, isn't it?" Newt said, though his voice had gained the careful brightness of a man praising a cannon for not firing yet. "Very good. Bite the toy, not the people. Excellent priorities." Dumpling squeaked it again. Her body swelled another handspan, then two. The mud under her paws flattened. Her tail uncoiled in a bright pearly loop and brushed Jacob's trouser leg with enough force to make him stagger into Tina's steadying hand. The reed hollow widened around them in a rush, bending stems back as if an invisible room had expanded too quickly inside the old one. "Newt," Tina said, "sharper now. She's still expanding." "Yes," Newt said, shifting the toy upward as Dumpling's head rose with it. "Dumpling, darling, we're going to make this a calm game. Small bites, calm pause, think tiny thoughts." Jacob stared at him. "Can she think tiny?" "She can try," Newt said, and Dumpling chose that exact moment to plant both front paws on the ground and push herself upright with a pleased rumble that vibrated through the mud. She was no longer kitten-sized. She was no longer even cat-sized. Plush stripes rippled along a body growing rounder, longer, and stronger by the breath, while the space around her folded out to make room and then forgot to fold back. Jacob felt her happiness, enormous and simple, wrapped around the toy and him together. She did not understand danger. She understood warm hand, safe voice, squeaky thing, and the sudden miracle of being less cold. He reached for the toy because Newt had angled it toward him, and Dumpling's eyes followed the movement with shining devotion. "Hold this end," Newt said quickly. "Do not pull. Let her feel you with it. She's using you as her anchor." Jacob took the reinforced strap with his good hand. Dumpling squeaked the plushie once more and surged forward, delighted by the shared game. The strap went tight. Jacob's boots slid in the mud. Tina caught the back of his coat, and Newt grabbed the toy with both hands as Dumpling rose, unfolded, and became, impossibly, the size of a tiger made from nursery blankets, bright stripes, pearled scales, and newborn adoration. "Oh, sweetheart," Jacob breathed, too awed to be properly terrified. Dumpling rumbled happily around the squeaky plushie, lowered her huge round head toward Jacob, and the bond filled with one clear, overwhelming thought that was not a thought at all. Mine arrived in Jacob with such innocent certainty that he forgot to be afraid for half a breath. Then Dumpling opened her enormous mouth around the squeaky plushie, rumbled like a happy engine, and leaned closer with a head broad enough to block the lantern light. Her whiskers brushed his waistcoat. Her warm breath rolled over him with the damp smell of milk, mud, reeds, and newborn fur. Jacob's boots had stopped sliding only because Tina still had the back of his coat in one fist. "Jacob," Newt said very carefully, "whatever happens next, remain calm." "That's not a comforting opening," Jacob said. Dumpling dropped the squeaky plushie, pressed her huge nose against Jacob's chest, and sniffed him from collar to waist with solemn devotion. The bond filled with recognition, delight, and a wordless need to make him right. Before Jacob could ask what that meant, a tongue wider than his hand swept up from his muddy shoes, over his trouser leg, waistcoat, shirt front, chin, nose, forehead, and hair in one long, warm, devastating stroke. Jacob stood rigid, dripping with newborn affection from foot to head. Tina made a sound she clearly meant to turn into a warning and failed. Newt covered his mouth with one gloved hand, though his eyes remained alert. "Ah," he said, voice strained with both worry and laughter. "Grooming behavior. Excellent. That's much better than biting." Jacob blinked through wet hair plastered over one eye. "Better for who?" Dumpling gave a pleased rumble, nudged his damp shoulder, and tried to lick him again. Jacob lifted both hands, palms out, moving slowly because affection the size of a tiger still counted as a force of nature. "Easy, Dumpling. Easy, sweetheart. I'm clean enough for now. Cleaner than I planned to be, maybe. The words reached her through voice and bond together. Dumpling paused, squeaked the plushie once under one paw, then shivered all over. Her huge body folded inward with a soft rush of displaced air, stripes, pearled scale, and warm fur drawing smaller and smaller until the tiger-sized miracle became a damp little kitten shape again beside Jacob's shoes. She wobbled, exhausted, then crawled onto his left shoe and curled there with a tiny satisfied sigh. Jacob stared down at her, soaked, shaking, and unable to move because love had apparently become a creature with claws. Newt lowered himself beside Dumpling and looked at the steady glow between her and Jacob's bandaged hand. That, he said softly, is not temporary. Tina's face tightened around the word no one had said yet. Newt. Yes, Newt said, looking up at Jacob with awe and apology tangled together. He's bonded. 19. Not a no-maj problem. Newt did not touch Dumpling after saying it. That frightened Jacob more than if the man had reached for tools. Newt only knelt in the damp seam of reeds and warm sand with both hands open, watching the tiny exhausted creature curled on Jacob's shoe as if she were a candle flame in a room full of curtains. Dumpling slept, or nearly slept, with one muddy paw tucked against the worn leather, but every time Tina shifted her weight, the baby's ears twitched and Jacob felt a faint ripple of unease that did not begin in his own body. Jacob swallowed. Bonded means what I think it means. It means we must be very careful about everything we do next, Newt said, his voice low enough not to startle Dumpling. A familiar bond is not a leash, and it is not ownership. It is recognition made permanent. Soul to soul, magic to magic, mind to mind. If that is what has formed here, separating you carelessly could hurt both of you. Tina's wand stayed low, but her shoulders had gone rigid. You said if. I am being precise because panic thrives on bad vocabulary, Newt said, still watching Dumpling. But her behavior is not temporary fixation. She chose him as safety, and he answered her. I cannot see the bond the way one sees a mark or a spell thread. Familiar bonds do not need to advertise themselves. They are known by response. Jacob looked down at the little striped creature on his shoe. Dumpling's breathing had steadied, but her fear remained tucked somewhere against his own thoughts like a cold paw seeking warmth. He did not hear words from her. He did not see pictures. He simply knew she was tired, hungry, and certain of him with a trust so complete it made his throat ache. She thinks I'm hers, Jacob said softly. Newt's expression softened with wonder and apology together. And you think she's yours? Jacob tried to laugh, but it came out too thin. I didn't decide that. No, Newt said. That is rather the point. Tina crouched slowly, careful not to crowd either of them. Dumpling's eyes opened at once, huge and dark, and Jacob felt her alarm lift before she even moved. He bent without thinking, lowering his good hand near her paws. Easy, sweetheart. Tina's not hurting you. Dumpling stared at Tina, then at Jacob's hand, and settled again by a fraction. Tina watched the change, and the official line of her mouth tightened because even without seeing magic, she understood consequence when it breathed in front of her. That's not a witness problem anymore, she said. No, Newt said quietly. It is not. Jacob looked from Newt to Tina, then down at the little striped bundle on his shoe, and found that the world had become far too large and far too intimate at the same time. The case stretched around him with habitats, lanterns, mud, reeds, and warm sand, but the smallest thing in it held him more completely than the size of the place. Dumpling breathed, and somewhere inside Jacob, a matching part of him softened because she was breathing. She shifted one paw, and he felt the beginning of her discomfort before she made a sound. Well, Jacob said, because silence had started to feel like a room filling with water. That's new. Newt's mouth twitched despite the worry in his eyes. Yes, I would describe it as new. Jacob swallowed and tried to stand straighter, but Tina's hand came up at once, not grabbing, only ready. He appreciated that more than he wanted to show. I mean in me, he said, quieter now. There's more room in me than there was a minute ago. That sounds crazy, doesn't it? In the present circumstances, Tina said, looking around the impossible seam where a newborn hybrid had just become the size of a tiger and licked him like a washcloth, crazy has lost some of its authority. Newt shifted his weight, still kneeling so he would not loom over Dumpling. Can you describe it without trying to make it sound sensible? Jacob gave him a faint look. That your professional method? Often, Newt said. Sensible language is very poor with first experiences. Jacob looked down at Dumpling again. She was asleep now, or close to it, but not gone from him. That was the strange part. A sleeping cat should have been a weight on his shoe and nothing more. Dumpling was weight, warmth, hunger, trust, and a little folded knot of fear tucked against him from the inside. He could not point to where she was in him. She was simply there. It's like when dough's rising under a cloth, he said at last. You're not touching it, not looking at it, but you know it's alive in there. You know if the room's too cold. You know if it needs time. His voice roughened. Only she's not dough, and I don't think I could stop knowing. Newt's expression changed, softening into something almost reverent. That is a very good description. Is it supposed to happen to muggles? Jacob asked. Newt did not answer fast enough. Tina's gaze cut to him, and Dumpling stirred at the small hard shift in the air. Jacob bent slightly and whispered, "Easy, Dumpling. I'm right here." Dumpling settled at once. Newt watched the response and drew a careful breath. "No," he said gently. "It is not supposed to happen to muggles." The words settled worse than panic. Jacob had spent the morning being told no by men with desks, then gently told no by Newt in a world that had seemed too beautiful to be real. Muggles could not cast. Muggles could not learn spellwork. Muggles could know about magic only from the safe side of the glass. Now Newt was looking at him with the careful sorrow of a man discovering that the glass had never been where anyone thought it was. Jacob tried to move his foot, then stopped when Dumpling's little paw tightened against the leather. She did not wake properly, but worry brushed through him at once, small and wordless. He lowered his hand near her without touching. "So what does that make me?" "I don't know," Newt said, and this time the honesty did not feel kind. It felt like a floorboard giving way. Not in a way I would trust enough to say aloud with certainty. But if you were a perfectly ordinary muggle, this bond should not have formed through you. A creature may attach to anyone. She might like your voice, your smell, your gentleness. But this is not simple attachment. Tina straightened slowly, her eyes moving from Jacob's face to Dumpling and back again. "Newt, be careful." "I am being careful," Newt said, though tension had entered his shoulders. "That is why I'm not naming it yet." Jacob gave a weak, wet-haired laugh. "I'd appreciate a name for something today. The bank named me Risky. You named her Bonded. I'm running out of room for maybes." Newt's expression hurt, but he did not look away. "You may have had magic in you already. Quiet, weak, buried, damaged, or misclassified. Something capable of answering her when she reached. The bond did not put a soul into you, Jacob. It found one that could meet hers." Tina's face tightened at the implication, and her wand lowered another inch, not because the danger had faded, but because it had become more complicated. That changes every rule in the room. Dumpling stirred again, lifting her damp little head as Tina's voice sharpened. Jacob felt the baby's alarm before her ears flattened. He crouched carefully, ignoring the pull in his knees, and let 2 fingers rest near her paws. "Easy, we're just talking, nobody's taking you." Dumpling blinked up at him, then tucked her nose against his shoe again. Jacob felt her settle, and the answer inside him settled with her. Whatever the law called him, whatever Newt feared to name, the bond had not asked for paperwork before becoming true. Newt watched the tiny exchange with his mouth pressed thin. "That," he said softly, "is why this is dangerous." Dangerous did not sound like a threat in Newt's mouth. It sounded like grief dressed as caution. Jacob stayed crouched beside Dumpling, damp clothes clinging to his skin, one shoe trapped beneath a sleeping creature who somehow weighed less than a loaf and more than the whole morning. The case around them had quieted, but not relaxed. Reeds leaned back into place. Warm sand settled along the seam. Creatures called softly from distant habitats, as if word had traveled through the hidden rooms that something had changed. Tina stood and brushed damp grit from her skirt with a sharp, practical motion. "We have to leave the case." Jacob looked up, one hand still close to Dumpling. "Leave?" "Yes," Tina said, and the softness that had touched her face around Dumpling hardened into duty again. "Newt's case is not a hospital, a courtroom, or a hiding place. You are injured, magically exposed, and now bonded to an unknown hybrid creature that may be XXXXX class before breakfast." Dumpling's ears twitched at the edge in Tina's voice. Jacob placed his hand near her tiny shoulder and felt her settle because he settled first. "Maybe say that part gentler," he said. Tina's mouth tightened, but she nodded once. All right, you and Dumpling are in danger. So are Newt and I if this is mishandled. So are your neighbors if we pretend the upstairs world has politely stopped existing. Newt rose slowly, keeping his movements loose. Tina, I agree we cannot stay down here indefinitely, but taking him directly before Makusa in this condition would be a mistake. It may not be optional, Tina said. It must be, Newt replied, and the mildness in his voice thinned until something firmer showed through. A newborn familiar has bonded to an untrained man whose magical status is unclear. If frightened officials attempt separation, restraint, or obliviation without understanding the bond, Dumpling may panic. Jacob may panic through her. That would not be procedure. That would be setting fire to a nursery and calling it paperwork. Jacob swallowed hard. Obliviation still on the table? Tina looked at him then, really looked, and the answer cost her. I don't know. Dumpling lifted her head, tiny eyes blinking open as Jacob's fear moved before he could hide it. He breathed in, rough and deliberate, then stroked one finger through the damp fur between her ears. Easy, sweetheart, I'm here. Newt watched Dumpling soften under the touch, then met Tina's eyes. This is why we need somewhere controlled, private, and kind before anyone official makes a frightened decision. Tina looked toward the path back to the ladder, where ordinary New York waited above the impossible case with Eddie, Mrs. Bialek, and far too many unanswered laws. Fine, she said at last. We go up carefully, we contain the apartment, then I decide whether there is any lawful way to delay the report. Jacob gathered Dumpling with both hands when Newt showed him how to support her, and the baby tucked herself against his chest as if she had belonged there longer than minutes. Tina watched that, face pale with consequence, and turned toward the ladder. But understand me, Mr. Kowalski. This stopped being a simple accident the moment she chose you. 20. The Goldstein Threshold. The climb out of the case took longer than the climb in, though Jacob could not have said whether that was because of the ladder, the potion still sitting heavy in his stomach, or the small warm creature tucked against his chest. Dumpling slept with her nose pressed beneath his chin and both muddy paws curled into his ruined waistcoat, but every rung changed her breathing. When his shoe slipped once, her fear fluttered through him before she made a sound, and Jacob stopped at once, forehead nearly touching the ladder. Easy, he whispered, more to both of them than to her. We're just going up. Below him, Newt's voice rose gently. That's good, one rung at a time. Don't hold her too tightly. She needs to feel supported, not trapped. Above him, Tina leaned down through the suitcase opening, one hand braced on the rim and the other ready to catch his sleeve. And don't drop her, don't fall, and don't let her expand halfway through the ladder. Jacob looked up at her. That's a lot of don'ts for a man doing his best. It's been that sort of evening, Tina said, and helped him over the last rung with brisk care. Jacob emerged into his apartment like a man climbing out of a dream and into the mess the dream had made. The table still held spilled salt, cold potatoes, used cloths, and the open mouth of Newt's case. His bed was crooked from earlier chaos. The stove had sunk low. Eddie stood near the door with the frying pan under one arm, eyes fixed on Dumpling with a look that had given up deciding whether to be brave or Catholic first. Mrs. Bialek stood behind him, shawl tied around her shoulders and judgment suspended by pure bewilderment. Tina closed the suitcase lid only after Newt climbed out, then turned on him before anyone else could speak. This ends now as an unreported private incident, she said, keeping her voice low but sharp enough to cut. We have an exposed no-maj household, magical injuries, escaped creatures, an illegally opened expanded case, and now a bonded hybrid creature attached to a man who should not be capable of forming that bond. Newt straightened slowly, coat damp at the hem. He is frightened, injured, and holding a newborn familiar. That is exactly why I am still speaking quietly, Tina said. Dumpling stirred against Jacob's chest. He felt her unease wake like a tiny paw pressing inside him, and he lowered his cheek toward her head. Easy, sweetheart. Nobody's yelling. Tina heard him and closed her mouth for one breath. When she continued, the anger had not left, but it had learned to step around the baby. Mr. Kowalski, I need you to understand that kindness does not cancel law. Whatever you are, whatever she is, this apartment is no longer safe. Newt stepped between Tina and Jacob, not blocking her exactly, but placing himself where his voice could reach everyone before her wand or duty did. He looked damp, rumpled, and too thin to stand against a government, but something in his posture had settled into quiet stubbornness. "This apartment is unsafe because everyone in it is frightened," he said. "Taking Jacob and Dumpling directly to Makusa while they're like this will not make them safer. It will only add more frightened people with stronger spells." Tina's jaw tightened. "You don't get to decide that because you dislike paperwork." "I dislike bad handling," Newt said, and his voice stayed gentle enough that Jacob almost missed the steel inside it. "There is a difference. Dumpling is newborn, exhausted, and bonded. Jacob is injured, untrained, overwhelmed, and newly aware of a bond he cannot explain. If officials crowd them, separate them, or threaten erasure before we know what she can do, we may turn a miracle into a catastrophe." Eddie shifted by the door, frying pan still tucked under his arm like a shield that had lost the argument hours ago. "For the record, Catastrophe's already had a pretty good evening." Mrs. Bialek touched his elbow without looking away from Dumpling. "Quiet, Edward." Jacob stood with Dumpling against his chest and felt every word land around him like furniture being moved in the dark. Tina said law. Newt said safety. Makusa hung in the room like another door someone else held the key to. He knew the feeling too well, men behind desks deciding whether he had enough value to be trusted with a future. Only this time the future had tiny muddy paws hooked into his waistcoat and a soft breath warming the hollow of his throat. "Do I get a say?" Jacob asked. Tina looked at him at once, and the speed of it told him the answer had not been simple in her mind. "You get to tell us if you're in pain, dizzy, or feeling anything from the creature that suggests immediate danger." "That's not what I asked." Newt's expression softened with apology, but he did not rescue the moment. Maybe he knew Jacob needed it to stand on its own. Tina looked down at Dumpling, then back at Jacob's face. "You're exposed to magic," she said carefully. "Your neighbors are exposed. Your memory is legally compromised. And now you're tied to a creature that may be powerful enough to tear through rooms if she panics. So yes, your wishes matter. But they don't erase the danger." Jacob looked at Eddie, then Mrs. Bialek, then down at Dumpling. "I don't want anyone hurt because of me." Dumpling stirred at the guilt in him before his voice finished shaking. Jacob pressed his cheek lightly to her damp fur and made himself breathe slower, because she needed him steady even while other people were deciding what steady was allowed to mean. Jacob's guilt reached Dumpling before he could bury it. She lifted her head from his waistcoat, blinked once at Eddie and Mrs. Bialek, then pressed both little paws against Jacob's chest as if trying to climb inside the place where his fear had gone. Her breathing quickened. The tiny pearled tail curled tight, and the warm weight of her began to swell against his arms, not enough to become huge, but enough that Jacob's grip changed from cradling to holding on. Newt moved at once, slow and low. "Jacob, breathe before she does anything dramatic." "I am breathing," Jacob said, though the words came out too thin to convince even him. "Not apologetically," Newt said, reaching into his coat for the reinforced squeaky plushie. "Breathe as if you mean to remain in one piece." Eddie's frying pan lowered by an inch as Dumpling's fur puffed and her round head turned toward him with sudden, nervous focus. "Jake," he said carefully, "your kitten's getting ideas." "She's not a kitten," Tina said, then seemed to hear how useless that correction was in front of a man with a frying pan and a landlady who had aged 5 years since supper. Mrs. Bialek crossed herself with brisk economy. "Whatever she is upset because all of you are talking like debt collectors around a cradle." Jacob almost laughed, and the almost was enough. Dumpling's ears twitched at the change in him. Newt squeezed the plushie once, producing a soft squeak that made her attention snap from Eddie to the toy. Jacob tucked her closer, less tightly this time, and rubbed one finger between her damp ears. "Easy, Dumpling. Nobody here's bad. We're just scared." Tina watched Dumpling shrink back by degrees, not because of a spell or visible command, but because Jacob had steadied himself and the baby followed him down. The sight changed something in Tina's face. Her duty did not soften, but it stopped pretending this was ordinary procedure. "They can't remember this," Tina said quietly, looking at Eddie and Mrs. Bialek with genuine regret. "Not because they did wrong. Because if they keep it, Makusa will come for all of them, and I may not be the one asking questions." Jacob's arms tightened before he could stop them, and Dumpling puffed again at once. He forced his hands loose. "They helped me." That's why I'll be gentle, Tina said. I'll leave them safe. No terror, no creatures, no case. A sick tenant after a bad day at the bank. A bit of confusion. Nothing that brings officials here. Eddie looked from Tina to Jacob, understanding enough to be angry and not enough to know where to put it. Jake? Jacob's throat closed around the answer. He looked at Mrs. Bialec's stern, worried face, then at Eddie's pan-held-like loyalty made ridiculous. Make it kind, he said at last. Tina nodded once. I can do that. Tina took Jacob's request seriously enough that her face changed before her wand lifted. She did not look like a woman erasing inconvenience. She looked like someone about to do a difficult duty properly or not at all. Eddie still stood in the doorway with the frying pan under one arm, but his grip had slackened, and Mrs. Bialek watched Tina with the fierce distrust of a woman who had protected a building full of poor people too long to surrender memory easily. Edward, Tina said gently, stepping close enough to hold his eyes without crowding him. You came because Jacob sounded ill. He'd had a bad shock after the bank. You helped him sit down, and Mrs. Bialek made sure the hall stayed quiet. That's all that happened. Eddie frowned. That ain't all. No, Tina said, and her voice softened. But it's all you can safely keep. Jacob held Dumpling tighter for one breath, then made himself loosen his arms when she stirred. Eddie looked at him, and for a second Jacob saw his friend through all the ordinary years at once. Jokes through the wall, borrowed matches, bad pastries accepted like gifts, rough kindness wearing a cheap shirt. Jacob wanted to say something that would survive the spell. Nothing came that would not make it worse. Tina raised her wand with careful grace. Obliviate. Eddie's eyes lost their sharpness by degrees, like a window fogging from the inside. Mrs. Bialek drew herself up, ready to resist on principle alone, but Tina turned to her with the same grave kindness. You checked on your tenant, found him unwell, and sent everyone back to their rooms. You were right to be concerned. You handled it well. Mrs. Bialek's mouth trembled once around a retort that never formed. Tina's wand moved again. Obliviate. Newt was already moving when the spell settled. He closed the case, checked the latches, and murmured something Jacob could not hear to whatever waited below. Tina flicked her wand through the apartment with brisk, silent precision. Salt swept itself from the table. Mud vanished from the floorboards. The crooked bed straightened, the stove settled, the chair returned to place, and the room became poor, tired, and ordinary again, which somehow hurt more than the mess had. Jacob stood in the middle of it with Dumpling tucked against his chest and felt his life being cleaned around him. Will they be all right? They'll wake with headaches and a sensible story, Tina said, lowering her wand. That is the best I can give them. Newt lifted the case. We should go before anyone else knocks. Tina opened the door and looked back once, taking in Jacob, Dumpling, Newt, and the repaired room. My apartment first, she said. It's private, wardable, and not Makusa. For now, that is the only mercy I can offer. 21. Queenie sees him. Tina moved them through New York with the brisk mercy of a woman who knew exactly how much mercy could cost. The night had thinned toward that strange hour when the city was neither asleep nor properly awake, when motorcars rattled past with their lamps smeared by mist and men in hats hurried home from places no one mentioned in daylight. Jacob kept Dumpling tucked beneath his coat. One arm curved around her warm little body while Newt carried the case close and watched every passing shadow as if a loose doorknob might sprout feathers. Tina walked ahead with her wand hidden in her sleeve, opening paths without seeming to touch them, and Jacob followed because going anywhere else had stopped being an option. They climbed the stairs of the Goldstein building quietly, though quiet seemed to take more effort with every step. Dumpling slept until the third landing, then stirred against Jacob's chest, her tiny claws catching in his ruined waistcoat. The feeling inside him answered before sound did, a small flutter of uncertainty that wasn't quite his and wasn't quite hers. Jacob slowed at once, and Tina turned back sharply, but Newt lifted one hand before she spoke. Let him settle her, he said softly. She's feeling the new place before she sees it. Tina's mouth tightened, but she waited. Jacob bent his head until his cheek brushed Dumpling's fur. Easy, sweetheart, he whispered, one foot on the stair and one hand against the wall. We're visiting, that's all. Nobody's putting anybody in a sack. Dumpling gave one tiny snuffle into his shirt, and the pressure in his chest loosened by degrees. Tina watched that happen with the tired expression of someone collecting evidence she didn't want to need. "You understand," she said quietly, "that if my sister opens that door and finds Mr. Scamander, an illegal case, you, and a baby XXXXX class hybrid familiar in her hallway, I'm going to have to explain several things very quickly." Jacob looked up at her. "Should I smile less?" "Please don't improvise," Tina said, and knocked before he could answer. The door opened on warmth. That was the first thing Jacob noticed, before the woman, before the light, before the magic. Warmth spilled into the hallway in a soft golden wash, carrying cinnamon, polish, clean fabric, and supper held over with care. Lamps glowed behind colored shades. A sofa sat beneath framed prints, a little table shone with tidy glamour, and the room seemed to breathe domestic comfort the way Newt's case breathed wild earth. A spoon stirred itself lazily in a cup near the counter, and a dishcloth folded itself with fussy little snaps. Jacob stood on the threshold with dumpling under his coat, damp shoes on polished floorboards, and the whole poor shape of his day clinging to him. Tina stepped inside first, already bracing herself. "Queenie," she said, too carefully, "don't scream." A woman's voice floated from inside the apartment, bright, sleepy, and far too warm for the shape of the night. "Teenie, honey, when you tell a girl not to scream, you've already made screaming feel mighty reasonable." Tina stepped farther in, keeping one hand raised as if she could hold back the whole room with posture alone. "I'm serious, Queenie. We have a situation." She looked over her shoulder at Newt, then at Jacob, and the glance seemed to gather everything she hadn't put into words. The case, the creatures, the witnesses, the erased neighbors, the sleeping baby under Jacob's coat, and the law waiting somewhere below the city like a locked cellar door. Several situations. Jacob should have stepped inside after Newt, but his shoes stopped on the threshold as if the polished floor had become a question. The apartment wasn't grand in the way the bank had been grand. It didn't tower over him or measure the shine on his cuffs. It welcomed too easily, and that made it worse. Soft rugs lay over the boards. A little lamp painted the wall in amber. A row of neat kitchen things gleamed near the stove, and the air carried butter, sugar, soap, perfume, and something floral he couldn't name. It felt like a home that expected people to come back. Dumpling stirred beneath his coat and pressed her nose against the gap near his collar. Jacob held her closer without trapping her, remembering Newt's warning by the ladder and Tina's fear in his apartment. The baby's sleepy curiosity brushed through him, warm and uncertain, and his own hesitation answered it. He thought of his room with its cold stove, spilled salt, and scrubbed clean floorboards that no longer knew what had happened there. He thought of Eddie's eyes fogging over and Mrs. Bialec's stern mouth softening around a memory that wasn't hers anymore. The Goldstein apartment offered warmth, and Jacob stood at its edge feeling like he had brought dirt on his soul, not just his shoes. Newt paused beside him, case in hand, and did not push. "It's all right, Jacob," he said quietly. "Thresholds can feel rather large when one's had a complicated evening." Jacob looked at him, then at Tina's anxious face. "I don't want to ruin her floor." Tina blinked once, caught off guard by the smallness of the worry after everything else. Before she could answer, a blonde woman stepped into view from the kitchen, wrapped in a soft robe the color of cream, her hair falling in bright waves around a face that seemed made for lamplight. Her smile began politely, then faltered the instant her eyes found Jacob. "Oh," Queenie said, and the single word changed the room. Jacob had been looked at plenty of ways that day. The bank had looked at him like risk wearing a decent suit. Tina had looked at him like an accident with paperwork attached. Newt looked at him like a puzzle he was sorry had teeth. Queenie Goldstein looked at him for one breath and made him feel seen before he had decided whether he wanted anyone looking. Her hand rested on the kitchen doorway, pale fingers curled against the painted wood, and the apartment seemed to hold its warm breath around her. She was pretty in a way Jacob's tired mind had no defense for, all soft light, bright hair, and eyes that should have belonged to a woman hearing music no one else could catch. Then her gaze moved over his damp coat, his bandaged hand, the torn waistcoat beneath Dumpling's hidden paws, and his shoes hovering outside her rug, and something gentler than surprise came into her face. "Oh, honey," Queenie said softly, and Jacob's ears warmed because no stranger had ever put that much pity and welcome into two words without making either one hurt. "You're hungry, scared half to pieces, and still worried about my floor." Jacob glanced down at his shoes before he could stop himself. I can take them off. Tina shut the door behind them and turned at once. Queenie, don't. Queenie's eyes flicked to her sister, then returned to Jacob with an apology already blooming. I'm sorry, that slipped out. She stepped closer, slow enough that Dumpling did not stir, and her smile changed into something careful. I hear things sometimes. Thoughts, feelings, little bits folks don't always mean to hand over. Jacob held still because backing away would have meant stepping into the hallway, and the hallway had nothing warm in it. His first thought was that she knew about the bank. His second was that she knew he had eaten barely anything since morning. His third, mortifying and immediate, was that she was the prettiest woman he had ever seen in his life, and if she could hear that too, he might have to climb out the window. Queenie's mouth curved, but she did not laugh at him. That one was sweet, she said, a little breathless now. Embarrassed, but sweet. Newt shifted beside Jacob, clearly trying not to stare with professional interest and failing by inches. Tina's shoulders tightened. Queenie, this is exactly why I said don't scream, not start reading him in the doorway. I'm not trying to, Queenie said, and for the first time her voice lost some of its bright ease. She looked at Jacob as if he had brought quiet into a room she had not realized was noisy. He's just very loud in a gentle way. Jacob swallowed. Dumpling snuffled beneath his coat, and Queenie's eyes softened further, but she kept her attention on Jacob's face as if giving him that dignity was a choice. I don't know what that means, he said. It means, Queenie said, stepping aside so the warm apartment opened before him, you'd better come in before you fall over pretending you're fine. Jacob stepped inside because Queenie had made it sound less like surrender than common sense. The floorboards did not accuse him. The rug did not reject his shoes. Warmth closed around his shoulders, and the apartment door clicked shut behind them with a soft finality that made Dumpling wake fully beneath his coat. Her little body tensed against his chest, then her nose pushed out through the gap near his collar, damp and striped and absurdly precious in the lamplight. Queenie's hand flew to her mouth, but she did not scream. Her eyes widened first with delight, then with something deeper and stranger as Dumpling blinked at her and gave a tiny breathy chirrup. Queenie took one careful step closer, stopping before Jacob could flinch back, and the softness in her face turned thoughtful. Oh, aren't you the prettiest dangerous thing, she said, her voice pitched low enough for the baby. And you picked him. Newt set the case down with exact care near the wall. She did, he said, watching Dumpling's ears and Jacob's breathing at the same time. Quite firmly, actually. Please don't reach for her yet. She's exhausted, and the bond is very fresh. Jacob looked from Newt to Queenie, then down at Dumpling as if the baby might explain why every sentence about her made people sound like doctors near a difficult birth. She got scared in my place, he said, rubbing one finger between Dumpling's ears. She gets bigger when she's scared, or happy, or when folks talk about laws around her. Tina removed her hat with controlled hands and set it on a side table. Which is why nobody is going to excite her. Queenie, don't encourage anything to expand in this apartment. We still need walls. Queenie gave her sister a look, but it barely held because her attention kept slipping back to Jacob. Not to Dumpling alone, Jacob realized, but to the space between them. Her eyes had gone unfocused in a way that made him feel exposed and oddly sheltered at once, as if she had heard a song through a closed door and found it familiar. It isn't just the baby, she said softly. There's warmth all through him now. New warmth, like a stove just lit in a cold kitchen. Jacob's breath caught. Tina heard it, and Newt's expression sharpened. Dumpling pressed both paws into Jacob's waistcoat, not afraid now, only certain of him. Queenie's face softened again, and the smile that came was smaller than before, almost private. But his thoughts are still his, she said. Hungry, worried, embarrassed, awful sweet, and trying to make room for everybody else before he's even found a chair. Tina crossed the room at once, not fast enough to frighten Dumpling, but firm enough to reclaim the air. Queenie, that's enough, she said, standing between her sister and Jacob by half a step. He is injured, bonded to a creature we can't legally explain, and still subject to exposure law until someone with authority decides otherwise. Jacob felt the warmth of the apartment falter around the edges. Queenie's gaze moved past Tina to him, gentle but no longer dreamy, and something steady entered her voice. Then we'd better feed him before authority gets here hungry too. 22. Supper above the street. Queenie turned toward the kitchen as if feeding an injured man, a nervous magizoologist, her sister's conscience, and a sleeping magical catastrophe were all ordinary late-night duties. A chair slid itself out from the table before Jacob could pretend he didn't need it. He looked at the chair, then at the rug beneath his shoes, then at Queenie's profile as she lifted a covered dish with a towel wrapped around both hands. The apartment seemed to move around her in small, obedient gestures, a cupboard sighing open, plates drifting down, a knife settling beside folded napkins, and all of it was so warm and practiced that Jacob's throat tightened before hunger could take proper shape. "Sit down, honey," Queenie said gently, glancing over her shoulder. "You're swaying, and I don't think my sister's got patience left for catching handsome strangers tonight." Tina gave her a look from near the door, where she had begun setting little locking charms with quick, precise wand movements. "I have patience for medical necessity. I have less patience for flirting over an active legal incident." Jacob eased into the chair because refusing would only make everyone stare harder. Dumpling settled against his chest with a sleepy little grumble, her paws kneading once into the torn cloth of his waistcoat. "I can hold her and eat," he said, then looked down at his bandaged hand and reconsidered the confidence of that statement. "Probably." Newt set his case near the wall and crouched to check the latches before answering. "One-handed eating is perfectly possible under pressure. Less elegant, perhaps, but we're well past elegant." Queenie laughed softly, and the sound warmed the table before the food reached it. She set down a dish of stew first, rich with gravy, carrots, onions, and potatoes, then a plate of sliced bread whose crust had been warmed until the room carried that deep, honest smell Jacob trusted more than most people. Butter followed in a covered dish, pale and soft enough to spread without tearing the bread. Jacob stared at it for half a second too long. Queenie noticed. Of course she did. Her smile dimmed into something tenderer as she placed a bowl in front of him. "It's only supper." Jacob looked at the bread, at the steam, at the careful way she had put food before him without making charity of it. "No," he said quietly, shifting Dumpling higher so her nose stayed clear of the bowl. "It's not only anything." He picked up the bread with his good hand, felt the heat through the crust, and breathed in before he could help himself. "Somebody made this right. Didn't rush it. Didn't let it dry out. That matters." For a moment, no one moved. Tina's wand paused mid-charm. Newt looked up from the case. Queenie's eyes softened as if Jacob had thanked her in a language she hadn't expected him to know. Then Queenie reached for the butter knife and sat beside him, close enough to help and careful enough not to crowd. "Well then," she said, spreading butter over the first slice with slow, practical grace. "We'd better make sure you get the good piece." Queenie laid the buttered bread on the rim of Jacob's bowl, then guided the spoon toward his good hand as if she had decided help could be offered without making him smaller. Jacob took it, awkward with Dumpling tucked against him, and dipped into the stew. The first mouthful was hot enough to make him blink, rich enough to make his stomach remember it had been patient for far too long, and kind enough that he had to look down at the bowl until his face settled. Newt sat only after checking the case twice more, though even seated he leaned toward it like a man listening through walls. "There are still creatures missing," he said, answering Tina's silence before she had to turn it into accusation. "Not many, but enough that leaving them in the city overnight is dangerous. For them and for everyone else." Tina took the chair opposite Jacob, spine straight, hat set beside her like evidence. "And the city is already frightened. Shaw's people are stirring up witchcraft talk, the second Salamers are shouting in the streets, and Makusa is watching for exposure after Grindelwald's trouble overseas. This is the worst possible time for an illegal case to open in a no-maj apartment." Jacob swallowed carefully. "No-maj means me." "It meant you," Newt said softly, then winced as Tina looked at him. "Or it may have meant you. The situation is less certain now." Tina's gaze came to Jacob's bandaged hand, then to the small striped head resting under his chin. "Uncertain is not safer. If Makusa decides you were a no-maj exposed to magic, your memory is in danger. If they decide you're something else, then your life becomes paperwork, hearings, tests, and restrictions. Neither road is gentle." Queenie's hand stilled near the bread plate. She had been smiling a little while Jacob ate, but that smile slipped as Tina spoke. "He just got here, Teenie," she said, her voice low. "Don't make the first warm meal he's had all day taste like a sentence." "It already might be one," Tina said, and the pain under the practical words made Jacob stop resenting them. Queenie, I'm trying to keep him from being dragged downstairs in cuffs or taken straight in front of people who will be scared enough to make a bad decision. Dumpling stirred at the tightness in the room. Jacob set the spoon down and rubbed between her ears until the tiny claws loosened from his waistcoat. I don't want anybody getting hurt over me, he said. Queenie looked at him then, not bright, not teasing, but terribly gentle. That's one of the things I heard first, she said. You keep putting everybody else ahead of the chair you're sitting in. Jacob did not know what to do with Queenie's gentleness. A man could brace against suspicion, make jokes at fear, and swallow disappointment until it sat quiet. Gentleness got under the ribs. It made his good hand clumsy on the spoon, and when he tried to take another mouthful of stew, he found himself watching Queenie instead. She had turned back toward the stove, but her shoulders had drawn in by the smallest degree, as if Tina's worry, Newt's listening silence, Dumpling's sleepy uncertainty, and Jacob's own fear had all brushed against her at once. Tina noticed too, because Tina noticed everything when she was worried. Queenie, she said, her voice softening despite the tight line of her mouth, you don't have to stay in the middle of this. Queenie lifted a kettle without touching it, and steam rose as it settled near the table. It's my apartment too, Teeny. Besides, he's eating better when folks aren't talking about memory removal over the gravy. Jacob nearly choked on nothing. I can eat through most things, he said, then caught the way Queenie's mouth curved without quite becoming a smile. She had heard the nervous joke, but she had also heard the thought under it. He could feel that now, not as words in the air, but as a strange awareness of her awareness. She was not digging. She was standing too close to an open oven and feeling the heat. Newt, bless him, seemed to understand part of that. He reached into his coat, withdrew a folded cloth, and placed it beside Jacob's bowl. For Dumpling, if she becomes interested in supper. Not stew, obviously. Too salty, but the cloth smells of the case, and sometimes familiar scent helps. Dumpling lifted her head at the word familiar, or perhaps at the cloth. Jacob took it and tucked the edge beneath her little chin. She settled at once, and with her settling, something in Jacob settled too. Queenie's shoulders loosened. He saw it plainly enough that his face warmed. You felt that, he said quietly. Queenie looked down at the teacups arranging themselves near her hand. A little. Jacob stared into the stew, then made himself think of bread. Not bank bread, not rejected samples, but the bread he used to imagine for a shop he didn't have yet. Warm loaves lined in the window. Rye cooling on racks. Onion rolls split open for men coming off shift. A front door that chimed, and someone behind the counter smiling because people had come in cold and left fed. He thought it on purpose, slow and steady, shaping it the way he would shape dough under both hands. Queenie went very still. Tina's eyes narrowed, but Queenie's face softened with such open surprise that Jacob forgot to be embarrassed for one whole breath. That's nicer, Queenie whispered. Jacob looked at her then, holding Dumpling close with one arm and his spoon forgotten in the other hand. I don't know how to not think things, he said, but I can try to think kinder ones. Queenie blinked fast, and her smile trembled before it returned. Most folks don't try. Queenie's words settled over the table more quietly than a spell, and Jacob felt them land in places he had not meant to show anyone. Most folks didn't try. He thought of the bank, of Mr. Whitcomb cleaning his spectacles before saying no, of Tina choosing kind false memories for Eddie and Mrs. Bialek because the truth would put them in danger. Trying mattered. It did not always save a man, but it mattered. He took another spoonful of stew because Queenie had given him a meal and because his hands needed something ordinary to do while his heart behaved like it had been knocked loose. Tina finished the last locking charm at the window, then crossed to the table with the slow, deliberate steps of someone who hated interrupting warmth and would do it anyway. This can't become comfortable, she said, her voice low enough not to startle Dumpling. Not yet. We have wards up for now, but this apartment is not a legal shelter. Mr. Scamander's case is still an unregistered risk on American soil, and Jacob's condition has to be explained before anyone else explains it for us. Newt's fingers tightened around his teacup. I agree that it must be explained. I object to explaining it to frightened officials before Jacob can stand steadily without soup. Stew, Jacob said, because the correction came easier than fear. Good stew too. Queenie smiled despite herself, then reached for his bowl. There's more. Tina looked at her sister, and the smile faded again. Queenie, don't make this smaller than it is. I'm not, Queenie said, ladling another modest portion into Jacob's bowl with a hand that stayed steady by choice. I'm making sure he doesn't face it hungry. Jacob watched the stew slide into the bowl and felt the simple dignity of it. No one was asking him to prove he deserved the second helping. No one was counting it against collateral. Dumpling sniffed toward the steam, sneezed once, and tucked her nose back under his chin as if warm gravy was beneath her royal notice. Newt leaned toward the case as a muffled knock sounded from within. It was soft, but every person at the table heard it. The apartment's warmth changed shape at once, becoming shelter instead of comfort. Queenie's hand paused on the ladle. Tina's wand came halfway out of her sleeve. Jacob set the spoon down and felt Dumpling wake against him before her eyes opened. That's not her, he said quietly. Newt rose at once, careful and thin with worry. No, that came from the case. Tina's face tightened. I thought you checked the latches. I did, Newt said, already crossing the room. Which means something inside is asking rather politely to become tonight's next problem. Jacob looked at the bowl, the bread, Queenie's worried eyes, and Tina's wand. The meal had not ended. It had simply become part of the danger. He shifted Dumpling higher against his chest and pushed back his chair. Then I guess supper's coming with us. 23. Sister, Law, and Secrets. The knock from the case did not become the disaster everyone expected, which somehow left the room more unsettled than a proper catastrophe might have done. Newt opened the latches by a careful inch, murmured down into the warm green dark, and discovered that one of the case's smaller residents had overturned a feeding bowl and trapped itself beneath a lid too heavy for offended dignity. He vanished below for 3 minutes with Jacob's bread wrapped in a napkin, returned with his coat dusted in hay, and looked both relieved and guilty enough that Tina did not need to say a word. Jacob stayed at the table with Dumpling tucked against him, watching supper cool beside the edge of danger. By the time Newt settled the case again, the apartment had divided itself. Jacob sat near the table, one hand on Dumpling's back while Queenie gathered bowls and spoons with more care than necessary. Newt crouched beside the case, checking locks that had already been checked. Tina stood by the window, wand lowered, jaw tight, and eyes fixed on the reflection of the room in the dark glass. The city muttered beyond the walls, motor cars and distant voices rising from the street below. Ordinary people moving through ordinary night while Jacob sat in a witch's apartment trying not to wonder whether his memories had become evidence. Queenie carried the bowls to the sink, then let them wash themselves with a flick of her fingers. You're thinking too loudly, Teeny, she said without turning around. Tina's shoulders stiffened, though she did not look away from the window. Then stop listening. Queenie dried her hands on a towel and looked back, gentle but not yielding. That's not how it works, and you know it. Tina crossed the room in 3 quiet steps, keeping her voice low enough that Jacob had to look away to pretend he wasn't hearing every word. What I know is that we have Mr. Scamander, his case, an injured no-mage who may not be a no-mage, and a bonded creature that can expand in my sister's dining room if everyone gets sentimental at the wrong moment. Queenie's expression softened toward the word sentimental, but her chin lifted. His name is Jacob. I know his name, Tina said, and that hurt in her voice made Jacob's hand still on Dumpling's fur. Knowing his name is part of the problem. Liking him will not protect him if Makusa finds out I kept this quiet. Queenie glanced toward Jacob, then back to Tina, and the warmth in the apartment seemed to gather around her like a shawl she meant to share and defend. Turning him in too soon won't protect him either. Tina looked at Queenie for a long second, and Jacob saw the argument change from procedure to sisterhood. It was there in the way Tina's shoulders lowered by half an inch and her grip on the wand eased without disappearing. She was not facing an offender now. She was facing the person whose kitchen light she trusted, whose spare blanket she knew by touch, whose smile had survived too many tired evenings after Makusa had taken more than it gave back. You read him for 10 minutes, Tina said quietly. That is not an investigation. Queenie's gaze flicked to Jacob, then away again as if she had felt his embarrassment before he could hide it. No, it's not. It's more intimate than that, and I'm not pretending it isn't. She folded the towel over the counter with careful hands. He's scared. He's exhausted. He's hungry in the way people get when they've spent a long time pretending hunger's not urgent. He's worried for his neighbors, for you, for Mr. Scamander, for that little baby in his coat, and somehow still worried he's taking up too much room at my table. Jacob's face warmed, and Dumpling stirred against him as his discomfort reached her. He lowered his chin and rubbed slow circles between her ears, trying to think of bread again, but this time the thought came unevenly. It was hard to make warm loaves line a window when two women were standing 3 steps away deciding whether his decency mattered to the law. Tina's eyes softened despite herself, but her answer did not. Goodness is not a legal category, Queenie. Neither is hunger. Neither is shame. If it were, half the people Makusa scares would be safer than they are. Queenie turned fully then, her robe catching lamplight at the sleeve. Maybe that's the problem. It's not one I can solve tonight by breaking every rule I still have left, Tina said, and the words came sharper because they had struck bone. You know what they'll ask. Why didn't I report him at once? Why did I bring an exposed man here? Why did I let you near him? Why is he holding a classified creature like it's a kitten with table manners? Newt made a faint noise beside the case. For accuracy, Dumpling's table manners remain untested. Tina turned her head just enough to pin him with a look. Not helping. Queenie did not smile this time. She crossed to Jacob's side of the table, not touching him, but standing close enough that the room seemed to choose him with her. He is not a threat. Tina's voice dropped. He may not mean to be. That is different. Her gaze moved to Dumpling, whose tiny striped head had tucked beneath Jacob's chin. If she expands because he panics, if his magic answers before he understands it, if someone comes through that door and sees the wrong thing, intention will not keep anyone safe. Jacob heard the word intention and felt it settle beside the warmth of Dumpling's body. Tina was right in a way that made no comfort of being right. He had not meant to open the wrong case, frighten his neighbors, get bitten, get bonded, or bring a creature into a witch's dining room like a man arriving late with a wet kitten. Meaning well had not kept Eddie and Mrs. Bialek from losing the truth. It would not keep Queenie safe if someone higher than Tina decided kindness was evidence of guilt. He looked at the door, then at Tina's wand, then down at Dumpling tucked beneath his chin. Then what does keep people safe? He asked quietly, because if the answer is only somebody taking my memory, I'd rather know before dessert. Queenie's face tightened, but Tina did not answer at once. Her eyes moved over him with that same careful measuring he had seen since his kitchen, only now the measure had changed. Proof, she said at last, and the word sounded like a decision being made against fear. If we go to Makusa with feelings, sympathy, and Mr. Scamander's opinion, they'll call you an exposed no-mage with a dangerous attachment. If we go with evidence that you can intentionally use a wand, the question changes. Newt rose from beside the case, dusting hay from one sleeve with absent fingers. A muggle, or no-mage, cannot simply take a wand and produce deliberate spellwork. Accidents, magical creature effects, environmental residue, those can all be argued away. Intentional wand response is rather harder to dismiss. Queenie reached toward the pocket of her robe. He can borrow mine. No, Tina said at once, then softened when Queenie's eyes flashed. Not because of you, because if this becomes official, I need to say I supervised it properly. She drew her own wand and laid it across her palm rather than offering it point first. My wand. My risk, one safe spell, nothing moving, nothing breaking, nothing that can clean half the room if his magic sneezes. Jacob stared at the wand as if it were a live coal. You're saying if I make it work, I'm not a no-mage anymore. I'm saying it gives us a better argument, Tina said, and honesty kept the answer from becoming too kind. You'd still be untrained, still bonded to her, and still dangerous if frightened. But you would not be only a secrecy breach. Newt pulled a chair beside Jacob and angled it so he could sit close without crowding him. We'll start with light, he said, demonstrating with 2 fingers in the air before touching the wand. Not power, not force. A spell is not a punch. Hold it as if it's a tool you respect, not a weapon you're afraid of. Jacob took the wand with his good hand, awkward and careful, while Dumpling blinked sleepily against his waistcoat. The wood felt warmer than it should have. Tina watched his fingers. Queenie watched his face, and Newt leaned in with quiet patience. The word is Lumos, Newt said. But the word is only the doorbell. What matters is that you know why you're asking for light. Jacob held Tina's wand the way Newt had shown him, but his fingers still wanted to clutch it like a pencil in a storm. The wood rested across his palm, slender and certain, with a warmth that did not belong to varnish. Dumpling watched it from beneath his chin, round eyes half sleepy, half curious, and Jacob had the sudden awful thought that if he failed, he might become less safe for her in everyone's mind. Newt adjusted Jacob's wrist by the smallest degree. "Not so stiff," he said gently. "A wand is not impressed by panic. Think of it as a kitchen tool, if that helps. A very specialized whisk, perhaps, though please don't whisk with it." Tina stood beside the table, watching closely enough to make the airfield inspected. Clear pronunciation first. No flourish. No experiment. Just Lumos. Jacob nodded, swallowed, and lifted the wand tip away from Dumpling's whiskers. "Lumos," he said. Nothing happened. The lamp on the table glowed. The kettle breathed steam. Somewhere below the window, a motorcar rolled past through the night. The wand sat in Jacob's hand like an expensive twig that had decided not to embarrass itself on his behalf. Queenie's expression softened too quickly, and that nearly made it worse. Jacob looked down at the bowl, at the cooling stew, and felt heat rise behind his ears. "Well," he said, trying for humor and finding only scraps. "Maybe it only works for folks with better suits." "No," Newt said at once, not loud, but firm enough to stop the shame before it could settle. He leaned closer, his face open and serious. "That was a word without an invitation. Try again, but don't ask the wand to prove you deserve it. Ask for light because light is needed." Jacob tried again. "Lumos." The wand gave the faintest twitch, more like a breath caught in wood than a spell, and the tip stayed dark. Tina's face changed. Not success, not yet, but attention sharpened into evidence. There was a response. "A small one," Newt said, and his smile arrived carefully, as if he did not want to frighten hope. "Good. Now stop thinking of the room watching you." Jacob almost laughed at that, because the room was absolutely watching him. Tina watched like law. Newt watched like a teacher trying not to scare a skittish creature. Queenie watched like the result mattered to her heart before she had given anyone permission. Jacob closed his eyes and thought of the stove in his apartment before dawn, of a bakery window lit for men going to work in the cold, of a lamp left burning because someone was expected home. Dumpling's warm weight pressed against him, and he thought of keeping one small frightened thing from the dark. He opened his eyes. "Lumos," Jacob said, quieter this time. A small light bloomed at the wand tip. It was not bright, not elegant, and it flickered twice before holding, but it was there, warm and gold against Tina's fingers, Queenie's teacups, Newt's astonished smile, and Dumpling's blinking face. Jacob stared at it until his breath forgot how to move. Tina did not speak for several seconds. Then she reached slowly for a napkin, wrapped it around a pencil, and wrote the time with hands that were steadier than her face. "Jacob Kowalski produced intentional wandlight under supervision," she said, as if saying it plainly could keep the world from tilting. "That changes what we tell Makusa." 24. A bed in a witch's apartment. The wand light faded only after Tina told Jacob how to let it go, and even then he kept staring at the darkened tip as if it might change its mind and take the miracle back. Tina accepted her wand with both hands, not because she mistrusted him exactly, but because the room had become careful around him in a new way. The napkin with her written note lay on the table beside the cooling stew bowl, plain pencil marks trying to hold down the impossible. Jacob Kowalski had made light on purpose. Newt looked as if he wanted to ask 17 questions and had chosen mercy by swallowing 16 of them. "That's enough for tonight," he said, gently but firmly. "He needs rest, food if he can manage another bite, and no further spellwork until his hand has stopped behaving like a philosophical argument." Jacob flexed his bandaged fingers, still feeling the echo of warmth from Tina's wand in his palm. "That bad?" "Not bad," Newt said, then glanced at Tina and amended himself. "Unclear." Tina folded the napkin carefully and tucked it into her small notebook. "Unclear is exactly why we stop. We have evidence now. We don't need to push him into collapse proving the same point twice." Queenie had gone quiet after the light appeared. She moved around the apartment with soft purpose, drawing curtains, lowering one lamp, and folding a blanket over the end of the sofa. The domestic movements should have made the room feel ordinary again, but Jacob saw magic everywhere now. The curtains twitched into place before her fingers reached them. The lamp dimmed with a murmured word. The blanket shook itself smooth across the sofa, then settled like it had been taught manners. He had made one small light and the whole world had become crowded with doors he had never known were shut. You'll take the sofa, Queenie said, turning back to him with warmth held carefully in both voice and face. Newt can stay near the case, Teeny can pretend she's not watching all of us, and Dumpling can sleep where she won't wake up thinking we've abandoned her. Dumpling, tucked against Jacob's chest, gave a tiny grumble as if she approved the arrangement in principle but reserved judgment on the bedding. Jacob looked at the sofa, the folded blanket, the lamplight, and the city murmuring beyond the window. Motorcars passed below, distant voices rose and faded, and somewhere in the building a pipe knocked like an old man clearing his throat. I don't want to put anybody out, Jacob said. Queenie's smile softened, and the look in her eyes made him wonder what part of that thought had reached her before the words did. Honey, after tonight, a blanket on my sofa is not the part that's trouble. Queenie brought the blanket to him herself instead of letting it float, and that made Jacob sit a little straighter on the sofa without knowing why. She tucked one corner near the armrest, shook out the other, and left enough space for Dumpling without asking whether a man ought to sleep with a baby magical creature against his chest. Tina watched from the table with her notebook open, pencil in hand, and Newt settled cross-legged near the case as if guarding a door to a nursery full of storms. You'll sleep better if you loosen your shoulders, Queenie said, smoothing the blanket over Jacob's knees. You're holding yourself like the sofa's going to charge rent. Jacob looked at the sofa, which was softer than his bed and kinder than half the furniture he had known. It might. Everything else did today. Queenie's smile flickered, warm and sad at once, but she let the joke stand. Then we'll put it on Teeny's account. Tina did not look up from the notebook. My account is already carrying illegal shelter, unsupervised spell evidence, and a classified familiar bond. The sofa can wait its turn. Newt glanced over with a faint, tired smile. Technically, shelter is the only part currently behaving itself. Jacob lay back carefully, keeping Dumpling nestled in the crook between his chest and arm. She grumbled once, kneaded the blanket with muddy little paws, and tucked her nose under his chin. The lamps lowered until the apartment became all gold edges and soft shadows. Beyond the curtains, New York kept moving, but up here the sounds had gentler teeth, wheels softened by height, voices blurred by brick and glass, pipes knocking softly in the walls. Jacob closed his eyes because everyone seemed to agree he should, and for a few minutes he almost believed sleep might come like mercy. Then warmth bloomed under his ribs, sudden and bright. It was not pain, it was want. Dumpling's want, small and round and urgent, rolled through him with such force that Jacob opened his eyes to darkness and found one hand already reaching for her. She was awake, staring toward the case with her ears lifted, and her hunger came with pictures that were not pictures. Milk-warm comfort, soft fur, the smell of the green habitats below, and a lonely little distress that made Jacob's throat tighten before he understood it. Newt was already sitting up straighter. Jacob? She's hungry, Jacob whispered, then frowned because he had not meant to sound certain. Dumpling gave a tiny chirrup against his shirt, and the feeling sharpened until his chest ached with it. Or she misses something down there. I don't know, it's like she's pulling at me from the inside. Queenie stepped closer in her slippers, her face pale in the lamplight. You heard her without sound. Tina closed the notebook slowly. That is not restful. Jacob looked down at Dumpling as she pressed both paws into his waistcoat and stared toward the case. He rubbed between her ears, but the ache did not leave. No, he said softly. But it's real. Newt came to the sofa with the quiet urgency of a man approaching a cradle beside a cliff. He did not reach for Dumpling. He set a folded cloth near Jacob's elbow first, then a shallow dish no larger than a saucer, filled with something pale and warm that smelled faintly of cream, grass, and honey. This is safer than taking her below while she's unsettled, he said, keeping his voice low. Let her smell it first. If she accepts it, she may calm enough for you both to rest. Jacob dipped one finger into the mixture and held it near Dumpling's nose. She sniffed, sneezed once, then licked with such offended hunger that Queenie's mouth curved before she could stop it. Jacob felt the first swallow through his own chest, not taste, not exactly, but satisfaction blooming small and round beneath his ribs. The strangeness of it made his eyes sting. Tina saw too much. I'm writing that down, she said from the table, but her pencil did not move at once. Of course you are, Queenie said softly, and the words had no sharpness in them. She sat on the rug beside the sofa, careful of the dish, with her robe tucked beneath her knees and the lamplight resting in her hair. But maybe let him breathe before you make him into another note. Tina looked as if she might answer, then closed the notebook instead. Newt returned to the case and began arranging something inside the top compartment, giving them privacy by pretending his work required all his attention. Jacob watched Queenie's hands settle in her lap. He knew, without knowing how, that she had heard the fear before he found words for it. "You're thinking about being erased," Queenie said gently. Jacob's hand stilled on Dumpling's back. Hard not to. A man spends years trying to remember the things he survived, then finds out some folks can take memory like sweeping crumbs off a table. He looked toward Tina's notebook, then back to Queenie. "No offense to your sister. She's trying to keep me alive, I think." "She is," Queenie said. "Teeny cares so much it comes out looking like rules." Jacob gave a small tired laugh. "I knew sergeants like that." Queenie's smile softened, but she did not chase the joke. "The war's loud in you sometimes. Not always pictures. More like places where you step carefully." Jacob looked down at Dumpling, who was licking the dish with fierce concentration. "You hear that too?" "Only pieces," Queenie said. "I don't go digging, but crowded minds push things at me. Fear, wanting, anger, dirty thoughts, lies people polish before they say them. Sometimes I come home so tired I can't tell which feelings are mine until the walls get quiet." Jacob thought of her stepping through streets full of men, worry, hunger, shouting, greed, loneliness, and all of it pressing into a smiling woman who still made supper for strangers. He swallowed and tried to give her something kinder, not as a trick this time, but as an offering. He thought of bread cooling on racks, of a warm kitchen before dawn, of onion rolls split open for men too tired to talk, and of a shop door that would let cold people step into light. Queenie's breath caught softly. She looked down at her hands, and her shoulders eased as if she had set down a weight no one else could see. "There," she whispered. "That's what I mean. You don't get quiet by being empty. You get quiet by meaning no harm." Jacob did not know whether Queenie meant to keep sitting by the sofa or whether the night had simply forgotten to move her. Dumpling licked the last pale smear from the dish, then tucked herself beneath Jacob's chin with a sleepy sigh that settled through his ribs as if someone had banked a fire inside him. Queenie's shoulders lowered another fraction, and her gaze stayed on him with a softness that made him feel less watched than trusted. The apartment had gone quiet around them, not empty quiet, but held quiet, the kind a kitchen made after bread had been shaped and left to rise. "You can rest there," Jacob said, keeping his voice low because Tina had finally stopped writing and Newt's careful movements near the case had slowed. "On me, I mean. If thinking about bread helps. That sounds foolish when I say it, but you know what I mean." Queenie's smile came small and unguarded. "It doesn't sound foolish to me." She leaned one shoulder lightly against the sofa, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her through the blanket without touching her improperly. "Most folks want to hide when they find out what I hear. You keep opening a window and setting out something warm." Jacob looked toward the curtained glass, where the city lights blurred behind fabric and night. "I've been hungry enough to know leaving something warm out matters." Queenie closed her eyes for one breath, and Jacob thought deliberately of a bakery that did not exist yet. He built it in his mind with steady care, not fancy, not rich, just clean windows, flour on the counter, rye loaves cooling on racks, a bell over the door, and Queenie stepping inside where the air was quiet enough for her to smile without carrying anyone else's sorrow. Her breath eased. For a moment, the room gave him the impossible gift of seeing that his dream could shelter someone before it had walls. Then paper rustled near the case. Newt had opened a battered field ledger under the dim lamp, and his pencil moved down a column of names, marks, feeding notes, and tiny sketches Jacob could not read from the sofa. Newt checked one page, turned another, then stopped so completely that Tina lifted her head before he spoke. "Oh dear," Newt said softly. Tina stood from the table, tiredness falling away beneath duty. "No, I know that voice. That is not a resting voice." Newt looked up, guilt and worry plain on his face. "I had hoped the last disturbance was internal. It wasn't. Several creatures are still unaccounted for. 2 are urgent by morning, and one of those should not be loose in a city under any circumstances." Jacob felt Dumpling stir because his own body had tightened beneath her. She was not sensing the city. She was sensing him. That difference mattered, though he could not have explained why it made him feel steadier instead of stranger. Tina's eyes went at once to Jacob. You are not going into New York after one successful Lumos and half a night on my sister's sofa. Jacob looked from Newt's ledger to Queenie's worried face, then down at Dumpling, whose tiny paws had curled into his waistcoat as if his decision already had weight. The sofa was warm. Queenie was beside him. For the first time in a long while, someone had made room for him to rest. That only made the choice heavier when he made it. If they're loose because that case opened in my apartment, then I'm already in it, he said quietly. Soon as morning comes, I'm helping. 25. Breakfast with Beasts. Morning arrived in the Goldstein apartment without asking permission from anyone's troubles. Gray light pressed softly against the curtains, turning the room from lamplight gold to pale city blue, and the sounds below sharpened from night murmur into wheels, horns, footsteps, and voices climbing the street. Jacob woke on the sofa with Dumpling tucked beneath his chin, one arm numb under the blanket, his bandaged hand resting over the small warm rise and fall of her back. For one bewildered second he thought he had dreamed everything, the wandlight, the case, Queenie sitting near him, Tina's pencil marks trying to catch miracles. Then Dumpling gave a tiny snore against his shirt, and the dream breathed. Queenie was already in the kitchen. Bacon hissed in a pan, coffee steamed in a pot, eggs cracked themselves into a bowl and began whisking under her watchful eye, and slices of bread warmed near the stove with the practical dignity of food meant for tired people. She glanced over when Jacob shifted, and her smile came before words, soft enough not to startle him. Morning, honey. Don't sit up too fast. You've had a full night and then some. Jacob pushed himself upright anyway, slowly enough that the room did not tilt. Dumpling grumbled at the movement and climbed higher onto his chest as if the sofa belonged to her by conquest. Morning, he said, voice rough with sleep. I didn't drool on anything expensive, did I? Only the blanket, Queenie said. And it forgives easy. Tina stood at the table, already dressed, notebook open beside a cup of coffee she had clearly forgotten to drink. Newt sat on the floor near the case, shoes on, coat wrinkled, hair worse than Jacob's, with his field ledger open across his knees. Tina looked up as Jacob swung his feet carefully to the floor. You are eating breakfast, she said, before he could say anything. You are not being dragged into New York half-starved, under-rested, and newly capable of one spell. Jacob looked from her to Newt's ledger, where several neat marks had been circled with worried pencil. That sounds like a speech you practiced before I woke up. It was a plan, Tina said. Then I remembered everyone in this room treats plans as suggestions. Newt lifted one finger without looking away from the ledger. I respect plans enormously. I simply find animals rarely attend the meetings. Queenie set a plate on the table, and the smell of eggs, toast, coffee, and bacon settled over the room like a small, stubborn peace. Jacob stood with Dumpling gathered carefully against him, feeling the pull of the case, the weight of Tina's worry, and the warmth of Queenie's kitchen all at once. Then we eat, he said quietly, surprising himself with how much steadier it came out. And while we eat, somebody tells me what we're walking into. Newt came to the table only after setting the case where he could reach it with one hand and watch it with both eyes. Queenie put a plate before him, and he blinked down at the eggs as if breakfast had appeared from a habitat he had forgotten to catalog. Tina noticed and slid the coffee nearer his elbow without looking like she had done anything kind. Jacob sat opposite them with Dumpling nested against his waistcoat, accepting toast from Queenie because one-handed breakfast had become another skill Magic apparently expected him to learn. All right, Jacob said, balancing the toast where Dumpling could not lick butter from it. What's loose? Newt opened the field ledger beside his plate. The pages were crowded with neat marks, tiny sketches, feeding notes, and names written in a hand that looked more patient than the man using it. The Niffler, first, he said, tapping one sketch of a black, long-snouted creature with a pouch-like belly and the smug posture of a thief at prayer. You met him at the bank. He is drawn to anything shiny, valuable, polished, coin-like, jewel-like, or regrettably within reach. Jacob looked at the sketch, then at Tina. So every bank, jewelry shop, rich lady, and doorknob in New York. More or less, Newt said, sounding pained by the efficiency of the summary. He's clever, greedy, and entirely without moral anxiety. Tina took her coffee at last. That one creates exposure. What else? Newt turned the page. The next sketch made Jacob stop chewing. It looked less like something that escaped from a suitcase and more like something a sane man should build a fence around, then another fence around the first fence. An erumpent, Newt said carefully. Large, powerful, usually not aggressive unless provoked, but its horn contains fluid that can cause rather spectacular explosions. Jacob lowered his toast. Explosions. Only under the wrong conditions, Newt said. Tina's look sharpened. Newt. Under several quite possible conditions, Newt amended, shrinking slightly into his coat. Queenie set a fresh slice of toast on Jacob's plate, but her eyes had gone to his face. You don't have to look like that, honey. You didn't know what was in the case. Jacob looked down at Dumpling, who had fallen asleep again with one tiny paw hooked into his vest. He thought of his apartment table, the open lid, Eddie with the frying pan, Mrs. Bialek crossing herself, and creatures scattering because he had opened a case he had believed was his. Knowing it had been an accident did not make the picture smaller. No, he said quietly. But if something blows up because I let it out, not knowing won't put anybody back together. Newt closed the ledger halfway, and guilt moved across his face before he could hide it. Jacob, the case was mine. The responsibility is mine. Jacob met his eyes over the breakfast table. Then I guess we both better be useful. Queenie did not argue with Jacob at once, which made him more nervous than if she had. She turned back to the stove instead, lifted the pan with a towel around the handle, and slid another neat portion of eggs onto his plate as if extra breakfast might weigh his decision down until it became sensible. The toast rack followed, then a small dish of jam, then a second cup of coffee that settled beside his elbow with a tiny clink. Jacob looked at the food, then at her face, and understood that she was not trying to feed him out of habit now. She was building a soft barricade. You're plotting with bacon, he said. Queenie's brows lifted, innocent enough to fool nobody in the room. A lady's allowed methods. Tina made a small sound that might have been agreement if it had not been buried beneath exhaustion. For once, I support the bacon. Newt looked mournfully from his ledger to Jacob's plate. I would also support the bacon, though perhaps not as a legal argument. Jacob picked up his fork, but his hand slowed before he took a bite. Queenie stood beside the stove in her soft morning robe, hair pinned loosely, eyes too bright with worry she was trying to make pretty. Yesterday, she had been a stranger in a doorway. This morning she was putting food on his plate, worrying over his safety, hearing thoughts he could not hide, and making him want to come back to a room he had no right to claim. It was too fast, too dangerous, and somehow already had the shape of something ordinary people might call breakfast if their lives were kinder. You're thinking you could stay, Queenie said softly, and the room changed around the words. Jacob's face warmed. I'm thinking a lot of things. Some of them are eggs. Her mouth curved, but the smile trembled at the edges. And some of them are about not wanting to make me sad. Dumpling stirred against his waistcoat as the ache in him shifted. Jacob set the fork down and rubbed one finger between her ears until she settled. That's not the worst reason a man ever had. No, Queenie said, coming back to the table with the coffee pot held in both hands. But it's not the only reason you get to have. Jacob looked at the ledger, the case, Tina's notebook, Newt's tired guilt, and Queenie's plate set near his as if she had already begun making a place for him in small daily ways. The safety tempted him, the warmth tempted him more, but the creatures were still loose, and fear did not stop being fear because a door had closed behind him. He lifted the fork again and made himself eat because Queenie had given him food and Tina had made it in order. Then I'll have breakfast first, he said, glancing up at Queenie with a tired little smile. If I'm going to be foolish, I'd rather do it on a full stomach. Queenie sat beside him, close enough that her sleeve brushed the blanket over his knee. That's not foolish, Mr. Kowalski, she said. That's practically wisdom. Jacob finished every bite Queenie had put in front of him because refusing food before a dangerous morning felt like insulting both the cook and common sense. The eggs settled warm in his stomach, the coffee sharpened the edges of the room, and the bacon made Dumpling wake enough to sniff his chin with sleepy interest. Jacob protected the plate with his elbow and looked at Newt's ledger again, where tiny sketches of impossible problems waited beside practical notes. The drawings were strange, but the notes were not. Feed preferences, temperament, stress reactions, known triggers. It looked less like magic than a bakery order book written by a man whose customers had claws. You got anything they like? Jacob asked, reaching for the clean napkin beside his plate. Not the exploding one, maybe. I don't want to make friends with that before lunch. But the smaller ones. The thief. Any creature that runs scared. Newt blinked at him, then leaned forward as if the question had opened a door. The Niffler prefers treasure to food, I'm afraid, though food can distract him if he has already eaten something regrettable. The others vary. Why? Jacob folded the napkin into a pouch shape with his good hand, awkward at first, then steadier once Queenie slid closer and held one corner down for him. Because you don't go after frightened things empty-handed. That's how you end up chasing instead of calling. He nodded toward the toast rack. Bread travels. Bacon smells strong. If something's scared, food says we're not just grabbing. And for your shiny fellow, we use shine. Tina set her coffee down. We are not baiting New York with my silverware. Queenie reached into a little drawer and produced 2 mismatched teaspoons, one bent near the bowl and one tarnished at the handle. These never matched anyway. Tina stared at her. That is not the point. It might be the Niffler's point, Newt said, accepting the spoons with grave professional interest. He'll appreciate the gesture, morally speaking, though not morally in any actual sense. Jacob wrapped the spoons inside a bit of cloth, then tied the bundle so the metal could clink if shaken. He made a second parcel with torn toast, a strip of bacon, and a clean scrap of the soft cloth Newt had used for dumpling. Queenie added a small paper bag without being asked, and Jacob tucked everything together with the careful hands of a man packing samples for a bank that had said no. Tina watched him work, and something in her face gave way by a fraction. This does not make you trained. No, Jacob said, easing dumpling into the crook of his arm and standing slowly. But it makes me not useless. Queenie's hand brushed his sleeve before he stepped away from the table. Newt closed the ledger, lifted the case, and Tina took her hat from the chair with the look of a woman walking toward trouble because every other road had become worse. Jacob tucked the little food parcels into his coat pocket and felt their warmth through the cloth. Breakfast was over. The hunt had begun. 26. The Niffler again. The city received them with no respect for how little sleep anyone had earned. Morning traffic had thickened while they ate, filling the streets with motor cars, delivery wagons, damp wool coats, newspaper calls, and the impatient clatter of shoes over pavement. Jacob kept dumpling tucked inside his coat with Newt's reinforced squeaky plushie wedged near her paws, while the food parcels rested in his pocket like the strangest lunch a man had ever packed before being hunted by law, beasts, and bad judgment. Tina walked on his left with her hat low and her eyes moving constantly. Newt walked on his right with the case in one hand and the field ledger tucked beneath his arm, looking as if every shopfront might personally betray him. "You're sure the Niffler came this way?" Tina asked, keeping her voice low as they crossed behind a delivery truck stacked with crates of oranges. Newt winced at the certainty she wanted from him. Sure is a difficult word in creature work. I would say the density of jewelry shops, pawn counters, watchmakers, and unsecured decorative metal makes this district extremely persuasive. Jacob looked at the rows of windows ahead, each one catching pale morning light from gold chains, rings, cigarette cases, polished watches, silver brushes, and little velvet trays made to make small things look expensive. So this is breakfast for him. Breakfast, luncheon, courtship, and spiritual fulfillment, Newt said miserably. Tina stopped them beside a narrow storefront selling watches and repair chains. No magic unless absolutely necessary. No chasing into traffic. No open case in front of civilians. Mr. Kowalski, if anything happens, you stay behind me. Jacob nodded because nodding was easier than arguing in the street, but Dumpling stirred at the tightness in his chest and pressed one paw into his vest. He breathed slower for her sake. Sure, he said. Behind you unless behind you puts me in front of something worse. Tina gave him a look. That is not an acceptable exception. Before Jacob could answer, a woman screamed from 3 doors down. Not a long scream, not horror exactly, but the sharp, offended sound of a person discovering the universe had stolen from her handbag. A black shape shot across the inside of a jeweler's display window, scattering pearl pins like spilled sugar. A tray tipped. Rings flashed. The little thief popped up behind the glass with both paws full and his snout pressed toward a diamond necklace as if he had seen heaven and found it reasonably priced. Newt went still. There he is. The jeweler inside the shop lunged for the display, slipped on rolling rings, and grabbed at empty air. Customers turned toward the commotion. A boy outside pressed his face to the glass. Tina's hand moved toward her wand, then stopped because half the street was watching. Jacob felt the cloth-wrapped teaspoons in his pocket clink as his fingers closed around them. "No chasing into traffic," he said softly, eyes on the Niffler's bright, greedy little face. "Then we make him want to come the other way." Tina's eyes cut from Jacob's pocket to the jeweler's door, which had already drawn 2 more customers, a curious errand boy, and a woman with a hat trimmed in feathers who kept saying, "My compact, he took my compact," as if naming the loss might bring it back. Inside the shop, the Niffler vanished beneath a velvet display and reappeared with a string of pearls wrapped around his neck like a mayor's chain. Newt made a strangled sound and took 1 step forward. Jacob caught his sleeve. "Don't run straight at him." Newt looked down at Jacob's hand on his coat, surprised enough to stop. "That is not usually a sentence I enjoy hearing when my Niffler is wearing pearls." "He likes being chased," Jacob said, watching the creature's head turn toward every flash in the room. "Or he likes what chasing gets him. At the bank, he ran where the most shine was and where people made the biggest fuss. You go in through the front, everybody yells, he grabs more, then he runs out wherever there's open space." Tina's gaze sharpened. "So where does he go?" Jacob looked past the jeweler's window to the narrow side passage between the shop and the watchmaker next door. A delivery boy had left a crate wedged near the passage mouth, and behind the glass Jacob could see a back counter, a curtain, and a little swinging door that likely led to some rear room or alley. "Not toward us if he thinks we're the problem," he said. "But if the back door's quieter and shiny enough, he'll take the path that lets him steal without hands grabbing." Newt followed his line of sight, and his worried face lit with reluctant admiration. "You're predicting his preferred escape route from one bank encounter." "I'm predicting a thief with tiny legs," Jacob said, already unwrapping the cloth bundle in his pocket until the mismatched teaspoons clinked softly. Dumpling stirred at the sound, and he tucked the coat closer around her. "Can you get near that side passage without opening the case in the street?" "I can," Newt said, "if I don't attract attention." Tina looked at his blue coat, his case, Jacob's bandage, and the crowd forming around the jeweler. "That may be optimistic." Jacob put the spoon bundle into Newt's free hand. "Then don't look like you're catching him. Look like you dropped something better." Newt stared at the spoons as if Jacob had handed him a field theory written in cutlery. Then he nodded once, slipped into the movement of the crowd, and angled toward the side passage while Jacob stepped nearer the window, not chasing, not grabbing, only watching the Niffler's greedy little eyes find the next shine. Newt reached the side passage by pretending to be a distracted gentleman who had dropped something while the rest of the street stared through the jeweler's window. He crouched near the crate, loosened the cloth around the spoons, and let the bent silver handles catch a thin slice of morning light. The clink was soft, almost nothing beneath the street noise, but the Niffler's head snapped toward it at once. Pearls slid from one shoulder. A ring fell from his paw and rolled across the display floor while the jeweler shouted for someone to fetch a policeman. Jacob stayed by the window with his hands visible and his body still. "He heard it," he said, low enough that only Tina could catch the words. Tina kept her gaze on the gathering crowd. So did 3 people behind us. A boy with a newspaper under one arm squinted at Jacob's bandaged hand, then at the chaos inside the shop. "Hey, mister, weren't you at the bank yesterday?" Jacob's stomach tightened. Dumpling shifted under his coat, catching his tension, and he forced his breathing slow before she could puff against his ribs. "Lots of fellas go to banks, kid," he said, without taking his eyes off the Niffler. "Some even leave with money." The boy laughed, but his attention stayed sharp. Inside the shop, the Niffler dropped to all fours and scuttled along the back of the display, nose lifted toward the faint clatter Newt made in the passage. The jeweler lunged again. Jacob saw the movement before it became trouble. The man's hand came down from above, broad and grabbing, exactly the sort of threat that would send the creature straight through the front window if fear beat greed by even half a second. "Don't grab him," Jacob called through the glass, louder than he meant to. The jeweler looked up, furious and startled, and so did half the customers behind him. Jacob winced but pointed toward the side curtain with his good hand. "Close the front." Slow, heard him toward the back. The jeweler stared as if taking animal advice from a stranger outside his window offended him more than the theft. Then the Niffler bolted beneath his arm, bounced off a low display case, and darted toward the rear curtain exactly as Jacob had predicted. Newt's spoons clinked again from the passage, brighter now, inviting and wickedly timed. Tina's hand closed around Jacob's sleeve. That was useful, she said tightly. It was also memorable. Jacob saw the newspaper boy watching him with growing delight, the woman with the feathered hat pointing, the jeweler shouting for someone to stop the black thing, and Newt shifting in the passage to receive a creature with pearls around its neck and half a shop in its pouch. Jacob swallowed, then moved toward the shop door because the Niffler had changed direction again. Then let's be useful fast. The shop bell shrilled as Jacob pushed inside, and the jeweler turned on him with a face red enough to make speech unnecessary. Velvet trays lay scattered across the counter, pearls hung from a drawer pull, and 3 customers had backed against the wall with the rigid dignity of people who wanted to panic but preferred not to do it in front of merchandise. The Niffler stood on the rear counter with one paw on a silver cigarette case and the other clutching a ring, its black eyes flicking between Jacob, the jeweler, and the faint spoon clink from the passage beyond the curtain. "You," the jeweler snapped, pointing at Jacob. "Are you with that thing?" Jacob lifted both hands, though one stayed near his coat to keep Dumpling calm. "I'm with the fellow trying to stop that thing." "That is not better," the jeweler said. "No," Jacob admitted, edging sideways instead of forward. "But it's honest." The Niffler's head tilted at the sound of the spoons again. Newt had timed it well, too well, and the little creature's greed pulled one way while the jeweler's fury pushed another. The jeweler made the mistake of reaching for a tray behind him. Light flashed across a row of diamond pins, and the Niffler forgot the rear curtain entirely. It sprang toward the new shine, claws skittering over glass, belly already bulging with stolen treasure. Jacob moved the cloth bundle before thinking could slow him. He pulled the tarnished teaspoon free, held it low, and gave it one bright little shake. "Hey," he said, as if calling a dog with a bad conscience. "This way, easier pickings." The Niffler froze mid-scramble. Its eyes locked on the spoon. Behind Jacob, Tina slipped into the doorway with her wand hidden along her sleeve, blocking the view from the street more with her body than with magic. "Mr. Kowalski," she said tightly, "please do not teach it that you are a better jewelry counter." "I'm negotiating," Jacob said, stepping back toward the rear curtain one careful inch at a time. "With a thief." "I've worked with worse," Jacob said, and the Niffler darted toward the spoon. Jacob let it almost reach him, then dropped the spoon so it bounced once and rolled beneath the curtain. The Niffler followed like sin after silver. Newt's hands came down in the passage, swift but gentle, cloth folding around black fur before panic could turn into escape. There was a muffled chitter, a clatter of surrendered teaspoons, and Newt's relieved whisper. "There you are, very poor manners, excellent instincts." The jeweler stared at the rear curtain. The customers stared at Jacob. Outside, the newspaper boy had his mouth open in pure professional joy. Tina looked at the scattered rings, the fingerprints, the witnesses, and the street beginning to gather itself around a story. "We leave now," she said. Jacob bent quickly to pick up a fallen pearl strand and set it on the counter. "You're welcome," he told the jeweler, which was probably unwise. The jeweler pointed toward the door. "Out." Jacob obeyed. Newt slipped from the passage with the bundled Niffler tucked beneath his coat, looking innocent in a way that would have fooled no one with eyes. As they stepped back into the street, Tina's small notebook gave a faint red flicker from inside her pocket. Her face went still. "That's a Makusa trace notice," she said under her breath. "Someone nearby just reported magical disturbance." Jacob felt Dumpling press against his ribs as the crowd watched them pass. Newt's case looked heavier in his hand now, and the city seemed brighter, sharper, and less forgiving. They had caught the thief. They had not caught the story. 27. Central Park Scent. Tina moved them out of the jewelry district before the crowd could decide what story it preferred. She did not run, because running invited pursuit, and she did not use magic, because half the street had already begun looking for impossible explanations. She walked with brisk purpose instead, one hand near her pocket where the little notebook had flickered red, and Jacob followed with Dumpling tucked warm against his ribs while Newt carried the bundled Niffler under his coat like a criminal infant with expensive taste. They turned twice, crossed behind a delivery wagon, and slipped into a quieter side street where a tailor's awning hid them from the main flow of pedestrians. Only then did Newt open his coat enough for the niffler's long snout to emerge. The creature gave a muffled chitter of complaint, cheeks and belly bulging with stolen treasure, and Newt looked at him with the disappointed tenderness of a parent collecting a child from the police station. "Spit it out," Newt murmured, setting a folded cloth on top of the case and holding the niffler over it. "All of it. We are not importing jewelry into the habitat." The niffler stared back with black, offended eyes. A pearl dropped first, then 2 rings, a cuff link, 3 pins, a cigarette case, Queenie's tarnished teaspoon, and something that looked suspiciously like the jeweler's doorbell screw clattered onto the cloth. Jacob watched the heap grow and felt a reluctant admiration. "He's got talent," he said. "He has appetite without conscience," Tina said, watching the corner. "And now Makusa has a trace notice in the district. We need to move." Newt tucked the niffler into the case with practiced care, then checked his ledger with the quick, worried motions Jacob was beginning to recognize. The erumpent is the next danger. Her scent trail leads northward, and if she's kept moving from the release point, Central Park is quite possible. Open ground, fewer walls, enough cover to panic in. Jacob looked up as a motorcar passed the mouth of the side street, followed by a nursemaid pushing a pram and 2 boys arguing over a newspaper headline. "That sounds better than jewelry shops." "For most creatures, yes," Newt said. "For an erumpent, open space simply means she has room to build momentum." Tina closed her eyes for one short second. Wonderful. They reached the park by walking like people who had ordinary reasons to be tired. The city changed at the edge of the green, stone and glass giving way to paths, bare branches, damp grass, benches, prams, old men with newspapers, children with hoops, and policemen whose boredom could become attention too quickly. Jacob smelled earth, horse dung, wet leaves, roasted chestnuts from a cart, and beneath it all something sharp and sour that did not belong to any animal he knew. He stopped before Newt did. "That smell," Jacob said quietly, shifting Dumpling higher when she stirred at his tension. "Like spoiled vinegar and hot metal." Newt turned toward him at once, eyes bright with alarm. "You can smell that?" Tina looked between them, already unhappy. "Tell me that's not important." Newt lowered his voice as a couple passed arm in arm along the path. "It's extremely important, and we need to find her before anyone else does." Newt set the case down beside a damp bench and opened only the upper compartment, shielding the movement with his coat while Tina positioned herself where she could watch the path. Jacob stood close enough to see inside without drawing attention, one hand over Dumpling beneath his coat. Newt removed a small glass vial, a folded square of heavy cloth, and a length of rope that looked far too ordinary for a morning involving explosive rhinoceros habits. "You're going to rope her?" Jacob asked. "No," Newt said, offended and distracted at once. "Absolutely not. An erumpent is not a parcel. The rope is for marking distance, if I have time, which I almost certainly won't." Tina looked toward a pair of children rolling hoops along the path. "Then what is the plan?" Newt uncorked the vial with great care, and the sharp sour metal smell leapt out so strongly that Jacob's eyes watered. Dumpling grumbled against his ribs, not frightened exactly, but displeased by his body's reaction. Newt dabbed the liquid onto the cloth and tied it to the end of a slim rod he drew from the case. "Musk mimic. If she's anxious, this may draw her attention away from civilians long enough for me to guide her toward cover." "May," Tina repeated. "Creature work contains a number of mays," Newt said. Jacob watched the cloth darken where the liquid soaked in. The smell did not sit in the air like normal stink. It curled and pressed, sour, hot, and strangely sweet underneath, and it made the back of his teeth ache. He turned his head, then noticed a gouge in the damp soil near the path where something heavy had stepped too close to a bench and torn the grass without leaving an obvious print. A little farther on, a chestnut seller's cart had shifted crooked, one wheel deep in mud, though no one near it seemed to have noticed more than bad footing. "There," Jacob said, pointing with his good hand. "She didn't stay on the path. Too much noise, maybe. She crossed behind the cart." Newt followed his gesture, then knelt and touched the torn ground with 2 fingers. His expression sharpened with startled approval. "Yes, good." She angled away from the crowd. Tina's eyes narrowed on Jacob. "You are observing tracks now." "I'm observing mess," Jacob said, glancing at the children, the cart, the benches, and the open green beyond. "I know mess. If something big moved through here scared, Folks are going to walk right into its road because they don't know they're in one. Newt rose, holding the musk cloth downwind. Then we move them gently before she comes back through. Moving people gently turned out to be harder than catching a thief with silver spoons. People disliked being moved when they did not know they were in danger, and Jacob had seen enough factory exits, drill yards, and street crowds to know panic could spread faster than any beast. He looked at the children with hoops first, then at the chestnut cart, then at the old men on the bench arguing over the racing column as if the morning had promised to remain theirs. "Don't say creature," Tina said quietly, already reading his intent. "Don't say danger. Don't say anything that makes them look where we're looking." Jacob nodded and shifted Dumpling deeper inside his coat. "Then we give them a better place to look." He crossed to the chestnut cellar first, keeping his shoulders easy and his face worried in the ordinary way a customer might be worried about mud and wheels. "Mister," he said, pointing toward the crooked cartwheel, "your back wheel's sinking. If it tips, you'll lose the lot, and I'd hate to see breakfast wasted." The seller glanced down, swore under his breath, and grabbed the cart handles. "Rotten mud. Give us a hand, would you?" Jacob stepped in at once, braced his good shoulder against the cart side, and pushed while the seller hauled. The wheel came free with a wet suck, and the cart rolled several yards toward firmer ground, dragging the smell of roasted chestnuts away from the torn grass. One of the old men looked up over his newspaper. "What's the trouble?" the old man asked. "Cart nearly tipped," Jacob said, wiping his good hand on his coat. "Path's soft there. You fellas might want that bench instead, unless you're betting on mud today too." The second old man harumphed, but he folded his paper with the offended dignity of someone who had decided to move only because it had been his idea. Tina drifted past them as they rose, speaking to the nursemaid with calm authority about a loose horse reported beyond the trees. The nursemaid gathered the pram at once, eyes alert but not frightened, and called to the hoop boys to stay clear of the grass. The boys protested until Jacob took the last strip of bacon from his pocket and offered it to the seller's small terrier, who had begun barking toward the open green. "Keep him near the cart, yeah?" Jacob said. "He's got opinions about everything this morning." The seller laughed and bent to catch the dog's collar. "That he does." Across the path, Newt had gone very still with the musk cloth held low and away from his body. His eyes were fixed beyond a cluster of bare shrubs where something large had disturbed the damp earth. Jacob smelled spoiled vinegar and hot metal again, stronger now, and under his coat Dumpling gave a low, unhappy rumble because his heart had begun to pound. Tina returned to Jacob's side, her voice barely above the city hush filtering through the park. "You moved half the path without alarming them." Jacob looked toward the shrubs as a branch snapped with a sound too heavy for wind. "Good," he said, forcing his hand flat over Dumpling's back. "Now we just have to hope she appreciates manners." The branch snapped again, then a whole shrub leaned sideways as something massive moved behind it with the offended delicacy of a locomotive trying to be polite. Jacob saw only pieces at first. Pale hide through bare twigs, a heavy shoulder, one small dark eye, and a horn that caught the morning light with a wet, dangerous sheen. The smell rolled over him so strongly that he tasted metal at the back of his tongue. Dumpling pressed flat against his chest, not trying to unfold, only clinging, and Jacob kept his hand firm over her back while every sensible part of him wanted to step away. Newt did not step away. He lowered his body, softened his shoulders, and lifted the musk cloth at the end of the rod with slow, careful grace. "Hello, darling," he murmured, his voice warm enough that Jacob almost forgot the creature could apparently explode people. "You've had a difficult morning, haven't you?" Tina looked at Jacob without taking her eyes fully off the shrubs. "If she charges, you move behind the cart." "If she charges, behind the cart" sounds like a short prayer, Jacob said, but he eased sideways until the chestnut cart and the bench made a rough barrier between the path and the open green. The erumpent pushed through the shrubs. She was enormous, too big for the space she occupied and somehow still shy in the way she lifted her head toward the musk cloth. Her feet sank into the damp ground with heavy, careful pressure. One hoop boy had stopped too far down the path, staring open-mouthed despite the nursemaid's hand on his shoulder. The terrier began to bark again, sharp and foolish, and the erumpent's head swung toward the sound. Jacob moved before Newt could speak. He stepped to the chestnut cart, grabbed the tin scoop from the seller's hand with a quick, apologetic nod, and rattled it against the side of the roasting pan. "Hey, pup," he called, forcing cheer into his voice while his heart hammered hard enough for Dumpling to answer with a tiny whine. "Breakfast bell. Come on, look here." The terrier's ears snapped toward the sound. The cellar caught its collar again, and Tina guided the nursemaid and boys farther along the path with one hand extended and her wand hidden in the other. The Erumpent's attention drifted back to Newt, to the cloth, to the scent that meant something Jacob did not want to understand. Newt's face had gone pale with concentration. "Good," he whispered. "Very good. Keep everyone moving away, slowly." Jacob nodded, though his mouth had gone dry. The Erumpent took one heavy step toward Newt, then another. Newt backed toward the cover of the trees, drawing her after him with the musk cloth. For one breath, it looked as if the plan might work. Then a motorcar backfired beyond the park wall. The Erumpent's whole body jolted. Her horn dipped, the sour metal stink sharpened, and Newt froze with the rod held out between them. Jacob felt Dumpling's claws catch in his vest. "That didn't sound like manners," he said quietly. "No," Tina said, already reaching for him. "That sounded like run." 28. The Erumpent Dance. Tina's hand closed around Jacob's sleeve, and for half a second he obeyed the word run with every old soldier's nerve in him. He backed toward the chestnut cart, one arm locked around Dumpling through his coat, while the Erumpent lowered her horn and stamped hard enough to make damp soil jump. The cart seller swore, the terrier yelped, and the nursemaid hurried the boys farther down the path with her pram wheels rattling over gravel. Jacob heard all of it through the roaring beat of his own pulse, but his eyes stayed on Newt, who had not run at all. "Mr. Scamander," Tina said, wand out now but held low against her skirt. "Move." Newt's face had gone very pale, but his voice stayed soft. Running would encourage pursuit. Jacob stared at him. "She's already got encouragement. Look at her." The Erumpent snorted, and the sour metal stink sharpened until Jacob's eyes watered. Newt shifted the musk cloth in a slow arc, not away from himself but across his body, drawing the creature's head after it by inches. Then, to Jacob's sincere horror, he took one small step sideways, bent his knees, and began moving with a strange, careful rhythm that was not quite a dance and not quite a plea for divine rescue. Jacob's mouth fell open. "Is he dancing?" Tina's face tightened as if she had been hoping no one would say it aloud. "Apparently." Newt lifted the rod, lowered it, and made another sideways step with both hands loose and his shoulders rounded. The Erumpent's head followed. Her horn rose a fraction. One heavy foot shifted instead of striking. Jacob felt Dumpling's claws ease slightly in his vest as his own fear changed shape, not smaller, exactly, but confused enough to breathe around. The sight was absurd. It was also working. A park policeman farther down the path turned toward them, drawn by the movement. Tina saw him at once and stepped into his line of sight with brisk authority, her wand hidden again as quickly as it had appeared. "Loose horse," she called, voice sharp and sensible. "Keep people back from the grass." The policeman hesitated, looked at the chestnut cart, the nursemaid, the moving shrubs, and Newt's ridiculous, delicate sidestep behind them. "That man all right?" "No," Jacob muttered, because honesty had survived even this. Tina gave him a warning glance, then raised her voice toward the policeman. "He's handling it." Newt made a soft clicking sound with his tongue, and the Erumpent took another step after the musk cloth, her huge body angling away from the path and toward the trees. Jacob watched the impossible dance pull danger by the nose, and he did not know whether to pray, laugh, or write Queenie a goodbye note explaining that wizard judgment was worse than advertised. Running became a careful kind of not running, because Tina still had civilians to manage and Newt still had a creature's attention balanced on a strip of cloth that smelled like danger dressed as courtship. Jacob backed away with the chestnut cart between himself and the open green, one hand firm over Dumpling's trembling body, while the Erumpent's horn swung after the sound of the motorcar's backfire and then back toward Newt's musk cloth. Her huge feet churned the damp grass. Every step looked casual until Jacob saw what it did to the ground. "Newt," Tina said, voice tight. "She's losing focus." "I can see that," Newt said, though he did not take his eyes from the Erumpent. He moved the rod in a slow circle, shoulders dipping, coat flaring slightly with each sidestep. "Hello, yes, that was very rude, wasn't it? Noisy machines, terrible manners. Look here instead." Jacob stared at the erumpant's horn and tried very hard not to imagine explosions. The polished wet curve of it bobbed once, twice, and each motion made the sour metal smell pulse stronger. Dumpling whined against his vest, and the sound went through him like a hook. His fear fed hers. Her fear fed his. If he let that loop tighten, they would have one frightened giant in the grass and one frightened baby inside his coat, and Jacob had seen enough of frightened things today to know that never ended neatly. He pulled the reinforced squeaky plushie from inside his coat and pressed it once beneath the blanket edge. The soft squeak was muffled against his shirt, small enough not to carry far, but Dumpling's attention snapped to it. Her claws loosened by a hair. Jacob breathed slowly, deliberately, and kept his eyes on Newt instead of the horn. "Easy, sweetheart," he whispered. "We're watching the madman dance. That's all, nothing to help with unless I say so." Tina glanced at him, quick and sharp. "Keep doing that." "That the official order?" "Yes," Tina said, already guiding the chestnut seller another few steps back. "Keep the baby catastrophe calm while the adult catastrophe follows Mr. Scamander." Newt made another soft clicking sound, and the erumpant's head swung back toward him. The rod dipped. Newt turned, slow as music, and the creature followed him deeper between the trees. For one breath, the backfire lost its hold. Jacob let himself hope. Then the terrier slipped its collar. The terrier shot across the damp grass with all the bravery of a creature too small to understand scale. Its broken collar trailed behind it, little brass tag flashing, and the chestnut seller lunged too late with both hands grabbing empty air. The dog barked once, twice, shrill and triumphant, and the erumpant's attention snapped away from the musk cloth as if the sound had pulled a pin from the whole morning. "No," Newt said, and the word came soft, horrified, and far too late. The erumpant swung her head toward the terrier. Newt moved with her, trying to bring the musk cloth back into her line, but the dog darted left and the horn followed. Tina stepped forward with her wand half raised, then checked herself because the policeman, nursemaid, and chestnut seller were all staring now. Jacob saw the whole thing sliding toward disaster, not quickly like a fall, but with the terrible certainty of a cart rolling downhill. "Here," Jacob called, dropping to one knee and rattling the tin scoop against the roasting pan again. "Hey, pup, breakfast. Come here." The terrier ignored him. The erumpant did not. Her foot stamped, the ground shuddered, and the sour metal smell surged sharp enough to make Jacob gag. Dumpling's body jerked against his chest. Her fear hit him like a hot little fist beneath the ribs, and his own fear answered before he could stop it. She puffed inside his coat, soft fur swelling, paws pressing harder into his waistcoat. The reinforced plushie squeaked once beneath her shifting weight, then again, higher and strained. Tina turned at the sound, and her face went white. "Jacob." "I know," Jacob said, though knowing did not make his coat any larger. Dumpling's head pushed up beneath his chin, round eyes wide, ears flattened, tiny body growing by nervous inches. The buttons of Jacob's coat strained. One popped loose and landed in the grass. The terrier barked again near the erumpant's front foot. Newt's dance faltered as he tried to track too many frightened bodies at once. Jacob clamped one arm around Dumpling, not tight enough to trap her, but firm enough to tell her he was still there. His breath came too fast. Hers followed. The loop tightened, fear passing from man to familiar and back again until his skin prickled with the first impossible suggestion of her unfolding. "Don't hold her down," Newt called, voice strained as he kept the musk cloth between himself and the erumpant. "Hold yourself steady." Jacob almost laughed because that sounded like telling a man not to bleed. Then Dumpling whined, small and lost against his chest, and the sound reached deeper than panic. He shut his eyes for half a heartbeat, pressed his cheek to her head, and forced one slow breath into his lungs. "Right," he whispered, "not two catastrophes. Not today." Jacob opened his eyes again with Dumpling pressed under his cheek, warm, trembling, and still small. That was one thing held together. One thing not falling apart. He kept breathing until her paws stopped pushing quite so hard against his vest, then looked past Tina's shoulder to where the terrier danced around the erumpant's front legs like stupidity had put on fur and found religion. "Seller," Jacob called, keeping his voice low enough not to spike the creature but firm enough to cut through panic. "What's his name?" The chestnut seller's face had gone the color of old flour. "Biscuit." "Of course it is," Jacob said, and pulled the food parcel from his pocket with his good hand. The toast had gone soft, the bacon smell still clung to the paper, and Queenie's neat folds came apart under his fingers. He crouched, keeping the chestnut cart between himself and the erumpent, and held the bacon-scented bread low. "Biscuit. Here, boy, Biscuit, breakfast." The terrier barked once at the erumpent's enormous foot, then twitched toward Jacob at the sound of its name. The erumpent's horn followed the dog's movement. Newt shifted with terrible precision, sliding the musk cloth across her line of sight before that horn could dip too far. "Jacob, very slowly," he said, his voice strained thin but still gentle. "No sudden triumph." "I wasn't planning on triumph," Jacob said. "I'm negotiating with a dog named Biscuit." Tina moved at the edge of his sight, guiding the seller 2 steps closer without letting him rush. "Call him again," she told the man. Softly, like nothing's wrong. "Biscuit," the seller said, voice cracking on the first try before he steadied it. "Here, lad, come on now." Jacob tossed one small piece of bacon-scented toast onto the grass, short of the terrier, not past him. Biscuit lunged for it by habit before bravery could object. Jacob tossed another, nearer the cart. The dog followed, still barking between mouthfuls, but farther from the erumpent's feet with each foolish, blessed bite. The seller dropped to one knee and caught the trailing collar strap as Biscuit came close enough, clutching him against his chest with both arms. The erumpent snorted, confused by the vanished nuisance, then swung fully back toward Newt and the musk cloth. Newt's shoulders loosened by a fraction. "Lovely, very good. Everyone remains alive and poorly behaved." Tina exhaled once. "Move her now." Newt nodded, stepped backward, and drew the erumpent deeper between the trees. Jacob stayed crouched until the huge pale body followed, one heavy step at a time, away from the path and toward a stretch of open ground hidden from the road. Dumpling had stopped growing. Her breath matched his again. Then the erumpent's horn brushed a low iron park railing half buried near the shrubs. The contact made a tiny metallic scrape. The horn glowed wetly at the tip, and Newt's face changed. "Down," he said. Tina seized Jacob by the shoulder. Jacob folded himself over Dumpling, and the morning went white behind the trees. 29. After the white flash. The light hit without heat at first. Jacob felt Tina's hand drive him down, felt grass smear cold against his knee, felt Dumpling go rigid beneath the shelter of his arms, and then the sound arrived like the sky had cracked behind the trees. It was not a clean bang. It rolled, snapped, and shoved at the air, sending leaves, dirt, splinters, and hot iron stink over the path. The chestnut cart rattled hard enough to spill a paper cone. Biscuit howled once, then went blessedly quiet against the seller's chest. Jacob kept his body curved over Dumpling until the white behind his eyelids faded to red, then gray. His ears rang. His mouth tasted like pennies. Somewhere nearby, Tina was saying his name, first sharp, then closer, then sharp again because he had not answered quickly enough. "Jacob," Tina said, her hand gripping his shoulder. "Can you hear me?" He lifted his head by inches. The park had changed shape. A section of low railing was gone. The shrubs beyond it had been blasted flat, and a pale smoke hung between the trees where the erumpent had been. Newt stood farther off, one sleeve torn, hat missing, rod still in hand, staring toward the smoke with the stunned grief of a man counting heartbeats that did not belong to him. "I hear you," Jacob said, then looked down at his coat. Dumpling's eyes stared up at him, huge and wet, but she was still small. Her paws clutched his waistcoat, and the reinforced plushie was trapped beneath one cheek, squeaking faintly whenever she trembled. He pressed his mouth to the top of her head and breathed once before speaking again. "She's here. She's little. We're all right." Tina's breath left her in a controlled rush. "Stay down." Jacob looked past her. "Newt isn't." "No," Tina said, and her jaw tightened as she turned. Newt moved toward the smoke with the careful, broken courage of someone approaching a wounded friend. "She's there," he called, voice strained. "The blast startled her more than harmed her, I think." The horn discharged against the iron, not into anyone. He paused, then added, almost apologetically, "mostly." The park policeman had dropped behind the bench and now rose with his cap crooked, staring at the missing railing, the smoking shrubs, Newt, Tina, Jacob, and the chestnut seller as if each one might explain the others. What in blazes was that? Tina stood, wand hidden but ready at her side. Gas pocket, she said instantly. The policeman stared at her. In Central Park? Jacob pushed himself up on one elbow, still holding Dumpling close. New York's full of surprises, he said, and the lie sounded thin even to him. The policeman did not look persuaded by New York's surprises. He looked at the smoking shrubs, then at Tina, then at Jacob, who had dirt on his sleeve, a missing coat button, and a baby beast hidden badly against his chest. Suspicion gathered in the man's face with official patience, and Jacob knew that expression. It was the same look guards wore at factory gates when a man came out with bulging pockets and no good explanation. "Stay where you are," the policeman said, one hand settling near his whistle. "All of you." Tina's fingers twitched near her sleeve, but the path was no longer clear. The nursemaid had stopped too far down the walk, clutching the pram handle while the boys peered around her skirts. The chestnut seller held Biscuit against his coat, eyes wide. An old man on the bench had lost his newspaper and seemed deeply offended by the universe for making him bend to retrieve it. Jacob pushed himself fully upright, keeping Dumpling tucked close so only her warm weight moved beneath his coat. His ears still rang, but the policeman's hand near the whistle was plain enough. One blast would call more men. More men would mean questions, crowds, maybe Makusa following the trace before Tina could shape the story. He looked at the ruined railing, at the cart, at the startled faces, and then at the spilled chestnuts steaming on the path. "The cart," Jacob said, before Tina could stop him. He pointed toward the roasting pan, where the blast had scattered coals, nuts, and smoke beneath the iron belly. The cart kicked out flame when the wheel struck the railing. Oil or gas in the ground, maybe. I don't know, but the cellar's got hot coals and folks are standing close. The policeman's attention snapped to the smoking cart because that, at least, looked like a problem made of things he understood. "You," he said to the chestnut seller. "Move that cart clear." The seller hugged Biscuit tighter. "I'm not leaving my dog." "I'll help," Jacob said, already stepping forward because action looked more innocent than standing beside secrets. Tina caught his sleeve, but he gave her a quick look. "It's a cart. I can still push a cart." Tina released him with visible reluctance. Slowly. Jacob braced his good shoulder against the chestnut cart and shoved while the seller pulled one-handed, Biscuit tucked under his other arm like an insulted loaf. The cart lurched free of the churned mud, wheels creaking, roasted chestnuts rattling in their pan. The policeman moved with them, attention drawn away from Newt and the trees for 3 precious breaths. Behind them, Newt's soft voice carried through the smoke. "Easy, darling. That frightened both of us, yes, but you're intact. Very proud of you for not running through a statue." Jacob did not look back. He pushed until the cart reached firmer gravel, then bent to gather fallen paper cones because busy hands did not look like guilty hands. "See," he said to the policeman, forcing his voice steady. "Cart first. Questions after. Nobody's stepping in hot coals." The policeman narrowed his eyes, but his hand moved away from the whistle. "You talk a lot for a bystander." Jacob picked up another cone and offered it to the seller. "I get nervous quiet. Worse things happen." The policeman kept his eyes on Jacob a moment longer, then on the chestnut cart, and finally on the ruined patch of trees where smoke still curled low over the grass. His suspicion had not gone, but it had been given something ordinary to carry. That was all Jacob had wanted. Ordinary things had weight: hot coals, mud, loose wheels, frightened dogs, spilled chestnuts. A man could put those in a report without sounding drunk before noon. Tina stepped beside Jacob as he handed the last paper cone back to the seller. Her voice stayed low and pleasant enough for the policeman to hear only the shape of conversation. "You keep making yourself useful in ways that make it harder to remove you." Jacob glanced at her. "That a compliment?" "That is a procedural concern," Tina said, but the corner of her mouth nearly moved. "And perhaps half a compliment." The policeman approached again, notebook now in hand. "Names." Tina turned toward him at once, all clean posture and official confidence without showing the wand hidden along her sleeve. "Porpentina Goldstein, Federal Wand Permit Office." The title left her mouth smoothly enough that Jacob almost believed such an office existed for this exact sort of disaster. "We received notice of unstable ground and a possible street utility fault near the park edge." The policeman looked at her notebook, then at her hat, then at Jacob. "And him?" Jacob opened his mouth, but Tina answered first. Mr. Kowalski assisted in moving civilians away from hot coals and damaged ground. That doesn't answer who he is, the policeman said. No, Jacob said before Tina could reply, because letting other people define him had gone badly enough already. He wiped dirt from his sleeve and kept Dumpling pressed beneath his coat with his elbow. Jacob Kowalski, Baker. Bad morning, good timing. The policeman's pencil paused. Baker. Yes, sir, Jacob said. Not licensed for explosions. The chestnut seller gave a short, shaky laugh, and that helped more than any spell. The policeman's sternness cracked just enough to make him look tired instead of dangerous. Behind him, Newt had reached the smoke. The erumpent's pale bulk shifted beyond the blasted shrubs, alive but dazed, and Newt murmured to her with both hands lifted, the musk cloth still extended. Tina saw the movement too. Officer, keep everyone back from that damaged ground. There may be another pocket. The policeman straightened at a danger he understood. You heard the lady, he called toward the path. Back up, all of you. Jacob looked past him to Newt, who had begun drawing the erumpent deeper into the trees again, one patient inch at a time. For the first time since the white flash, Jacob let himself breathe. Then Tina's pocket notebook flickered red again, brighter than before. Her face hardened. Makusa is closer. Tina's warning tightened the air more effectively than the explosion had. Jacob looked toward the park entrance and saw nothing official yet, only prams, coats, the policeman barking people back, and pale smoke thinning between the trees. But Tina had gone still in a way that made the unseen feel worse than uniforms. Newt was still beyond the damaged shrubs, coaxing the erumpent away from the broken railing, and every second he stayed in view was another second for the wrong eyes to arrive. We need the case, Tina said, low and fast. Now. Jacob turned toward the bench where Newt had left it half hidden by his coat. I'll get it. You will stay where I can see you, Tina said, already moving with him instead of arguing longer. And you will not open anything unless Mr. Scamander tells you to. That was one bad suitcase morning, Jacob said, but he obeyed, crossing the grass with Dumpling held tight and his steps careful around torn earth and hot fragments of iron. The case sat on its side near the bench, ordinary as luggage could look beside smoking shrubbery. Jacob lifted it by the handle and felt the familiar impossible weight settle against his arm. For one breath, the pull inside it answered the warmth beneath his bandage, not calling him, exactly, but recognizing that he carried a threshold. He swallowed, adjusted his grip, and carried it toward the trees where Newt waited with one hand extended toward the erumpent. Newt's eyes flicked to the case and widened with relief. Set it there, lid facing her. Slowly, please. Jacob lowered it into the grass and turned the brass catch the way Newt indicated. You sure she'll fit? She'll remember the way in, Newt said, though his voice sounded as if he was asking the world for a favor. He opened the case just enough for green warmth to breathe out beneath the smoke. Come on, darling. Safe place. No railing. No cars. No dogs with heroic delusions. The erumpent snorted, shook her head once, and stepped toward the open case. Jacob backed up, hand firm over Dumpling, forcing himself not to stare at the absurdity of something that large lowering its head toward something that small. The case took her like a pawn taking moonlight, not swallowing, not crushing, simply making more room than the world had admitted was possible. Newt guided the last heavy step with the musk cloth, then snapped the lid shut and sagged over it with both hands. Tina's notebook flared red again, bright through the cloth of her pocket. At the park entrance, two figures in dark coats stopped beside the policeman and looked toward the smoke. Tina's face lost all softness. Too late, Makusa's here. Jacob lifted Dumpling closer and looked from Newt's case to the approaching agents. Then what's the plan? Tina glanced once at Newt, once at Jacob, and once toward the crowd still full of witnesses. The plan is not to look like we're running, she said. And if that fails, we run very intelligently. 30. Very intelligently. The two Makusa agents crossed the park with the calm speed of people who did not need to run because the world usually made room for them. They wore dark coats, dark hats, and expressions that made every ordinary bystander suddenly remember errands elsewhere. The park policeman turned toward them with visible relief, ready to hand the morning's impossible problem to men who looked official enough to deserve it. Tina straightened beside Jacob, and Jacob felt the exact moment she decided not to bolt. Do not look guilty, Tina murmured. Jacob glanced down at his torn coat, missing button, muddy knees, bandaged hand, and the small warm creature hidden badly against his ribs. That feels ambitious. Then look useful, Tina said. You're good at that. Newt lifted the case from the grass with both hands, trying to make a suitcase that had just swallowed an irrumpant look like luggage belonging to a harmless traveler. His sleeve hung torn at the cuff, his hair had collected leaves, and his face still carried the pale concentration of a man who had been dancing with disaster 5 minutes earlier. The case gave one soft internal thump. Everyone heard it. The nearest agent's eyes dropped to the handle at once. Miss Goldstein, the agent said as he reached them, and the name landed badly. He was broad-shouldered, clean-shaven, and too neat for a park full of smoke. His companion, a thinner witch with sharp eyes and a clipboard, looked past Tina to Jacob before anyone introduced him. You're a long way from the wand permit office. Tina's jaw tightened by one careful degree. Agent Hargrove, Agent Bell, there was a public disturbance. I contained civilian panic and prevented further exposure. Agent Bell's pencil paused over her clipboard. Contained it with Mr. Scamander? Newt gave a small, apologetic nod. Good morning. It is not, Hargrove said. Jacob felt dumplings stir beneath his coat at the coldness in the man's voice. He pressed his palm flat against her back and thought of Queenie's kitchen, warm bread, and the sofa that had not charged rent. Dumplings settled by a fraction. Bell's eyes sharpened. And him? She asked. Jacob looked at Tina, then at Newt, and understood that silence would turn him into a handled object again. Jacob Kowalski, he said, keeping his voice polite and steady. Baker. Bad morning, good timing. I helped move the cart and kept folks out of hot coals. Hargrove looked him over. No maj? The word hit harder in a Makusa mouth than it had at Queenie's table. Jacob felt Tina inhale beside him, felt Newt's grip tighten on the case, felt Dumpling's paws clutch cloth under his coat. He did not know the right legal answer. He only knew the wrong one might erase him. That's under discussion, Tina said before Jacob could speak. Hargrove's eyes went flat. Then nobody leaves. Nobody leaves was a simple sentence until Jacob felt what it did to Dumpling. The word struck him first as law, then reached her as pressure, and her little body tucked harder against his ribs. He kept his palm flat over her back, breathing through the tight place beneath his breastbone before she could borrow panic from him. Around them, civilians watched from the path. The park policeman stood ready to obey whichever official sounded most certain, and Newt's case rested in his hand with the faint, impossible dignity of trouble pretending to be luggage. Tina drew herself up. Agent Hargrove, there are no maj witnesses present, an unstable public scene, and recovered magical livestock inside that case. If you stop us here, you turn containment into spectacle. If I let you walk away, Hargrove said, I turn negligence into policy. Agent Bell's eyes had not left Jacob's coat. Something moved. Jacob felt Dumpling's paw press once into his vest. He thought of Queenie's kitchen, of warm bread, of steady hands shaping dough. She's scared, he said before anyone else could decide silence was safer. Not attacking. Scared. Hargrove's gaze sharpened. She? Newt shifted at once, stepping just enough to place himself between the agent's attention and Jacob's coat without looking as if he had done it. A newborn familiar, bonded under unusual circumstances. Separation is inadvisable. Everything about this is inadvisable, Hargrove said. Tina opened her notebook and removed the folded napkin from the Goldstein apartment. Mr. Kowalski produced intentional wandlight last night under my direct supervision. I recorded the time, condition, and witnesses. Until his status is properly reviewed, he cannot be processed as an ordinary no-maj exposure. Bell's pencil moved quickly. You tested wand response outside Makusa facilities? I tested immediate classification risk before choosing whether to oblivate a man bonded to a creature no one had evaluated, Tina said, and her voice stayed level only because she made it. That was the safer decision. Hargrove looked ready to crush safer into smaller pieces. Jacob saw it, and so did Dumpling. Her breathing quickened. A soft seam of warmth stirred beneath his bandage, not wandlight, not spellwork, but the strange threshold feeling he had felt when carrying Newt's case. He looked at the crowd, at the agents blocking the path, at the case in Newt's hand, and understood with plain bakery certainty that everyone needed a way through without feeling chased. Give us 3 steps, Jacob said. Hargrove stared at him. What? 3 steps toward that bench, Jacob said, nodding to the open space away from civilians, smoke, and torn ground. You keep us in sight. We don't run. Folks stop staring because nothing exciting's happening. You get your questions without a crowd, and she stops thinking we're cornered. Belle's eyes narrowed. You think space will calm the familiar? Jacob kept breathing until Dumpling matched him. I think everything scared likes knowing where the door is. Hargrove did not like being asked for anything by a muddy baker with one hand tucked around his own coat. That much showed in his jaw before he spoke. But Belle looked at the crowd, then at the policeman, then at the small, strained movement beneath Jacob's lapel, and her pencil stopped scratching. 3 steps, Belle said. Slowly. Hargrove cut her a look. Agent Belle. Sir, Belle said, quiet but firm, if the familiar expands in front of civilians because we cornered it, the report becomes longer. That argument reached him because it was not kindness. Hargrove jerked his chin toward the bench. 3 steps. Mr. Scamander, case down where I can see it. Miss Goldstein, hands visible. Mr. Kowalski, if that code opens suddenly, I stun first and classify after. Dumpling stiffened under Jacob's palm. He breathed once through his nose, thinking of flour dust and Queenie's warm kitchen, then took the first step. Tina moved beside him, hands relaxed and empty. Newt set the case down with the care of a man placing a sleeping child on glass, then walked with them. The agents followed close enough to feel like a door closing, but space opened ahead. 3 steps became 4 before Hargrove noticed, because the civilians did exactly what Jacob had hoped. With no chase, no shouting, and no bonfire, their attention began to fray. The policeman barked at the old men to move along. The nursemaid rolled her pram toward the path. The chestnut seller fussed over Biscuit and his cart because fussing was safer than remembering. The park began, by tiny degrees, to decide it had seen an accident rather than a secret. Belle watched Jacob's coat. She's quieter. Jacob nodded carefully. She knows I'm not boxed in. That is interpretation, Hargrove said. That's experience, Jacob replied, then wished he had sounded less tired and more respectful. Tina stepped in before Hargrove could sharpen around it. Agent Hargrove, I am requesting temporary field discretion under containment priority. We have recovered 2 major exposure sources. There are civilians still within sight. Taking formal custody here risks creature agitation, witness retention, and further trace escalation. Hargrove's eyes went to the folded napkin in Tina's notebook. And the alleged wand light? Documented, Tina said. Repeatable? Jacob felt every face turn to him. Newt's hand twitched as if he wanted to object. Tina's mouth tightened. Dumpling pressed one paw flat against his ribs, not frightened now, only awake. Jacob swallowed. Maybe, he said honestly. But I'd rather not learn magic while a policeman's deciding whether I'm trouble. Belle's pencil moved again, slower this time. He understands risk. He understands enough to make himself dangerous, Hargrove said. Jacob looked down at the coat that hid Dumpling, then back at the man who could turn his morning into chains and memory loss. No, sir, he said quietly. I understand enough to know I already am. The admission hung between them, plain enough that even Hargrove did not immediately know where to put it. Jacob had meant it as truth, not drama. Dangerous did not mean wicked. It did not mean loose in the head or eager to hurt someone. It meant his fear could move through Dumpling before he understood it. His hand could light a wand he had no right knowing how to use, and every man with a badge now had reason to decide his future before he could learn the shape of it himself. Belle looked down at her clipboard. He is aware of instability. He is not trained, Hargrove said. No, Jacob said, keeping his voice soft because Dumpling had settled and he would not waste that. But I'm willing to be. That's got to count for something. Newt's face softened with sudden, painful pride. Tina did not look at Jacob, but he saw her grip tighten on the notebook. Hargrove saw it too. You are all coming in, Hargrove said. Mr. Scamander, your case will be sealed pending inspection. Miss Goldstein, you will submit a full incident report and surrender all unauthorized field notes. Mr. Kowalski will be held for classification. Dumpling's claws caught again. Jacob felt the first puff of pressure against his ribs and closed his eyes for one breath. A cell, a room, a door he could not open. He knew better than to think of those while she was pressed against his heart. He pictured Queenie's kitchen instead, the sofa, bread cooling in an imagined window, and a small safe space with a door that stayed unlocked because no one needed to run through it. Not sealed away from him, Newt said, voice low. Hargrove turned on him. That case is evidence. She is bonded, Newt said. If you separate Jacob from the familiar or the familiar from him, you risk provoking the expansion event you are trying to prevent. Belle studied Jacob's coat again. He calmed her twice in the field. Tina stepped forward before Hargrove could dismiss it. Under active crisis conditions, in front of witnesses, while assisting civilian containment. Put that in the report too. For a moment, the park held its breath around them. Then Hargrove pointed toward the path with 2 fingers. Fine. No public separation. No visible restraint. We walk to a secured side entrance. And if anyone so much as twitches toward escape, I stun first. Jacob looked at Tina. She gave the smallest nod. Not safety. Not freedom. A door that had not closed yet. He adjusted his coat around Dumpling and bent to lift Newt's case before Hargrove could object. You said no running, he said quietly. Hargrove's eyes narrowed. I said nobody leaves. Jacob met his gaze and took one careful step toward the path. Then I guess we're all going together. 31. Blood at the dinner. They walked from the park in a line that pretended not to be custody. Hargrove went first with his shoulders squared and his wand hidden somewhere inside his coat, while Belle kept slightly behind Jacob's left side with her clipboard tucked flat against her ribs. Tina stayed close enough that Jacob could see the tension in her jaw, and Newt carried the case again because Hargrove had tried once to take it and the case had answered with a low internal thud that made even official hands reconsider. Dumpling lay tucked beneath Jacob's coat, warm and very still, as if she had understood that every breath now counted. The city around them had begun returning to itself by force of habit. A nursemaid scolded a child near the path. A policeman waved back curious walkers with the irritated confidence of a man who would rather blame smoke, livestock, and bad luck than ask better questions. Jacob kept one palm over Dumpling's back and one eye on the open spaces ahead, counting doors, benches, carriages, and men who looked too interested. He had spent the morning learning that exits mattered. Belle slowed first. Her pencil stopped against the clipboard, and her head tilted as if she had heard something under the street noise. Hargrove turned sharply. What is it? A thin silver shape flickered between 2 bare branches, no larger than a folded handkerchief and bright enough to make Jacob blink. It darted to Belle, unfolded into a trembling strip of light, and whispered in a voice so small Jacob felt it more than heard it. Belle's face changed before the message finished. The neat officer with the sharp eyes vanished for half a second, leaving a woman who had just seen the floor drop away beneath procedure. Hargrove, Belle said, and her voice had gone very quiet. Shaw is dead. Tina stopped walking. Newt's hand tightened on the case handle. Jacob felt Dumpling's body press flatter against him as the whole little procession lost its rhythm. Shaw? Jacob asked, because the name meant politics, newspapers, rich men's dinners, and the sort of world that had nothing to do with frightened creatures in a park. The senator? Belle looked at him then, and the answer was worse because she did not bother softening it. Senator Henry Shaw, Jr., killed in front of a room full of witnesses. Hargrove's face closed like a bank vault. He held out one hand for the fading message, and Belle let the silver strip settle across his gloved fingers before it vanished entirely. Creature attack? He asked, already reading the last shimmer of words as if reading harder might make them obey him. No confirmation, Belle said. But Central Office is already treating all uncontrolled magical disruption as connected. That's not right, Tina said at once. Hargrove turned on her. Right is no longer the first concern. Jacob looked past them toward the city, where automobiles coughed, newspaper boys shouted, and ordinary people kept walking because they had not yet learned that something had torn through a dinner and killed a public man. Creature trouble had been bad enough when it was smoke, panic, and a park policeman. This was blood in a room full of important people, and Jacob felt the shape of the morning change around him. The world had stopped making space for them. Now it was closing in. The silver folded itself smaller in Hargrove's hand, trembling like a trapped moth, then disappeared into sparks that left no ash behind. He looked at Newt's case, then at Tina, then at Jacob's coat, and Jacob felt the whole morning being rearranged without anyone asking where the pieces belonged. Hargrove's voice came flat enough to sound printed. Creature escape in the financial district. Creature disturbance in Central Park. Unregistered foreign case. Former Auror present without authority. No Maj involvement with possible magical contamination. And now Senator Shaw is dead in a public magical event. Newt's face went pale in a way that had nothing to do with fear for himself. My creatures didn't kill anyone. You cannot know that, Hargrove said, and his eyes stayed on the case as if accusation itself could pry the latches open. I can, Newt said, and for the first time since Jacob had met him, the softness in him sharpened into something steelier. Not perfectly from here, no, but an animal attack leaves animal signs. Panic, scent, bodily traces, witness behavior. If one of mine had torn through a dinner, there would be reports of shape, movement, marks. Belle's pencil hovered over her clipboard. She checked the remaining notes with a controlled frown, then looked up. The message says the body was thrown. Tina's head turned quickly. Her voice carried the old Auror before Jacob properly understood the title. Thrown? Belle nodded once, still reading. Witnesses reported damage across the room. No visible attacker. No retained form. Severe structural breakage. That doesn't sound like an escaped beast, Tina said, and she stepped half a pace closer to Jacob without seeming to notice. That sounds like force without body. Hargrove's eyes cut to her. It sounds like magic in front of no mace. Central office won't care whether the source has claws, wings, or a wand until the witnesses are contained and someone is held responsible. Jacob's hand settled more firmly over Dumpling. She had gone quiet in the listening way that made him think of a baby animal tucked under a porch during thunder. Then why look at her? He asked before he could polish the question. She's been with me. Newt's case has been with us. You saw what happened in the park. Hargrove stepped closer, and Tina shifted half a foot before Jacob even knew she meant to. Mr. Kowalski, evidence does not become harmless because you are fond of it. No, sir, Jacob said, keeping his voice low because Dumpling was tucked against his heart and his heart had begun to hammer. But wrong evidence can make you chase the wrong thing. Belle looked at him more carefully then, not kindly, but as if the muddy baker had produced a sentence that belonged somewhere official. Hargrove did not soften. He pointed toward the street where two black Makusa automobiles had pulled near the curb without ordinary traffic noticing them properly. New plan. Scamander, Goldstein, Kowalski, the case, and the familiar come in as connected material to an active lethal breach. Newt drew the case closer. His voice stayed polite, but the words had a hard edge under them. The creatures are not material. They are until cleared, Hargrove said. Tina's mouth tightened around words she had not yet chosen. Jacob saw the choice forming in her eyes and hated how little room the world had left her. The park, the case, the familiar, the dead senator, and every frightened official in New York were being tied into one knot, and Tina stood beside it with only procedure, conscience, and a notebook full of inconvenient truths. Tina looked toward the waiting automobiles, and Jacob watched the decision hurt her before it became visible to anyone else. The cars were too clean, too dark, and too ready, with doors opened by men who did not look at passers-by because the passers-by had already been gently persuaded not to look back. Makusa had arrived in the street like a trap pretending to be transportation, and Tina stood between Jacob and it with her notebook in one hand and the whole weight of law pressing against her shoulders. Agent Hargrove, Tina said, choosing each word with care, if you bring him in as connected material, he'll be handled as evidence before anyone reviews his status. You know what that means. It means he'll be contained, Hargrove said. That is the point. It means he may be separated from the familiar, questioned without context, and listed as no Maj exposure in a lethal breach, Tina said, and her voice stayed level only because she held it there with both hands. If that happens, any later correction will arrive after the damage is done. Jacob felt the words move through him slowly. No Maj exposure, lethal breach, damage done. They sounded like labels on crates, not a man with a bandaged hand, a frightened creature under his coat, and a bakery dream somewhere behind him growing smaller by the hour. Dumpling stirred, and he tucked his chin slightly, breathing down toward her without making the movement large enough to look like defiance. Belle closed her clipboard halfway. Miss Goldstein has a point about sequence. If the familiar bond is active, rough intake could create an incident inside headquarters. Hargrove gave her a hard look. You're becoming very fond of longer reports today. I'm fond of reports that don't begin with preventable expansion in an elevator, Belle said, and Jacob almost liked her for the dryness of it. Newt stepped closer to Tina, though his eyes stayed on Jacob's coat. If Jacob is frightened badly enough, Dumpling may unfold. Not as aggression, as response. She's a newborn, and the bond is not something she understands in official terms. Nothing in this street understands official terms, Hargrove said. Tina turned fully toward Jacob then, and for the first time since Belle's message arrived, her face was not aimed at winning an argument. It was aimed at warning him. Jacob, I can't make this quiet anymore. I can try to make it fairer, but I can't keep you out of Makusa now. Jacob looked past her to the automobiles, then back to the woman who had threatened him with procedure and still kept stepping between him and the worst of it. Fairer sounds better than quiet if quiet's already gone, he said. The answer caught her for half a breath. Then Tina nodded once and faced Hargrove again with her notebook open. Then I'm entering field conditions into the record now. No public restraints. No separation from the familiar unless a qualified creature expert and a bond examiner are present. No classification as ordinary no-mage until wand response, perception incidents, and bond behavior are reviewed. Hargrove stared at her. You are in no position to dictate intake terms. No, Tina said, writing quickly while Belle watched every stroke. But I am in position to create a contemporaneous field record before frightened people simplify what happened. Tina's pencil moved fast enough to scratch through the page, and Jacob saw Hargrove's patience thin with every line she forced into existence. Belle watched the record form, then reached into her coat and produced a second sheet from her own pad. Without asking permission, she copied the key conditions in shorter, colder language, the sort meant for people who trusted reports more than witnesses. Hargrove noticed and gave her a look sharp enough to cut string. Belle did not stop writing. If this becomes a hearing, sir, sequence will matter. If this becomes a hearing, Hargrove said, half this city will already be lying to itself about what it saw. That's why sequence matters, Tina said, tearing the page cleanly from her notebook. She folded it once and held it out to Belle rather than Hargrove. File that with intake before anyone separates the subjects. Hargrove's jaw worked, but Belle took the paper. Logged as field objection and risk advisory. Jacob understood only part of it, but the part he understood was enough. Tina had put words between him and whatever waited under Makusa. Not a wall, maybe not even a door, but a latch. Men like Hargrove could still open it, yet now they had to leave fingerprints. Dumpling shifted under his coat, and Jacob stroked her back with 2 slow fingers until her breathing settled against his ribs. Newt leaned closer without crowding him. When we get inside, keep doing exactly that. Quiet breaths, steady hand, no sudden fear if you can help it. Jacob looked at him. That last part's a tall order. Yes, Newt said, with a sad little smile. Most useful things are. Hargrove snapped his fingers toward the automobiles. Enough. Goldstein in the first car with Belle. Scamander, Kowalski, the case, and the familiar in the second. I want eyes on the foreign case and the anomaly at all times. Tina moved immediately. No, I ride with Jacob. You do not give the orders here, Hargrove said. No, Tina said, stepping beside Jacob before Hargrove could close the space. But I'm the one he trusts enough not to panic. You can decide whether being obeyed matters more than arriving without an expanded familiar in your upholstery. Belle glanced toward the second automobile's open door, then at the small movement beneath Jacob's coat. Recommend allowing it. For one hard second, Hargrove looked as if he might refuse out of pure spite. Then a distant newspaper boy's shout carried down the street, already lifting Senator Shaw's name into the air before the magical world had finished hiding the blood. Hargrove heard it too, and his expression changed from irritation to calculation. Fine, he said. Goldstein rides with him. Scamander keeps the case on his lap. Belle, with me. Jacob did not wait for someone to steer him. He walked to the second automobile himself, because Dumpling felt doors like cages when other people pushed him through them. Tina opened the door and stood aside, giving him the dignity of choosing the first step. He climbed in slowly, settled into the leather seat, and kept his coat loose around the warm, hidden creature against his chest. Newt followed with the case held like a sleeping bomb, and Tina sat on Jacob's other side, close enough that her sleeve brushed his. The door shut with a soft, expensive click. Outside, New York kept moving, bright and loud and ignorant around them, while the automobile pulled away from the curb. Jacob looked through the window as the park slid behind them and felt the day narrow toward a place where law, fear, and magic waited below the city. Makusa was no longer bringing him in as a witness. It was bringing him in while looking for a culprit. 32. Taken below. The automobile carried them through New York as if the city had agreed to step aside only for people who knew how to hide the cost. Jacob sat between Tina and the door, one hand tucked inside his coat over Dumpling and the other pressed flat against his knee so it wouldn't shake. Newt held the case across his lap with both arms curved protectively around it, and every little thump from inside made the driver's eyes flick once toward the rear mirror before Tina's sharp look persuaded him to remember the road. No one spoke for the first few blocks. The silence had weight, but it was not empty. It held Senator Shaw's name, Hargrove's accusation, Bell's folded report, and the soft warm breathing of the familiar hidden against Jacob's ribs. Outside, ordinary New York went on selling papers, crossing streets, arguing with trolley bells, and hurrying toward lunch as if the morning had not turned him from a baker into something officials might put in a file. Jacob watched a man carrying a paper bag of rolls under one arm and felt his chest ache with a homesickness for a life he had left only yesterday. Tina noticed. She always seemed to notice the practical hurts first. "Jacob," she said quietly, keeping her eyes forward, "when we go in, let me answer the first questions. Not because you can't speak. Because they'll be listening for anything they can classify too quickly." Jacob looked down at the curve of Dumpling beneath his coat. "Classify means decide before they know?" "In bad hands, yes," Tina said, and the honesty cost her. "In good hands, it means finding the right law before the wrong one hurts somebody." Newt looked up from the case. Unfortunately, frightened institutions often reach for the wrong one because it has the largest handle. Tina gave him a sideways look. "That observation will not improve the mood downstairs." "No," Newt said, settling his palm over the case as something within shifted. "But it may remain true even if I say it quietly." The automobile slowed before a tall building whose stone face rose clean and severe above the street, all carved lines, grand windows, and confidence built upward by people with money enough to make height look inevitable. Men and women entered through ordinary doors without seeing anything except offices, elevators, and business. Hargrove's car had already stopped ahead of them, and Belle stood waiting near a side entrance with Tina's folded field note held flat against her clipboard. Tina opened the door before the driver could. "Stay close," she said, then glanced at Jacob's coat. "And keep her calm." Jacob stepped onto the pavement slowly, because Dumpling tensed at the change in air. "That's becoming my whole occupation," he said, trying for a smile and managing only half of one. Hargrove met them at the side entrance. No delays. Case first, then Kowalski. Tina moved between him and Jacob without raising her voice. They go together. For a moment, Hargrove's stare made the street feel colder. Then Belle lifted the clipboard slightly, reminding him that the record already existed. He turned and led them inside. The ordinary lobby swallowed them in polished stone, brass rails, footsteps, and elevator doors. Then Hargrove touched his wand to a plain panel beside the lift, and the wall answered with a soft golden seam. Jacob felt the hidden place open before he saw it, a drop beneath the building like a cellar under the world, and Dumpling pressed both paws into his vest as the elevator doors slid wide. The elevator looked ordinary until Jacob stepped inside and felt the floor notice him. It was not a shake, not a drop, not anything a man could point to and complain about without sounding foolish. The brass cage accepted Hargrove, Belle, Tina, Newt, the case, and Jacob in that order. Then the doors closed with a soft click that sealed away the ordinary lobby. Dumpling's paws pressed into Jacob's vest, and he bent his head enough that his breath warmed the top of her hidden body. "Easy," he murmured. "We're only going down." Hargrove looked at him from the opposite side of the lift. "Do not speak to it unless instructed." Jacob's hand stilled over Dumpling's back, and the little creature stiffened at once. The elevator gave a faint creak around them, though it had not yet moved. Tina's eyes snapped to the coat, then to Hargrove. "Let him soothe her," Tina said. "You heard Scamander's assessment." "I heard a foreigner defending his own evidence," Hargrove said. Newt's fingers tightened around the case handle. "I was defending a frightened newborn from being mishandled." Belle shifted her clipboard against her ribs and looked up at the ceiling as the lift began to descend without any visible lever being pulled. "Recommend reducing provocative language while enclosed." Jacob would have laughed if the air had not turned strange. The elevator went downward, but not like any elevator he had ridden in department stores or office buildings. Those rattled, clanked, and complained. This one sank smoothly through layers of quiet, and with every passing second Jacob felt something peel away above them. Street noise vanished first, then footsteps, then the comfortable lie that buildings ended where eyes stopped seeing. The brass walls glimmered as hidden letters surfaced and disappeared in the polished panels. Names, seals, dates, and narrow lines of light flowed past like reflections from some underground river. Jacob stared too long, and the warmth in his bandaged hand answered with a soft pulse. Dumpling's breathing changed against his chest. Tina noticed again. "Jacob? I can feel the walls moving," Jacob said before he thought better of it. "Not the elevator. The place around it, like we're passing doors that aren't opening." Belle's pencil lifted. Hargrove's stare sharpened. Newt turned very carefully, wonder and worry crossing his face together. "You shouldn't be able to perceive that." "I'm getting tired of hearing what I shouldn't do," Jacob said, and the words came out quieter than anger, which made them more honest. "It keeps happening anyway." The elevator slowed. Ahead of them, the brass doors opened on a vast lower hall filled with gold light, polished dark floors, moving portraits, passing witches and wizards, and the controlled hurry of people who knew a city-sized secret was leaking. Every head nearby turned toward the case first, then Jacob's coat, then Tina. Hargrove stepped out and raised his voice. "Active lethal breach intake, foreign creature case, former Auror escort, and classification anomaly. Clear a secure path." The hall changed at once. Conversations cut off. A witch carrying files backed against a pillar. Two guards in dark coats moved toward them with wands low but ready. Jacob stepped out with Tina at his shoulder and Newt close on the other side, and he felt Makusa close around him like a bakery oven with the door shut from outside. The secure path was not a hallway so much as a decision that everyone else obeyed. Clerks stepped aside before Hargrove reached them, conversations folded into silence, and the portraits along the high walls leaned from their frames to watch with painted disapproval. Jacob kept his hand over Dumpling and walked where Tina's shoulder guided him, trying not to look too long at anything that moved when it should have stayed still. The polished floor reflected gold light under his shoes, and every reflection seemed to know he did not belong there. A guard approached from the left with one hand already extended toward Newt's case. "Evidence intake is this way." Newt angled his body so the case stayed behind his knee. "No." The guard's eyebrows rose. "Mr. Scamander, that was not a request." "No," Newt said again, with the same quiet firmness he had used when defending frightened creatures from panic. "It contains living habitats. If you place it in a standard evidence vault, several inhabitants may interpret the shift in pressure as seasonal collapse, predation, or rude weather. None of those will improve your afternoon." The guard looked to Hargrove. Hargrove looked ready to order the seizure anyway, but Belle lifted Tina's folded field note before he spoke. "Temporary non-separation condition is recorded." "Recorded by a former Auror and indulged by you," Hargrove said. "Recorded before witnesses," Belle replied. "Indented in duplicate." Jacob did not know what indented meant in that context, but Hargrove's face suggested it had teeth. The guard stepped back with visible reluctance, and the path carried them onward past desks, counters, and glass windows behind which witches and wizards pretended not to stare. Somewhere deeper in the hall, a row of brass tubes hissed with messages, and one spat out a red slip that another clerk snatched before it finished curling. A woman in severe green robes intercepted them at a curved intake desk. Her badge read Marjorie Flint, Classification Office, and she looked at Jacob as if he had arrived without the proper box around him. "Name?" Tina answered before Jacob could. "Jacob Kowalski. Field adjacent witness under active classification review." Flint's quill began writing by itself. "No Maj?" "Unconfirmed," Tina said. Flint's quill stopped so abruptly ink spattered the form. "That is not a category." "It is today," Jacob said, softer than he meant to, and every face around the desk turned toward him. Dumpling stirred beneath his coat. The movement was small, but the quill lifted from the page and pointed toward Jacob's ribs like a bird dog. Flint's gaze sharpened. "Remove the concealed creature for assessment." Jacob's palm flattened before fear could become motion. "No, ma'am." The word came out respectful and impossible at the same time. Tina stepped in at once, but Jacob had already felt the little body under his coat tense, and something inside him chose the creature before the room could choose procedure. Newt moved closer on his other side, the case held tight. Hargrove drew breath to object, and the whole lower hall seemed to lean toward the desk, waiting to see whether the muddy baker would be treated as a person, a witness, or the first mistake of a much worse day. Hargrove's hand moved toward his wand. Tina's hand moved faster, not drawing, only lifting enough to remind everyone that movement had consequences in both directions. The guards by the pillars reacted to that small shift, and the intake desk became the center of too many wands, too many eyes, and one frightened creature pressed against Jacob's heart. Dumpling's body swelled by a fraction under his coat, not enough to show herself, but enough that the fabric tightened beneath his palm. "Everybody stop," Jacob said, and the words came out plain, tired, and louder than he meant them to. He kept his eyes on Flint because she had asked for the impossible with a clerk's face. "She's scared because everyone's reaching. You want to assess her, fine, but not out here like she's something pulled from a pocket." Flint's mouth flattened. "Mr. Kowalski, you are not in a position to set terms." "No, ma'am," Jacob said, breathing slowly until Dumpling's paws loosened in his vest. "I'm in a position to know what happens when she thinks I'm cornered." Newt stepped half a pace forward with the case held tight against his legs. "He's right. If you attempt forced removal in an open hall, you risk an uncontrolled choronaptoxic response in a crowded administrative space." A nearby clerk whispered, "Choronaptoxic?" and immediately wished she had not when 3 officials looked at her. Bell's pencil touched her clipboard. "Field behavior supports the warning." Familiar agitation decreased when Mr. Kowalski was permitted space, contact, and verbal soothing. Flint looked from Bell to Tina with growing irritation. Is every person on this intake prepared to argue with procedure? Tina took the folded field note from Bell and placed it on the desk beside Flint's ink-spattered form. Procedure works better when it survives the first 5 minutes. Hargrove's patience snapped tight enough to show in his voice. Secure classification room. Now. Flint, mark the creature present but not extracted pending expert assessment. Guards, escort. If the anomaly expands in the hall, I will hold every person here responsible. Jacob felt the word anomaly land on him and Dumpling both. He hated it more than he expected. Still, the path opening away from the desk was better than hands reaching into his coat, so he nodded once to Tina and began walking before fear could settle into his knees. Dumpling shrank again, warm and trembling, and he stroked her back with 2 fingers as Newt fell into step beside him. The secure classification room waited behind a black door banded with brass and etched with symbols that made Jacob's bandaged hand ache. The guards opened it from both sides, revealing a long table, 3 chairs, a wall of glass-fronted instruments, and a silver bowl set beneath a hanging lamp. It looked less like an office than a doctor's room built by bankers who expected the patient to confess. Flint entered first and set her form on the table. Mr. Kowalski sits there. The case remains visible. The familiar remains concealed only until the first examiner arrives. Jacob sat because Tina's hand touched his sleeve lightly enough to ask rather than push. Newt set the case beside him, and the latches gave one soft internal thump. Before anyone spoke again, the black door opened behind them, and a tall man in a dark suit stepped in with the calm of someone used to rooms becoming his. Percival Graves looked at Jacob, then at the slight movement beneath his coat. "Well," he said, "this is turning into a very interesting morning." 33. A no-mage with a bond. Percival Graves did not raise his voice, and somehow that made the room feel smaller. He removed his gloves with slow, precise movements, set them beside Flint's ink-spattered form, and looked over the table as if every person in the room had been placed there for his convenience. Jacob sat with Dumpling hidden against his chest, Newt's case at his side, Tina standing near his shoulder, and the black door behind them guarded by men who seemed to have forgotten how to blink. "Begin again," Graves said. "Cleanly." Flint straightened at once. Jacob Kowalski, no-mage witness with possible magical contamination, bonded to an unidentified high-risk juvenile creature after contact with Mr. Scamander's foreign case. Status disputed by former Auror Goldstein. Former Auror Goldstein has entered field objections, Tina said, keeping her voice even. Including non-separation conditions and active classification review. Graves looked at her for half a second too long, then smiled without warmth. "Yes, Miss Goldstein, your handwriting has already made itself known." Jacob felt Tina stiffen beside him. Dumpling's paws flexed against his vest, and he lowered his chin slightly, giving her a slow breath to borrow. The silver bowl beneath the hanging lamp trembled once on the table, though no one had touched it. Graves noticed. Everyone noticed. Flint's quill lifted again. Subject demonstrates responsive bond feedback. Subject has a name, Jacob said, before fear could persuade him to swallow it. The quill paused. Flint looked at him. Hargrove's mouth tightened near the door. Graves turned his full attention on Jacob, and Jacob understood at once why people obeyed him. The man's stillness had weight. It felt like standing before a locked safe and realizing the safe was studying you back. Mr. Kowalski, Graves said, pleasantly enough to make the pleasantness useless. Do you understand what Makusa must consider when a man classified as no mage arrives bonded to a magical creature, exposed to a foreign case, present near multiple creature incidents, and connected by field report to spontaneous magical response? Jacob kept one hand over Dumpling and the other flat on the edge of the table. I understand it sounds bad when you stack it that way. Newt made a tiny sound that might have been alarm or admiration. Tina did not look at Jacob, but he saw her fingers tighten around her notebook. Graves leaned forward by an inch. Then let us unstack it. Were you born magical? Jacob looked from Graves to Flint, then to the silver bowl waiting under the lamp. Nobody ever told me I was. That was not the question, Graves said. No, Jacob said softly. But it's the only honest answer I've got. Graves held Jacob's answer for a moment, turning it without touching it. Then he drew the silver bowl closer with 2 fingers and set it in the center of the lamplight. The metal did not shine like ordinary silver. It held reflections too deeply, showing the hanging lamp, the table, Flint's quill, and Jacob's own tired face as if each belonged at the bottom of a well. Honesty is useful, Graves said. Incomplete honesty is still incomplete. Jacob kept his palm over Dumpling, feeling her breathe against him in quick, shallow motions. I can't make my childhood more helpful, Mr. Graves. I grew up no mage because that's what everyone said I was. Nobody came knocking with a wand and a school letter. Flint's quill scratched across the form. No known magical education, no known wand ownership, no known family declaration. Tina leaned forward. Known is doing a great deal of work in that sentence. Graves did not look at her. Then we will test what is known. He touched the bowl's rim with his wand, and the surface inside filled with clear water that had not been poured from anywhere. Mr. Kowalski, place your bandaged hand above the bowl. Do not touch the water unless instructed. Newt shifted at once. That bite and scratch are still reactive. I'd prefer to know what diagnostic you intend before exposing him to unfamiliar magic. You may prefer many things, Mr. Scamander, Graves said. At present, I require compliance. Jacob looked at Newt, then at Tina. Tina's face told him she disliked this and could not stop it cleanly yet. That was becoming a look he knew too well. He lifted his bandaged hand slowly and held it over the bowl, close enough that the lamp warmed his knuckles through the linen. Dumpling pressed one paw into his vest, and he breathed once for both of them. The water stilled until it looked like glass. Then a faint ripple moved from the center outward, not toward Jacob's hand but toward his chest. The bowl gave a soft chime, so delicate that it sounded almost embarrassed. Flint's quill stopped writing. Hargrove's eyes narrowed. Graves leaned closer, and for the first time his calm seemed interested rather than merely in control. That is not a standard no-mage response, Flint said. No, Graves replied, his gaze fixed on the ripple that kept turning toward Dumpling. It is not. Jacob lowered his hand only when Tina touched his sleeve lightly. The water followed the movement for half an inch, then pulled back toward his coat. Is that bad? He asked. Graves looked at him with a small, thoughtful smile. It is inconvenient, Mr. Kowalski. Bad depends on what you are. The word what sat between them worse than who would have. Jacob had been called plenty of things in his life, some kind, some earned, some thrown by men who needed another man smaller. What was different? What belonged on forms, cages, and warning labels? He felt Dumpling's heartbeat press against his own and kept his hand still because if he held her too tightly, every official in the room would see fear and call it proof. I'm Jacob Kowalski, he said. I'm a baker. I worked in a factory. I was in the war. Yesterday I thought magic was stories, stage tricks, and maybe something folks shouted about in newspapers when they wanted attention. Flint's quill moved quickly. Subject claims no prior magical awareness. Not claims, Jacob said, looking at the quill because arguing with a pen was easier than arguing with Graves. Says. Graves' smile thinned, and yet last night, according to Miss Goldstein's field note, you produced wandlight. Jacob looked at Tina before he could stop himself. Her face did not change, but apology lived somewhere behind her eyes because the note meant to protect him had become another thing on the table. I held a wand, Jacob said. Something happened. I didn't know it would. I don't know how to make it happen again. Hargrove folded his arms near the door. A no-mage who can accidentally produce wandlight is not reassuring. I'm not trying to be reassuring, Jacob said, then caught himself because the room tightened around the sentence. He swallowed and made his voice gentler. I mean, I don't want to lie so you'll like the answer better. Tina shifted beside him. He has had no education in secrecy law, wand safety, exposure procedure, or basic magical handling. Ignorance is not intent. No, Graves said softly. But ignorance with capacity is danger. Jacob frowned. Then teach me. The words came out plain, and for one foolish second he thought they might help. Newt's face softened at once, but Flint's quill stabbed the paper hard enough to dot ink like blood. Hargrove looked at Jacob as if he had admitted wanting a gun on a crowded street. You are requesting magical instruction? Graves asked. Jacob felt the trap only after he had stepped into it. I'm requesting not hurting anyone because nobody told me the rules. Rules such as the International Statute of Secrecy? Graves asked. Jacob shook his head slowly. I don't know what that is. Rules concerning no-mage exposure? Graves continued. I don't know those either. Rules concerning restricted beasts, wand use, magical concealment, obliviation exemptions, and the legal consequences of a familiar bond crossing classification boundaries. Jacob looked down at Dumpling's hidden shape, then back at Graves. I don't even know what half those words mean. The room went quiet. Tina's hand curled around her notebook. Newt looked like he wanted to step in and knew stepping in might turn one problem into three. Graves leaned back, and the calm on his face made Jacob's stomach sink. There, Graves said, that is the difficulty. Graves let the difficulty settle over the table until it seemed to press the lamp lower. Jacob could feel the word danger moving from mouth to mouth without anyone saying it again. It slid through Flint's quill, Hargrove's folded arms, the guards waiting by the door, and the way every official in the room kept glancing at Dumpling's hidden shape as if she were proof and threat in the same breath. Containment is the only responsible immediate course, Graves said. Mr. Kowalski is to be held under classification lock. The creature is to be secured for independent assessment. Mr. Scamander's case will be sealed pending full inventory and review. Newt went still. No. Hargrove took one sharp step forward. You do not refuse the Director of Magical Security. I refuse any order that risks killing or traumatizing creatures in my care, Newt said, and his voice stayed quiet enough that the anger in it did not need volume. You cannot seal the case without habitat preparation. You cannot separate a newborn familiar from a bonded human without understanding the bond. And you cannot call that responsible because it fits on a form. Flint's quill scratched furiously. Tina moved closer to Jacob's chair. Director Graves, I entered non-separation conditions in the field record. They were accepted at intake. Graves turned his head toward her. Accepted under emergency movement, not approved under security review. Jacob felt Dumpling start to grow. It was small at first, a thickening warmth beneath his coat, a pressure against his ribs, a tremor through paws that did not know what law was but knew separation when grown voices shaped it. The silver bowl chimed once. Water leapt against its rim. Stop saying separate, Jacob said, and his own voice surprised him by not shaking. He kept his palm flat, breathing slow, refusing to let panic travel down his arm. You're scaring her. Graves looked at him. Then prove you can control her. Jacob stared back, cold spreading through his stomach because the trap had teeth. She's not a machine. No, Graves said. She is a high-risk magical creature bonded to an untrained, possibly non-magical man during an active lethal breach. If you cannot control her, Mr. Kowalski, Makusa must. Tina's voice sharpened. That is exactly the wrong pressure to apply. Dumpling pushed once against Jacob's coat, and the fabric strained. Jacob closed his eyes for half a second and reached for the only safe place he knew how to make inside himself. Queenie's kitchen, warm bread, soft light, the sofa, a door that did not lock against him. He breathed that memory down through his hand, not as magic, not on purpose, but as the shape of safety. Dumpling trembled, then slowly shrank back against his chest. The room watched. The bowl settled. Graves' expression did not soften, but it sharpened with interest. "There," Graves said softly. "He can influence it." Newt's face tightened. He comforted her. "Influence is influence," Graves replied. He took Flint's form, signed one line with his wand, and placed it on the table before Jacob. Temporary containment. No wand access. No unsupervised contact with the case. Familiar remains attached only until bond review permits safe extraction. Jacob looked at the paper and felt every kind word in the room lose ground to ink. He had calmed Dumpling because she was scared. Makusa had watched and written danger where he had meant home. 34. Evidence that shouldn't fit. The ink on Graves's order had not finished darkening when the black door opened again. A gray-haired witch entered with a narrow medical case in one hand and a pair of spectacles hanging from a chain at her throat. She wore no Auror coat and carried no clipboard, which somehow made her look more dangerous to the room's certainty. Her eyes went first to Graves, then to Newt's case, then to the slight movement beneath Jacob's coat. "Dr. Sabine Morrow," Graves said. "Bond Review and Classification Diagnostics." Dr. Morrow set her case on the table without asking anyone to move. "If you wanted speed, Director Graves, you shouldn't have handed me a living bond and a legal panic in the same message." She glanced at Jacob. "Mr. Kowalski, yes?" Jacob nodded carefully. Dumpling shifted under his coat, and he kept his hand steady because every official in the room seemed ready to turn comfort into evidence. "Yes, ma'am." Morrow opened her case. Inside lay small bottles, folded linen, a brass measuring chain, 3 glass discs, and a little green thing curled in a padded compartment like a leaf with ears. Jacob looked at it before he could stop himself. The green thing opened one golden eye, blinked at him, and tucked itself tighter into the padding. Morrow's hand paused above the instruments. "You saw that?" Jacob looked from the creature to her face. "Was I not supposed to?" "No mace don't usually notice a sleeping ward sprig unless it chooses to be seen," Morrow said, and her voice lost its dry edge. She lifted one glass disc and held it between Jacob and the open case. The disc looked clear for a second, then filled with twisting threads of pale blue light that led from Jacob's chest to the hidden shape under his coat and from there toward Newt's case. "Interesting." Graves stepped nearer. "Interesting is not a classification." "No," Morrow said. "It is what one says before a classification starts misbehaving." She angled the glass slightly. "Mr. Kowalski, look at the far wall. Tell me what you see above the brass cabinet." Jacob obeyed because her voice asked instead of ordered. At first he saw cabinets, shelves, and a framed notice with too many official stamps. Then the wall shimmered around a narrow door tucked where no door had been a moment before. A small brass sign appeared, letters swimming into place like bread rising under cloth. "Records," Jacob read slowly. "Protected Family Registry. Authorized bloodlines and magical guardianship only." Flint's quill snapped clean through its own nib. Tina went very still beside him. Newt's face softened with sudden, fierce relief. Dr. Morrow lowered the disc. A true nomage should not read that sign. The room seemed to hold its breath around Dr. Morrow's words. Jacob looked at the narrow door above the brass cabinet and wished, absurdly, that it would stop existing because everything that appeared in Makusa turned into another reason for someone to write him down wrong. The sign stayed where it was, neat and official, its letters steady now that he had read them aloud. Flint found a fresh nib with fingers that were less steady than her face. "Protected registry response may be bond contaminated." "It may be," Morrow said, opening a small bottle of amber liquid and touching one drop to the glass disc. "That is why we test instead of clutching the first explanation that keeps our forms tidy." Graves' expression did not change, but Jacob saw Hargrove's shoulders tighten near the door. Tina's mouth pressed flat as if she had nearly smiled and decided the room was too dangerous for it. Morrow held the disc out toward Jacob. "Mr. Kowalski, I need one clear answer. When you read that sign, did the words feel like reading a notice, or did they feel like remembering where a door was?" Jacob frowned, because the question should have sounded foolish and did not. He looked again at the hidden door. The brass sign seemed less like something he had seen and more like something that had been waiting for him to look the right way. Remembering, maybe, he said slowly. Like when you smell bread from a street over and know which bakery it is before you see the window. Newt's eyes softened with recognition. Morrow nodded once, pleased and troubled at the same time. Threshold association. Domestic comparison. Sensory translation rather than visual intrusion. Flint's quill scratched quickly. Possible spell contamination through familiar bond. Possible dormant perception awakened by familiar bond, Tina said at once. Graves turned his head toward her. Miss Goldstein, you are not the examiner. No, Tina said, but I am still permitted to hear the difference between the same facts being made into a cage or a key. Jacob felt Dumpling relax by the smallest degree beneath his coat, and he wondered whether she understood words or only the shape of people defending one another. Morrow set the glass disc over the bowl, and the pale blue threads inside it twisted into a small, bright knot above Jacob's chest before reaching toward the hidden door. Director Graves, Morrow said, her dry voice now sharpened by professional certainty, this is not reading by accident. The registry ward is responding to him as a limited magical subject. Flint looked up. Limited magical subject is not a final classification. No, Morrow said, but it removes true nommage from the top of the page. Flint did not remove true nommage from the page. She stared at the form as if the ink had betrayed her personally, then drew a careful line through the top classification and wrote pending above it in letters sharp enough to cut. Jacob watched the correction happen and felt no safer. Pending was not freedom. Pending was a room with the door shut while people argued over which key hurt least. Dr. Morrow set the glass disc aside and drew the brass measuring chain from her case. It uncoiled across the table by itself, link by link, until one end lifted like a curious snake toward Jacob's bandaged hand. I need a blood response, she said. 1 drop, no more. The chain reads inheritance, not opinion. Director Graves may dislike that, but he has not yet found a way to make blood admire paperwork. Graves' eyes narrowed. Doctor. Morrow did not look up. I am working quickly, as requested. Jacob swallowed. Is this going to hurt? A little, Morrow said, and somehow the plainness helped more than reassurance would have. Less than what already happened to you. Newt leaned forward. Use the clean side of the scratch. The bite residue may distort creature-adjacent readings. Morrow gave him a brief, approving glance. Sensible. She touched Jacob's bandage with 2 fingers. May I? Jacob nodded. He kept his other hand over Dumpling while Morrow unwrapped the linen with slow, practical care. The scratch across his hand had faded to a fine red line, but warmth still lived beneath it. Morrow pricked the skin beside it with a silver pin so small he barely felt the sting. 1 bead of blood rose, dark and ordinary, and Jacob found himself resenting how normal it looked after everything else had gone impossible. The chain dipped its lifted end into the drop. For 1 second nothing happened. Then the links warmed gold, not bright, not grand, just steady as a bank stove. The far wall's hidden door clicked. Above the brass cabinet, the registry sign changed, and new words wrote themselves across the air. Morrow read them first, her eyebrows lifting. Dormant domestic line. Unregistered American branch. Magical expression suppressed or absent for at least 2 generations. Flint stood so quickly her chair scraped the floor. Squib descent? Possible, Morrow said. More likely misclassified magical descent with long dormancy. Jacob stared at the words until they blurred. Ma family? The chain tugged gently toward him, then toward Dumpling, then toward Newt's case. Morrow's face softened by the smallest amount. Your blood answers the registry, Mr. Kowalski. The familiar may have woken the door, but the door was yours to begin with. Jacob kept staring at the words above the brass cabinet, and the room's sharp edges seemed to fall away for one breath. Dormant domestic line. Unregistered American branch. Magical expression suppressed or absent. They were official words, cold words, the kind Makusa liked because they fit into drawers, but something under them reached backward through kitchens he could barely remember, through his mother's hands dusted with flour, through old family stories half lost to work, rent, and funerals. He had thought magic had arrived yesterday. Now it stood in front of him wearing his own blood. Tina's voice came carefully from beside him. Dr. Morrow, does that mean he was never truly nommage? Morrow drew the chain back from Jacob's hand, and it curled into her palm like a warm bracelet. It means true nomage is no longer medically responsible as a primary classification. I would not yet call him trained magical, active magical, or wand qualified without further testing. But his blood answers protected registry wards, his perception crosses threshold enchantments, and the familiar bond is not sitting on empty ground. Graves' face remained composed, but the air around him changed. Then the risk increases. Newt looked up sharply. No, the explanation improves. The explanation makes him harder to categorize, Graves said, and his eyes moved from Jacob to Dumpling's hidden shape. A number mage with accidental magic is one kind of emergency. A dormant magical adult awakened through a foreign creature bond during a public crisis is another. Jacob closed his fingers around the edge of the table because he wanted, very badly, to ask whether any answer in this room would make him less dangerous to them. Dumpling moved beneath his coat, not growing this time, only pressing closer as if she had felt the old family words too and did not know what to do with them. He stroked her once, slow and careful. Morrow set the glass disc beside the bowl and looked at Graves over the rim of her spectacles. Director, whatever you decide politically, do not attempt extraction today. The bond is anchored through blood response, emotional regulation, and threshold perception. Pulling the familiar away now could damage both of them. Flint's quill scratched again. Bond extraction contraindicated pending ancient familiar review. Tina seized the opening at once. Then the field note stands. No separation. Graves looked at the form, then at Jacob, and his stillness sharpened into something that felt less like judgment and more like possession of the board. Temporary non-separation stands, he said. So does containment. Mr. Kowalski remains under lock, Mr. Scamander's case remains under supervision, and no one outside this room discusses dormant magical descent until I authorize it. Jacob looked from Graves to Morrow, then back at the fading registry sign. So I'm not what you thought, he said. No, Graves said, taking Flint's amended form and signing beneath the new classification with one clean stroke. You are something less convenient. The words should have frightened Jacob more than they did. They did frighten him, but under the fear sat something small and stubborn, warm as a stove catching after a cold morning. He had not stolen magic. He had not borrowed it from Dumpling like a man reaching into someone else's pocket. Whatever door had opened in him had been there all along, hidden, silent, waiting for one frightened little creature to knock. 35. The 5X Headache. Dr. Morrow had barely finished closing the measuring chain when Flint reached for a red folder from the lower drawer of the classification table. The folder was thicker than the forms beneath it, bound with black cord and sealed at the corner with a stamped creature mark Jacob could feel before he understood it. Dumpling felt it too. Her tiny body pressed closer under his coat, and the warmth along Jacob's ribs turned watchful. Flint laid the folder beside Graves's amended order. Hybrid creature assessment must be entered before bond review can proceed. Newt's head came up at once. Entered by whom? By the department responsible for dangerous beast classification, Flint said, already loosening the cord. Then I would like it noted that no department has examined her properly, Newt said, and his voice had that careful softness Jacob had learned meant he was close to real anger. You have observed a distressed newborn in a hostile intake environment while several people discussed removing her from the only safe figure she currently recognizes. Flint opened the folder anyway. A square of parchment unfolded from inside and rose into the air, blank at first, then filling with neat lines of red script. The letters gathered around a central sketch that was not Dumpling exactly, but close enough to make Jacob's stomach tighten. Tiger shape, serpentine grace, too many possible sizes written in the margins like warnings. Choronaptixic inheritance confirmed by field account, Flint read. Zuu line speed and force probable. Unknown adult mass. Unknown displacement limits. Unknown containment tolerance. Possible bond amplified expansion response. Her mouth tightened as the final line wrote itself. Recommended provisional classification. 5X. The room changed around the term. One guard shifted his feet. Hargrove's hand flexed near his wand. Even Tina went still, though she did not move away from Jacob's chair. Jacob looked down at the small hidden lump beneath his coat, trying to make 5X mean anything except the way everyone had just started breathing. 5X means bad? He asked. It means extremely dangerous, Graves said. Known wizard killer level, requiring specialist handling. Jacob's palm flattened protectively. She's a baby. A baby storm can still tear off a roof, Hargrove said. Newt turned on him. She is not a storm. She is a living creature bonded in fear, trust, and first recognition. Flint tapped the hovering parchment with her quill. The bond should never have been permitted. Jacob laughed once, short and unbelieving, because the sentence was so neat it almost sounded sensible. Permitted by who? She picked me while everyone else was trying not to get eaten by the moment. Graves looked at him across the table. That is precisely the problem, Mr. Kowalski. The bond formed before law could prevent it. Graves did not look offended by Jacob's answer. That was worse than anger. He looked almost satisfied, as if the room had finally admitted the shape of the problem he preferred. He took one step around the table, slow enough that no one could accuse him of startling the creature, and the guards near the black door shifted with him like shadows learning their orders before they were spoken. Then law catches up, Graves said. Hargrove, prepare a controlled transfer. The familiar goes to a shielded containment cradle. Mr. Kowalski remains seated. Jacob's hand closed over Dumpling before thought caught up. Dumpling's body went hot beneath his coat, not growing yet, but gathering herself like dough swelling under cloth. No, he said, and the word came out quieter than he expected. You heard Dr. Morrow. I heard a recommendation, Graves said. I am giving an order. Newt stepped between the nearest guard and Jacob's chair with the case still in one hand. That order is reckless. Hargrove drew his wand. Move aside, Mr. Scamander. Tina moved too, not fully in front of Jacob, but close enough that her shoulder blocked Hargrove's clean line. Director Graves, this is exactly the pressure Dr. Morrow warned against. If she unfolds in here, you'll have a 5X infant reacting inside a sealed room. Then Mr. Kowalski will calm it again, Graves said, and his gaze stayed on Jacob. He has already demonstrated influence. Jacob felt the trap under the words and hated that Graves knew it. If he calmed Dumpling, they would call it control. If he failed, they would call it danger. He looked down at the little warmth under his coat and thought of the moment she had chosen him in the case, not because he had authority, not because he had known anything useful, but because he had been safe. The first guard reached for Jacob's coat with gloved fingers. Jacob twisted in the chair, not enough to flee, only enough to put his own body between Dumpling and the hand. Dumpling made a sound he had never heard from her before, low, tiny, and furious. The hanging lamp flickered. The silver bowl rang once, harder than before, and every glass instrument along the wall answered with a thin, rising hum. Back away, Dr. Morrow said sharply, and this time her voice cut through rank rather than asking permission. Everyone back away from him. The guard froze with his hand still half raised. Beneath Jacob's coat, Dumpling pushed outward by a few inches, and the black door behind Graves clicked loudly from the inside though no one stood near it. A line of old gold light ran across the threshold, curled around the table legs, and stopped at Jacob's shoes like a sleeping thing opening one eye. Jacob stared at it, breathing hard, while the room finally stopped talking long enough to listen. The gold line did not blaze. It moved with the patient certainty of something older than panic, slipping around chair legs, crossing the polished floor, and drawing a circle that included Jacob, Dumpling, Newt's case, and no one else. When Hargrove shifted his boot across the edge, the light rose like a hot wire and pushed him back without touching skin. He stumbled once, caught himself against the wall, and stared at the floor as if the building had committed insubordination. What did you do? Graves asked, and the calm in his voice had gone thin. Jacob shook his head, his palm still pressed over Dumpling. Nothing. I didn't even know floors could take sides. Newt crouched carefully, keeping the case inside the circle, and his anger gave way to wonder so quick and bright that it changed his whole face. Oh, he said softly. That's not the familiar reacting alone. That's old building law. Flint took a step toward the circle with her quill raised. The gold line hummed once, low and warning, and the quill burst into a small shower of sparks. She snatched her hand back with a hiss. That room is not authorized to activate covenant protections without a filed petition. Dr. Morrow gave her a look over her spectacles. Perhaps the room was not waiting for permission from your drawer. Tina moved closer to the edge but did not cross it. Her eyes followed the line around Jacob's chair, then settled on the way the light curled nearest Dumpling's hidden body. Newt, what does it mean? It means the bond has been recognized as established, Newt said. He looked at Graves, and for once his mildness carried open challenge. Not proposed, not pending, established. You can regulate the keeper, examine the bond, and classify the creature, but you cannot forcibly separate them without breaking covenant protection. Graves lifted his wand. The gold line rose higher, not attacking, only becoming impossible to ignore. Symbols formed inside the light, old letters Jacob could not read and somehow still felt in his bones. Dumpling stopped swelling. Her little paws uncurled from his vest, and she pressed her face into his shirt with a tired sigh. Jacob's throat tightened. He bent his head slightly, not caring who saw. "That's right," he murmured. "You're all right." Somebody finally noticed. The silver bowl chimed again, softer this time. The hidden symbols sank into the floor, but the circle remained. Hargrove looked at Graves for orders. Flint looked furious enough to rewrite the floor if given ink. Tina's shoulders loosened by one careful inch. Graves lowered his wand slowly. "Very well," he said. "No forced extraction." Newt exhaled. Graves looked at Jacob through the old gold circle, and the softness of the surrender vanished before it could become mercy. But protection is not freedom. If the law insists the creature stays with you, Mr. Kowalski, then you stay where the law can reach you. The old gold circle thinned after Graves spoke, but it did not disappear. It sank into the floor until only a faint line remained around Jacob's chair, Newt's case, and the space beneath Dumpling's warm body. Jacob understood the shape of it without understanding the law. Something older than the room had said no to hands reaching into his coat, and now everyone was deciding how to work around that no instead of listening to it. Dr. Morrow closed her medical case with a firm click. If he stays under lock, the bond environment must be stable. No isolation cell, no restraint chair, no suppression charm against the familiar. If you smother a newborn bond, you will not get obedience. You will get panic with teeth. Hargrove looked offended by the phrase. Makusa holding rooms are secure. Security is not the same as stability, Newt said. Graves looked between them, and Jacob could almost see him weighing each word not by kindness or truth, but by usefulness. A protected interview room, then. Mr. Kowalski remains inside. The familiar remains attached. Mr. Scamander's case remains under guard and within sight unless habitat maintenance requires supervised access. Newt's relief lasted only half a breath. Within sight of whom? Makusa, Graves said. And me, Jacob said. The room turned toward him again. Jacob's stomach tightened, but he did not take the words back. He kept one hand over Dumpling and the other on the table, where his fingers still felt the echo of the old light. If she thinks you're taking the case too, that's more fear. She knows it. I don't know how, but she does. You want calm, then don't make every safe thing vanish at once. Tina's face softened just enough to hurt. Newt looked at Jacob with that same fierce, quiet pride that made him seem less awkward and more dangerous. Dr. Morrow nodded once, as if Jacob had finally said what the room should have known before he had to say it. Graves' gaze stayed steady. You are learning to negotiate quickly. No, Jacob said, tired enough to be honest. I'm learning what scares her. For a moment, Graves did not answer. Then he turned toward Hargrove. Protected room 3. Case visible. Scamander permitted supervised access for habitat stability only. Goldstein remains listed as field escort until review. No wand access for Kowalski. No unsupervised visitors. The black door opened before anyone touched it. 2 guards waited outside, their wands lowered now but not gone. Jacob stood slowly, letting Dumpling feel each movement before he made it. Newt lifted the case, and the faint gold line followed them across the floor, thin as thread, stubborn as a promise. As they stepped into the corridor, Graves walked beside Jacob just long enough for his voice to reach him alone. Old law has bought you time, Mr. Kowalski. Do not mistake time for safety. Jacob looked ahead at the guarded hallway and felt Dumpling's small heartbeat answer his own. I won't, he said, because yesterday he had mistaken ordinary for safe, and he was not making that mistake twice. 36. No wand access. Protected room 3 was kinder than a cell only in the way a closed oven was kinder than a furnace. It had a cushioned bench, a table bolted neatly to the floor, 2 lamps in frosted glass, and a window that showed a painted view of New York rooftops rather than the corridor outside. The door closed behind Jacob with a low brass sound, and the faint gold line from the old law settled across the threshold like it had decided to sleep there with one eye open. Jacob stood just inside the room, one hand over Dumpling and the other hanging uselessly at his side. He had been told where to sit, where not to stand, what he could not touch, who could remain, and how many guards would watch him breathe. It was not a cage, not officially. But a man did not need bars to understand when the room had been built to keep him. Newt set the case on the table only after testing the surface with his fingertips. "This should do for now," he said, though his face said now was carrying too much weight. "The wards are a little severe, but they aren't pressing inward." "That's something." "Something," Jacob said, sitting slowly because Dumpling had begun to settle and he did not want to ruin it by arguing with furniture. "Seems like today's full of somethings." Tina stood near the door while Hargrove spoke to the guards outside. Her notebook was still in her hand, but she had stopped writing. That worried Jacob more than the writing had. When she turned back, her expression had softened around the edges without losing any of its carefulness. "Jacob," she said, "the no-wand access order does not mean they've decided you can never use one." He looked at her. It sounded pretty decided. "It means Graves does not want you holding one until he controls the conditions," Tina said. "There is a difference." Newt gave a quiet, humorless breath. "A difference of locks, mostly." Hargrove stepped into the room before Tina could answer. "Mr. Scamander will be permitted case maintenance under guard. Miss Goldstein remains because Director Graves allowed it, not because her presence is required. Mr. Kowalski remains seated unless instructed otherwise." Jacob looked down at Dumpling, then back at Hargrove. "And if she needs me to walk?" Hargrove's eyes narrowed. "It does not command the room." "No," Jacob said, stroking two fingers slowly over the warm curve beneath his coat. "But she's the reason the room didn't get bigger and angrier 10 minutes ago, so I'm asking before it matters." For a moment, nobody moved. Then Tina stepped to the bench beside him, her voice quiet but clear. "Reasonable bond accommodation. Limited movement inside the protected room if required for familiar stability." Hargrove looked at the sleeping gold line on the floor, then at Jacob's coat, and his mouth tightened. "Fine. Inside the room only." Jacob nodded once. It was not freedom. It was not trust, but it was a small space in which somebody had listened before Dumpling had to be afraid, and for that moment, small had to be enough. Hargrove left them with 2 guards and a written order pinned to the outside of the door, which made the room feel even less private than before. Jacob could hear the low murmur of voices beyond the brass frame and the occasional scrape of shoes in the corridor. The painted window showed sunlight over rooftops that were not truly there, and the lie of it bothered him more than darkness would have. At least darkness admitted what it was. Newt opened the case only a hand's width, murmuring downward before he reached inside. Warm air drifted out, carrying hay, damp leaves, and the distant sound of something splashing. Dumpling stirred under Jacob's coat, her head lifting toward the smell. Jacob's chest eased by instinct. The case was not freedom either, but it was hers in some way, familiar in the middle of a room built to be official. One of the guards stepped forward. "Case remains visible." "It is visible," Newt said, without looking up. "If I open it any wider, one of the more curious occupants may decide your boots need inspecting. I am trying to spare us all a social complication." The guard looked down at his boots and stepped back half an inch before he caught himself. Tina's mouth twitched and then settled quickly, as if even a small smile might be filed against them. Newt drew out a folded cloth, a small tin, and the ridiculous squeaky toy Jacob remembered from the case. The toy looked like a duck that had lost an argument with a lemon, reinforced with stitching and charm work that made it faintly indestructible. Jacob stared at it, then looked at Newt. "You brought that to Makusa?" "I brought the case to Makusa," Newt said, setting the toy on the table with complete seriousness. The duck made its own choices by being in the correct pocket. Dumpling's ears, hidden beneath Jacob's coat, shifted at the faint rubbery squeak when Newt pressed it once. Her little body perked with such sudden interest that Jacob nearly laughed. The sound caught in his throat instead, warm and painful, because there was something almost normal about a baby wanting her toy in a room full of guards. Tina stepped closer. "That calms her?" "It focuses her," Newt said. "Calm is what Jacob does." Jacob looked down, embarrassed by the trust in that sentence. "I don't know what I'm doing." "No," Newt said gently. "But she does." The door latch clicked before Jacob could answer. A young clerk entered with a slate, a stack of thin booklets, and the nervous air of someone sent into a room where every instruction contradicted the last. Director Graves requires educational intake materials issued immediately, she said, glancing at Jacob and then away. Provisional only. No wand access. No spell attempt. No unsupervised reading from restricted sections. Jacob looked at the booklets as she placed them on the table. The top one read Basic Secrecy Obligations for Late Identified Magical Persons. Another said Wand Safety Before Ownership. A third had a cheerful little cover showing a smiling child holding a wand properly. Something inside him dipped. He had faced bankers and bullets and a giant affectionate familiar, but the smiling child on the booklet made him feel suddenly older, poorer, and more foolish than all of them. Tina saw it before he could hide it, and her voice softened. They're tools, Jacob, not insults. Jacob touched the edge of the child's booklet with one finger. Feels a little like both. Tina did not rush to answer. She sat across from Jacob instead, turning the booklets so the covers faced him squarely rather than lying at an official angle. That small courtesy mattered more than it should have. The guard still watched, the order still hung on the door, and Graves' shadow still seemed to have a chair in the room despite his absence. But Tina made the table feel a little less like an examination bench by putting herself on the other side of it as if this were a lesson rather than a sentence. Then we start with the insult and make it useful, Tina said, tapping the first booklet with one finger. Basic Secrecy Obligations. That means you don't show magic to ordinary people. Don't discuss magical places where ordinary people can overhear. Don't let magical creatures be seen. And don't assume panic gets forgiven because you were scared too. Jacob looked at the cheerful child on the wand booklet, then at Dumpling's duck, which Newt had placed within reach but not too near the edge. Yesterday I didn't know magic was real. Today I'm supposed to hide it from everybody. Yes, Tina said, and there was no softness in the truth, only sympathy around it. That's unfair. It is also the first rule keeping you, Queenie, Newt, Dumpling, and half this building out of worse trouble. Queenie's name landed warm and sharp at the same time. Jacob's hand stilled over Dumpling, and the little familiar settled as if the name had carried a bit of the Goldstein apartment into the room. Does Queenie know where I am? He asked. Tina's face changed by one careful degree. Not yet. I'll try to send word when I'm allowed. When you're allowed, Jacob repeated, tasting how much of the day had become that phrase. Newt lifted the small tin from the table and opened it, letting Dumpling smell something sweet and grassy before setting it near Jacob's hand. The second rule is to ask before touching magical objects. Not because you're foolish, but because some objects are foolish on everyone's behalf. One guard cleared his throat. No spell instruction. This is object safety, Newt said, with innocent precision. If Mr. Kowalski touches the wrong item and it turns him temporarily transparent, I assume you would prefer he know to mention that quickly. Jacob looked at the guard. Temporarily? Usually, Newt said, and Tina closed her eyes for half a second as if patience had become a physical exercise. Despite himself, Jacob opened the first booklet. The words crawled for a moment, then settled into plain English under his eyes. He read the first sentence aloud slowly, because speaking it made it less like something being done to him and more like something he had chosen to pick up. Magic exists under international concealment law. Untrained magical persons remain responsible for exposure risk once informed. Tina nodded. That's the legal version. Jacob looked up. What's the human version? She held his gaze. Now that you know, you have to be careful even when the world hasn't been careful with you. Jacob let that sit. It hurt because it was true and because it sounded like every responsible thing he had ever learned too late. He looked down at Dumpling beneath his coat, at the duck toy on the table, at Newt's case within sight, and at the guards by the door. Then he turned the page. All right, he said quietly. Teach me the parts that keep people safe first. Tina drew the booklet nearer and began with the parts that had no charm work in them at all. Doors, curtains, crowded streets, names spoken too loudly, frightened witnesses, curious children, policemen, newspapermen, and the terrible human habit of looking twice at anything that did not fit. Jacob listened with his hand on Dumpling and the duck toy pressed lightly beneath his thumb, squeaking once by accident when Tina explained that a single careless sentence in a lunchroom could become an investigation by nightfall. Sorry, Jacob said. easing pressure off the toy as Dumpling's ears flicked under his coat. Didn't mean to interrupt the law with a duck. Newt looked up from checking a small latch on the case. It's a very educational duck. One of the guards sighed. Tina ignored him with admirable discipline and tapped the page. The point is that secrecy isn't only spellwork. It's habits. When something strange happens, you move people away from it. You don't give them details. You don't improvise a story that invites better questions. You choose something boring. Jacob frowned at the booklet. Boring I can do. Factory foremen built careers on it. That may genuinely save your life, Tina said, and the warmth in her voice made the warning land harder. Boring explanations are often safer than clever ones. Newt set a little packet of feed beside the case, then closed the lid again until only the smallest breathing seam remained. And if the strangeness has teeth, feathers, spines, or distressingly personal opinions about jewelry, you call someone who understands it before trying to solve the matter with furniture. Jacob looked at him. I used a towel. Yes, Newt said, approving despite himself. Much better than furniture. The door opened before Tina could turn the next page. Hargrove stood outside with a new slip of paper in his hand and the expression of a man forced to deliver bad weather in writing. Director Graves has revised access conditions. Scamander is to be escorted for supervised habitat maintenance. Goldstein is to submit a written field account upstairs. Kowalski remains here with the familiar under guard. Dumpling stiffened so sharply the duck squeaked under Jacob's hand. Tina stood. No. We just established stability depends on familiar environment and trusted presence. Scamander's case remains visible through observation glass during maintenance, Hargrove said. Miss Goldstein's statement is now required. Jacob felt the room begin to narrow again. He looked at Tina's face, then at Newt's case, then at the little booklet still open beneath his hand. The first lesson had been about keeping people safe, and the second, apparently, was that the law could read its own rules any way it liked. He took one slow breath and let Dumpling feel it. All right, he said, before fear could make the word break. But the duck stays with me, the case stays where I can see it, and nobody shuts that glass without telling me why. Hargrove's jaw tightened. You are not negotiating terms. Jacob kept his eyes on Dumpling's hidden shape and pressed the duck once, soft enough that only she could hear the squeak clearly. No, he said, I'm using the parts that keep people safe first. 37. Execution orders. Hargrove did not answer Jacob. He only stepped aside from the doorway, and the room beyond him seemed to widen into the kind of silence that came before men with authority stopped pretending to negotiate. Tina's face changed before anyone spoke. It was a small change, a tightening near the eyes and mouth, but Jacob had learned to read that much. Something had shifted outside the protected room, and the shift had not been toward mercy. Percival Graves entered with 2 more officials behind him and no sign that he had hurried. He carried a black folder under one arm, and the paper inside it gave off a cold pressure that made Dumpling tuck herself flatter beneath Jacob's coat. The squeaky duck rested under Jacob's palm, ridiculous and brave in its small yellow way, while Newt's case sat across the room behind observation glass with a guard beside it and Newt standing stiffly near the door. Mr. Scamander, Graves said, looking first at the case rather than the man. Your creature collection is now linked to an active public death investigation, multiple exposure incidents, and a 5x familiar bond involving an untrained late-identified magical subject. Newt's jaw tightened. Linked by fear, not evidence. Fear is evidence when a city is bleeding secrecy into the streets, Graves replied. He opened the folder and placed 3 dark slips on the table. Each one unfolded by itself, sharp and final. Emergency execution authority has been invoked. Tina stepped forward. Execution authority for what? For the destruction of any creature deemed likely to worsen exposure risk, Graves said. For the sealing or disposal of foreign magical habitats that cannot be safely inventoried. And for memory correction of unauthorized persons whose continued awareness increases public danger. Jacob's hand went still on the duck. For 1 second, he did not understand memory correction because the words were too clean. Then he did, and the room tilted without moving. Dumpling felt it through him and made a tiny frightened sound. Newt moved toward the table. You cannot destroy my case. Graves looked at him. I can if your case is judged an ongoing threat. Tina's voice sharpened. Jacob is not an unauthorized person. Dr. Morrow confirmed he isn't true no major. And yet he remains untrained, unsupervised by law until this morning, bonded to a 5X creature, and emotionally connected to multiple persons already under investigation, Graves said, glancing at Tina just long enough to make the last words land. This is no longer a classification puzzle. It is containment before contagion. Jacob looked at the slips on the table, then at Newt's case behind the glass, then down at the small warm body, trusting him not to let the room take her away. He had thought no wand access was the lock. Now he saw it had only been the handle. Tina reached for the nearest dark slip, but Graves's wand came down over it before her fingers touched the paper. Not a strike, not even a threat, exactly. Just polished wood between her hand and the order, making it clear that the document belonged to power before it belonged to truth. Tina stopped with her fingertips half an inch from the table, and Jacob saw how much it cost her not to snatch anyway. Miss Goldstein, Graves said, you will not interfere with emergency authority. I am asking to read the order before you use it to kill living creatures, Tina said, and her voice was so controlled it trembled at the edges. That is not interference. That is procedure. It is obstruction when seconds matter, Hargrove said. Newt turned from the observation glass, his face pale with a calm that did not reach his eyes. Seconds do not matter to killing a contained case. They matter to living systems. If you seal the habitats incorrectly, water pressure fails in 3 compartments, heat rises in 2, and at least one nesting colony will panic itself into injury before your inventory clerk reaches page 2. Graves looked at him. Then you admit the case is unstable. I admit it is alive, Newt said. One of the officials behind Graves moved toward the observation glass and lifted a wand toward the case. Dumpling's body tightened beneath Jacob's coat as if she had heard the motion through the room. Jacob pressed the duck once, soft enough that the squeak stayed mostly under his palm, and the little sound gave Dumpling something smaller than fear to hold. Wait, Jacob said, standing before anyone had told him he could. The guards shifted at once, but the faint gold line at the threshold brightened, and nobody crossed it. You said memory correction too. That means me, doesn't it? Graves turned slowly. It may. Tina looked at him sharply. Director, no. He has legal standing under review. He has conditional standing, Graves said. Conditional standing can be revoked if he becomes a threat to secrecy. Jacob felt the room lean around that word. Threat. It seemed to fit everything they disliked and nothing they understood. And what makes me one? He asked. Graves' eyes stayed cold. Refusal to comply. Jacob looked at the case behind the glass, at Newt's hands curled tight at his sides, at Tina standing with her jaw set and her notebook useless against a black folder. Then he looked down at the duck beneath his thumb and the frightened baby hidden against his ribs. He had asked to learn the parts that kept people safe. He had not expected the first lesson to be about when safe people were called dangerous. Newt stepped beside him, close enough that the guards tensed. Jacob has complied repeatedly under conditions no one prepared him to survive. Graves' voice softened in the most dangerous way. Then let us see if he can comply one more time. Mr. Kowalski, sit down and surrender the familiar's toy. The duck sat under Jacob's hand, absurdly small for the amount of room it suddenly occupied. Its yellow rubber side had warmed beneath his palm, and one patched seam pressed against his thumb where Newt had reinforced it for teeth, claws, and whatever else a baby magical creature could think to do to comfort. Dumpling's whole body had gone still beneath his coat, not calm, not sleeping, but listening through him. Jacob looked at Graves. Why? Graves' expression did not move. Because I asked. That's not a reason, Jacob said, and the gold line at the threshold brightened by a hair. Hargrove's wand lifted. Sit down. Tina stepped toward Jacob, not between him and Graves this time, but close enough for her voice to reach him without sounding like a command. Jacob, breathe first. He did. He pulled air in slowly, felt Dumpling's frightened little heartbeat flutter against his ribs, and let the breath out through his nose. The duck squeaked once because his fingers trembled. Every guard in the room reacted as if the toy had drawn steel. Newt's eyes had fixed on Dumpling's hidden shape. Director Graves, removing the toy serves no safety function. It tests whether Mr. Kowalski can obey a simple order involving a low-risk object, Graves said. If he cannot surrender a toy, why should I believe he will comply when the next order concerns a creature, a case, or a witness? Jacob heard the trap snap shut around the word simple. A simple order could still be cruel if it was given to frighten a child, a man, or a baby beast hiding under a coat. He looked down at the duck, then slowly lifted it from the table. Dumpling shifted toward it at once, tiny paws pressing into his vest. "No," Jacob whispered to her, so soft he barely heard himself. "Not gone. Watch." He set the duck on his open palm and held it close to his chest, where Dumpling could smell it. Then, instead of handing it to Graves, he placed it on the table halfway between himself and Tina, still inside the faint protection of the old gold line. His fingers opened fully and moved back. "There," Jacob said. "I surrendered it from my hand. I did not take it away from her." Graves looked at the duck, then at Jacob. The room waited for anger, but what came over Graves's face was colder than anger. Interest. "That was not the order," Graves said. "No," Jacob said, keeping his voice level by sheer stubbornness. "It was the safe version." The duck squeaked once by itself, though nobody touched it. Dumpling exhaled against Jacob's shirt and did not grow. Behind the observation glass, Newt's case gave a deep internal thump, not violent, more like an enormous heart answering from below. The official near the glass dropped his wand arm by an inch despite himself. Tina's eyes flicked to the duck, then to the gold line. The bond accepted the compromise. Newt's voice came quiet and firm. So did the room. Graves reached for the dark slip nearest his hand. "Then the room can learn what compromise costs." Graves touched the dark slip with his wand, and the paper unfolded toward the observation glass like a black wing. The faint gold line on the floor rose at once, but the order did not move toward Jacob, Dumpling, or the duck. It slid around the circle with careful intelligence and stopped against the glass where Newt's case waited under guard. The old law flared, then dimmed, as if it had found no direct hand reaching for the bond and could not forbid a knife aimed elsewhere. Jacob understood the lesson before anyone explained it. The room would protect what it recognized. Graves had chosen something just outside that promise. Newt stepped forward. "No." The guard beside the glass raised his wand. "Stay where you are, Mr. Scamander." Graves kept his eyes on Jacob as the black slip pressed flat against the glass. "You protected the familiar's toy. You protected the bond. Very commendable. Now we address the larger threat." Tina turned on him. "You're punishing a safe compromise because it was not obedience." "I am removing hazards in order of legal reach," Graves said. The case thumped once behind the glass, deep enough that the floor trembled under Jacob's shoes. Dumpling jerked beneath his coat, and Jacob caught the duck with 2 fingers before it could roll away from the gold line. He wanted to stand, shout, run, do anything except sit inside a circle that protected him while Newt's whole impossible world waited beyond glass. "Mr. Graves," Jacob said, forcing each word through his teeth, "if you hurt what's in that case, she'll feel it." "Then calm her," Graves said. Newt's face had gone white, but his voice stayed gentle when he looked at Jacob rather than Graves. "Don't let him make your fear hers. Keep breathing. Keep her small." "That's enough," Hargrove said, catching Newt by the arm. Newt did not fight, not with wands aimed at the case and Dumpling trembling against Jacob's ribs. He only looked at Graves with a quiet fury that made him seem suddenly less like an awkward traveler and more like a man who had crossed oceans for creatures no one else loved properly. "If you destroy that case, Director, you will not be preventing exposure. You will be causing a catastrophe you are too proud to understand." Graves nodded to Hargrove. "Remove him." Tina moved, but 2 guards were already at her sides. "Jacob," she said quickly, turning as they took her by the elbows, "keep the duck near her. Do not let them make you panic. I'll find a way back." The door opened. Newt was pulled through first, still watching the case. Tina followed, fighting with restraint rather than violence because the room had made every wrong movement dangerous. The black slip remained on the glass, spreading thin lines like frost across the view of the case. Jacob stood inside the old gold circle with Dumpling under his coat and the duck in his hand. The protected room had kept them together. It had also taught him how helpless safety could feel when it did not reach far enough. 38. Queenie chooses. Queenie Goldstein heard Jacob before anyone told her where he was. Not with her ears, because Makusa's lower corridors were thick with doors, wards, brass, and people trained to keep secrets wrapped tight. She heard him the way she heard a kettle about to boil in another room, pressure rising under a lid no one else noticed. Fear had a taste when it came from most people. Sharp, sour, selfish, full of elbows. Jacob's fear was different. It was warm and hurt and trying so hard to be gentle that it made her throat ache. She stood at her typing pool desk with one hand resting on the carriage of her typewriter and the other pressed flat over the message slip she had not yet finished reading. Around her, women typed, pages snapped, heels clicked, and thoughts streamed past in little restless ribbons. Shaw dead. Graves furious. Case under order. Scamander detained. Goldstein trouble again. No Maj Baker. Not no Maj. Familiar. Erasure. Execution. The words arrived in fragments, some spoken, most not, and each one pulled her toward the elevators like a thread tied under her ribs. Abernathy stopped beside her desk with a folder hugged to his chest. "Queenie, don't tell me you're involved in this." Queenie looked up and gave him the smile men often mistook for harmless. "Involved in what, honey?" His thoughts answered before his mouth did. Graves said no delays. Goldstein sisters are a liability. Pretty face, dangerous head. Keep her away from holding. Security matters, he said aloud. You should stay at your desk. Queenie's smile stayed bright because breaking it would warn him too soon. That sounds awful important. It is, Abernathy said, enjoying the importance enough that his thoughts lifted and opened. Protected room 3. Case glass. Jacob alone. Goldstein and Scamander removed. Graves wants quiet before Pickery sees the order. Queenie's fingers curled once against the typewriter. Jacob's fear touched her again, steadied by something absurd and squeaky, and beneath it she felt his stubborn little attempt to keep a frightened creature from borrowing his panic. That did it. Not the law, not the danger, the gentleness. She rose, collecting a stack of forms from her out tray as if she had merely remembered an errand. You're right, she said sweetly, stepping around the desk. I should definitely stay where I belong. Abernathy relaxed. Queenie walked past him toward the corridor, already reading the gaps between the guard's thoughts. Where she belonged had changed the moment Jacob's fear reached for her and tried not to ask. Queenie did not hurry, because hurrying invited men like Abernathy to feel useful. She carried her forms against her chest, heels clicking at the same tidy rhythm as every other secretary sent to deliver papers to someone who would never learn her name. The corridor outside the typing pool shone with polished stone and brass rails, all clean lines and quiet doors, but under the shine the building buzzed with fear. People thought faster when they were afraid. They also thought louder. 2 guards stood at the corner near the restricted lift. Their mouths stayed shut, but their minds leaned bored and sharp around the same instruction. Nobody through without Graves's seal, especially Goldstein. Pretty one reads too much. Queenie smiled before she reached them, letting her thoughts skim lightly over theirs as if she were brushing lint from a sleeve. Morning, boys, she said, shifting the stack of forms so the top page showed a red routing stamp she had borrowed from Abernathy's desk without asking. Mr. Graves wants these downstairs before President Pickery's office starts asking why legal hasn't seen copies. The taller guard frowned. We weren't told. Queenie widened her eyes just enough to make him feel clever for being cautious. Oh, I'm sure you weren't, honey. Nobody tells anybody anything until they're already mad it wasn't done yesterday. The shorter guard glanced at the stamp. His thoughts slid open. Pickery. Legal copies. Graves hates delays. If we hold it and he asks, that's on us. Restricted lift, he said. No wandering. Cross my heart, Queenie said, and let him see exactly the harmless errand girl shape he expected. The lift accepted the red stamp with a brass sigh. As the doors closed, Queenie's smile faded. Jacob's fear was clearer below, wrapped around one small frightened mind she could only taste in flashes. Soft fur, warm dark, duck squeak, don't take, safe man. Queenie pressed her hand to the forms and breathed through the ache. Oh, sweetheart, she whispered, not sure whether she meant Jacob or the creature. The lift opened on a lower corridor busy with trouble. Tina stood near a side desk between 2 guards, writing under watch with fury tucked into every stroke of her pen. Newt was farther down, pale and rigid beside an escort, his whole attention fixed toward an observation room beyond frosted glass. Queenie stepped out before caution could talk her into grief. Tina looked up, and relief flashed through her so quickly Queenie almost stumbled. Queenie, Tina said, keeping her voice low. You shouldn't be here. Queenie walked to the desk and set down her forms with a gentle slap. I know. That's how I figured it was important. Tina's pen stopped moving. The guard beside her noticed at once, and Queenie heard his thoughts snap toward duty like a rubber band. Don't let them talk. Graves said separate statements. Queenie gave him a smile with no teeth in it, then slid one of her borrowed forms across the desk toward Tina as if they were only discussing copies. Legal routing, Queenie said brightly. You know how fussy they get when pages go missing. Tina looked down. Queenie had written nothing useful on the form, but Tina knew her sister well enough to read the spaces. Her hand moved again, slower now, and she wrote a line that looked like a statement from 3 feet away. Jacob is in protected room 3, Tina murmured. Graves is trying to make the case separate from the bond. I know, Queenie said, and this time the sweetness in her voice thinned. He's awful proud of that thought. Newt looked over from the corridor, and Queenie nearly flinched at the shape of him. His mind was usually full of quick creature paths, small needs, remembered habits, tenderness folded into practical lists. Now one thought rang through everything else. My case, my creatures, don't let them seal it. He saw Queenie and tried to step toward her, but his escort caught his sleeve. Miss Goldstein, Newt said, keeping his voice low with visible effort. Jacob must not be frightened right now. Queenie's heart gave one hard twist. Honey, he's trying not to be. Beyond the frosted observation glass, she felt Jacob more clearly than she saw him. He stood inside old protective magic with Dumpling tucked against him, one hand holding the duck like a promise nobody else understood. The little familiar's thoughts brushed Queenie in pictures rather than words. Warm man, sharp room, black glass, lost nest, stay small. Queenie closed her eyes for half a breath and sent back the gentlest thing she could, not a spell, not a command. Only the feeling of her apartment kitchen after dinner, lamplight soft, dishes waiting, nobody reaching. Dumpling quieted by a fraction. Jacob turned his head toward the glass as if he had heard a friendly knock from very far away. The guard at Tina's shoulder frowned. What are you doing? Queenie opened her eyes. Standing here, sweetheart. His suspicion sharpened. Graves said keep the legilimens out. No direct access. No incident before the president reviews the Shaw report. Queenie caught the last piece and held it tight. She leaned closer to Tina. President Pickery hasn't seen the creature order yet. Tina's pen paused again. Are you sure? Queenie looked toward the corridor where Graves's cold purpose moved like a closed door inside every frightened official's head. Sure enough. Newt's escort tightened his grip. No private conversation. Queenie picked up the stack of forms and smiled as if obedience had finally occurred to her. Then I'd better make this public. Queenie did not raise her voice at first. She simply turned from Tina's desk and walked toward the open corridor where 3 clerks, 2 guards, Newt's escort, and a senior records witch were all close enough to pretend they had not been listening. That was the trick of public things. Nobody wanted to be responsible for hearing them until someone made silence more dangerous than attention. Excuse me, Queenie said, bright as a bell over supper plates. Can someone point me toward President Pickery's office route? I've got legal copies concerning an emergency creature destruction order that hasn't reached her desk yet. The corridor stopped breathing. Thoughts flared open around her. Not authorized. Who told her? Graves will skin us. Pickery hates surprise orders. Shaw report first. Don't be named. Queenie smiled through the rush of panic and kept walking as if every thought had politely made room. The records witch stepped into her path. Miss Goldstein, those documents are not yours to root. Queenie held up the stamped stack. Goodness, then it's lucky I'm not keeping them. Newt's escort tightened his grip again, but Newt's attention had sharpened with sudden understanding. If President Pickery has not reviewed the order, he said, voice carrying just enough, then the destruction of my case is proceeding without executive confirmation during an active international incident. Tina stood too fast for her chair to stay quiet. And while a field record, medical review, and bond covenant conflict remain unresolved. One of the guards by the observation glass looked toward the black frost spreading across the case window and thought, very loudly, I am not being blamed for killing a suitcase full of foreign beasts before the president signs. Queenie turned her smile on him as if he had spoken. That's real considerate of you, she said. His face went pale. I didn't say anything. No, Queenie said gently, but you were about to do the right thing. The guard swallowed, then lowered his wand from the glass. The black frost slowed at once. Behind it, The case gave another deep thump, less desperate this time, more like something inside had heard the world hesitate. From the far end of the corridor, Graves appeared with Hargrove at his shoulder, and every frightened thought around Queenie snapped shut too late. His eyes found the forms in her hands, then her face. "Miss Goldstein," he said, quiet as a closing lock, "you are far from your desk." Queenie looked through the glass toward the blurred shape of Jacob holding Dumpling and the duck inside the protected room. Then she looked back at Graves and let the sweetness fall from her smile. "No, Director," she said. "I'm exactly where I'm needed." 39. A warm thought in the noise. Graves did not move quickly. He did not need to. The corridor adjusted around him by instinct. Clerks shrinking toward walls, guards straightening, thoughts closing like shutters in a hard rain. Queenie held the stamped forms against her chest and kept her chin lifted, though every mind nearby had begun throwing sparks. Graves angry, Goldstein reckless, Pickery, case order, don't be named, don't look, don't think where she can hear. Too late, Queenie thought, and almost smiled. "Miss Goldstein," Graves said, stopping a few paces away. "Hand me those papers." Queenie's fingers tightened on the stack. "Of course, Director. Soon as President Pickery's office confirms whether emergency creature destruction orders now skip executive review." A ripple went through the corridor. Not movement, exactly. Worse, attention. The kind that made people witnesses before they were brave enough to admit it. Graves' eyes cooled by another degree, and Queenie felt the clean, deliberate shape of his thought press toward her like a blade wrapped in cloth. "Careful, she reads. Give her nothing." He gave her nothing. That frightened her more than anger would have. Tina stepped beside Queenie before the silence could swallow her. "Director Graves, I request presidential review of the order on grounds of conflict with medical recommendation, field record, and active covenant protection." Newt's voice followed, taut but steady, "and on grounds that destroying the case without proper habitat disengagement would endanger contained creatures and MACUSA personnel." Hargrove looked ready to shut them both down, but the records witch had already turned toward the nearest brass message tube. Her hands shook. Her thoughts did not. "I am not carrying this blame. I am not carrying this blame. Director," she said carefully, "standard routing may require notice to the President if international property is involved." The black frost on the observation glass stopped spreading. Queenie felt Jacob through the wall before she saw him. He had moved closer to the glass inside protected room 3, one hand under his coat, the other holding the little duck. His fear was still there, but now it reached for her differently, not grabbing, not pleading. He had heard enough to understand she was standing in noise for him. Slowly, clumsily, with all the tenderness that made him Jacob, he began thinking of warm bread. Not words, not romance, bread cooling on a rack, butter melting into the heel of a loaf. Queenie's kitchen table with 2 plates laid out. Lamplight, quiet. Queenie's breath caught. Graves noticed. His gaze flicked from her to the glass. Queenie held the papers tighter and stepped 1 pace toward the message tube. "Let's ask President Pickery, then," she said, and this time her smile was not harmless at all. "Properly." The records witch reached the brass tube before Graves could make refusal sound official. She slid one trembling hand into the sorting rack, chose a cream routing slip marked presidential, and looked at Queenie as if asking a stranger for courage she did not wish to own. Queenie stepped beside her and laid the stamped forms flat on the narrow ledge. "Emergency order review request," she said clearly enough for the corridor to hear. "Creature destruction, foreign property, bond covenant conflict, medical objection, and pending classification dispute." The records witch swallowed. "That is a long routing title." "Then it'll be harder to misplace," Queenie said. Graves moved at last. "Stop." The records witch froze with the routing slip half rolled. The corridor froze with her. Even the brass tubes seemed to quiet, their usual hissing reduced to a watchful breath. Queenie felt Jacob behind the glass, still thinking of bread, because he had somehow understood that panic would not help her. That made her want to cry and laugh and slap every dark order in the building all at once. Tina stepped forward. "Director, if the order is sound, presidential review will confirm it." "And if delay worsens exposure risk?" Graves asked. Newt's voice came tight from beside his escort. "Then you will have delayed killing things until someone with full authority knew you meant to." Hargrove's wand hand twitched. Mr. Scamander. No, Queenie said, before the threat could grow teeth. She looked at Hargrove and let his own thought rise between them, bright and cowardly. Don't be the name on the failed order. He's right, and you know it. Hargrove's face went hard. Stay out of my head. Queenie's smile flickered, but she did not retreat. Then keep cleaner rooms in there. A clerk made a small choking sound and hid it badly behind a stack of ledgers. Tina's eyes flashed with alarm and something that might have been pride if the day had left room for it. Graves studied Queenie with new attention, not surprise, not anger, but calculation, finding another column. You are admitting unauthorized legilimency in a restricted security matter, Graves said. Queenie's hand stayed on the routing forms. I'm admitting I heard a lot of frightened people thinking the president should see what's being done in her name. The records witch suddenly shoved the rolled slip into the brass tube. The tube swallowed it with a sharp pneumatic kiss and sent it upward before anyone could snatch it back. For one beautiful second, the corridor belonged to the sound of the message traveling where Graves had not wanted it to go. Then Graves turned toward Queenie. That was unwise. Queenie looked through the glass again. Jacob had lifted the duck slightly, as if offering her the smallest salute in the world. She straightened. Maybe, she said, but it was proper. Graves let Queenie's answer sit in the corridor until every listening person understood it had become evidence. Queenie felt the shift at once. Admiration was dangerous, fear was safer, and fear rushed back into the gaps. She kept her shoulders relaxed, though her hands wanted to clutch the stamped forms hard enough to crease them. Miss Goldstein, Graves said, you will surrender those papers and report for disciplinary review. Queenie tilted her head. Before or after the president reads them? Hargrove stepped forward. Now. Tina moved at the same time, her body placing itself just enough between Queenie and Hargrove to make any grab look ugly. She routed a review request through an authorized tube with stamped legal copies. You may dislike it, but that's not grounds for immediate detention. Unauthorized access to restricted material, Hargrove said. Material left in an open corridor under active discussion by security staff, Tina replied. If we are naming mistakes, let's name them in order. Newt's escort tightened again, but Newt's gaze had gone to the observation glass. The frost is still there. Queenie turned. The black lines across the glass had slowed but not vanished, and behind them Jacob stood very still with dumpling under his coat and the duck in one hand. He was thinking of bread again, but now the thought had edges. Not anger, resolve, flour on a table, hands pressing dough down, folding it over, pressing again. Work done because stopping would ruin the loaf. Queenie reached for him without moving, brushing the surface of his fear with warmth. Hold on, honey, not words, just the feeling of a hand laid over his on the kitchen table. Jacob's eyes lifted to hers through the cloudy glass. Graves noticed again. Do not communicate with the subject. Queenie looked back at him. Then stop making him need help. The corridor went silent in a way that felt less fearful than before. Even Hargrove's thoughts stuttered. Graves' face remained composed, but Queenie caught one brief, hard flash before he shut himself down again. Obscurial. Control the emotional anchors. Remove witnesses. The word meant nothing useful to her yet and everything terrible at once. She did not know what Graves knew, but she knew the taste of a secret kept too close to cruelty. Her smile did not return. A brass tube above them shrieked. The records witch flinched, then caught the capsule that shot from the pipe with a burst of cream ribbon. The ribbon unfurled in the air, stamped with President Pickery's seal. The records witch read it and went pale. All parties are to hold position. President Pickery is coming down. The corridor changed before President Pickery arrived. It was not magic, not exactly. It was posture, breath, hands leaving wands by a careful inch, clerks remembering their jobs, guards remembering witnesses, and frightened people suddenly realizing that the highest office in Makusa had a way of making private shortcuts look very public. Queenie felt it move through the minds around her like curtains being pulled open. Graves did not flinch. That bothered her. A guilty man should have tightened somewhere, but he only turned toward the lift with controlled patience, as if even surprise had been scheduled to serve him. Hargrove stepped half a pace behind him. Tina stayed beside Queenie. Newt remained under guard, but his eyes had not left the black frost on the glass. Inside protected room 3, Jacob pressed the duck closer to Dumpling. Queenie felt him think of bread again, steadier now, stubborn enough to make her heart ache. He was frightened, yes, but he had found a job inside the fear. Keep her small, keep her safe, don't let the room borrow his panic. It was such a Jacob thought that Queenie had to breathe around it. The lift doors opened with a polished brass sigh. Serafina Pickery stepped into the corridor in dark robes, tall hat, and the sort of stillness that made every official thought nearby drop its voice. Her gaze moved once across the scene. Graves, Hargrove, Tina, Queenie, Newt, the guards, the observation glass, the black frost, and the protected room beyond it. She did not ask why the corridor had become a courtroom. She seemed to understand that rooms became what power made of them. Director Graves, she said, explain why an emergency destruction order involving foreign magical property, medical objection, and a covenant-protected bond reached my office through a secretary with stolen routing forms. Queenie lifted one finger. Borrowed, Madam President. Pickery's eyes flicked to her. Not now, Miss Goldstein. Queenie folded her hands around the forms and obeyed because the president's thoughts, unlike most people's, did not sprawl. They moved like polished stones in deep water. Anger, calculation, public risk, and underneath all of it a hard refusal to be made a fool in her own building. Graves inclined his head. Madam President, the Shaw death has changed the risk threshold. Scamander's case and Kowalski's familiar bond represent uncontrolled variables in a city already compromised. Pickery looked through the glass at Jacob. He stood very still inside the faint gold circle, coat held closed around the little creature and toy tucked in his hand like the smallest possible shield. And yet, Pickery said, the uncontrolled variable appears to be the only person in this corridor not escalating the situation. 40. The blind pig. President Pickery had not freed them. She had done something narrower, sharper, and far more Makusa. She had suspended Graves's destruction order, placed Newt's case under temporary field necessity, and told them that if they had a lead into magical New York's underworld, they had one chance to bring back something more useful than outrage. Graves had smiled like a man accepting a card he meant to play later. Jacob had kept one hand over Dumpling and the duck in his pocket, understanding that a reprieve was only a door left unlocked while someone watched it. By the time Queenie led them down the steps toward the blind pig, the city above had changed its face again. Ordinary New York carried on in hats, coats, automobiles, and newspaper calls, all elbows and smoke and prohibition respectability. Below street level, respectability thinned. Jazz leaked through brick before the door appeared, muted trumpet and piano slipping around pipes, laughter, and the damp cellar smell of illegal drink. A painted pig sign blinked into view only when Queenie tapped the brick twice and thought something very rude at the peephole. Jacob glanced at her. Did you just insult a door? Queenie's smile was tired but real. Only a little, honey. Some doors like manners. This one likes attitude. A slit opened in the pig's painted eye. Password. Newt shifted the case against his leg. We're here to see Narlik. The door snorted. Everybody's here to see Narlik. Tina stepped closer, coat collar lifted, face set into the careful expression she used when law was no longer enough, but she still refused to look lawless. Tell him Newt's commander has information on an obscurial incident and a Makusa order nearly signed without presidential review. There was a pause. Then the pig's painted mouth curled. That'll either interest him or get you bitten. Jacob looked down the narrow stairwell. Those are the two choices? Frequently, Newt said. The door swung inward. Warm, sour air rolled over them, thick with tobacco, perfume, spilled gin, wet wool, and magic trying to pretend it was only vice. The blind pig opened below like a secret that had grown tired of being small. Goblins, witches, wizards, and things Jacob did not yet know how to name sat at crowded tables under amber lamps while a singer in green satin made heartbreak sound expensive. Queenie's hand brushed Jacob's sleeve. Her smile held, but the noise behind her eyes hit him through the bond of simple attention. Bargains, hunger, lust, fear, lies, debts, teeth. Jacob thought of bread cooling on a rack and held the thought steady for her as they stepped inside. The first thing Jacob learned about the blind pig was that nobody in it looked surprised for more than a second. A man with a fox's smile glanced at Newt's case, saw the latches breathe, and turned back to his drink as if suitcases did that on Tuesdays. A witch with feathers tucked into her hair noticed the movement beneath Jacob's coat, raised both painted eyebrows, and then smiled into her glass. Somewhere near the bar, something small with too many fingers stole an olive and vanished under a chair. Jacob kept his palm over Dumpling. This place doesn't ask many questions, does it? Queenie leaned close enough for her perfume to cut through smoke and gin. Oh, it asks plenty. Just not always out loud. That was not as comforting as she probably meant it to be. Dumpling was awake now, tucked small against his ribs, her attention darting through him toward music, voices, heat, and the strange crowd. Jacob held the thought of bread steady for Queenie, then softened it for Dumpling. Warm oven, dark corner, safe hands, nothing reaching. Queenie's lashes flickered. She looked at him with sudden softness. You're doing that on purpose. Jacob swallowed. Doing what? Thinking warm, she said, and her smile turned private for half a breath. It helps. Newt glanced back from where he guided the case between crowded tables. It helps both of you. Possibly more people than you realize. Tina moved at his side, scanning the room with the misery of a law-abiding woman choosing every illegal step with care. Keep moving. Don't stare. Don't promise anything. And if Narlik offers you a drink, refuse politely. Jacob looked at the bar, where a goblin in a fine dark suit sat beneath a lamp that made his grin shine like a drawer full of knives. That's him? That's him, Queenie said. Narlik noticed them noticing him. His gaze slid over Newt, paused with greedy interest on the case, touched Tina with amusement, softened briefly on Queenie because everyone with sense softened around Queenie, and then stopped on Jacob's coat. Dumpling went so still Jacob could barely feel her breathe. Narlik lifted one clawed hand and crooked a finger. Well, Scamander brings me a case, a disgraced orer, a pretty headache, and a baker with something expensive under his coat. Jacob looked at Newt. Does he mean expensive like money, or expensive like trouble? Narlak's grin widened across the room. Both, Mr. Kowalski. In my line of work, that's the best kind. Narlik gave them a table near the back where the amber lamp had a cracked shade and the wall behind Jacob could not easily grow a hand. That was the first thing Jacob checked, which told him something about the day he was having. He sat with Dumpling tucked beneath his coat, Queenie close on one side, Tina upright on the other, and Newt opposite with the case between his shoes like a guarded secret that had learned to breathe quietly. A goblin waiter slid glasses onto the table without asking. The liquid inside smoked blue. Tina pushed hers away with one finger. We're not drinking. Narlik climbed onto his chair with feline ease and smiled at her. Still making parties dull, Goldstein? Still making crimes look like hospitality? Tina asked. His grin sharpened. Only for regular customers. His gaze slid to Jacob. And you, Baker, what are you carrying? Jacob kept his palm flat over Dumpling before she could tense around the question. Someone who doesn't like being discussed by strangers. Narlik laughed, delighted rather than offended. Good, attachment raises price. She isn't for sale, Jacob said. Everything is for sale, Narlik replied. No, Jacob said, thinking of his mother's wedding ring pawned after rent came due, of medals kept in a drawer because selling them would have taken something no money could replace, of a bakery dream that had nearly died at a bank desk because men in suits only understood collateral. His voice stayed calm, but something in it made Queenie's hand still beside him. Some things only teach you what kind of man you are when someone names a number. For a moment, Narlik looked genuinely interested. Then his eyes glittered. That sounds expensive too. Newt leaned forward. We need information. Something killed Senator Shaw. It was not one of my creatures. Narlik tapped one claw against the glass he had not drunk from. Makusa thinks otherwise. Makusa is convenient when frightened, Tina said. And you are inconvenient when unemployed, Narlik said sweetly. He looked back at Newt. You want the word whispered in rooms that do not admit they whisper. Fine, but information has teeth. Feed it. Newt's hand moved toward his coat pocket, protective before Jacob saw what he guarded there. A tiny green face peered between lapels, offended by the room, the smoke, and possibly the music. Narlak's smile bloomed. Ah, Narlik said. There is my price. Newt went very still. No. Narlik shrugged. Then there is no information. Dumpling pressed one paw against Jacob's vest, and Queenie's thoughts brushed his, soft with alarm. Jacob looked at the little bowtruckle clinging to Newt, then at Narlak's satisfied face, and understood with a baker's tired certainty that the goblin had not named a price. He had named a wound and waited to see who would bleed. Newt's fingers closed around his coat pocket as if his hand could become a wall. The little bowtruckle vanished behind the fabric at once, and Jacob saw the motion go through Newt's whole body. Not refusal for pride, not bargaining theater, but the simple horror of being asked to trade someone small and loyal because the room had learned where to press. "No," Newt said again. "Picket is not currency." Narlak's eyes brightened. "Picket has a name. Better and better." Queenie's hand slid under the table and found Jacob's sleeve. Her thoughts brushed him in a frightened whisper. "He means it. He'll take the poor little thing if Newt lets him." Jacob looked at the blue smoking glasses, the crowded bar, Narlak's pleased face, and Newt sitting opposite him with his shoulders drawn around a pocketful of trembling leaves. The room smelled of deals, and every deal in it seemed to expect somebody gentle to lose first. Jacob leaned forward. "What else buys information?" Narlak turned to him slowly. "You offering coin, Baker?" "No," Jacob said. "I'm asking what kind of man you are when someone names another number." Tina's foot touched his under the table, warning or support. "Maybe both." Narlak considered Jacob for a long moment, amusement thinning into calculation. "You have boldness for a man with no wand," Narlak said. "I've had a busy morning," Jacob replied. Narlak laughed softly. "The information you want concerns a thing that is not a beast, not a ghost, not a curse in the ordinary sense. It leaves broken rooms and no body. It moves through fear. Makusa hates the word because the word makes them look incompetent." Newt's face went still, obscurus. The music seemed to dim around the table, though the singer kept singing. Queenie's fingers tightened on Jacob's sleeve. Dumpling shifted under his coat, not afraid of the word, but aware that everyone else had changed shape around it. Narlak smiled at Newt. "There, you did not need me after all." "Yes, we did," Tina said. "We need to know who in New York is hiding one." Narlak's grin returned. "That costs extra." Newt's pocket rustled, and his face pinched with pain before he mastered it. Jacob saw the decision forming and hated it. Before Newt could speak, Jacob reached into his own coat and pulled out the little squeaky duck. He set it on the table between the smoking glasses. Narlak stared. "That is not a bowtruckle." "No," Jacob said. "It's proof I understand babies, scared things, and bad bargains. You give us a name, and when I open my bakery, you get first standing order. Bread, rolls, pastries, whatever keeps goblins from chewing through the furniture. Fair trade, no hostages." For one amazed second, nobody at the table moved. Then Narlak began to laugh, deep and delighted, while Dumpling pressed warm and approving against Jacob's ribs. "A baker," the goblin said, wiping one sharp eye. "Merlin help me, I believe you mean it." 41. A dessert too light. Narlak's laugh followed them longer than the music did, echoing in Jacob's head all the way back through the wet streets and up into the Goldstein apartment. The goblin had taken the promise of bread seriously enough to give them a lead, and that should have felt like victory, but Queenie came through her own doorway with her smile worn thin at the edges. The blind pig had left something on her, not smoke or perfume, but the dull shine of too many thoughts pressing too close for too long. Newt and Tina moved at once into low, urgent conversation near the parlor table, bending over names, streets, and what Narlak had hinted about the second Salamers, while Jacob stood in the kitchen arch with Dumpling tucked sleepy and small beneath his coat. Queenie took off her hat and set it on the counter with careful fingers. "You don't have to look at me like I'm about to fall over, honey." Jacob glanced at the cupboard, the stove, the little jars of sugar and flour, and the polished magic of her kitchen that still made ordinary domestic things look like they knew secrets. "I'm trying not to. I just keep thinking you looked better before that room started yelling inside your head." Her eyes softened, and then her smile became real for one breath. "That's a mighty sweet thought to have by accident." "Wasn't an accident," Jacob said, then flushed when her lashes lifted. "I mean, not the sweet part. Maybe the part where I forgot you could hear it." Queenie crossed to him, close enough that the crowded worry in the apartment seemed to lower its voice. "I don't mind hearing you." Jacob looked down at his hands because they were easier to manage than the warmth in her voice. "Then let me make you something. Nothing fancy, just something light. You had smoke, gin, goblins, lies, and about 100 fellas thinking things they ought to be ashamed of. A lady ought to get dessert after that. Behind them, Tina's voice sharpened around Graves's name, and Newt answered in a quieter tone that carried its own alarm. Queenie looked toward the parlor, then back to Jacob. We don't have much time. I know, Jacob said, reaching for a bowl because work steadied him when fear wanted the room. That's why it should be quick. Queenie watched as he cracked eggs, separated whites by hand, and whisked them with sugar until the mixture shone soft and pale beneath the kitchen light. He did not reach for magic. He reached for what he knew. Air folded into sweetness, patience made visible, a little heat, a little care, and the hope of making one tired woman smile before the dark outside found them again. The little cakes came out of Queenie's oven paler than Jacob expected, round at the edges and barely browned where heat had kissed them. They should have looked ordinary enough, just beaten egg, sugar, a spoon of flour, a little vanilla, and the sort of care a man could give even when the world had been chasing him with laws and monsters. Yet when he loosened the first one from the pan, it rose with the knife instead of settling back, tugging lightly as if the air inside it had decided gravity was a suggestion meant for heavier people. Queenie leaned over his shoulder, her perfume soft beneath the warm sugar. Jacob Kowalski, did you mean to do that? Jacob stared at the cake balanced against the knife blade. I meant for it to be light. Well, Queenie said, and laughter trembled behind the word. It listened. He set two of them on a plate with the careful dignity of a man pretending dessert had not just argued with physics. Dumpling pushed her nose out from beneath his coat, sniffed once, and tucked herself back in with the satisfied air of someone who had understood the joke before anybody else. Jacob carried the plate to the little kitchen table, and Queenie followed with two forks, her tiredness still there but thinner now, softened by curiosity and the way her eyes kept moving between his face and the cakes. You sure it's safe? Jacob asked, lowering himself into the chair across from her. Because I'm new at the whole making food that gets opinions business. Queenie cut a tiny bite with the edge of her fork and lifted it with grand seriousness. I trust the baker, she said, then put it in her mouth and closed her eyes. Her smile bloomed first. A second later, her heels lifted from the floor beneath the table. Jacob froze with his fork halfway to his mouth. Queenie. Her eyes opened. She looked down at her shoes, now dangling a neat inch above the linoleum, and then back at him with astonished delight. Oh. That's not usually part of the recipe, Jacob said. Queenie laughed, bright and helpless, and the sound loosened something in his chest so completely that he took his own bite before sense could advise against it. Sweetness melted over his tongue, crisp outside and soft within, full of warm sugar and the thought of making her happy. His chair gave a tiny scrape backward, then stopped touching the floor. Jacob grabbed the table edge. Oh, that's new. Queenie reached for his wrist, still laughing, and her fingers closed around him just as both chairs drifted sideways. Don't look so worried, honey. We're only floating. Only floating, Jacob repeated, though his feet were now higher than the chair legs. Sure, that's a normal sentence. The table bumped his knee and spun him gently away. Queenie pushed one palm against the wall, sending herself gliding across the kitchen with a delighted gasp, and Jacob caught the cupboard with his free hand before drifting into the stove. From the parlor, Tina called, Queenie, is everything all right in there? Queenie met Jacob's eyes, glowing with mischief and joy. Fine, Teeny, she called, then pushed off the wall toward him. Just dessert. Queenie reached him too quickly to be graceful and not quickly enough to be frightening. She drifted across the kitchen with one hand stretched toward him, hair floating around her cheeks in soft golden waves, and Jacob caught her because every sensible part of him had forgotten the floor was no longer in charge. His back bumped the cupboard. Her palm landed against his chest, light as breath, and both of them spun together in a slow, ridiculous turn that sent the plate of cake sliding gently across the table until it tapped the sugar bowl. Jacob tightened one arm around her waist before thinking better of it. Sorry, I'm not sorry, but I ought to ask before grabbing a lady in mid-air. Queenie's smile trembled into something bright and tender. You can ask next time we're obeying gravity. That might be a while, Jacob said, glancing down as his shoe brushed the chair back and sent them drifting sideways. I don't know how long dessert usually lasts when it gets ideas. Queenie laughed again and pushed lightly from the cupboard with her fingertips. They sailed toward the far wall, slow enough to be safe and fast enough to make her gasp. Jacob twisted awkwardly to take the bump with his shoulder, then pushed off in return, and the movement sent them floating up until Queenie's kitchen lamp glowed beside them instead of above them. The apartment answered their laughter as if it had been waiting for permission. In the parlor, the wizarding gramophone clicked, turned itself on without a hand near it, and began playing a warm rush of jazz, trumpet, piano, and brushed drums slipping through the doorway like the room had chosen a better mood. Queenie looked toward the sound, delighted. "Oh, now that's showing off." "I didn't do that," Jacob said, though the warmth in his chest made the denial less convincing even to himself. "You thought dancing," Queenie said, touching 2 fingers to his shoulder as they turned near the ceiling. "You thought I looked like music." Jacob's ears went hot. That was private. Her expression softened until the teasing became something sweeter. "Not from me." They began to sink by slow degrees, laughter thinning into breath as the magic faded from the first bites. Queenie glanced at the table below, then at him, and mischief lit her face again. "Another bite?" Jacob looked at the floating plate, then at her hand still resting against his shoulder. "For safety." "For safety," she agreed, and when they dipped low enough, they each stole another piece from the plate. The sweetness melted again, and lift bloomed under Jacob's ribs, gentler this time, steadier. Queenie pushed off the chair, caught his hand, and turned the floating into dancing, her steps ridden through air while his clumsy feet learned to follow where the floor should have been. Jacob had danced badly in perfectly ordinary rooms, which did not prepare him for dancing in a kitchen where the floor had become mostly decorative. Queenie made it easier by laughing every time his feet tried to apologize to gravity. She guided him with one hand in his and the other light at his shoulder, pushing from cupboard to chair to wall with the instinctive grace of a woman who had spent her whole life moving through rooms full of invisible noise. Up here, with jazz slipping under the door and warm sugar still melting on his tongue, the noise seemed far away. "You're thinking too loud again," Queenie said, turning him gently before his heel could catch the hanging lamp. Jacob looked at her and tried not to think anything that would make him blush harder. "I'm thinking I don't want to step on your toes when neither of us is standing." "That's not the thought I meant," she said, and the softness in her voice made the laughter in him go quiet without leaving. "But it's a nice one too." They drifted closer on the next turn, not because either of them pushed, but because the kitchen seemed to have decided the dance ought to mean something. Queenie's hand settled against his chest again. Jacob could feel his own heartbeat under her palm, foolish and fast, while Dumpling gave a sleepy approving rumble beneath his coat. He looked at Queenie's face, bright with joy and warmed by the lamplight, and the thought came before he could stop it. If magic was going to ruin his life, it had picked a painfully beautiful way to do it. Queenie's breath caught as she looked up at him. "Jacob." The parlor door swung open before he could answer, and Tina stopped in the doorway with her mouth partway through a sentence, wand in hand, and stared up at them. Newt appeared just behind her, carrying a notebook, a folded street map, and the expression of a man whose list of urgent worries had been interrupted by aerial courtship. The gramophone kept playing. Jacob and Queenie bumped softly into the ceiling and began drifting sideways together. Tina blinked once, her face caught between alarm, sisterly horror, and weary resignation. "Queenie." Queenie smiled down at her sister with magnificent innocence. "Dessert got away from us." Newt looked at the plate, then at Jacob, then at the slow orbit Queenie's skirt was making near the lamp. "That's fascinating," he said. "Possibly inadvisable, but fascinating." Jacob tried to push off the ceiling and managed only to turn himself and Queenie in a lazy circle. "I can explain." Tina looked at him. "Can you?" "No," Jacob admitted, "but I can land first." The magic chose that moment to thin. Queenie sank with a delighted gasp, and Jacob caught the chair back with one hand while Newt stepped forward and steadied the table before the plate slid off. Tina caught Queenie at the waist as her shoes touched the floor, sternness and relief fighting across her face. "We found the lead," Tina said, lowering her voice as the jazz played on behind her. "Second Salem Church. Credence Barebone. We have to move now." Queenie's laughter faded, though her hand stayed in Jacob's. Jacob looked at the last little cake on the plate, still bobbing gently above the table, and felt the sweetness turn serious inside him. The dessert had shown him what his magic did when love made it happy. Now the city was about to show him what happened when magic had nowhere safe to go. 42. The Boy in the Walls. The room behind the meeting hall smelled of old soap, damp wool, boiled cabbage, and fear scrubbed thin enough to pretend it was virtue. Jacob stood near the doorway with his hat in both hands, because some places made a man lower his voice before anyone asked. The second Salamer's public room had been all pamphlets, slogans, and hard chairs lined for judgment, but this back room held the quieter evidence. Chipped bowls stacked near a cold stove, a heel of bread cut into pieces too small to satisfy anyone, a row of pegs with children's coats hanging in careful order, and a mended cuff stiff with old grime because someone had washed it without enough hot water. Tina moved through the room with her wand low, reading absence like a report. No one here. They left in a hurry. Newt crouched near the stove and touched the ashes with 2 fingers. Not long ago. The heat's nearly gone, but not entirely. His gaze lifted toward the dark hall beyond the kitchen. Something frightened them. Jacob looked at the bread heel on the counter. It had been sliced so thinly that light showed at the edge, and beside it sat 3 small plates scraped clean with the desperation of children taught not to leave evidence of wanting more. His stomach tightened with recognition older than magic. No, he said softly. Something keeps frightening them. This didn't start tonight. Queenie looked at him from beside the cupboard, her face pale in the dim light. Jacob? He pointed toward the plates, then to the narrow space between the stove and the wall where the floorboards were scuffed by a shoe toe. That's where a kid stands when he's trying not to be seen but still wants to be near the food. See the marks? Same spot over and over. He wasn't sneaking sweets. He was waiting to know if there'd be enough. Tina's expression changed, official focus bending around something more personal. Credence? Maybe, Jacob said, walking carefully to the wall. A folded pamphlet had been tucked behind a loose board, its corners softened from being handled too much. He eased it free and saw the printed warning about witches, sin, corruption, and children's souls. On the back, in faint pencil, someone had drawn the outline of a loaf of bread, round and impossible, with little steam curls rising from it. Jacob swallowed hard. A hungry boy draws bread when nobody gives him any. Newt rose slowly. Jacob, there may be residual obscurial damage here. Don't touch anything else yet. Jacob looked at the drawing, then at the narrow wall space, and felt dumplings stir under his coat with a low, uneasy warmth. He's been made small in this place, Jacob said, voice rougher than he meant it to be. Not quiet, small, there's a difference. Tina took the pamphlet from Jacob with a hand that had gone very careful, as if the paper itself might bruise. She turned it over, saw the bread sketched on the back, and her face tightened in a way that made her look less like an orer and more like a woman remembering a child standing too quietly in a room. Queenie came closer, but stopped before touching the wall. Her eyes had gone distant, not empty, but crowded by things no one else could hear. There's so much shame in here, Queenie whispered. Not guilt, shame, like someone taught it to breathe. Jacob looked at the narrow scuffed place by the stove again. Kids don't come into the kitchen quiet like that unless they've learned quiet keeps them safer than asking. Newt's hand moved toward the case at his side, then stopped because there was no creature to soothe in front of him, only the shape of harm left behind by people. Suppressed magic often gathers around fear, he said softly. If Credence has been living in this kind of pressure for years, then every ordinary room may have become a cage. Tina folded the pamphlet and tucked it into her coat. We need his room. The hall beyond the kitchen was narrower than Jacob liked, with wallpaper browned by lamp smoke and damp seams curling near the skirting. A line of framed slogans hung crooked along the passage, each one warning against wickedness, corruption, secret sin, and unnatural influence. Jacob passed them with his shoulders tight. The words seemed less like faith and more like nails hammered into every wall. At the end of the hall, Tina opened a door with 2 fingers and lifted her wand just enough to send a soft glow across the room inside. It was not much of a room. A narrow bed stood against the wall with a blanket folded too neatly to promise comfort. A chair sat near a small table, and on the table rested a cracked cup, a stub of pencil, and a book of sermons marked with a strip of cloth. The floorboards beside the bed bore faint scratches where someone had dragged a trunk in and out many times, though no trunk remained now. Jacob stepped inside after Tina and felt the air grow thinner around his chest. Queenie pressed one hand to her mouth. Oh, honey. Jacob crouched beside the bed and looked underneath. In the dusty dark, tucked against the wall where no adult would see without kneeling, lay 3 treasures: a button polished by rubbing, a twist of string, and a crust of bread wrapped in paper. He reached for the crust, then stopped before touching it. "That's not food," he said, voice low. "That's emergency." Tina closed her eyes for half a second. Credence. Jacob stood slowly. No child saves bread under a bed unless home has taught him tomorrow might not feed him. He looked at the little room, the hard slogans outside, and the hidden crust beneath the bed. Whatever magic is in that boy, it didn't start as danger. It started as hunger with nowhere warm to go. A sound moved through the house before anyone answered Jacob, not a crack, not a groan, but a deep pressure in the walls that made dust sift from the ceiling seam above Credence's bed. Tina lifted her wand at once. Newt stepped back from the bed and angled himself between the narrow room and the hall. Queenie went utterly still, her hand lowering from her mouth, and Jacob felt dumplings stir beneath his coat with a sleepy unease that turned sharp as the floor trembled under his shoes. "Was that him?" Jacob asked, though he already knew the answer did not fit any ordinary person. Newt's face had gone pale in the wandlight. It may be the obscurus reacting to distress. Tina looked toward the hall. Or to Graves. They moved fast after that, not running at first because the house seemed ready to punish noise, but crossing the hallway with urgency pressed into every step. The slogans on the walls rattled in their frames. Somewhere below, a door slammed, and a young man's voice rose, thin and strained, too quiet in one breath and too loud in the next. Jacob could not catch the words, but he heard the shape of pleading. He knew that sound. He had heard men make it in offices, in hospitals, in barracks, in alleys, anywhere power had already decided the answer and wanted the victim to thank it for speaking gently. Queenie gripped the banister as they reached the stairwell. "Credence is down there," she whispered. "And Graves. Graves is so cold around him. Like a knife pretending it's a hand." Tina's jaw set. "Stay behind me." Jacob followed anyway, one hand over Dumpling. Through the gap in the railing, he saw Graves near the lower hall, hat shadowing his face, one gloved hand resting on Credence's barebones shoulder. Credence stood stiff and hollow-eyed, his dark hair fallen forward, his coat hanging from him as if even cloth had learned to be careful. Graves bent close, speaking too softly for the words to carry, but Jacob saw the effect. Credence leaned toward him the way a starving man might lean toward the smell of bread even when the baker held a chain. Tina took one step down. "Mr. Graves." Graves looked up, and his expression changed by no more than a fraction. "Miss Goldstein, you continue to appear where you are least useful." Credence flinched at Tina's name. Graves' hand tightened on his shoulder, not enough to bruise where anyone could prove it, but enough that Jacob saw the boy's body lock around the touch. Jacob's voice came before caution could stop it. "Let him go." Graves' eyes moved to him. "Mr. Kowalski, still collecting causes you don't understand?" Jacob looked at Credence, not Graves. "No, I understand hungry boys and men who feed them crumbs to keep them following." For the first time, Credence looked directly at him. Something dark stirred behind his eyes, hurt and hope twisting together, and the hallway walls gave a soft, dangerous creak around them. Graves' hand stayed on Credence's shoulder, but the grip had changed. It was no longer comfort pretending to be guidance. It was ownership made polite by gloves. Credence looked at Jacob as if the words had reached some locked room inside him, and the walls answered before he did. The plaster near the stairwell seemed cracked in a thin, jagged line. A framed slogan slid crooked and struck the floor with a wooden slap that made Queenie flinch. Graves smiled without warmth. "Careful, Mr. Kowalski. Sentiment has a way of making unstable things worse." Jacob took another step down before Tina's hand caught his sleeve. He stopped, but he kept his eyes on Credence. "I'm not talking to you." Credence's mouth trembled. "You don't know me." "No," Jacob said, gentler now because the boy's voice had almost broken on the words. "But I know that look. You're waiting for the man holding your shoulder to decide whether you're worth keeping." For a second, Graves's face went still enough to show the person beneath the mask, and Jacob felt the cold of it across the stairwell. Then Credence twisted, not fully free, but enough that Graves's fingers slipped from his coat. The air seemed to pull inward around him. Dust lifted from the floorboards in a slow ring, and the lamp flames bent toward the boy as if the house itself had begun to breathe through him. Newt's voice dropped to almost nothing. "Tina." "I see it," Tina said, wand raised now but not aimed at Credence. Her eyes had widened with horror, not at the boy, but at what everyone else had missed. "It isn't modesty." Queenie pressed both hands to the banister, tears bright in her eyes. It's him. Oh, Teeny, it's been him all along. Credence stared at them, and the fragile hope Jacob had seen there curdled into shame. No, he whispered. No, I'm not that. Graves turned smoothly, using the moment like a blade. Credence, listen to me. They are afraid of you. I am the only one here who can help you. You're using him, Tina said, and anger roughened her voice. You always were. Graves' gaze flicked to her. You have never understood necessity. A hard voice called from the front of the building, sharp as a strap pulled tight. Credence Barebone. The boy's whole body folded around the sound before Mary Lou even appeared, and the darkness in the walls surged. Dumpling pressed hot and frightened beneath Jacob's coat. Credence backed away from Graves, from Tina, from everyone, his eyes wild and wet. I didn't do anything, he said, and the house shuddered as if it knew he was lying only because someone had taught him survival sounded that way. 43. No bread for this hunger. Mary Lou Barebone stepped into the lower hall with a Bible clutched in one hand and a leather strap looped through the other, and the house seemed to shrink around her. She was not tall enough to fill the passage, not broad enough to block every door, but everyone in the building made room for her as if fear had measured her larger than flesh. Credence backed into the wall so hard the framed slogan beside him rattled, his face white beneath the fall of his dark hair. Graves' hand dropped from his shoulder, but he did not step away out of kindness. He stepped away because he had seen power rising and meant not to be caught too close when it broke. Credence, Mary Lou said, and the name cracked across the hallway without needing volume. What have you brought into this house? Jacob felt Tina shift in front of him, wand steady but not aimed at the boy, while Queenie's breath trembled beside the banister. Newt's eyes moved from Credence to the spreading cracks in the plaster and back again. All that careful creature gentleness strained against something that had never been given gentleness to understand. Jacob's hand went to his coat, where Dumpling pressed hot and frightened beneath the fabric. His first thought was stupid, ordinary, and his own. Get the boy away, sit him down, put something warm in his hands, give him bread, soup, a blanket, a corner where no one raised a strap. Ma'am, Jacob said, taking one step down before Tina could stop him again. Nobody needs to put hands on him. He's scared enough. Mary Lou's eyes snapped to him, sharp with disgust. You speak for devils now? No, Jacob said, and kept his voice low because Credence flinched at every hard edge in the room. I speak for boys who look hungry. Credence's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His eyes flicked toward Jacob, then toward Mary Lou, then down to the strap in her hand. The darkness pressed from the walls in a silent swell, bowing wallpaper outward, lifting dust from the floorboards, bending lamplight thin and sick. Jacob understood then, with a coldness that had nothing to do with the air, that there was no plate large enough for this hunger. No loaf could fill years of being starved for mercy. No warm corner could undo a house that had taught a boy to apologize for breathing. Mary Lou raised the strap. You will kneel, Credence. The floor groaned beneath them, and Jacob's voice caught in his throat because the boy did kneel, not from obedience, but because something inside him had finally become too heavy to carry standing. Mary Lou's strap cut downward before Tina could speak, and Credence raised one arm as if his own bones had learned the motion years ago. The leather never reached him. The air between strap and boy tightened, not visibly at first, but with a pressure Jacob felt in his teeth. The strap snapped back from nothing, torn from Mary Lou's grip, and struck the wall hard enough to leave a dark mark across one of the slogans. Mary Lou staggered. Credence stayed on his knees, staring at his empty hands like they had betrayed him by existing. Tina moved down 2 steps, wand still angled aside from Credence. Mary Lou, step away from him. Mary Lou turned on her with fury bright in her eyes. You bring filth into my house and command me under my own roof? He is not filth, Tina said, and the words came out with a force that made Queenie look at her. He's a boy. Newt edged lower, slow as if approaching a wounded creature that could bring the roof down by flinching. Credence, listen to my voice. Nothing has to happen quickly. Breathe if you can. Credence tried. Jacob saw his chest hitch once, twice, and failed to find air wide enough for pain that old. The hall dimmed around him. Shadows gathered under the doors, behind picture frames, in the seams of the walls, not moving like smoke, but like bruises spreading under skin. Dumpling gave a frightened chirp beneath Jacob's coat, and the sound drew Credence's eyes for one brief, impossible second. Jacob opened his coat a little, enough for Dumpling's small face to peek out. "She's scared too," he said quietly. "But she's still here." Graves stepped closer to Credence, voice smooth and low. "You see, even the creature trembles. They will never look at you and see anything else." Jacob's hand closed over the edge of his coat. "That's a lie." "It is experience," Graves said. Newt did not look away from Credence. "Kindness can help a frightened magical child. It can make a difference. But an obscurus is not a bad mood, Mr. Kowalski. It is years of magic forced inward until it learns pain as its only shape." The words landed harder than Jacob wanted them to. He looked at Credence kneeling beneath Mary Lou's shadow, at Graves waiting with hunger hidden behind calm, and understood that bread, warmth, and one soft voice had arrived too late to undo the whole cruel house. Still, Credence's gaze stayed on Dumpling, and Jacob kept the little familiar close to his heart. "Then we start with one shape. It doesn't have to be," he said. "Just one." Credence looked at Dumpling as if one frightened creature remaining present could become a rope across water, and for 3 breaths Jacob thought the boy might take it. His shoulders shook, but his eyes stayed on the little face peeking from Jacob's coat. Dumpling's ears flattened, yet she did not hide. Jacob kept one hand cupped around her warm body and held the other open where Credence could see it, empty, ordinary, not reaching for him, not demanding anything. "That's it," Jacob said softly. "Nobody's asking you to kneel. Nobody's asking you to be anything. Just breathe a little, that's all." Credence dragged in one thin breath. The shadows along the walls loosened by a finger's width, and Tina's wand lowered another inch. Queenie made a small sound that was almost hope. Then Graves moved. He did not lunge or shout. He stepped nearer with the calm of a man closing a door and set himself where Credence could see him more easily than anyone else. "Credence," Graves said, voice low and intimate. "Do you hear how they speak to you? Like a frightened animal, like a child to be managed. I told you they would never understand what you are." Newt's face tightened. "Don't." Graves ignored him. "You are not weak. You are not dirty. You are not a mistake hidden in this house. You are power force to wear bruises." Credence's breath broke. The darkness drew inward again, not retreating, but gathering. Mary Lou stared at Graves as if blasphemy itself had taken respectable clothes, then stepped between him and the boy with her Bible raised and fury sharpening every line of her body. "Serpent," she spat. "You poisoned him." Graves smiled faintly. "No, Mrs. Barebone, you did." Mary Lou turned on Credence as if the answer could be beaten back into him. "Abomination," she said, reaching for the fallen strap with a shaking hand. "Look what you have become." Credence made one small, wounded sound. It was not anger first. Jacob heard that with terrible clarity. It was heartbreak with nowhere left to go. The hall folded around it. Wallpaper split. Boards bucked. The lamps blew dark, then flared white, and something vast and black tore out from the boy's shadow like pain finally finding teeth. Jacob grabbed Queenie's wrist and pulled her down as the force smashed through the lower hall. Tina cried Credence's name. Newt threw himself toward the stairs. Mary Lou vanished behind a whirl of black pressure, her Bible striking the floor and skidding open at Jacob's feet. The house screamed in wood, plaster, and glass, and Jacob curled over Dumpling while the warmth in his coat shook with fear. Whatever had answered from inside Credence was not hunger anymore. It was every unfed thing in him becoming storm. The blast threw Jacob against the stair rail hard enough to drive the breath from him, but his arms stayed locked around Queenie and Dumpling because his body had chosen what mattered before his thoughts returned. Plaster dust filled the hall in a choking cloud. The strap was gone. The slogans were gone. Half the lower wall bowed inward. Boards snapped like kindling, and where Mary Lou had stood there was only a torn stretch of darkness shrinking back into itself, leaving her Bible open on the floor with its pages fluttering in air that had no wind to move them. Queenie coughed against his shoulder. "Jacob." "I've got you," he said, though his own voice sounded scraped thin. He loosened his grip only when she pushed up on one elbow, and Dumpling gave a trembling chirp from beneath his coat. "I've got you both." Tina was already on her feet below them, one hand braced against the cracked wall, her wand lifted toward the place where Credence had been. "Credence," she called, and the name shook in her voice. "Credence, listen to me. We can help you." The black force pulled tighter near the broken end of the hall, folding around the boy's shape and then spilling loose again in jagged lashes that struck floor, wall, ceiling, and air with equal hatred. For a heartbeat Jacob saw Credence inside it, not whole and not gone, his face twisted by terror as if he had woken inside the thing everyone had named him. Newt moved beside Tina, pale but steady, both hands open. "Credence, you are not lost. I know it feels as though you are, but you are still here." Graves stepped through the dust with his coat barely marked, his gaze fixed on Credence with a hunger he no longer bothered to hide. "No," he said softly. "He is found." Tina swung her wand toward him. "Stay away from him." Credence looked from Tina to Newt, then to Jacob and Queenie on the stairs. His eyes found Dumpling's small frightened face one last time, and the hurt in him cracked into something too raw to hold. The darkness surged outward, smashed through the front of the house, and tore into the street with the boy carried at its center. Glass burst. The door vanished. Night air rushed in full of screams, horses, brakes, and running feet. Jacob stumbled down the last steps with Queenie's hand in his, staring through the ruined opening as Credence fled into New York. Graves was already moving after him, not like a rescuer, not like a lawman, but like a man chasing a prize before anyone else could claim it. Tina saw it too. Her face hardened, grief burning into purpose. "We follow," she said. Jacob looked at the shattered hall, the open Bible, the broken house, and the street beyond where ordinary people had begun to see impossible darkness tearing through their city. He tightened his coat around Dumpling and nodded because there was nothing left in that building to save except the trail Credence had left behind. "Then we don't let him reach the boy first." 44. The city breaks open. The street outside the ruined Second Salem house had become a place where ordinary people could not decide whether to run, stare, or pray. A horse reared at the curb, eyes rolling white as its driver fought the reins. An automobile skidded sideways and struck a lamppost with a metallic cough that sent glass shaking in the nearest shopfront. Men in hats stumbled backward from the torn doorway. A woman screamed for her child, and above the street the black force carrying Credence ripped across brick and wire, bending electric lamps until their light shivered against the wet pavement. Jacob reached the sidewalk with Queenie's hand still in his and Dumpling pressed under his coat like a frightened coal. "Where did he go?" Newt pointed down the street, already moving, his case banging against his leg. "That way, toward the elevated tracks." Tina pushed past a fallen chair that had been blasted halfway into the gutter, her wand low to avoid panicking the no mace already staring. "Graves is ahead of us. We can't lose either of them." Queenie staggered when the crowd's panic struck her. Jacob felt her fingers clamp around his, and he turned at once, stepping close enough to block the shove of a man fleeing past them. "Look at me, Queenie. Not them, me." Her eyes found his, wide and shining. "There's too much. They're all thinking death at once." "Then take mine," Jacob said, and he did not try to make the thought pretty. He gave her bread instead, warm loaves sliding from pans, sugar dust on a counter, her laughing in a kitchen while jazz played and the floor forgot its job. Queenie drew one shaking breath, then another, and her grip steadied enough for him to move. A little boy tumbled from the curb as the horse lurched again, and Jacob let go of Queenie only long enough to grab the child under both arms and haul him back against a shop doorway. The mother crashed into them a second later, sobbing thanks too fast to understand. Glass burst from the window above. Jacob flung one arm over the boy's head and shoved Queenie and the mother deeper beneath the awning. The falling glass should have struck them. Instead, the air at the edge of the doorway tightened, warm and brief, and the shards slid outward as if they had met an invisible shelf. They shattered across the pavement in a bright scatter beyond Jacob's shoes. Tina stared at the doorway. "Jacob." "I didn't mean to," Jacob said, breathing hard. Newt looked from the glass to Dumpling's trembling shape under Jacob's coat. "No, but you meant shelter." Another scream tore down the street as Credence's darkness struck the elevated track ahead, and the iron structure groaned over the traffic. Jacob released the child to his mother and stepped back into the street before fear could talk him into standing still. "Then come on," he said, voice rough. "Let's keep meaning it." They ran toward the elevated tracks in a broken line, not together enough to look like a rescue party and not scattered enough to survive as strangers. Newt kept slightly ahead, following the destruction with his case clutched tight and his head tilted as if the city's noise had become tracks in mud. Tina moved beside him with her wand hidden low against her coat, every step held between pursuit and restraint. Queenie stayed close to Jacob, one hand in his, her face pale each time panic from the street battered through her, while Jacob kept his other arm curved around Dumpling's heat beneath his coat and tried not to think about how many people could be crushed if the iron overhead gave way. A trolley bell clanged wildly ahead. The driver had stopped halfway through an intersection beneath the elevated line, trapped by fleeing pedestrians on one side and a motorcar jammed against his front wheel on the other. Above them, the black force snapped through the underside of the track, and bolts rained down in hot little strikes against stone. Men shouted. A woman dropped a market basket and crouched over her head. The iron groaned again, deep enough to make Jacob's bones remember trenches and collapsing earth. Tina lifted her wand. "Newt, can you reach him from here?" "No," Newt said, eyes searching the dark movement above. "He isn't staying still long enough to hear me. If I push, he'll run harder." "Graves will push," Tina said. "Yes," Newt answered, and the quiet anger in him was sharper than shouting. "That's rather what I'm afraid of." Queenie stumbled as a wave of fear crossed the crowd, and Jacob pulled her behind a newspaper kiosk before two men shoved past. "Stay with me," he said, pressing her hand against his chest so she could feel his breathing. "Bakery, remember? Warm windows, cinnamon, you stealing the corner of a pastry and pretending you didn't." Her laugh broke through a sob. "I wouldn't steal." "You absolutely would," Jacob said, and the tiny argument steadied her enough that her eyes cleared. A crash split the street. One of the iron braces above bent downward, not falling yet, but sagging over the trolley like a held breath about to fail. The driver stared up, frozen. Jacob saw the passengers inside, faces pressed to glass, too frightened to move. Tina took a step toward the line of sight above, but Newt caught her sleeve. "Credence first," he said, pained by it. Jacob looked at the trolley, then at the black trail tearing farther down the tracks. His hand tightened over Dumpling as warmth answered under his coat. "You two go after the boy," he said. "Queenie and I get those people out." Tina turned on him. "Jacob, you're not trained." "No," Jacob said, already moving toward the trolley doors. "But I know what trapped looks like." The trolley doors had jammed crooked from the motorcar pressed against the front wheel, and the passengers inside were pushing the wrong way in blind panic. Jacob slammed one shoulder against the rear step, grabbed the handle, and pulled until the metal gave a protesting shriek. It opened barely a foot. Inside, a man in a bowler hat shoved toward the gap, blocking an older woman and two girls behind him while the iron brace overhead groaned lower. "Back up," Jacob barked, louder than he meant to, and the man froze because war had left certain sounds in Jacob's voice whether he wanted them or not. Jacob caught himself, softened his grip, and forced the next words through steadier teeth. "One at a time. You first, ma'am. Girls after her. Sir, if you push again, I'll let the ladies step on your hat." Queenie reached the doorway beside him, pale but standing. Her hand brushed Jacob's sleeve once, then lifted toward the passengers with trembling confidence. "You, sweetheart, take your sister's hand. You, sir, turn sideways. That's it. There's room if you stop thinking there isn't." The bowler-hatted man stared at her. "How did you know I was thinking that?" "Lucky guess," Queenie said, and gave him a smile so bright and strained that Jacob wanted to put a wall between her and the whole city. A bolt struck the trolley roof with a sharp clang. Everyone ducked. The little girl inside began to cry, and Dumpling pushed against Jacob's coat, hot and frightened, her small claws catching in the lining. Jacob felt the answering warmth spread through his ribs, not floating sugar now, not soft kitchen laughter, but something deeper and steadier. He put both hands on the doorframe and thought of thresholds. Shop doors, kitchen doors, the line between street cold and oven warmth. A place people crossed because safety waited on the other side. The narrow doorway eased wider beneath his palms. Jacob stared for half a second, then used the miracle before it could change its mind. "Move now," he said, reaching in to take the older woman's arm. "Careful step, I've got you." The space inside the trolley seemed to lean toward him, not stretching where eyes could accuse it, but becoming easier to pass through. The woman came out, then the girls, then a factory worker with blood on his cheek, then the bowler-hatted man clutching his hat to his chest as if it owed him an apology. Queenie stood beside Jacob and guided each frightened thought into motion before fear could knot the line again. Above them, the brace snapped halfway loose. Jacob, Queenie said, and her voice cut through every scream. He pushed the last passenger into the street and shoved Queenie backward with him. The iron came down across the trolley roof in a shriek of tearing metal, missing the doorway by inches. Heat flashed under Jacob's skin, bright enough to make his knees buckle. Queenie caught him before he hit the pavement, and Dumpling gave a sharp, furious cry beneath his coat. Across the intersection, Newt turned back at the sound. His face went white. "Jacob, keep her calm." Jacob looked down as Dumpling's body swelled against the fabric, small bones and impossible space pushing outward in frightened defense. "I'm trying," he said, wrapping both arms around his coat while the city broke around them. "Sweetheart, please, not bigger, not here." Dumpling pushed harder against Jacob's coat, not growing all at once, but unfolding by frightened inches. Fur pressed beneath the seams. A warm, striped paw shoved against his ribs, far too large for the space where she had been tucked, and the buttons on his coat strained with small, alarming pops. Jacob staggered backward into Queenie, one arm locked around the swelling shape while his other hand spread over Dumpling's head through the fabric, trying to find the small creature inside the panic before panic became bigger than the street. "Jacob, breathe," Queenie said, bracing both hands against his shoulders. Her voice shook, but she kept it gentle for him and for the frightened familiar between them. "She's hearing you scared." "I am scared," Jacob said, teeth clenched as Dumpling's body pressed outward again. "That's the trouble with honest work. It keeps telling the truth." Queenie slid one hand over his, guiding his palm lower until he found Dumpling's brow beneath the coat. "Then give her another truth." Jacob closed his eyes for half a second, though the city screamed around him. He thought of the first time Dumpling had chosen him, soft and impossible in Newt's case, lonely eyes finding his before the whole world had become law, danger, and pursuit. He thought of the squeaky duck in his pocket, of warm hands, quiet corners, and the little rumble she made when she trusted sleep near his heart. "Easy, sweetheart," he whispered, stroking through the coat as the fabric trembled. "You don't have to get big to keep me safe. I'm here. Queenie's here. We're not leaving you." Dumpling shuddered. The paw against his ribs shrank by a breath, then another. The pressure in his coat eased, and the striped little face shoved out near his collar, eyes wide, ears flattened, but no longer unfolding through him. Newt reached them at a run and dropped to one knee, one hand raised but not touching. "Very good, Jacob. Keep talking to her. She's following your emotional lead." "That sounds like a terrible responsibility," Jacob said, still rubbing Dumpling's head. "It usually is," Newt said, then looked down the street where darkness had torn sparks from the elevated line. "But at the moment it's saving several blocks." Tina came back from the intersection with soot on her cheek and fury in her eyes. Graves forced him below. "Subway entrance, 2 streets over. Makusa will be here any minute, and once they see credence like this, they won't try to calm him." Queenie's hand tightened around Jacob's sleeve. "They'll kill him." Newt's expression tightened with grief he did not have time to show properly. "Then we reach him first." Jacob looked at the trolley passengers huddled under awnings, the mother clutching her boy, the bent iron above, and the black trail pulling the city's fear underground. Dumpling tucked herself close beneath his coat again, small enough to hide and warm enough to remind him why hiding would not be enough. He nodded once and started after Tina. "Then we go down before the whole city learns to be afraid of him." 45. Below the tracks. The subway entrance swallowed noise differently from the street. Above, New York screamed in open air, all wheels, hooves, shattered glass, and people calling names into panic. Below, the sound folded into tile, iron, and stairs, becoming a hard underground roar that seemed to come from every direction at once. Jacob followed Tina down with Queenie close behind him and Dumpling pressed beneath his coat, while Newt moved at Tina's shoulder with his case in one hand and his eyes fixed on the trembling dark below. A man came stumbling up the stairs against them, hat gone, sleeve torn, face gray with dust. "Don't go down there," he gasped, grabbing the railing so hard his knuckles shone. "The tunnel's coming apart." Tina caught his arm before he could fall. "How many people are still below?" "I don't know," the man said, looking past her as another deep boom rolled up from the station. Train stopped. Lights went out. "Something's in the tunnel." Newt's mouth tightened. "Credence." The man stared at him. "That's a person's name." "Yes," Newt said softly. It is. Tina pushed the man toward the street with one firm hand. Go. Keep everyone away from the stairs if you can. She looked back at Jacob, and the warning in her face was clear even before she spoke. Stay near Queenie. If the structure shifts, don't chase us. Jacob nodded because arguing on a staircase full of dust and fleeing strangers would help nobody. You find Credence. We'll keep breathing room behind you. Queenie's fingers slid into his. That sounds brave and foolish. I'm trying to keep it mostly useful, Jacob said, squeezing once before they descended again. The station opened below in broken light. White tiles gleamed in patches where the lamps still worked, while other stretches had gone dark except for sparks snapping along a damaged sign. A stalled train sat crooked beside the platform, its windows lit by frightened faces and the occasional flash of black movement beyond the glass. The rails hummed with a pressure Jacob felt through his shoes. Somewhere in the tunnel, Credence's Obscurus struck metal, and the answering shriek made every person on the platform flinch as one body. Queenie swayed under the crush of thought and terror. Jacob stepped close at once, putting his shoulder between her and the crowd while he searched for the nearest stair, doorway, and clear path. There, he said, pointing toward a service alcove half hidden behind a cracked advertisement. If things fall, we move people there first. Newt looked from Jacob to the alcove, then to the tunnel where darkness rolled like something wounded and huge. Good, Jacob, keep them away from the track edge. Tina lifted her wand and moved toward the stalled train. Newt, with me. Credence is ahead of the first car. Jacob watched them go, then turned as another tremor shook dust from the ceiling. A woman near the platform edge screamed as the crowd surged behind her, and Jacob moved before the push could send her down. He caught her by the waist, hauled her back against the tiled pillar, and planted himself between the crowd and the drop. Back from the edge, he called, voice carrying through the underground roar. Everybody back. Nobody gets helped by falling first. The crowd obeyed Jacob for the length of one frightened breath, which was longer than he expected and not long enough to trust. People shuffled back from the platform edge, hands clutching hats, purses, sleeves, and one another with the blind grip of those who had no idea which danger was closest. Queenie stood beside him with her jaw tight, reading the panic before it turned into movement, and every time someone began to surge the wrong way, she touched Jacob's arm or pointed with two fingers, guiding him before the crush could form. Left side, Queenie said, voice strained. That man thinks the stairs are blocked. He's going to push. Jacob stepped into the man's path before he could shove through two women and a boy. Easy, pal. Stairs are there and they're open. You run through people, you make the block yourself. The man's eyes were wild. Something's in the tunnel. I know, Jacob said, keeping his hands up and open. That's why we're not adding trampoline to the list. The man stared at him, breathing hard, then turned toward the stairs with less force. Queenie gave Jacob a shaky nod, but her eyes flicked at once toward the stalled train. There are people still inside. The back cars are jammed. They can't get the doors open. Jacob looked past her and saw faces pressed to dim windows, palms slapping glass, mouths moving behind it. The first car rocked as something struck the tunnel ahead, and the blackness beyond it twisted around a shape that might have been a boy or might have been the place where a boy had been. Tina and Newt were near the front now, moving carefully along the platform with their attention fixed on Credence. Graves stood beyond them on the shadowed track bed, too close to the darkness and not afraid enough. Tina's voice cut across the station. Credence, listen to me. You have to come away from him. Graves did not look back at her. Miss Goldstein, your talent for arriving late remains consistent. Newt stepped down toward the track, one hand lifted. Credence, he wants your power. We want you alive. The train lurched again, and a woman inside the rear car screamed as a door buckled inward instead of opening out. Jacob moved before the scream finished. Queenie, with me. She caught his sleeve. Jacob, that's the wrong direction from Credence. It's the right direction from Trapped, he said, and started along the platform at a half run, keeping one hand over Dumpling as the little familiar trembled hot against his chest. Newt and Tina have him for 1 minute. These people don't have anybody. The rear car door gave only an inch when Jacob pulled it, then stuck with a hard metallic cough that rattled through his arms. Inside, 3 passengers shoved at the frame from the other side, all of them pushing at once and making the jam worse with every frightened breath. Queenie pressed both hands to the glass, her face tight as she listened through panic and steel, then lifted her voice with a sweetness sharpened by urgency. "Stop pushing, all of you. The gentleman in the brown coat, take 2 steps back. The lady with the blue hat, hold the little boy's hand and keep him behind you." The man in the brown coat glared through the glass. "How do you know what I'm wearing?" "Lucky guess," Queenie said again, though the words shook this time. Jacob braced one foot against the platform edge and tried the handle once more. The metal scraped, then held. A shriek tore through the tunnel as Credence's darkness struck farther ahead, and the train bucked toward the platform. Jacob slammed his shoulder into the side of the car to keep his balance, while Dumpling pressed hot and frantic beneath his coat. The little boy inside began crying so hard his mother could barely hold him upright. "Jacob," Queenie said, and her hand found his sleeve. "The latch is bent inward. They can't open it because the door thinks the car's smaller than it is." Jacob stared at her for half a breath because that sounded mad and perfectly sensible at the same time. "Then we convince it there's room." He set both hands flat on the doorframe. The metal was cold, slick with dust, and trembling from the force battering the tunnel ahead. He did not know a spell. He did not know the right word, gesture, or rule. He thought instead of kitchens too small for hungry men, of a bakery door wide enough for morning trade, of a table with one extra chair pulled close when somebody needed feeding. He thought of thresholds not as barriers but as invitations that knew when to open. Warmth moved through his palms. The door did not become visibly larger. The frame did not glow or bend in a way any no-mage eye could name. It simply gave, the jam easing as if the train had remembered it was meant to let people out. Jacob hauled the door open another foot, then another, and reached inside. "Come on, one at a time. Give me the boy first." The mother passed the child through with a sob, and Jacob set him into Queenie's arms before reaching for her. Behind him, the tunnel boomed again, and Tina's voice echoed from ahead, calling Credence's name with fear and command tangled together. Jacob kept the doorway open with both hands as passengers spilled past him onto the platform. Each body crossing the threshold took a little heat from his bones, but he held on until the last man stumbled free and the car behind them went dark. The last passenger stumbled clear, and Jacob let go of the train door as if the metal had burned through him. It did not slam shut. It stayed open behind him, warped and obedient, while his hands trembled in front of his chest and the warmth that had poured through them drained back into bone, leaving his arms heavy enough to belong to someone else. Queenie shifted the crying boy to his mother, then reached Jacob before he could decide whether his knees meant to keep working. "Easy," she said, sliding one arm around his waist. "I've got you." Jacob tried to smile and missed. "That's my line." "You can have it back when you're not gray," Queenie said, but her eyes flicked to his coat, where Dumpling had begun pressing outward again. The little familiar did not unfold like she had on the street. This was slower and more frightening because Jacob could feel the decision forming through the bond. Dumpling's fear had learned a new shape from his exhaustion. He had opened a way for trapped people, and now she wanted to open herself into something large enough that nothing could trap him in return. Fur shoved beneath his vest. A striped shoulder pressed out from under his coat, and one button snapped free, pinging across the platform. "Not here," Jacob whispered, cupping both hands around her through the fabric. "Sweetheart, please. I know you're scared. Me too." A shout rose from the far end of the platform. Blue-white wand light flashed against tile, and Credence's darkness answered with a blow that sent sparks raining from the overhead lamps. Tina staggered but stayed upright. Newt called something Jacob could not hear over the thunder of rails and magic. Graves stood beyond them, half hidden by smoke and shadow, still too composed in the face of a boy coming apart. Queenie gripped Jacob tighter. "Makusa," she said, turning toward the stairs as new voices echoed down from above. "They're here." Jacob looked up and saw wandlight descending in a hard, organized line. Relief should have come with it. Instead, the station seemed to tighten. Agents were not entering like rescuers looking for frightened people. They came fast, wands high, eyes already hunting for what needed to be contained. Dumpling pushed again, and Jacob felt her small body strain toward impossible size. He bent over her, blocking her with his coat and his whole tired self. "No," he murmured, voice rough but steady. "No big claws. No teeth. Not for them. Stay with me." Queenie's hand covered his over Dumpling. She's trying to protect you. I know, Jacob said, watching Makusa's wand swing toward the track, toward Credence, toward every magical thing they could fear at once. But if she shows them how much she can be, they'll make her the next monster. The first agents reached the platform as Credence's darkness struck the tunnel roof and cracked tile rained down. Jacob forced himself upright, Dumpling trembling but small beneath his palms, and stepped toward the service alcove with Queenie helping him. The rescued passengers huddled behind them, and for one fragile moment the open train door, the cleared path, and the warm pressure of his magic still held. Then an agent pointed his wand toward Jacob's moving coat, and the chapter's brief shelter became another danger waiting to break. 46. Safe Room, Broken City. The agent's wand fixed on Jacob's moving coat, and every frightened person behind him seemed to see the same danger at once. The rescued passengers pressed deeper into the service alcove, shoes scraping over tile and breath catching in too many throats. Queenie's hand tightened at Jacob's waist, and Dumpling trembled beneath his palms, small for now, but full of heat and warning. Jacob knew if he flinched wrong, if Dumpling pushed out, if the agent saw stripes and claws instead of a frightened baby trying to protect her person, the platform would gain one more target. The agent kept his wand steady. Hands where I can see them. Step away from the creature. Jacob did not move away. He bent his shoulders around Dumpling and kept his voice low, because she was listening to every sound inside him. She's scared. Pointing that thing at her won't make her less scared. The agent's eyes flicked to Queenie, and recognition tightened his mouth. Goldstein, explain why this no major has a concealed magical beast in an active crisis zone. He's not a no mage, Queenie said, and the answer came fast, bright with fear and anger. And he just got those people out of the train while you were still on the stairs. Another blast struck the tunnel, and the whole station bucked. Tile cracked along the ceiling in a crooked line above the alcove. Dust came down in pale sheets, and a woman screamed as the crowd behind Jacob surged toward the open train door, then recoiled from the track. Jacob felt the platform trying to become a trap around them. Too little room, too much fear, every exit turning into a shove. The warmth in his hands answered before he understood what he meant to do. Jacob turned from the wand because trap people mattered more than the man pointing it. Everybody into the alcove. Children first. Keep low. Don't push. There's room. There was not room. The alcove was barely wide enough for a service cart and two men standing shoulder to shoulder. But Jacob planted one hand on the cracked tile beside it and thought of kitchens that should have been too small until someone pulled up another chair. He thought of a bakery doorway opening before dawn, warm air reaching the street, people stepping in from cold and finding a place to stand. The tile under his palm warmed. The alcove's shadow deepened, not darkening so much as making space where space had no right to be. Queenie stared past him, breath caught. Jacob, it's holding. He kept his hand on the wall as the first passengers stumbled inside and did not crush one another. The agent lowered his wand by an inch, not trusting, not understanding, but seeing the same impossible mercy everyone else saw. Jacob swallowed against the heat draining through his bones and kept his voice steady for Dumpling, for Queenie, and for every terrified stranger crossing his borrowed threshold. Good, he said, then we keep it holding. The alcove should have filled and failed. Jacob could see that with his ordinary eyes, because the tile mouth was narrow, the cracked advertisement hung crooked across half of it, and the people stumbling inside were too many, too frightened, too full of elbows, luggage, crying children, and panic. Yet beneath his hand the wall stayed warm, and every person who crossed the alcove's edge seemed to find one more breath of space than the station had any right to give. Not comfort, not peace, just room enough to stand without crushing the person beside them. Queenie stayed at Jacob's shoulder, her voice threading through the frightened murmurs. Keep moving in. No pushing. There's space behind you, sweetheart. Yes, there is. Trust your feet. An older man clutched the doorframe, eyes wide at the dim stretch beyond the alcove. That weren't there before. Jacob pressed his palm harder to the tile as the station trembled again. It's there now. Inside, pal. Keep your head low. The Makusa agent stared at the alcove as if it had committed a crime in front of him. His wand dipped, then rose again toward Jacob. What spell is that? Jacob almost laughed, but he had no breath to spend on it. If I knew spells, I'd be using one that made ceilings behave. That is not an answer, the agent snapped. No, Queenie said, turning on him with a flash of anger bright enough to cut through her exhaustion. It's people not dying while you ask for paperwork. Another agent reached the platform and tried to shoulder past the rescued passengers toward the track. Jacob felt the movement hit the little space like a shove against a bakery door during morning rush. Too hard, too fast, too much fear coming in the wrong way. The alcove wavered under his palm, its borrowed depth tightening. Dumpling whimpered beneath his coat, and Jacob caught her through the fabric with his free hand. Jacob kept his palm firm against the warm tile. Easy, one at a time, nobody gets thrown out. The warmth changed. It spread from his palm into the tile edge, across the floor, up the metal trim around the advertisement, and over the alcove like an unseen lintel being set into place. The air inside took on a faint kitchen heat, not enough to draw attention from anyone who did not need it, but enough that crying slowed and shoulders dropped. A little girl stopped sobbing against her mother's coat and looked around as if she smelled something she missed. Queenie's eyes shone as she looked at him. Jacob, it feels like home. Jacob swallowed, his knees trembling under him. Good, he said, because home was the only magic he knew how to mean. Tell them to breathe like they're already there. Queenie did not leave Jacob's side after that. She moved people with her voice while he held the wall, reading the frantic edges of the little crowd and smoothing them before they cut someone. A man with blood on his sleeve tried to turn back for a missing valise, and Queenie caught his wrist with both hands, gentle and firm. No, sweetheart, that bag isn't scared and you are. Stay where Jacob put you. The Makusa agent stared at Jacob's hand against the tile. He's expanding interior space without a wand. I'm not expanding anything, Jacob said, though sweat had begun to gather cold along his neck. I'm making room. That's the same thing, the agent snapped. No, Queenie said, and her eyes stayed on Jacob's face as if she could see the shape of his thoughts better than the man could see the magic. It isn't. He's not forcing the wall. He's inviting it. He keeps thinking of doorways, kitchens, and where people stand when they come in from the cold. Jacob tried to answer, but a fresh strike from the tunnel stole the air from his lungs. The alcove buckled at its edges. Several people cried out inside, and Dumpling pressed hard against his coat, her small body swelling before he could stop her. Queenie's hand covered the back of his neck, warm and steady. Queenie leaned close enough to anchor his gaze. Jacob, look at me. He did, because she asked and because the station was too loud to survive alone. Her face swam in broken light, pale with fear, stubborn with trust. Behind her, agents shouted orders toward the track, and Newt's voice carried faintly through the roar, calling Credence by name instead of by the thing consuming him. Queenie took a breath with him. You're not holding up the city, honey. Just this one room. Just these people. You don't need to be bigger than the breaking. Jacob let the words sink into his hands. Not bigger, not stronger. Just open, just warm, just enough. He thought of a bakery in winter with fogged windows and room for one more man at the counter. The alcove steadied, its edges stopped shivering, and the faint heat inside deepened until the little girl in her mother's arms stopped crying entirely and rested her cheek against the woman's collar. The agent's expression shifted from suspicion to something more unsettled. What are you? Jacob kept his palm against the wall and did not look away from Queenie. A baker, he said, voice rough with effort. I keep telling everybody. The agent stared at Jacob as if baker were a category that had offended him personally, but the next impact from the tunnel ended whatever answer he might have made. The platform bucked beneath their feet. A long strip of ceiling tile tore loose above the open space, and for one awful second Jacob saw every head turn upward inside the alcove he was holding. Fear struck the shelter from within, sharp and sudden, and the borrowed room clenched around them. No, Jacob said, pressing both hands to the tile now. Heat poured through his palms fast enough to make his arms shake. Stay open. Come on, just a little longer. Queenie moved with him at once, putting herself between the agent and Jacob as if her slender body could become a door too. Help them or move, she said, her voice sweet no longer. You can decide what he is after they're alive. The agent's jaw worked. Then another child cried out from inside the alcove, and whatever training lived in him found a better command than suspicion. He turned, raised his wand toward the ceiling, and snapped, Reparo line, hold left. Keep debris off the civilians. Two other agents answered him, wands lifting, and blue-white light stitched across the cracked tile overhead. It did not fix the station. Nothing could fix the station while Credence's pain was tearing through the tunnel. But the falling strip slowed, hung, and settled in a crooked brace instead of crushing the alcove mouth. Jacob felt the safe pocket breathe easier beneath his hands, and relief nearly took his knees out from under him. Queenie caught him before he dropped. "Jacob." "I'm up," he said, though he was not entirely sure that was true. His hands had gone numb around the warmth, and the space behind him stayed open only because some stubborn part of him refused to let it close. "How many left?" "Enough," Queenie said, and that meant too many. The little girl inside the alcove reached out with one dusty hand and touched the wall near Jacob's fingers. "It's warm," she whispered to her mother. Jacob tried to smile at her, but the motion faltered. Dumpling heard the falter. Her whole body went rigid beneath his coat, and the bond filled with a fierce, frightened certainty that did not wait for permission. Jacob felt her decide that if he could not hold the roof, she would become something large enough to hold it for him. "Dumpling," he breathed. Her small shape surged against his chest. Buttons flew from his coat. Fur and striped muscle unfolded into the air, warm and impossible, pushing Queenie back with a startled gasp and making every wand on the platform swing toward Jacob at once. Jacob grabbed for her as she grew, but his hands shook too badly to find the little familiar he knew inside the expanding beast. "No, sweetheart," he said, voice breaking as a huge paw struck the platform between him and the agents. "Not like this." 47. The familiar unfolds. Dumpling unfolded between Jacob and the raised wands with a sound that was not a roar at first, but a deep, startled rumble pulled from a creature too young to know how large fear could make her. One moment Jacob had a trembling weight beneath his torn coat, and the next he stood pressed against warm striped fur as her shoulder rose higher than his chest. Her paws spread across the platform, claws scraping sparks from tile, while her long body curved protectively around him, Queenie, and the alcove of civilians Jacob had nearly emptied himself to hold. "Lower your wands," Jacob said, breathless and too late to sound calm. "She's a baby." The nearest agent stared up at Dumpling's widening face, wand fixed between her eyes. "That is not a baby." Dumpling's ears flattened. Her body expanded another terrible inch, not toward attack, but around Jacob, making herself into a wall because every wand looked like a threat and every shout told her he was in danger. The borrowed safe room behind him shivered. Civilians cried out inside it, and Queenie stepped close despite the huge striped tail sweeping near her knees. "Jacob," Queenie said, keeping her voice low, "she's not hearing words first. She's hearing fear." "I know," Jacob said, and hated that he did. His hands shook as he reached for Dumpling's cheek, but she had grown too fast, too high, too full of trembling muscle and impossible space. "Sweetheart, look at me." "Not them, me." A spell snapped from somewhere to his left, not a strike, maybe only a shield charm or a warning flare, but Dumpling flinched as if the whole station had bitten her. Her head swung toward the light, and the rumble in her chest deepened. Newt came running from the trackside, coat dusty, face pale with alarm, one hand lifted in a careful plea. "No one cast at her," Newt called, sharp enough that several agents actually looked at him. "She is reacting protectively. If you attack, she'll protect harder." The agent nearest Jacob tightened his grip. "That thing is expanding in a public station during an obscurial event." "And I am telling you how not to make that worse," Newt said, still moving closer with slow, deliberate steps. Jacob pressed both palms into Dumpling's fur and felt the bond blazing with one simple, frightened command. "Keep him safe, keep him safe, keep him safe." He leaned his forehead against her warm side, though tile cracked overhead and Makusa wands trembled around them. "I'm safe because you're with me," he whispered. "You don't have to become the whole room." The agent's warning carried through the station faster than sense. Containment formation. Beast at platform center. Every wand that had been pointing uncertainly became part of a line. Jacob felt the shift through Dumpling before he fully saw it, because her breath hitched under his palms and her body curled more tightly around him. Queenie stepped between Dumpling's shoulder and the nearest agent, one hand lifted and the other held out toward Jacob as if she could steady both sides by refusing to choose which danger mattered more. "Don't," Queenie said, her voice bright and shaking. "You'll make her bigger." The lead agent did not lower his wand. "Goldstein, move aside." "No," Queenie said, and the word rang through the tile like a small bell struck hard. You're looking at a frightened familiar bonded to a registered anomaly under active review. You fire at her, and you're the one breaching procedure. Jacob had never loved paperwork more in his life. The agent hesitated, not from mercy, but because words like registered and review had hooks in a place like Makusa. Another rumble shook the tunnel, and Credence's darkness slammed somewhere beyond the first car, drawing shouts from the track. Still the wands stayed on Dumpling. Civilians in the alcove pressed backward into the warm borrowed space, and one little girl whimpered when Dumpling's tail shifted near the tile. "Sir," another agent said, eyes wide, "it's still expanding." Newt stepped into the narrow gap between wandlight and fur, his hands raised and empty. "Yes, because you are threatening its bonded person, its preferred emotional anchor, and approximately 30 frightened civilians it has decided are part of his den." "Den?" the lead agent snapped. "It's not the legal term," Newt said, breathless but precise, "but it is the term most likely to keep everyone alive." Jacob slid one hand along Dumpling's trembling cheek and felt her attention split between him, the wands, and the cracked ceiling over the people in the alcove. She was not attacking. She was choosing every possible danger at once and trying to be larger than all of them. The ache in Jacob's chest turned sharp with recognition. "Hey," he whispered, pressing closer until her enormous eyes shifted down toward him. "You can't protect everybody by scaring everybody, sweetheart. I know, it's rotten, but that's the shape of it." Dumpling's rumble wavered. The agents saw movement and raised their wands higher. Jacob felt her fear spike and held on harder. "Look at me," he said, voice cracking but steady enough to reach her. "Only me." Dumpling's enormous eye found Jacob through the wandlight, and for one breath the whole station seemed to narrow to the space between them. The agents were still there, rigid and pale behind raised wands. Queenie stood with her hands open and her body angled like she meant to catch a spell with her ribs if she had to. Newt kept talking, not to fill the silence, but to hold it open around Jacob's voice. "That's it," Jacob whispered, stroking the hot fur beneath his hand. "You see me, good girl, just me." Dumpling's rumble softened, then shook again when another blast rolled from the tunnel. The alcove flickered at Jacob's back as his exhausted magic tried to keep the borrowed room steady. Jacob felt the old instinct rise in her through the bond. Grow larger, cover him, cover Queenie, cover the people, make a wall of herself until nothing could reach them. It was love, but love with claws could still get everyone killed. Jacob pressed his forehead against her cheek, not caring that a dozen wands watched him do it. "I know why you're doing it," he said, voice rough and low. "You're a good girl, best girl, but I need small brave now, not big brave." Queenie's breath caught. "Small brave," she repeated softly, and somehow her saying it made the words firmer. Newt edged closer, moving one foot at a time. "Excellent, Jacob. Give her a familiar shape to return to. A sound, a toy, a routine. Something she associates with safety." Jacob's hand fumbled at his pocket and found the rubber duck half crushed beneath torn cloth and dust. He pulled it free, absurd yellow bright against the broken station, and squeezed. The squeak came out thin, ridiculous, and perfect. Dumpling's huge ears twitched. Several agents stared as if the situation had become too strange for fear to keep up with. Jacob squeezed it again. "Remember this, sweetheart? You liked this better when you could fit under my coat without ruining the buttons." Dumpling huffed, warm breath rolling over his hair. Her body shrank by inches first, then by folds, impossible space tucking itself back into fur and bone. Her huge paw lifted from the platform and came down smaller. Her tail withdrew from the alcove mouth. The agents did not lower their wands, but no one cast, and Queenie's shoulders loosened by the smallest degree. The lead agent swallowed. "By order of Makusa, that creature remains under containment observation." Jacob gathered Dumpling as soon as she was small enough, holding her against his chest while she trembled and nosed weakly at the duck. "Fine," he said, too tired to be polite. "Observe her being scared and not hurting anybody." Newt stepped between Jacob and the wands with quiet firmness. "You have just witnessed a bonded familiar respond to emotional grounding, not aggression. Please remember which method worked." Before the agent could answer, Tina shouted from the track. Credence's darkness tore across the tunnel mouth, and Graves moved after it with his wand raised and triumph in every line of him. Jacob tightened his arms around Dumpling and turned toward the sound. knowing the station had given him one mercy only so the next danger could call. Tina's shout pulled every head toward the track, and even the agents who had been watching Dumpling forgot her for half a second. The darkness at the tunnel mouth twisted against the lamps, folding around Credence's shape and tearing loose again as if the boy could not decide whether he wanted to be seen or hidden forever. Graves stood nearer than anyone should have, wand lifted but not defensive, his posture hungry with purpose. Tina moved along the platform edge with her wand held low and her face white with anger. "Graves, step away from him," she called. Graves did not look at her. "You are interrupting something beyond your training, Miss Goldstein." Newt climbed from the track bed onto the platform, dust streaking his coat. Credence is not a thing to be collected. The darkness struck the tunnel wall, and a burst of tile and iron dust rushed over them. Jacob tightened around Dumpling, but she stayed small, trembling against the squeaky duck. Queenie caught Jacob's sleeve and steadied him when his knees nearly betrayed him. The borrowed alcove behind them still held, though the warmth had thinned and the civilians inside were pressed close, watching with eyes that would soon need impossible explanations or none at all. The lead agent recovered first and raised his wand toward the tunnel. Obscurial confirmed. "All units, containment priority shifts to the threat." "Don't call him that," Jacob said before he could stop himself. The agent shot him a sharp look. "Mr. Kowalski, you will remain where you are." Jacob looked past him to Credence, who flinched at every wand that lifted, every order that named him danger before person. The boy's face flickered inside the dark, young and terrified and already hearing the verdict. Jacob had just watched Dumpling shrink because someone had spoken to the fear instead of the claws. He knew the station would not give Credence the same mercy unless someone forced the room to remember. Queenie's fingers tightened around his. "Jacob, they're all afraid of him." "I know," Jacob said, and the words hurt because fear was becoming the loudest thing below New York. "That's the problem." Tina stepped closer to the track. "Credence, look at me. You don't have to listen to him. You don't have to go with Graves." Credence's eyes found her, then slid to Jacob, to Dumpling small in his arms, to the agents behind their wands. Hope moved there, bruised and thin. Graves saw it too and turned his head just enough for his voice to carry like a private knife. "They calmed the beast because it was useful. They will destroy you because you are not." Credence recoiled as if struck. The darkness surged upward, smashing the lamps overhead and plunging half the platform into sparks and shadow. The agents formed a firing line with terrible speed. Jacob took one step forward, Dumpling clutched to his chest, while Queenie whispered his name beside him. Across the track, Tina lifted both hands, wand still pointed away from the boy. "No one fires," she said, but Makusa had already begun deciding what fear allowed. 48. The Wrong Mercy. "No one fires," Tina said again, louder this time, and the command struck the platform with enough force that several wands hesitated. She stood near the track with both hands visible, her own wand angled away from Credence, and Jacob saw what it cost her. Every agent behind her wanted a target. Every broken tile, every scream from the street above, every trembling civilian in the alcove had become evidence against the boy. Tina put her body between that evidence and fear because she had once failed him, and she knew it. Credence hovered in the wrecked tunnel mouth, half boy and half darkness, his face flickering in and out as the obscurus twisted around him. The thing around him tore at the station, but the boy inside it looked smaller than ever, dark hair across his brow, eyes wide and wet, mouth trembling around words he could not find. Graves stood too near him, voice low enough to feel private even in the roar. "You see, Credence," Graves said, "they point their wands because they know what you are." Newt climbed down carefully from the platform edge, ignoring the agents who shouted for him to stay back. "Credence, he is using your fear. That is not help. That is not understanding." Credence's gaze jerked toward him. "You don't know." "No," Newt said, and the honesty of it carried better than comfort would have. "I don't know all of it, but I know pain when it has been caged too long, and I know you are still inside it." Jacob stepped forward despite Queenie's hand tightening around his sleeve. Dumpling shivered against his chest, small and hot, and he tucked the duck closer beneath her chin. "Credence," he called, voice rough from dust and strain. "You looked at her before. You saw she was scared and still here. That's you too. Scared doesn't mean gone." The lead agent snapped his wand toward Jacob without looking away from the tunnel. "Mr. Kowalski, hold position." Jacob stopped, not because the order mattered, but because Credence had heard him. The boy's eyes found Dumpling again, then Jacob's torn coat, Queenie's pale face, Tina's open hands, and Newt standing in the track bed with no spell raised. For one breath, the darkness loosened at its edges. Then more agents flooded the platform from the stairs, wands lifted in a bright, disciplined line. The station filled with Makusa voices calling containment, threat level, exposure, structural collapse, and lethal risk. Jacob felt the moment change. Care had been speaking to one boy. Fear had arrived with a chorus. The new agents did not see Credence's eyes soften. They saw the broken tunnel, the bent rails, the civilians in Jacob's borrowed shelter, and the black force breathing around a boy like a wound with teeth. Their wands lifted as one, and the light from their tips turned the platform colder. Tina pivoted toward them, furious and frightened, but command had already begun to move past her. "Stand down," she said, voice cracking through the roar. "He's listening." A senior agent with iron-gray hair and a bloodied sleeve stepped onto the platform behind the line. "He is destabilizing the station." "He is a child," Tina snapped. "He is an obscurial in a civilian transit system," the senior agent said, and every word sounded carved to fit a report. "Miss Goldstein, clear the line." Credence recoiled at the word obscurial. The darkness around him tightened, then lashed the tunnel wall hard enough to send a rain of tile and mortar across the track bed. Newt ducked beneath the strike and lifted both hands again, not toward the agents, but toward the boy inside the storm. "Credence, stay with my voice. Don't follow theirs." Graves stepped closer, using the agent's fear as neatly as if he had set it on the board himself. "This is what mercy looks like when given by cowards," he told Credence. "A wand line and a kind voice asking you to die politely." Jacob felt Queenie flinch beside him, not at the words, but at the way they landed. Dumpling pressed her face into his vest, trembling around the squeaky duck. The alcove behind him was still warm, still too full of people who had stopped screaming only because there had been room enough to breathe. Jacob looked at them, then at Credence, and understood the terrible shape of the room. Everyone wanted safety. Everyone thought safety meant making the frightening thing disappear. The senior agent raised his wand higher. "Final warning. Containment volley on my mark." Tina stepped fully between the line and Credence. "You will have to fire through me." "Tina," Newt said, grief and alarm tangling in his voice. Jacob moved before he could think better of it. He stepped beside Tina, Dumpling held tight in one arm, and set his free hand on the platform edge. "And me." The senior agent stared at him. "Mr. Kowalski, this is not your jurisdiction." Jacob looked at Credence, who stared back through the black storm with tears on his face. "Maybe not," he said. "But I know the difference between rescue and shooting through the door because you're scared of what's inside." The senior agent's face hardened, not cruelly, which somehow made it worse. He looked at Tina, then at Jacob, then passed them to Credence, and Jacob saw a man making the sort of choice that would be praised later because it used the right words while doing the wrong thing. Around them, wands steadied. The blue-white lights at their tips brightened, each one small on its own and terrible together. "Miss Goldstein," the senior agent said, "remove the civilian." Queenie moved before the order finished. She stepped to Jacob's other side, one hand still on his torn sleeve, her chin lifted though her face had gone pale. "He's not leaving." The agent's eyes narrowed. "You are obstructing emergency action." "No," Queenie said, voice trembling but clear. "I'm standing beside the man who saved your witnesses." The civilians in the alcove shifted behind them, frightened murmurs running through the borrowed space. Jacob felt that space quiver at his back, still warm, still holding, but thin now. His hand on the platform edge felt the station's hurt through tile and iron. Credence's storm pulled at everything, but the wand line pulled too, fear shaped into command. Newt took one careful step nearer Credence, placing himself half below the platform and half in the track bed. "If you fire, he'll think you've proved Graves right." Graves' smile was faint and satisfied. "Because they will have." Tina's wand snapped toward him. "You don't get to speak for him." Credence looked between them with a face stripped open by too many voices. Jacob tightened his hold on Dumpling, and the little familiar gave one thin, frightened squeak against the toy tucked beneath her chin. The sound reached Credence. His eyes found it, and for one breath the darkness shuddered inward, revealing the boy more clearly than before. Jacob took that breath and used it. He set Dumpling carefully against Queenie's arm and lowered both hands to the platform edge, palms flat, not toward Credence like a threat, but open like a doorway. "Credence," he said, voice low enough that the agents had to quiet to hear him. "There's room, not with him, not behind their wands. Here, just one step where nobody owns you." The warmth moved through Jacob's hands, weak from exhaustion but honest. It spread across the edge of the platform in a soft line, not a wall, not a cage, only a threshold made of welcome. Credence stared at it as if he had never been offered a place that did not ask him to kneel. The senior agent mistook the movement for escalation. "Volley," he barked. Tina shouted, "No," and Jacob felt the first spells leave the line. The spells crossed the platform in a bright, terrible line, too fast for argument and too slow for Jacob not to understand them. Tina threw herself sideways, wand flashing upward, and a shield snapped into place before the first volley reached Credence. Newt raised his wand from the trackbed at the same moment, not firing back, but bending the angle of one curse so it struck the tunnel wall and burst tile into dust. The rest hit the darkness around Credence and sank in like stones thrown into deep water. Credence screamed. It was not loud at first. It was worse than loud. It was the sound of a boy learning that every soft word had arrived too late to stop the room from choosing fear. The threshold warmth under Jacob's hands flared as the platform edge bucked beneath him. Queenie cried his name, but he could not pull away. The little line of welcome he had made toward Credence shivered, then stretched, trying to remain open while the spells turned the air cold. "Stop," Tina shouted, her shield trembling under a second volley. "You're hurting him." The senior agent's face stayed set. Neutralize the threat. Jacob looked at Credence and saw the boy's eyes through the blackness, wide, betrayed, and fixed on the place where the warm threshold had been. Graves had stepped back just far enough to avoid the volley, and his expression held no surprise at all. He had known this would happen. Maybe he had counted on it. "You wanted them to fire," Jacob said, and the words scraped out of him. Graves glanced at him, faintly amused. Fear is the most reliable wand in any government's hand. The darkness convulsed. The tunnel wall tore open behind Credence, and the rails screamed as they twisted. Jacob's borrowed shelter behind him flickered, the alcove shrinking by a painful inch as his strength buckled. Queenie caught his shoulder with one hand and held Dumpling tight with the other, her face wet with dust and tears. "Jacob, let go," she said. "You'll collapse." "If I let go, he has nowhere to come," Jacob said, though his arms were shaking so hard the words almost broke. Credence looked at him one last time. For a heartbeat, the boy seemed to lean toward the warmth. Then another spell struck the dark around him, and the choice vanished. The obscurus exploded outward, smashing through Tina's shield, throwing agents from their feet, and tearing down the tunnel in a wave that carried Credence away from all of them. Jacob hit the platform hard, Queenie falling with him, Dumpling crying out between them. Above the ringing in his ears, he heard Newt shouting for Credence and Tina ordering the agents to stop firing. Graves was already gone into the smoke. The warm line beneath Jacob's hands guttered out, and the wrong mercy of Makusa left only broken tile, frightened witnesses, and a boy driven deeper into the dark. 49. The Man Beneath Graves. Smoke rolled through the tunnel in dirty layers, turning wandlight into pale cuts and every cough into another small proof that the station was still full of living people. Jacob pushed himself onto one elbow with Queenie's help, Dumpling clutched between them, and tasted dust, metal, and the bitter edge of spells in the air. The warm threshold he had made was gone from the platform edge. Only cracked tile remained, cooling under his hand as if kindness had been scraped off it. Tina stood near the track with her wand still raised, face white with fury. "Hold your fire," she shouted, though the volley had already done what fear wanted. "Nobody fires again unless I give the order." The senior agent rounded on her. "You do not command this response." "No," Tina said, stepping toward him with dust in her hair and grief sharpening every word. "Apparently no one does." Newt climbed up from the trackbed, breathing hard, his coat torn at one sleeve. His eyes searched the smoke where Credence had vanished, then fixed suddenly beyond Jacob's shoulder. "Where is Graves?" The question hit the platform harder than another tremor. Agents turned. Wands shifted. Jacob followed their gaze and saw Graves near the far tunnel mouth, half hidden by smoke and broken lamplight, not pursuing Credence with urgency now, not helping the wounded, not issuing the next official order. He stood with his head slightly tilted, as if listening to something only he had expected to hear. Tina saw him too. "Mr. Graves," she called, and the title sounded like an accusation. "You ordered no restraint. You pushed him until he broke." Graves turned slowly. The expression he wore was still Percival Graves's face, still handsome, severe, and polished by authority, but something behind it had stopped pretending to belong to Makusa. "I showed him the truth," he said. "Your government supplied the demonstration." The senior agent stiffened. "Director Graves, this is not the time." Graves laughed softly, and every wand near him twitched. "That sentence has served weak men for centuries. Not the time, not the method, not the proper channel. Meanwhile, children are beaten into monsters, gifts are buried under law, and the powerful congratulate themselves for managing the damage they create." Jacob held Dumpling tighter as the words slid through the smoke with too much pleasure in them. Graves was not ashamed of Credence's pain. He was using it, shaping it, turning the wreckage into a sermon. Tina's wand lifted a fraction. "Who are you?" Graves smiled, and Jacob felt the station go colder than tile and iron could explain. "Someone who has grown very tired of hiding power from those too frightened to use it." Tina moved first, and because she moved, the station remembered she had once been an Auror before it had made her smaller. Her wand came up, not toward the smoke where Credence had vanished, but toward Graves. The line of agents shifted in confusion, caught between a director they had obeyed for years and the impossible wrongness now standing in his borrowed face. Newt stepped to Tina's side with his own wand raised, dusty, tired, and suddenly very steady. "Percival Graves would have gone after the boy," Tina said, each word measured with care because the whole platform was listening. "He would have ordered medical containment, witness control, pursuit teams, something. He would not stand there admiring the damage." Graves' smile thinned. "You speak fondly of a man whose chair you were never trusted to approach." Tina flinched, but she did not lower her wand. "That sounds like something you learned by reading my file, not by knowing him." The senior agent turned sharply. "Director?" Graves looked at him with mild contempt. "Do you require reassurance now, after you fired on a child under orders because a voice sounded official enough?" The words struck the agents harder than any spell. Jacob saw it happen, the small backward tilt of men and women who had trusted a coat, a title, a badge, a room full of marble authority. He had seen the same thing in army offices and bank offices and factory offices. Ordinary people straightening around a man who knew how to sound certain, then doing what certainty asked before conscience caught up. Jacob pushed himself upright with Queenie's help, Dumpling tucked against his chest. "That's what you do, isn't it?" he said, voice rough but carrying. "You find the biggest desk in the room and make everyone think the desk is you." Graves' eyes slid to him. The baker grows philosophical. "No," Jacob said, "just tired of men in good coats deciding scared people are ingredients." Newt's gaze sharpened at Graves' sleeve, where dust had torn the fabric enough to show skin beneath that did not look quite like skin. "Tina," he said quietly, "his glamour is damaged." Tina saw it too, her jaw set. All agents, wands on Graves. Now. For half a second, no one moved. Then the senior agent, pale with a dawning horror he could not yet name, turned his wand away from the tunnel and toward the man he had called director. Around him, one wand after another followed, and Graves' smile finally lost its patience. The air around Graves changed before his face did. It tightened with the ugly pressure of a spell no one had heard spoken, and the smoke curling through the station flattened as if pressed by invisible glass. The agents nearest him shifted their feet. Wands stayed raised, but uncertainty ran along the line, because every person there could feel that the man before them was no longer pretending to need permission from a badge. "Director Graves," the senior agent said, though the title had gone thin in his mouth. "Stand down and submit to verification." Graves looked at him with calm disappointment. "Verification. How small your age has become." Tina's wand did not waver. "On your knees." For the first time, Graves' smile turned real, and that made it colder. "No, Miss Goldstein, I don't think so." The glamour split at his jaw first. It was not a clean unveiling, not a neat stage trick, but a shedding under strain. Percival Graves's features blurred at the edges, cheekbone, brow, mouth, all sliding through one another like wet ink pulled across glass. Jacob felt Queenie's hand clamp around his arm and heard one of the agents swear under his breath. Dumpling pressed her face into Jacob's vest with a frightened squeak, and he tucked the duck closer against her muzzle without looking away. Newt's voice went quiet. Grindelwald. The name struck the platform in a way no spell had. Even the agents who did not lower their wands seemed to lose something from their faces, as if the tunnel had opened under the whole magical world and not only under New York. Jacob knew the name only in pieces, from fear, from newspaper edges, and from the way Newt said it like a wound crossing countries. But the man beneath Graves wore the moment as if recognition were applause. White blonde hair settled where dark hair had been. The borrowed face vanished, leaving sharper planes, pale eyes, and a mouth that looked made for prophecy or cruelty, depending on who had already been hurt by it. Grindelwald lifted one hand, and half the wands on him flared in warning. "So," he said softly, looking over them all, "America finally catches up." Tina's voice shook, but her wand stayed steady. "Where is Percival Graves?" Grindelwald's gaze slid toward her, amused and bright. "Alive when I last required him to be." Jacob felt the platform tilt inside him, not from magic this time, but from understanding. This was not one corrupt official. This was a war wearing a man's face, and credence had been bait in its hand. Grindelwald moved before the agents fully accepted what stood in front of them. His hand turned, small and elegant, and the nearest wand line broke apart as if invisible wire had swept through it. Spells cracked against tile. One agent struck the platform hard and slid. Another's wand spun into the trackbed. Tina threw a shield wide enough to catch the burst that would have hit the alcove, and Jacob felt Queenie pull him down over Dumpling as white light tore above their heads and scattered sparks across the broken platform. "Civilians," Jacob shouted, though his voice nearly vanished under the blast. "Stay inside, heads down." The borrowed alcove had weakened, but it still held enough warmth to keep the people behind him from surging into the open. Jacob shoved one trembling hand against the tile at its edge and gave it what little he had left. Doorway, shelter, breath, one more minute. The wall answered faintly, like an oven gone low but not cold, and the frightened bodies inside settled just enough not to spill out into the duel. Newt did not try to overpower Grindelwald. He ran sideways along the platform, case scraping behind him, eyes fixed not on the wand but on the space around the man. Tina fired next, sharp and controlled, forcing Grindelwald to turn. The senior agent recovered enough to add a binding charm from the other side, and for half a heartbeat the dark wizard's attention split. "Now," Newt said. Something blue and winged burst from the open case with a shriek that cut through spellfire. The swooping evil flashed across the platform, ribboning around Grindelwald's arm and shoulder before he could fully pivot. Tina's next spell struck the stone near his feet, snapping his balance. The senior agent's binding followed, then 3 more from shaken agents who had finally found courage after obedience had failed them. Grindelwald hit one knee, pale hair falling across his face, laughter still shaping his mouth even as the bindings tightened. "You think this ends anything?" he asked, breathing hard as wands surrounded him. Tina stepped closer, wand steady now. "No, but it stops you talking for a minute." Jacob looked past Grindelwald to the tunnel where credence had vanished, then up toward the stairwell where the noise of New York still poured down in terrified waves. President Pickery appeared at the lower steps with more agents behind her, her face carved into horror as she took in the broken station, the exposed civilians, the captured man, and Jacob's trembling hand against an impossible warm alcove. Her gaze settled on the crowd. How many no-mage witnesses? The question landed colder than any spell. Jacob felt Queenie go still beside him. Dumpling pressed weakly into his chest, and the people in the alcove stared out from the borrowed safety he had made for them, alive and doomed to have the truth taken away. Jacob understood then that Grindelwald was not the last danger of the night. The city had seen too much, and Makusa would reach for forgetting before it reached for mercy. 50. Rain above New York. President Pickery's question hung in the broken station while the people in Jacob's borrowed alcove stared out with dust on their faces and terror still open in their eyes. No one answered her at first. The agents nearest the stairs looked at the civilians, then at Grindelwald bound on one knee, then at the smashed tunnel where Credence had vanished. The whole platform seemed to understand at once that survival had only carried them into a different kind of danger. The senior agent swallowed. Dozens here, hundreds above, possibly more across the city. Pickery closed her eyes for half a breath, and when she opened them again, the horror had become office. Evacuation cover, medical misdirection, structural collapse where no MAJ agencies require an explanation. Prepare wide obliviation protocols. Queenie's fingers dug into Jacob's sleeve. Dumpling stirred weakly against his chest, too tired to unfold but not too tired to be afraid. Jacob looked into the alcove and saw the little girl who had touched the warm wall, the mother holding her clothes, the bowler-hatted man from the trolley, and the older woman whose hand still shook around her handbag. They had seen too much. They had seen magic save them and magic nearly kill a boy. They had seen him make room where there had been none. "They're witnesses," Jacob said, though his voice came out scraped thin. Pickery looked at him then, really looked, and for the first time that night Jacob felt less like a man and more like a complication entered into a ledger. "Yes, Mr. Kowalski, that is precisely the problem." Newt stepped forward, the swooping evil settling back near his case in a nervous ripple of blue. "Madam President, the Thunderbird can distribute the memory potion through rainfall. It will be cleaner than individual casting across several burrows, and kinder to those already frightened." "Kinder," Jacob repeated, tasting the word and not liking how official it sounded when attached to forgetting. Tina's expression tightened. "The city is exposed, Jacob. If the no MAJ authorities keep this, panic spreads before morning. So does war." Jacob knew she was right, and that made it worse. Above them, distant thunder rolled where no storm had been a moment ago. The sound moved through the station like a heavy cart crossing the sky. Pickery turned toward the stairs, already giving orders, and agents began to move with purpose instead of panic. Some went to the wounded. Some went to the witnesses. Some went toward the street with vials, cases, and grim, practiced faces. Queenie looked up as the first cool drops began to patter down the stairwell. "Frank," she whispered. Jacob followed her gaze and imagined the Thunderbird high above New York, wings opening over rooftops, rain gathering around him like a mercy no one had asked permission to receive. The drops reached the platform in scattered dark spots, clean against filthy tile. A man in the alcove lifted his face toward the damp air and blinked as if he had already begun to lose the shape of what frightened him. Jacob tightened his arms around Dumpling. "What happens when it touches me?" he asked. No one answered quickly enough, and that silence frightened him more than thunder. Rain began reaching the platform in earnest, running down the stairwell in silver threads and darkening the dust on everyone's shoulders. The first no MAJ witnesses did not fall or cry out. That almost made it worse. They blinked, frowned, touched their faces, and looked around with fear slowly losing its edges. The woman who had clutched her daughter in the alcove stared at the warm, impossible wall beside her hand, then at Jacob, and her eyes emptied of recognition by inches. Jacob took a step toward her. "Ma'am?" She blinked at him, dazed and polite. "Was there an accident?" The little girl rubbed at her wet cheek. "Mama, why are we underground?" Jacob stopped as if the question had struck him in the chest. He remembered the girl touching the warm tile and whispering that it was warm. He remembered the trolley, the jammed doors, and the way ordinary people had trusted a stranger because panic had left them no better choice. The rain took those things without violence, and that was the cruelty of it. No flash, no scream, just memory loosening its fingers. Queenie watched his face, and pain moved through hers before she tried to soften it. "Jacob." He looked down at Dumpling, who had lifted her damp little nose from his coat and begun sniffing the rain with puzzled dislike. "They're losing all of it. They have to," Tina said quietly from behind him. Her voice was raw, not official. "I hate it too, but if they carry this into the city, every paper, every police office, every church, every frightened street corner turns it into something uglier by dawn." Jacob turned toward her. "And if I lose it?" Tina did not answer. Newt came closer instead, rain spotting his hair and coat while the swooping evil clung restlessly near his case. "Jacob, we don't yet know how the familiar bond will interact with the potion. It may shield you, it may not. You are not an ordinary no MAJ witness, but no one has properly tested what you are." Pickery's gaze sharpened at that. Mr. Scamander. Newt looked at her. With respect, Madam President, this is precisely the wrong moment to pretend ignorance is policy. Jacob almost smiled because that sounded like Newt and not enough like survival. Then rain struck his cheek. It was only one drop, cool and clean. His breath stopped. Queenie caught his hand so tightly it hurt, and Dumpling gave a sudden frightened chirp against his chest as if something in the bond had gone still to listen. The drop on Jacob's cheek did not wash him clean of himself. It slid through dust, cooled the scrape near his jaw, and gathered at his collar like any ordinary rain might have done. He waited for the world to loosen. He waited for Queenie's face to become strange, for Dumpling's weight to become impossible, for the ruined station to turn into a dream with its edges rubbed away. Nothing left him. If anything, the bond inside his chest tightened so sharply that Dumpling squeaked and shoved her damp nose beneath his chin. Queenie made a sound that was half sob and half breath. "You're still here." Jacob looked at her, afraid to trust the relief too quickly. "I think so." Newt stepped closer at once, all exhaustion forgotten beneath bright, careful attention. "What do you remember?" Jacob swallowed. "Bank, Niffler, case, you telling me not to feed anything without asking. Tina arresting everybody in the most polite, frightening way possible. Queenie's cocoa, Dumpling choosing me, floating cake, Credence." His voice roughened on the last name, but the memory stayed, painful and whole. All of it. Pickery watched him with a stillness that made the rain sound louder. "The potion failed." "No," Newt said, and his gaze moved to Dumpling, then to Jacob's chest as if he could see the bond there. "It was refused. There's a difference." The senior agent frowned. "Memory potion does not get refused by no mace." Jacob lifted one tired hand from Dumpling's back. "Maybe stop calling me that until you know what I am." Queenie's fingers tightened around his, warm despite the rain. "He's right." Tina turned toward Pickery, rain darkening her hair and washing dust from her face in pale streaks. "Madam President, if you order him treated as an ordinary witness now, you risk damaging an active familiar bond, an awakened magical core, and the only person who managed to keep civilians calm in that alcove." Pickery's mouth compressed. Around them, the witnesses grew quieter as the rain softened their fear into confusion. The little girl blinked at the warm wall one last time, then looked away. Jacob felt the loss like a door closing gently from the other side. Dumpling pressed against him, small and certain. The memory of the drop stayed on his cheek. So did everything else. Jacob drew a careful breath and looked at Pickery because he could feel the room waiting for him to become paperwork again. "Madam President," he said, voice worn but steady, "I'm not asking to make trouble. I'm asking not to be erased by mistake." Pickery did not answer him at once. Rain ran down the stairwell behind her, washing dust from marble, tile, coat shoulders, and frightened faces until the station smelled less like spellfire and more like wet stone. Around the platform, no Maj witnesses stood dazed and docile beneath the enchanted shower, their terror smoothing into confusion as agents guided them toward the stairs with practiced murmurs and careful hands. The warm alcove Jacob had made faded by degrees, its borrowed depth folding back into ordinary shadow as the last civilians stepped away from it without remembering why they had trusted it. Pickery watched the alcove shrink, then looked at Dumpling tucked against Jacob's chest. "Mr. Kowalski, mistakes of this kind are rarely kind enough to announce themselves before they become disasters." Jacob held her gaze because looking down felt too much like surrender. "Then don't make one." The senior agent inhaled sharply, but Pickery lifted one gloved hand and silenced him without looking away from Jacob. Queenie's hand stayed wrapped around his, trembling now that the worst of the immediate danger had passed. Tina stood beside Newt, rigid with the strain of wanting to argue and knowing that too much heat might burn the one chance Jacob had. Newt stepped forward carefully. "Madam President, the bond is active, mutual, and stabilizing. The rain did not remove his memories, and forcing further obliviation may injure him, the familiar, or both." Pickery's gaze flicked to him. "You are asking me to leave a man raised outside our world with full knowledge of a catastrophic exposure event. I'm asking you not to pretend he is the same man who walked into a bank this morning," Newt said. Queenie's voice came soft but clear. "He saved people because he remembered how it felt to be outside and cold. Please don't take that from him just because it doesn't fit a form." Jacob felt that land, not loudly, not like a spell, like bread placed quietly on a table after a long day. Pickery looked at Queenie, then at Tina, then at the broken tunnel where Credence had vanished and Grindelwald had been taken away in chains. When she looked back at Jacob, her face had not softened, but it had changed. "Temporary exception," she said. "Mr. Kowalski remains under MACUSA supervision pending classification, bond review, and formal testimony. He is not to leave magical custody without authorization." Jacob let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Dumpling pressed her damp nose into his vest, and Queenie's fingers tightened around his until the ache felt like proof of being there. Pickery turned toward the stairs. "Get him above before someone decides tonight needs another mistake." Jacob followed Queenie's gentle pull toward the exit, rain falling cold and clean over his face while New York forgot around him. He remembered everything: the bank, the case, the boy in the dark, the warmth of a door held open, and Queenie's hand in his. Whatever he was now, the rain had not washed him empty. It had left him standing, soaked, shaking, and still himself. 51. Not for him. The rain met Jacob at the top of the stairs like any other rain should have done, cool on his face, soft in his hair, and clean against the dust that clung to his coat. For one breath he stood beneath it with Dumpling pressed under his chin and Queenie's hand tucked through his arm, while Tina and Newt came up beside them into a New York that had become silver, blurred, and strangely quiet. The Thunderbird's storm fell over rooftops, automobiles, broken pavement, and frightened faces, and everywhere the rain touched ordinary people, fear began to loosen its grip. A man in a torn overcoat stood beside an agent and stared at the station entrance with his mouth slightly open. "Was there a gas explosion?" he asked, blinking through the water on his lashes, and Jacob remembered the same man crouched in the alcove with his arms around two strangers, helping hold the warm wall open because panic had made them family for a few terrible minutes. The agent answered gently, guiding him toward the street. "That's right, sir. You're safe now. Best get home and dry." Jacob watched the man nod as if the lie had given him somewhere to stand. Nearby, the mother from the alcove smoothed wet hair from her little girl's face, both of them dazed and shivering, neither of them looking at Jacob with recognition anymore. The child glanced at Dumpling for half a second, then looked away before wonder could catch. Jacob's arms tightened around the familiar, and Dumpling gave a small unhappy sound against his vest. Queenie leaned closer, her voice soft enough that the rain nearly carried it away. "It only works on no-maj minds, honey. It isn't meant for you anymore." Jacob looked at her, then at Newt, needing the words to be true in more than one mouth. Newt nodded with tired kindness, his case held close against his leg. "Your core is awake. The bond is awake. The rain can't put you back where you were this morning." Tina walked a step ahead, then slowed so they all moved together instead of dragging him forward. "We'll deal with the rest inside," she said, her voice rough but warm beneath the weariness. "For now, just stay with us." Jacob did. He walked between them through the Silver Fall, past people who had survived and would never know how, past agents building gentle lies out of ruined streets, past windows catching stormlight as New York forgot its own wound. He remembered the little girl touching the warm wall. He remembered the bowler-hatted man from the trolley, the mothers shaking hands, the older woman clutching her handbag, and all the ordinary frightened people who had trusted him for a few minutes in the dark. "I'll remember," Jacob said quietly, not to Pickery, not to the agents, but to the rain in the city beneath it. Queenie's hand tightened around his arm, and Tina glanced back with wet eyes she quickly blinked clear. Newt said nothing, which somehow made the promise feel witnessed. Dumpling tucked herself closer beneath Jacob's chin, small and certain, and Jacob kept walking through the rain with his friends around him, carrying every lost frightened face the storm had washed clean. They did not enter MACUSA through the street Jacob expected. Tina led them away from the worst of the broken pavement and into the shadow of a tall building whose bronze doors gleamed wet beneath the rain. To anyone else, it looked closed for the night. A police officer stood nearby, directing soaked pedestrians away with a voice that had grown hoarse from repeating the same calm lie, and two MACUSA agents waited under the overhang with their hats low and their wands hidden inside gloved hands. Jacob would have followed Tina anywhere by then, if only because Queenie still held his arm and Newt kept close on the other side, but the moment they reached the doors, the warmth beneath his ribs stirred. Jacob slowed without meaning to. Dumpling lifted her head from his coat and gave a small, questioning chirp, her little whiskers twitching toward the left side of the entrance where the wall looked blank except for rain-dark stone. Jacob stared at it, and the stone seemed to breathe. Not move, not open, not yet, but wait. He felt the same thing he felt when dough had risen under a cloth and the room told him before his eyes did. There was space behind that wall. There was a door pretending not to be one. Tina stopped when she felt him hesitate. Jacob? He looked embarrassed before he even spoke, because every strange thing inside him now seemed determined to happen in public. It's there, he said, nodding toward the blank stone. Not the front, the other one. One of the agents went still. How did he know that? Queenie's hand tightened on his arm, and Newt's tired face sharpened with careful wonder. Because he isn't reading the street, Newt said softly. He's reading the threshold. Dumpling pushed her head fully out from beneath Jacob's coat, blinked at the disguised wall, and gave a louder chirp. The stone shimmered once, silver rain sliding sideways over it as if the water had found a new path. A narrow brass seam appeared where no seam had been, and the hidden door opened inward with a quiet, obedient click. Warm lamplight spilled across the wet pavement and touched Jacob's shoes. The agent nearest the door swallowed. A no-mage shouldn't even notice that charm. I'm getting real tired of that sentence, Jacob said, though his voice came out more weary than offended. He looked down at Dumpling, then at the warm doorway waiting for him. I didn't make it open. I just knew it was there. Tina's expression changed, not into triumph and not into fear, but into the look of someone watching evidence arrive before anyone had prepared a place for it. That goes in the record, she said quietly, then glanced at the agent before he could make the words sound colder than they needed to. Not as an accusation, as proof. Jacob stepped through the hidden doorway with Queenie beside him, Newt behind him, and Dumpling pressed against his heart. The rain stayed outside with the forgetting city, but the warm brass door closed at his back, and the thing Makusa had been trying to name followed him in under its own power. The hidden passage did not take them into the grand halls Jacob had seen earlier, with their high ceilings, polished floors, and voices that made every word sound like it belonged in a file. Tina guided them through a narrower corridor instead, warm with brass lamps and smelling faintly of rain-wet wool, old paper, and something medicinal beneath it. The door at the end opened into a quiet receiving room with green-shaded lamps, a long table, 2 chairs, a cabinet of glass bottles, and a coat stand already crowded with wet hats. After the street and the station, the smallness of it felt almost merciful. Jacob sat because Queenie nudged him toward the nearest chair before his knees could decide for themselves. Dumpling stayed tucked against him, her little body damp and warm beneath his coat, and when a young healer in gray robes reached for her with careful hands, Dumpling made a low sound that vibrated through Jacob's chest. He covered her with both arms before he had thought it through. The healer stopped at once. I only need to examine the familiar, Mr. Kowalski. She's not luggage, Jacob said, and his voice came rougher than he meant it to. He looked down at Dumpling, then softened his hand over her back. Sorry, I know you're trying to help, but she's scared too. Newt set his case beside the chair and moved between the healer and Jacob with a gentleness that somehow made the line firmer. A bonded juvenile familiar should not be handled away from her person after a crisis unless there's immediate danger. Her breathing is steady, her eyes are clear, she's tired, not unstable. The healer glanced toward Tina. Mr. Scamander is not licensed under Makusa Creature Medical Authority. No, Tina said, removing her wet hat and setting it on the table with more care than the evening deserved. But he's the only person in this building who can tell you what she is without guessing first. Listen to him. Queenie crouched beside Jacob's chair instead of taking the other seat. Rain clung to the ends of her hair, and her eyes moved over his face with a tenderness that made the room seem less official around the edges. You're holding so tight you're worrying her, honey, she said softly, touching his sleeve. She knows you're afraid. Jacob looked down and realized Dumpling had tucked one tiny paw against his vest, claws caught there as if she were holding him back. He loosened his arms by inches, not letting go, only making room. Dumpling sighed and pressed her cheek to his shirt. A senior witch entered with a folder already in hand, stopped when she saw Queenie on the floor beside him, and took in Newt by the table and Tina standing guard near the door. This is meant to be a controlled intake, she said. Tina met her eyes without raising her voice. Then control it properly. Don't isolate him from the people keeping him calm. Don't separate the familiar from the bond. Don't turn a new magical adult into a frightened patient and then call his fear evidence. The room quieted around that. Jacob looked at Tina, surprised by the heat hidden under her plain words, and Queenie's fingers curved around his sleeve with grateful pressure. Newt gave the healer a small nod, then opened his medical kit and began laying out instruments with careful, unshowy precision. For the first time since the rain had begun, Jacob felt the next step settle into something he could bear. Not freedom yet, and not home, but a chair, a lamp, friends close enough to touch, and Dumpling breathing steadily against his heart. Newt's examination began with very little magic that Jacob could see and a great deal of quiet attention. He checked Dumpling's eyes with a small lamp, listened to her chest through a curved silver instrument, and offered her a folded cloth that smelled faintly of warm milk, clean straw, and something sweet enough to make her blink. Dumpling sniffed it, sneezed once, then tucked it under her chin with the possessive dignity of a creature who had decided it belonged to her now. Jacob's arms loosened further at that, and the healer, to her credit, did not reach in again. "She's exhausted," Newt said, turning the little lamp away before it troubled Dumpling's eyes. "Overextended, frightened, and damp, but not unstable. She needs warmth, quiet, and Jacob." The senior witch made a note in her folder, but her pen slowed on the last word. "You are placing the familiar's condition in dependence on Mr. Kowalski?" Newt looked up, mild and immovable. "No, I am observing that it already is." Queenie gave Jacob's sleeve a small squeeze, and Jacob looked down at Dumpling as the little familiar pressed herself more firmly against his vest. He could feel her through the bond, not in words and not clearly enough to explain to anyone with a folder, but as weight, trust, sleepiness, and a stubborn wish not to be moved. It was frightening, being needed that honestly. It was also the first thing in the room that made perfect sense. President Pickery entered without ceremony, and every agent in the receiving room straightened. She had taken off her rain-wet gloves, but the storm still clung to the shoulders of her coat and darkened the brim of her hat. Her eyes moved over Jacob, Queenie crouched beside him, Tina near the door, Newt by the table, and Dumpling half hidden beneath Jacob's coat. Pickery's voice was low enough that it did not disturb the sleeping familiar. "The rain is nearly complete. The no-mage side of the city will wake tomorrow with a gas explosion, bad weather, and enough confusion to keep their papers busy." Jacob swallowed, and the promise he had made outside seemed to settle heavier in his chest. "They won't remember any of it." "No," Pickery said, and for once the word sounded less like law than fatigue. "But you will." Jacob looked at Queenie, then Tina, then Newt. None of them looked away from him. He drew one careful breath and rested his palm against Dumpling's back. "Then I'm not running from that." Something in Pickery's face shifted by the smallest amount. She turned to the senior witch. "Record Mr. Kowalski is held under temporary protected magical custody. The familiar remains with him. No memory work is to be attempted. He is to be given dry clothes, food, medical care, and a guarded room with Miss Goldstein permitted to remain nearby until the hearing." Tina let out a breath so quiet Jacob almost missed it. Queenie's eyes shone, but her smile came soft and proud. "You hear that, honey?" she whispered, brushing rain from his sleeve. "Not erased." Jacob nodded, though relief came tangled with the new weight of guarded rooms, hearings, and whatever the magical world planned to ask of a man who had only wanted a bakery that morning. Dumpling sighed against his chest and finally began to sleep, trusting him to hold the line while strangers wrote his future down. Outside the hidden walls, rain washed New York clean. Inside, Jacob kept every memory and waited for the world to decide what kind of man it had failed to name. 52. The hearing after thunder. The hearing room was smaller than Jacob expected, and that made it worse. He had imagined a grand chamber, something with high benches and official seals large enough to make a man feel properly accused. Instead, Makusa brought him to a narrow room with dark wood walls, a long table, shaded lamps, and rain tapping softly against windows spelled too dark for the city outside to see in. Someone had given him dry clothes that fit badly across the shoulders, and someone else had placed a cup of coffee near his right hand. He had not touched it. Dumpling slept against his chest beneath a blanket warmed by Newt's careful charm, and every breath she took kept Jacob from feeling entirely alone. Queenie sat to his left, close enough that her knee brushed his, while Tina stood behind them with her hands folded over the back of Jacob's chair. Newt occupied the seat on Jacob's other side with his case tucked beneath the table, his posture polite and his eyes tired in a way that made him look younger and older at once. Across from them, President Pickery sat at the center with 3 officials arranged beside her. The senior witch from Intake, a gray-haired wizard with half-moon spectacles, and a square-faced woman whose quill had begun writing before anyone spoke. Pickery opened the folder in front of her. Jacob Kowalski. Public classification until this morning. No Maj. Current emergency status. Temporary protected magical custody pending review. She looked up, not unkindly, but without softness. Mr. Kowalski, this hearing is to establish what you are under our law and what must be done next. Jacob swallowed, then rested one hand over Dumpling's covered back. All right. The gray-haired wizard adjusted his spectacles. Known facts. Subject perceives concealed magical thresholds. Subject retained memory after citywide no Maj obliviation reign because active magic now excludes him from that protocol. Subject carries an awakened or newly opened magical core, confirmed by resonance with bonded familiar. The square-faced witch added without looking up from her notes, subject has no formal education, no wand registration, no statue training, no spellwork certification, and no practical knowledge of secrecy law beyond instructions given during crisis. That's a lot of no, Jacob said quietly. Queenie's hand found his sleeve under the table. Newt leaned forward, voice mild but clear. It is also not his fault. He was misclassified before he had any chance to know what he didn't know. The senior witch turned a page. And the familiar? Newt's expression settled into something firm enough to stop the room from treating Dumpling like an item on a shelf. Juvenile Zulu Akami hybrid. Female. 5x danger classification by inheritance and potential, but currently bonded, dependent, exhausted, and stable. Separating her from Jacob would be medically foolish and emotionally cruel. Pickery's eyes moved to the sleeping shape beneath Jacob's blanket. So we have a misfiled squib, an awakened core, a dangerous familiar, and an adult man with less magical education than an 11-year-old child. Jacob looked at the untouched coffee, then at the rain-dark window, and felt the old bankroom ache stir under a new name. That about covers it, he said, because if he did not answer, the room might decide he was only another fact in the folder. His hand stayed on Dumpling's blanket while the quill scratched its way through words that would probably sound neater than the night had felt. Misfiled squib, awakened core, dangerous familiar, zero formal education. Each phrase landed on the table like another object placed between him and the person he knew himself to be. He had been a baker when he woke. By midnight, strangers were deciding whether the words still had room for everything else. Pickery watched him over the open folder. Mr. Kowalski, you may speak. Jacob looked at her, startled enough that his first breath caught wrong. Me? This hearing concerns you, Pickery said. I would prefer not to classify a man without hearing him use his own voice. That was fair. It was also terrifying. Jacob looked at the coffee, then at Queenie's hand on his sleeve, then at Tina standing behind him like a promise that law could still grow a conscience if pushed hard enough. Newt did not prompt him. That helped more than advice might have done. Jacob shifted in the chair, careful not to wake Dumpling, and raised his eyes to the officials across the table. I don't know your laws, he said. I don't know your words for what I am. I didn't know there were doors I couldn't see until today. Except maybe I did and got used to pretending I didn't. I don't know how to use a wand. I don't know what I'm supposed to do if something floats, bites, folds itself bigger, or steals a man's cufflink. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm ready for any of that. The square-faced witch's quill slowed. Jacob saw it and kept going before the courage left him. But I know this, he said, his voice growing steadier around the simple truth of it. Dumpling chose me when she was scared. People in that station trusted me when they were scared. I remembered when the rain told everybody else to forget. If that makes me dangerous, then teach me how not to be. Don't make me smaller because I got here late. Queenie's breath trembled beside him, but she stayed quiet. Tina's fingers tightened once on the chair back. Jacob rested his palm more fully over Dumpling's sleeping weight. I won't run from learning, he said. I won't show magic to people who shouldn't see it. I won't risk her because I'm proud or foolish. But I'm not giving her up, and I'm not handing you my memories because they're inconvenient. The gray-haired wizard removed his spectacles and looked at him without the clean distance he had worn before. You understand that recognition brings obligations? Jacob gave a tired, honest nod. So did surviving the war. So does rent. So does loving somebody. Obligations don't scare me near as much as being told I don't count. For a moment, no one wrote anything. Rain tapped at the darkened windows, soft and patient, while the room held Jacob's words and seemed to find no easy drawer to put them in. Then Pickery leaned back in her chair, eyes still on him, and closed one hand over the edge of the folder. Very well, Mr. Kowalski, she said. Let us discuss what recognition costs. Pickery opened a second folder, thinner than the first and tied with a dark green ribbon. The square-faced witch slid an inkpot closer, and the gray-haired wizard put his spectacles back on as if recognition itself required clearer sight. Jacob watched their hands move over paper and ribbon, and the old fear rose again, not sharp enough to make him run, but steady enough to make his palm settle more firmly over Dumpling's blanket. Recognition costs law, training, and restraint, Pickery said. If we classify you as magically active, even provisionally, then you are not free to stumble through our world as an uninstructed man with a dangerous familiar and good intentions. Jacob looked at Newt, then at Tina. That sounds fairer than erased, but it doesn't sound friendly. It isn't meant to be friendly, the gray-haired wizard said. It is meant to keep you, your familiar, and everyone around you alive. Queenie's eyes flashed, but Jacob touched her wrist before she could speak for him. He appreciated the heat in her, more than he knew how to say, but this part had to pass through his own mouth if it was going to mean anything. Then tell me plain, he said. What am I allowed to do? Pickery untied the ribbon. First, provisional wand eligibility. Not a full license yet. Eligibility. You may be fitted for a wand under supervision, and the wand will be registered with restrictions until you complete basic instruction. The words struck Jacob harder than he expected. A wand had been a thing other people carried, like authority in polished wood. For one foolish second he pictured himself holding one and felt both wonder and embarrassment warm his ears. I'm allowed one? Newt's smile came small and bright beside him. If a wand chooses you, yes. The square-faced witch wrote quickly. Second, mandatory education, statute of secrecy, wand safety, household charms, magical injury response, creature safety, currency, public concealment, emergency contact protocol, and whatever remedial basics an instructor deems necessary. That's a schoolhouse worth of trouble, Jacob said, but his voice held less fear than before. I can study. Tina's hand tightened once on the back of his chair. I know you can. Pickery's gaze moved to Queenie, and the room cooled by a degree. Third, supervision. Mr. Kowalski is not to perform magic in public, enter restricted magical premises alone, or remove the familiar from approved spaces without a named magical sponsor until further notice. Queenie lifted her chin. Then name me. Tina turned sharply. Queenie. No, Queenie said, soft but steady. Don't Queenie me, teen. I know what I'm asking. Pickery studied her for a long moment before looking to Newt. Mr. Scamander will advise on familiar handling while he remains in the country. Miss Tina Goldstein will file procedural reports. Miss Queenie Goldstein may serve as domestic sponsor, subject to review, provided she understands that affection does not excuse breach. Queenie's hand found Jacob's under the table. I understand. Pickery turned the last page. Finally, the bond. Under older familiar law, an established mutual bond cannot be severed for convenience, embarrassment, or ordinary creature classification. The familiar remains with Mr. Kowalski unless proven actively dangerous beyond his control. Jacob looked down as Dumpling stirred in her sleep and pressed her nose into his shirt. The room, the folders, the rain, and the watchers all seemed to pull back from that one small weight. Thank you, he said, because no cleverer words came. Pickery closed the folder. Do not thank us yet. This ruling gives you a door, Mr. Kowalski. It also puts guards on both sides of it. Pickery's warning had barely settled when the hearing room door opened and a rain-damp agent stepped inside with his hat in his hands. He paused at the sight of Jacob, Dumpling, Queenie, Newt, and the folders spread across the table, then crossed to Pickery and bent low enough to speak without filling the room. Jacob could not hear the first words, but he saw Pickery's mouth tighten and the gray-haired wizard's eyes sharpen over his spectacles. Pickery looked up. Say it aloud. Everyone at this table needs to understand what begins the moment this ruling leaves the room. The agent swallowed. Madam President, word is already moving through the lower offices. Not details, but enough. A no-mage who wasn't one. A squib core awakened by a familiar. One clerk asked whether this means other squibs might be restored through bonded creatures. Queenie's hand went still under Jacob's. Tina closed her eyes for half a breath, as if the night had found one more wall to break. Jacob looked down at Dumpling, who slept on, small and warm and entirely innocent of what people might try because she had chosen him. Newt's voice changed first, softening into something more dangerous than anger. That must be stopped immediately. Familiar bonds are not procedures. They are not cures, shortcuts, or experiments for desperate families with more hope than sense. The square-faced witch's quill scratched faster. Can you state that for the record, Mr. Scamander? I can state it in any number of increasingly alarmed ways, Newt said, leaning forward with both hands flat on the table. Jacob's case is exceptional because the familiar chose him freely, because some dormant magic was already present, and because circumstances aligned in a way no responsible person should attempt to reproduce. Put an unbonded squib near the wrong creature in search of a miracle, and you will not get another Jacob. You will get bites, trauma, swallowed limbs, dead creatures, dead people, and paperwork soaked in grief. Jacob's stomach turned. People would really try that? Pickery's tired gaze met his. People try dangerous things when the thing they love has been denied to them. Jacob thought of the bank saying no, of cold rooms, of wanting something so badly that sense became negotiable. He understood too much to dismiss them, and that made the horror worse. Then don't let them use me as a recipe, he said, his palm protective over Dumpling's blanket. She's not how to get magic. She's herself. For the first time, the gray-haired wizard nodded as if Jacob had said something no law book had managed to say so cleanly. Pickery turned to the agent. Seal the lower office rumor chain. Draft a notice for restricted internal circulation only. Mr. Kowalski is an exception under review, not a method, not a precedent for public use, and not to be discussed outside authorized channels. The agent nodded and left quickly, taking the wet chill of the corridor with him. The door closed, and the room felt smaller afterward, but clearer. Pickery gathered the ribbons around the folders and looked at Jacob over them. You have recognition, protection, restriction, and responsibility. You do not yet have stability. Jacob gave a tired little breath that almost became a laugh. Madam President, this morning I didn't even have a loan. Newt glanced at him, and something pained and thoughtful moved across his face. Queenie's thumb brushed Jacob's knuckles beneath the table, gentle as a promise. The hearing had given him a name the law could hold, but it had not given him a shop, an oven, flour, rent, or the future he had carried into Steen National Bank. As Pickery dismissed them to guarded rest, Jacob stood carefully with Dumpling still against his heart and understood that keeping his memories had only saved the dream. It had not yet built it. 53. Silver, flour, and strings. Morning found Jacob in a guarded room that tried very hard not to feel like a cell. The bed was narrow but clean, the blanket had been warmed by a charm someone had cast without comment, and rain tapped faintly against the high window as if New York had not yet finished forgetting. Dumpling slept curled against his side in a nest of towels, one tiny paw hooked into his borrowed shirt, while Queenie dozed in a chair nearby with her head tipped against the wall and her hand still resting close enough that Jacob could reach it if fear woke first. He did not wake her. For a while he lay still and listened to the building breathe around them. Distant footsteps, muted voices, the soft slide of paper through official hands, and somewhere far below, a lift gate closing with a brass rattle. Recognition, protection, restriction, and responsibility. Pickery's words had followed him into sleep and waited for him there. They had given him a place in the magical world, but not a way to stand in it. No hearing, however generous by Makusa standards, could buy flour, rent a shop, or persuade an oven to appear where yesterday there had only been refusal. Dumpling stirred, lifted her head, and blinked at him with sleepy golden eyes. Jacob rubbed one finger gently between her tiny ears. Yeah, he whispered. I know, I'm thinking too loud. Queenie's eyes opened at once, soft and tired but already finding him. You're thinking in bread again, she murmured, sitting up with a small wince from the chair. That's nicer than most people's worrying. Jacob looked away, embarrassed by how much comfort that gave him. Bread's got honest problems. Too cold, it won't rise. Too hot, it dies. Too much salt, you know exactly who ruined it. He drew a careful breath and looked at the rain-dark window. Money's different. Money just sits there and decides whether a man gets to begin. A knock came before Queenie could answer, gentle enough not to startle Dumpling. Newt stepped in with his case in one hand and his coat still damp at the shoulders. He looked as though he had slept even less than Jacob, but there was a steadiness in him now, a quiet decision carried carefully rather than announced. "Good morning," Newt said, glancing first at Dumpling, then at Jacob's face. "I hope I'm not intruding." Queenie stood, smoothing her skirt with both hands. "You're not. He was just arguing with money." Newt's mouth twitched. "Ah, a famously unpleasant creature." He set his case on the small table, opened the top compartment, and drew out a cloth-wrapped bundle that chimed faintly when it touched the wood. "I thought perhaps we might introduce a better argument." Jacob pushed himself upright, careful not to disturb Dumpling too much. "Mr. Scamander, if that's another magical animal, I'm asking for coffee first." "No animal," Newt said, unwrapping the cloth with slow, deliberate hands. Silver gleamed inside, smooth, pale, and strange, several curved pieces like shed moonlight given weight. Alchemy silver, legally mine to dispose of, rare enough to matter, and rather less judgmental than a bank manager. Jacob stared at it, and the old bankroom rose in him so sharply that his chest hurt. Whitcomb's polished desk, the bitten pastry, the returned papers. Skill is not collateral. He reached for the edge of the blanket instead of the silver. "That's yours." Newt looked at him kindly, but did not soften the offer into charity by pretending it was small. "Yes," he said, "and now I'd like it to help build your bakery." Jacob stared at the alchemy silver as if it might unfold teeth, wings, or a price he could not see. It lay on the cloth between them, beautiful enough to make the small guarded room feel poorer around it. Morning light from the high window slid over its curves, and each pale piece seemed to hold its own quiet glow. Dumpling lifted her head from the towel nest, sniffed once, then sneezed with such offended delicacy that Queenie's worried mouth softened despite herself. Jacob rubbed Dumpling's back with 2 fingers and kept his eyes on the silver. "I can't take that." Newt did not look surprised. If anything, he looked prepared for exactly that answer, which annoyed Jacob in a tired, helpless way. "You can," Newt said gently. "The question is whether you will allow me to give it properly." Jacob shifted upright, the borrowed shirt pulling tight across his shoulders. "Mr. Scamander, yesterday I walked into a bank with bread and numbers. They told me no because I had nothing worth holding against a loan. I don't want to wake up the next morning and have a fortune dropped in my lap because everyone feels bad." Queenie sat beside him on the edge of the bed, close enough that the mattress dipped. "That's not what this is, honey." "It sure looks shiny enough to be what this is," Jacob said, then regretted the sharpness when her eyes flickered. He softened his voice and looked down at his hands. "Sorry, I know you're trying to help. I just don't know how to be helped without feeling smaller." Newt folded his hands near the cloth, careful not to push the silver closer. "Then let us be precise. This is not pity. My case entered your life, caused injury, destroyed your supper, endangered your home, complicated your legal status, and played no small part in preventing your original loan attempt from proceeding as an ordinary loan attempt." His mouth tightened with sincere discomfort. "I cannot undo that. I can provide restitution." Jacob looked up. "Restitution sounds like Lawyer Charity wearing a better hat." "It can," Newt admitted. "So make it terms instead." Queenie's gaze sharpened with sudden understanding. "Terms?" Newt nodded. "A written agreement. The silver funds the bakery's lease, repairs, equipment, and first stock. Jacob retains full ownership and repays me over time as the bakery can bear it, without interest, without foreclosure, and without anyone being allowed to say his dream was bought for him." Jacob's throat tightened. The silver had not moved, yet the room seemed to shift around it. It was no longer a gift too large to hold. It was a door with a handle he might grip without losing himself. Dumpling gave a small chirp and tucked her nose against Jacob's vest. Queenie smiled through tired eyes. "That sounds like bread terms." Jacob let out a breath that shook more than he wanted. "Bread terms?" "Slow rise," Queenie said softly. "No crushing the dough before it's ready." Newt's smile came shy and hopeful. Jacob looked at the silver again, and for the first time since Whitcomb's office, The word beginning did not feel like something locked behind another man's desk. Jacob did not touch the silver first. He reached instead for the cup of coffee he had ignored since morning and took one swallow, because a man ought to have something ordinary in his mouth before he answered a thing that looked like moonlight and weighed like a future. The coffee had gone lukewarm and bitter, but it steadied him better than wonder did. He set the cup down, wiped his thumb against the side of his borrowed trousers, and looked at Newt across the small table. "All right," Jacob said. "Terms." Queenie's breath caught softly beside him, and Newt's shoulders loosened by a fraction, though he did not smile too quickly. That helped. Jacob could bear help better when the giver understood that acceptance hurt too. Newt reached into his coat and produced a folded notebook, a pencil, and a sheet of paper already creased from travel. "We can draft the plain version now and let Makusa legal copy it properly later," he said. "I would rather have your words in it before anyone else tidies them into something unrecognizable." Jacob gave him a tired look. "You've met offices before." "Unfortunately," Newt said, and opened the notebook on his knee. Queenie shifted closer, careful not to jostle Dumpling. "Start with the bakery belonging to Jacob." Newt wrote that down at once. Jacob watched the pencil move and felt something inside him brace, then soften. The sentence looked small on paper, almost too small for the ache it answered. "The bakery belongs to me," Jacob said slowly, testing it with his own voice. "Not because I'm ungrateful, because if I don't own the work, then I'm just standing in somebody else's shop pretending." Newt nodded and added more beneath the first line. "Full ownership retained by Jacob Kowalski." "In repayment," Jacob said, leaning forward now despite Dumpling's sleepy grumble. "Not if the place fails, because then there's nothing to pay with, but if it works, you get paid back. Fair and steady. I don't want this sitting between us like a favor that never ends." Queenie's eyes shone, but her smile stayed proud instead of pitying. "That's my Jacob." The words warmed him so sharply that he had to look at the silver again. "Maybe don't say that while I'm negotiating. You'll make me generous." Newt's pencil paused. "I should warn you, I am not especially good at being paid back." Jacob looked up. "Then learn. I'm supposed to learn wand safety, secrecy law, and how not to get arrested by breakfast. You can learn how to accept installments." A laugh escaped Queenie before she could cover it. Even Newt's mouth tilted, shy and helpless. Dumpling stirred, opened one golden eye, and gave a tiny huff as if approving the shape of things. Newt wrote carefully, each word making the impossible a little more solid. Jacob watched until the page held ownership, repayment, no interest, no foreclosure, and no claim over recipes, signs, counters, ovens, or the future smell of bread in the morning. Only then did he reach out and touch one piece of Akami silver with 2 fingers. It was cool at first, then faintly warm, and for one breath Jacob could almost hear the quiet ring of a shop bell that had not yet been hung. The shop bell in Jacob's mind faded when the door opened, but it did not vanish. Tina stepped in with a Makusa clerk at her shoulder and a guarded look that softened when she saw the paper in Newt's lap, the silver on the cloth, and Jacob sitting upright with Dumpling tucked against him as if the room had become less of a holding place and more of a kitchen table. The clerk carried an ink case, 2 stamped forms, and the wary expression of a man who had been told to legalize something before breakfast and not ask why the silver looked like moonlight. Tina closed the door behind him. Pickery sent Mr. Holloway from contracts. She said if Mr. Scamander was making private arrangements under Makusa custody, she wanted the terms written clearly before anyone clever got near them. Jacob looked at Newt. "That mean us?" Newt glanced at the clerk with mild alarm. "I'm not usually accused of being clever in legal rooms." Mr. Holloway set his forms on the table and adjusted his cuffs. "Clever enough to make trouble, Mr. Scamander. That is the category relevant to my morning." He looked at Jacob, and his voice became less dry. "Mr. Kowalski, I am here to witness that this is not a purchase of loyalty, guardianship, future labor, recipes, property, or magical rights. If it is any of those, I advise you not to sign." Jacob's hand stilled over Dumpling's back. The plain warning, offered without pity, steadied him more than kindness would have. "It's a loan," he said. "A strange one, but a loan. With no interest," Newt added. "With repayment once the bakery can pay," Jacob said, looking at Newt until the point landed. "Not before the first month's flour is bought, not before rent, not before wages if I hire help." Bread first. Friendship after. Debt last. Queenie's smile trembled and brightened at the same time. That sounds like you. Mr. Holloway dipped his pen and began copying the agreement in a neat, narrow hand. Jacob watched every word form. Full ownership. No claim over recipes. No foreclosure. Repayment by written schedule once trade permitted. Silver exchanged through approved magical channels into lawful nomage funds. The phrase looked absurd on paper, but so had a bakery loan once, and he had carried that dream into a bank anyway. When the clerk turned the page for signatures, Jacob took the pen. His hand shook once, not from fear this time, but from the size of the door opening. He signed Jacob Kowalski carefully, the same way he had written costs by stovelight, then passed the pen to Newt. Tina signed as witness. Queenie signed as domestic sponsor, her name curling bright and elegant beneath his. Mr. Holloway sanded the ink, sealed the document, and gathered the silver with careful charms and careful fingers. Funds will be converted under supervision. Miss Goldstein may accompany Mr. Kowalski to begin approved commercial inquiries once medical clearance is complete. Jacob looked up. Commercial inquiries? Tina's mouth curved almost into a smile. Looking for a shop. The bell in Jacob's mind rang again, clearer this time. He looked at Queenie, then at Dumpling, then at the sealed paper that made help into terms and terms into a beginning. Then I guess, he said, voice quiet but steadier than it had been in any bank, we'd better find where the oven goes. 54. The empty shop. The shop stood between a tailor with faded gold lettering on the window and a narrow tobacco store whose owner watched the street as if every passerby owed him an explanation. Its own front glass was dusty enough to turn morning into a gray blur, and the painted sign above the door had been scraped clean by time, weather, and whoever had left last. Jacob stopped on the pavement with Queenie beside him, Tina half a step behind, and a plain-clothed Makusa guard pretending to be interested in a newspaper near the curb. The converted funds sat in a bank envelope inside Jacob's coat, heavy in a way coins never had been. Dumpling slept hidden in a charm-lined basket Queenie carried against her hip, and every now and then the basket gave a tiny warm twitch. Queenie looked at the dark window, then at Jacob's face. Is this the one? Jacob did not answer quickly. He moved closer to the glass, cupped one hand near his brow, and looked through the dust. Inside, the room waited bare and stubborn. The floorboards were scuffed pale where old counters had once stood. A long wall ran straight toward the back, broken by a doorway that likely led to a storeroom or kitchen. The ceiling had water stains near one corner. The front door stuck slightly in its frame when Tina tried the key Mr. Holloway's contact had provided, and the bell above it gave only half a tired jingle before surrendering. That bell needs work, Tina said, pushing the door open with her shoulder. Jacob stepped inside and forgot the bell at once. Dust lifted around his shoes. The room smelled of old wood, cold plaster, and last year's rain, with a faint ghost of tobacco from next door. It was empty enough to make the first breath hurt. Then his mind began placing things where emptiness stood. Counter along the front, but not too high. Shelves behind it, morning loaves at eye level, sweet buns where a tired man buying bread for home might pretend not to look. A small table near the window for cooling trays. Ovens in the back, if the chimney could be made honest. Flour bins away from damp. A narrow path wide enough for two people to pass without dancing around each other every time the breakfast rush came. Queenie stepped beside him, her gaze moving over the same bare boards while her smile grew as his thoughts filled them. Oh, she whispered, you can already see it. Jacob swallowed and walked to the middle of the room. He turned slowly, measuring with his eyes, his hands, and his memory of kitchens too small and dreams too large. The counter goes here, he said, touching the air before him as if wood already waited under his palm. Not fancy, strong, easy to clean. Shelves there, bread first, pastries second, because a man coming in hungry needs to see supper before Sunday. Tina shut the door behind them, and the half bell gave another weak sound. You're sure? Jacob looked toward the back room, where dust softened the doorway and work waited in every shadow. The money had opened the door, but the room itself asked for sweat, repairs, permits, and faith he could not borrow from anyone else. He nodded once, slow and certain. No, he said, then smiled despite the dust. But I can see where the oven goes. Tina opened her small leather folder while Jacob still stood in the middle of the empty room with the oven placed in his mind and dust on his shoes. The sound of paper sliding free brought the shop back from dream to work. Queenie's basket twitched once against her hip, and Dumpling gave a muffled little chirp that made the guard outside glance through the front glass before pretending he had not heard anything at all. "Before you start ordering counters and ovens," Tina said, smoothing one page against the dusty front shelf, "there are conditions." Jacob looked at the folder, then at the room. "I was afraid the room looked too easy." "It doesn't," Tina said, and her mouth curved for half a second before seriousness returned. "The chimney has to be inspected before any bake. The rear wall needs repair. The floorboards near the storeroom are soft. You need a city permit on the no-mage side, a Makusa concealment review on the magical side, and a private storage plan for anything connected to Dumpling." The basket gave another warm twitch, followed by a tiny rustle. Queenie lowered her voice and stroked 2 fingers along the wicker. "Shush, baby. Not yet." Jacob crossed to the rear doorway and pressed one heel lightly against the nearest floorboard. It dipped just enough to make his stomach drop. "That's rot," he said, crouching despite Tina's quick inhale. He ran his fingers along the seam, then brushed away dust and found the dark line where damp had eaten into old wood. "Not deep through everywhere, but enough. Can't stack flour back here until this comes up." Tina glanced at her list. "That means more cost." "Means less waste later," Jacob said, standing and wiping dust from his palms. "Flour hates damp worse than bankers hate poor men." Queenie laughed softly, then bit the sound down when Dumpling shifted hard enough to make the basket lid rise a finger's width. A tufted little ear appeared, followed by one golden eye. The guard outside knocked once on the glass, alarmed. Tina turned at once and lifted a hand to him. "Under control." Dumpling clearly disagreed. She pushed her nose through the basket gap and sniffed toward the back room, where old plaster, wood rot, and the ghost of mice made an interesting argument. Jacob crossed the room quickly but without panic, setting one hand over the lid instead of forcing it shut. "Hey, no inspecting yet," he murmured. "We don't own the mice. We don't even own the floor properly." Queenie looked down at him with warmth and worry tangled together. "She wants to help. She wants to find whatever smells like pantry," Jacob said, keeping his voice gentle as Dumpling settled beneath his palm. "And if she unfolds in this window, we'll need a bigger permit than Tina brought." Tina's sigh sounded tired, but not unkind. "That is exactly the problem. Until this shop passes concealment review, Dumpling cannot be visible from the street, cannot enter food storage unsupervised, and cannot be present during no-mage inspections." Jacob looked around the empty room, seeing not only counter and oven now, but blind corners, curtains, locks, a pantry that had to be safe, and a hidden life tucked behind an ordinary door. The shop was still his dream. It had simply begun telling him the truth about what loving it would cost. He nodded once and reached for Tina's list. "Then we start with the floor, the chimney, and somewhere safe for her before a single sack of flour comes in." Queenie stayed near the front window after Jacob took Tina's list, not because she meant to linger apart, but because the street beyond the dirty glass had begun to press at her. Men passed with wet hats and hard thoughts, women hurried by with errands folded tight inside them, and the tobacco seller next door watched the new visitors with a mind full of suspicion, pipe smoke, and unpaid deliveries. Jacob noticed Queenie's smile thinning before she said anything. It was not fear. Fear had a different shape in her eyes. This was crowd noise, the kind he could not hear but had learned to see in the careful pause between her breaths. He folded Tina's paper once and tucked it into his coat, then crossed to Queenie slowly enough not to startle Dumpling in the basket. "Too loud out there?" Queenie looked at him, surprised and touched in the same blink. "A little," she admitted, keeping her voice light for Tina's sake and failing only because Jacob had already learned where the brightness thinned. "Everyone's thinking about the storm, and the broken streets, and whether the city feels wrong. The tobacco man thinks you're either a bootlegger, a widower, or a man planning to sell bad coffee." Jacob glanced toward the wall they shared with the tobacco shop. "That's a cruel thing to think about a bakery he hasn't met yet." Her laugh came soft and real, and some of the tension eased from her mouth. Jacob stepped beside her and looked through the dusty glass, letting his own thoughts settle into ordinary things because he knew she could find them if she wanted. He thought of rye cooling on racks, onion rolls lined shoulder to shoulder, a bell that actually rang, and Queenie standing behind the counter in morning light with flour on one sleeve and a smile she did not have to hold up for anyone else. Queenie's hand slid into his before he had quite realized he had offered it. Her fingers were warm around his dusty palm. "Jacob," she whispered, and the single word carried too much to be just his name. He looked down at their joined hands, then at the empty room reflected faintly in the glass. "I keep seeing you here," he said, embarrassed enough that his ears warmed but not enough to hide from it. "Not trapped, not stuck behind my counter because I got sentimental and built a cage with an oven in it. Just here because it's quiet enough." Queenie's eyes shone, but she did not make it pretty too quickly. "I don't want to be hidden away from the world," she said. "I know," Jacob said at once. "I don't want that either. But if the world gets too loud, I want this place to be somewhere you can breathe." Behind them, Tina looked down at her folder and pretended very hard to review the chimney note. The basket at Queenie's hip gave one sleepy chirp, as if Dumpling had approved the plan without reading the permit. Queenie leaned her shoulder lightly against Jacob's arm and looked into the empty shop as his mind furnished it with warmth, bread, and room enough for both of them. "Then we build it that way," she said softly. "Not just for customers, for us too." Jacob squeezed her hand once, and the empty shop no longer felt empty. It felt waiting. It felt like the first quiet corner of a life that had not yet learned its own shape, and because Queenie could hear the shape in him before wood, flour, or paint made it real, Jacob knew he would have to make the room worthy of what she had trusted him enough to see. Jacob took off his coat and laid it over the edge of the front shelf before anyone could tell him to wait for a proper workman. The room needed workmen, certainly, men with saws, chimney brushes, plaster tools, and the right kind of invoices for both city and Makusa files. But the first thing the shop needed from him was not money, permission, or magic. It needed his hands. He rolled up his sleeves, found the broom leaning abandoned behind the rear door, and tested the bristles with one thumb. Tina watched him over the top of her folder. "Jacob, you don't have to start this minute." "Yes, I do," he said, carrying the broom to the front corner where dust had gathered thick beneath the window. "Not everything. Just this." Queenie shifted the basket to her other arm. "Honey, you're still supposed to be resting." "I rested while other people wrote my life down," Jacob said, then softened when he saw concern move through her face. "I'm not lifting an oven. I'm sweeping my own floor." The words did something to the room. Tina stopped reaching for another objection, and Queenie's mouth curved with a tenderness that made Jacob look away before he lost his nerve. He set the broom to the boards and began in the front corner, drawing dust, old tobacco ash, brittle plaster flakes, and dead leaves into a careful line. The first stroke was rough. The second found the grain. By the fourth, the rhythm settled into him, plain and useful, and the empty shop began to answer in small honest sounds. Bristle overboard, grit gathering, the tired bell trembling when the door shifted in its frame. Tina set her folder on the shelf and removed her gloves. "Hand me the list." Jacob paused. "You don't have to." "I know," Tina said, taking the paper from his coat pocket and scanning it. "That is different from not helping. Queenie, keep Dumpling by the window where we can see her basket, but not where the street can." Queenie obeyed with a smile that turned the instruction into partnership instead of command. "Yes, ma'am." Tina gave her sister a dry look, then crouched near the damaged floorboards and pressed one gloved finger into the dark seam. "This section comes up first. No flour, no stock, no storage until it is replaced. I'll find out which no-maj permit office handles food premises and which Makusa reviewer Pickery trusts not to faint at the word familiar." Jacob swept the dust into a growing pile and looked toward the back room. "I'll find a carpenter." "We'll find one who doesn't ask interesting questions," Tina said. The guard outside knocked once, then opened the door just enough to pass in a folded newspaper and a wrapped parcel. "Miss Goldstein, from the president's office. Food, and a message that Mr. Kowalski is not to exhaust himself before tomorrow's lesson." Jacob stared at the parcel, then at Tina. "Tomorrow's lesson?" Tina's expression softened in a way that made the warning no less real. "You have a bakery to build and a magical life to learn. Both start now." Jacob looked down at the broom in his hands, the dust at his feet, Queenie by the window with Dumpling's basket, and Tina kneeling by the rotted boards as if the problem were hers too. The shop was not finished. It was barely begun, but the first line of dirt had moved because he had moved it, and that mattered more than any charm could have. He set the broom down long enough to take the parcel, then nodded toward the back room with a tired, stubborn smile. "Then we eat standing up," he said. "After that, I want to see how bad that chimney really is." 55. Lessons for a Grown Man. The lesson took place in the back room of the empty shop because Jacob had refused to let the bakery sit idle while he learned how not to embarrass himself with magic. Tina had said Makusa preferred controlled classrooms. Jacob had said the shop had walls, a door, dust, and no customers yet, which made it controlled enough for a man with floorboards to replace. In the end, she had arrived with a satchel of books, a covered practice tray, 3 forms requiring signatures, and a look that suggested compromise had already given her a headache. Queenie sat near the doorway with Dumpling's basket in her lap, angled away from the street and close enough that Jacob could feel both comfort and witness. The plain-clothed guard waited outside again, and every so often his shadow crossed the dirty front glass. Jacob stood at the scarred worktable Tina had dragged from the wall, sleeves rolled, hands washed, and heart beating with the ridiculous force of a boy called to recite when he had never been taught the alphabet. Tina placed a small wooden box in front of him. "We start with handling rules." Jacob looked at the box. "I don't even get the wand first?" "You get to learn why you don't grab one like a bread knife," Tina said, opening the lid. Inside lay not a wand, but 3 plain wooden rods, each marked with a dull silver band. Training sticks. No core, no active spell channel, safe for grip, stance, and movement. Jacob picked one up carefully, then immediately stopped when Tina's hand twitched. "Wrong already?" "Not wrong," Tina said, too quickly, which meant yes. She stepped beside him and adjusted his fingers one by one. "Lighter hold, you're choking it." Jacob loosened his grip, feeling his ears warm. "I'm used to tools that do what my hand tells them." "That habit will help later," Tina said. "Today it might make you jab holes in the air." Queenie made a small sound that was almost laughter and almost apology. Jacob glanced at her, and she smiled with enough warmth to keep him from folding into embarrassment completely. Tina set a folded pamphlet beside the box. "Basic rule: a wand is not only a tool, it is a focus, amplifier, partner, and legal responsibility. You do not point it at another person unless instructed, threatened, or prepared to accept the consequences. You do not wave it in public. You do not cast when angry unless you enjoy explaining damage." Jacob looked down at the harmless stick in his hand. "Children know this?" "Magical children hear it before they're trusted with practice wands," Tina said, then seemed to realize exactly what the answer had done. Jacob nodded as if the words had not landed under his ribs. He shifted his stance, tried to copy the angle of Tina's wrist, and felt suddenly large, clumsy, and late in his own life. "All right," he said quietly. "Then start where children start." Tina put him through the first movement 10 times before she let him stop. It was not a spell, not even close. Jacob lifted the training stick from neutral, angled the tip toward the cracked plaster patch above the worktable, breathed once, and lowered it again without flicking, stabbing, squeezing, or letting his elbow drift. By the 7th attempt, his shoulder ached in a stupid little place that had no right to complain after everything else he had survived. By the 10th, he hated the stick, the plaster patch, and the patient line of Tina's mouth. "Again," Tina said. Jacob lowered his hand and looked at her. "You said 10. "I said we would start with 10, Tina replied, setting one finger lightly against his wrist and moving it half an inch. "That wasn't the same thing." Queenie made a sympathetic sound from the doorway, but she did not rescue him. Dumpling, meanwhile, had pushed her nose through the basket lid and watched with bright-eyed interest, which made the whole business worse. Jacob lifted the stick again, corrected his grip before Tina could touch it, and felt a thin, embarrassing spark of satisfaction when she nodded. "There," Tina said. "That was better." "How much better?" Jacob asked. "Better enough to be less dangerous to the wall." He let out a breath that almost became a laugh, then saw the children's primer lying open beside Tina's satchel. The illustration showed a smiling boy half Jacob's size holding a practice wand with cheerful confidence beneath the heading "First Wand Courtesy." The neat little drawing struck harder than it should have. Jacob looked at the boy's round face, the tidy printed instructions, and the simple words every magical child apparently met before his voice changed. "Hold, point, ask, wait, thank your instructor." Never tease sleeping teacups. His hand lowered without permission, and Tina noticed at once. Jacob? He looked away from the page, but the bank had found him again in the back room. Whitcomb's desk, the half-eaten pastry. Skill is not collateral. Now another room, another list, another quiet proof that he had arrived without what everyone else expected a proper person to have. Children read this, he said, keeping his voice even because Queenie was there and because Dumpling was watching and because a grown man ought to be able to lose gracefully. Little kids, they know where to put their fingers, what not to point at, what words mean, all of it. Tina's face softened with regret. Yes. Jacob nodded once, too stiffly. Right, and I'm standing here learning not to poke plaster like I'm too dumb to hold a spoon. Queenie stood then, but she did not rush him. That almost made it harder. Tina closed the primer with care, not hiding it, only ending its bright little smile. You're not dumb, she said. You're untrained. Jacob looked at the stick in his hand, plain wood, no core, no magic, and still somehow enough to make him feel late, poor, and standing outside another locked door. Feels close enough from this side, he said quietly. Queenie crossed the room then, not quickly enough to make him feel cornered and not slowly enough to let him hide. She came to his side, looked down at the training stick in his hand, and then looked at Tina with the bright, dangerous sweetness Jacob had learned meant her heart had found a line it would not let anyone step over. Teen, Queenie said softly, give him something he already knows. Tina glanced at the primer, then at Jacob. This is already the simplest version. No, Queenie said, and her hand settled lightly on Jacob's forearm. It's the youngest version. That's not the same thing. The words moved through the dusty back room and found the sore place under Jacob's ribs with surprising gentleness. Tina looked at Queenie for a moment, then down at the training stick, and her expression changed from instructor to investigator. She closed the primer fully and pushed it aside. All right, Tina said. Jacob, how would you teach someone who had never kneaded dough? Jacob blinked at her. What? Pretend I don't know anything, Tina said, setting both hands on the work table. Teach me without making me feel stupid. That was unfair, because it was kind. Jacob looked at the table, at Tina's serious face, at Queenie's hand still warm on his sleeve, and then placed the training stick down long enough to take Tina's hands. He adjusted her palms over an imaginary mound of dough, spacing her fingers and turning her wrists with care. You don't punch it, he said, and his voice found firmer ground because this, at least, belonged to him. People say punch down dough, but if you just hit it, you tear it. You fold, press, turn. Feel where it gives. Keep the heel of your hand steady. Don't chase it around the table. Tina followed his motion once, awkwardly, and Queenie's smile grew as Jacob corrected Tina's wrist without thinking. Good, Tina said. Now take the stick again. Jacob hesitated, then picked it up. Tina stood beside him, mirroring the dough motion with her empty hand. Fold, press, turn, she said. Not stab, squeeze, apologize. Jacob almost laughed despite himself. He lifted the stick, let his shoulder loosen, and moved the way his hands moved over dough, guided, not forced. The tip traced a small clean line through the air, then settled without wobbling. Tina's eyes sharpened, again. This time the word did not feel like punishment. Jacob breathed, lifted, folded the motion through his wrist, pressed the air gently, and turned the stick back to rest. Dumpling chirped from the basket, more awake now, and the warm tug under Jacob's ribs answered her with a pleased little flutter. Queenie leaned closer, her voice full of quiet triumph. See, not late, just translated. Jacob looked at the training stick, then at the empty space where the motion had passed. It was not magic yet. It was not even close. But it no longer felt like a child's missed lesson. It felt like dough under his hands, strange flour perhaps, but still something that could be learned by patience, repetition, and care. Tina did not let the success become celebration. She let Jacob breathe once, let Queenie's words settle where they needed to, then reached beneath the practice tray and lifted out a second box, narrower than the first and sealed with a plain brass clasp. Jacob's grip tightened on the training stick before he knew why. Dumpling pushed her head farther from the basket, ears pricked, and the warm flutter beneath Jacob's ribs changed from pleased to alert. This is not a wand fitting, Tina said before hope could get ahead of sense. No one is issuing you a registered wand from the back room of an unfinished bakery. Jacob looked at the box anyway. That's the kind of sentence a man says right before showing you something important. It is a supervised response rod, Tina said, opening the clasp. Inside lay a short, pale piece of wood without polish or ornament, duller than a real wand but less dead than the training stick in Jacob's hand. No spellwork. It can answer pressure from a magical core, but it cannot channel enough to cast. You will touch it, breathe, and release. That is all. Queenie shifted in her chair, her hand resting on Dumpling's basket. Is it safe? For this exercise, yes, Tina said, though her eyes stayed on Jacob. If he follows instructions. Jacob set the training stick down with care and wiped his palm on his trousers. He had handled hot pans, sharp knives, rifle wood, dough, coin, and cold door handles in rooms where rent waited like a creditor. Somehow this little plain rod made his fingers feel clumsy before he touched it. Touch, breathe, release, he said. Tina nodded. No proving, no pushing, no trying to make it do anything. That's a cruel thing to say to a man who just learned he can maybe do things, Jacob said, but his voice stayed quiet. He reached out and laid 2 fingers on the response rod. For a second, nothing happened. Then warmth rose beneath his skin, not the sharp pulse of injury or the frightened tug of Dumpling's bond, but something low and steady, like an oven coming alive in the dark before dawn. The wood gave a soft amber glow under his fingertips. Dust on the worktable stirred in a small circle, not flying, not exploding, only gathering toward the center as if the room had decided to tidy one breath before he did. Jacob froze. The glow faded at once. Tina's hand came down lightly over his wrist before fear could jerk him backward. Good. Release slowly. He obeyed. The rod went dull again, and the dust settled into a neat little mound between them. No one spoke for a moment. Outside the back room, a floorboard creaked in the empty shop, and the tired bell above the front door gave the faintest sympathetic tremble. Queenie's eyes shone. Jacob. He looked at the dust pile, then at Tina. I didn't mean to clean. Tina's mouth twitched despite herself. Apparently your magic finds untidy surfaces objectionable. Dumpling chirped with sleepy approval, and Jacob laughed once, soft and disbelieving, because the first thing his magic had done in his own bakery was not strike, shine, or impress anyone. It had gathered dirt into something he could sweep. He looked at the broom leaning by the wall, then at the dull response rod resting in its box, and the embarrassment did not vanish, but it changed shape. All right, he said, voice steadier than before. Tomorrow, we practice again. But after the floorboards, magic or not, nobody learns properly with rot under the flour. 56. The familiar in the pantry. By late afternoon, the back room of the bakery had stopped looking like an empty storeroom and started looking like a place where mistakes would be expensive. Jacob had swept twice, marked the rotten floorboards with chalk, and stacked the loose plaster scraps in a crate near the rear door. Tina had gone to chase permits and inspectors who could be trusted not to notice impossible things, leaving Queenie behind with a written list, 2 warning charms folded into paper, and the firm instruction that Dumpling was not to leave the basket until the private storage plan existed in more than Jacob's hopeful imagination. Dumpling did not agree with government pacing. She had tolerated the basket through the lesson, through the sweeping, and through half an hour of Jacob measuring the rear wall with string and a borrowed ruler. But tolerance in a baby magical creature seemed to have an expiration time. The wicker lid lifted by a cautious inch, then another. One golden eye appeared, followed by a tufted ear and a whisker twitching toward the dark little pantry beside the back room. Jacob saw her from the corner of his eye and set the pencil down. No. The lid froze. Queenie looked up from the list, trying very hard not to smile. She thinks you haven't explained your reasoning. She heard the reasoning, Jacob said, walking toward the basket with both hands held low and gentle. She just filed it under boring. Dumpling gave a small chirp, squeezed her head out farther, and sniffed toward the pantry with open longing. The space was hardly worthy of such devotion. It was narrow, dusty, and damp along the lower wall, with 2 sagging shelves, a cracked jar left by some former tenant, and the stale smell of old mouse droppings behind the baseboard. To Jacob, it meant work. To Dumpling, apparently, it meant kingdom. Queenie folded Tina's list and stood with it in one hand. Maybe she can feel it's meant to be part of the home. Maybe she can feel mice, Jacob said, reaching the basket just as Dumpling's forepaws found the rim. And I'm not starting this bakery by letting my familiar eat the evidence before we fix the floor. Dumpling widened her eyes at him with a softness that would have emptied a stronger man's pockets. Jacob sighed, scooped her carefully before she could unfold into a larger opinion, and tucked her against his chest. She rumbled there, small and pleased, and the bond warmed beneath his ribs with pantry, shelter, mine. Queenie stepped closer, her expression turning thoughtful instead of amused. She's not just being naughty, honey. I know, Jacob said quietly, looking toward the dark pantry while Dumpling pressed her nose beneath his chin. That's what worries me. She's choosing the room before I know how to make it safe. Jacob carried Dumpling to the work table and set her down on a folded towel instead of putting her back in the basket. The basket had become an insult in her mind, or close enough that the bond prickled with cramped, mine, pantry, now. Her little paws sank into the towel, and she turned at once toward the narrow doorway, shoulders bunching with a dangerous promise of unfolding. No, Jacob said, softer this time, because the first no had only made her clever. Listen to me, sweetheart. That room has bad boards, damp walls, old mouse dirt, and probably nails waiting to ruin everyone's afternoon. Dumpling chirped at him, unimpressed by nails as a concept. Queenie came to his side with one hand already dipping into the charm-lined basket. Maybe the duck? Jacob looked at her, then at the pantry, then at the familiar whose tiny body held enough impossible space to turn a storage room into kindling if she got excited. The duck, he agreed. The sacred duck, the duck of peace. Queenie pulled out the squeaky plushie, a ridiculous little thing Newt had provided with perfect seriousness, yellow cloth, stitched black eyes, and a belly that squeaked when squeezed. Dumpling's ears snapped forward. The pantry vanished from her attention for one bright second. Jacob accepted the duck as if it were a holy relic and gave it one careful squeeze. The squeak cut through the dusty back room with cheerful nonsense. Dumpling made a sound halfway between a purr and a gasp, sprang toward it, and caught the plushie between both forepaws. That's it, Jacob murmured, keeping one hand close but not grabbing. Good girl. Pantry waits. Duck first. Dumpling rolled onto her side with the duck clutched to her chest and kicked once with her back feet. The towel slid. Jacob caught the edge before she rolled into the measuring string, then moved the ruler, pencil, and permit list out of reach. The motion made him notice the small sack of flour Tina had allowed for testing storage dryness, tucked too close to the pantry door. One curious claw could ruin it. One enthusiastic unfold could dust the whole shop white. He lifted the sack and carried it to the front shelf, away from damp, paws, and destiny. Dumpling squeaked the duck twice in quick victory. Queenie laughed under her breath. She thinks she won. She did, Jacob said, returning to the table with mock solemnity. But she won over there, away from the flour. Dumpling paused, duck in mouth, and looked toward the pantry again. The bond warmed with that same stubborn pull. Jacob crouched until his face was level with hers and rubbed one finger along her soft cheek. I know it's yours, he whispered. I can feel you telling me. But mine means I make it safe first. That's the rule. The little familiar blinked slowly. The duck squeaked once more beneath her chin, softer this time, and the pressure in the bond loosened by a breath. Jacob stayed crouched with her until the room settled around them again, flour safe on the shelf, pantry still closed, and love delayed just long enough to become care. The pantry could not stay forbidden forever. Jacob knew that the moment Dumpling settled, because the bond did not forget the doorway. It only waited. The little room had become a promise tucked behind bad boards and damp plaster, and promises left unattended had a way of turning into trouble. He rose from beside the work table, picked up the lantern from the shelf, and looked at Queenie. We inspect it together, he said. Door open, Dumpling on the towel, duck in sight, and nobody goes in until I say the floor won't drop us into yesterday. Queenie's smile warmed. You're getting very official. I've been near Tina too long, Jacob said, though he checked the basket, the flour sack, and the pantry threshold with enough seriousness to prove the point. He lifted the lantern, then paused when Dumpling's head rose. No, you supervise from there. Dumpling squeaked the duck once, sharp and offended. Queenie touched 2 fingers to the towel near the familiar's paw. He means it, baby. Pantry first, kingdom later. Jacob stepped into the pantry slowly, testing each board with the edge of his shoe before putting weight down. The lantern light brushed over two crooked shelves, a stained corner, a rusted nail jutting from the wall, and a long crack near the baseboard where cold air moved in a thin, dusty breath. He crouched, setting the lantern on an overturned crate, and pressed his fingers near the damp patch. The plaster flaked away too easily. "That wall has to be opened," he said. "If there's rot behind it, flour will spoil and Dumpling will find every soft place before I do." Queenie leaned in from the doorway but did not cross the line he had set. "There's a little space behind the shelves." Jacob glanced back. "You can hear that?" "Feel it," she said, then touched her temple with a faint smile. "Not thoughts exactly. It's like the room knows it's hiding its stomach." Jacob looked at the shelves again, then slid his hand along the rear board. A narrow draft kissed his knuckles. He pressed, and the wood shifted with a soft click. The rear shelf swung inward half an inch, revealing darkness behind it and the dry smell of old paper, cold brick, and something faintly sweet, like sugar left too long in a closed tin. Dumpling sat up at once. The duck fell from her mouth. "No," Jacob said, turning fast enough that the lantern flame trembled. "Absolutely not." The little familiar chirped low and eager, her body beginning to lengthen in that dreadful, beautiful way that made space seem negotiable. Queenie caught the duck and squeezed it hard. The squeak filled the pantry, ridiculous and urgent. Dumpling froze, ears forward, torn between mystery and holy duck. Jacob let out a breath through his teeth, then looked at the hidden gap again. "All right," he said more quietly. "That goes on the list before floorboards. Hidden space behind pantry shelves. Possible mouse palace, smuggler hole, or bakery miracle. Nobody opens it wider until Tina gets back." Queenie's eyes danced despite the worry. "You know she's going to love that." "She's going to make that face," Jacob said, pointing two fingers at his own eyes and then the shelf. "And then she's going to write something terrible on a form." Dumpling squeaked the duck again, triumphant without having moved an inch. Jacob stared at the hidden seam, then at the familiar who had found a secret room before he found a safe pantry, and understood that the bakery had begun making room for magic whether the permit office liked it or not. Tina returned before Jacob could decide whether the hidden shelf looked more like a blessing or a future argument. The front bell gave its weary half-jingle, her footsteps crossed the shop with brisk purpose, and then she appeared in the pantry doorway with a permit envelope in one hand and suspicion already settling over her face. She looked at Jacob, Queenie, Dumpling on the towel with the duck under one paw, and the shelf standing open by half an inch. Tina drew one slow breath. "I was gone for 40 minutes. Jacob lifted both hands. Nobody entered the secret hole. "The what?" Queenie's mouth tucked inward as if laughter had become physically dangerous. "Dumpling found a hidden space behind the pantry shelves. Jacob made everyone wait for you before opening it properly." That changed Tina's face in stages. Alarm first, then relief that Jacob had waited, then professional exhaustion. She set the permit envelope on the work table and came forward, lifting her wand but keeping it low. "Show me exactly what moved." Jacob stepped aside and pointed to the rear shelf. This board pressed in. Shelf swung there. Draft came through. Smells like old paper and sugar. Could be nothing. Could be trouble. Could be mice with excellent taste. Tina gave him a dry look, then touched the wand tip near the seam. A soft blue thread slipped from the wood, curled into the crack, and vanished. Dumpling sat up at once, duck forgotten again, but Jacob clicked his tongue softly and held out one hand. She grumbled, then stayed where she was. "Good girl," he murmured, and the bond warmed with offended patience. The shelf eased open under Tina's careful spell. Behind it waited a shallow brick-lined cavity, no larger than a cupboard but dry, clean, and oddly untouched by the damp that had spoiled the lower wall. Inside sat 3 old tins, a stack of yellowed paper, and a small iron hook fixed to the brick as if someone had once hung a key there. No creature sprang out, no curse bit the air. The hidden space simply waited, cool and secret, while the shop held its breath. Tina lowered her wand by an inch. "This is wardable." Jacob looked at her. "Meaning?" "Meaning it can become a concealed private storage space, if inspected, cleaned, and registered correctly." Tina glanced at Dumpling, whose eyes had gone round with triumph. "It may also satisfy part of the familiar containment requirement, provided she cannot access food stock unsupervised." Queenie smiled at Jacob. "Pantry Kingdom. Pantry kingdom after paperwork, Tina said at once. Jacob crouched by Dumpling and tapped the squeaky duck gently against her paw. You hear that? Queens have rules too. Dumpling seized the duck and squeaked it with great authority. Jacob looked back at the little brick cavity and felt the shape of the bakery change again, not away from his dream, but deeper into it. There would be bread for customers, quiet for Queenie, forms for Tina, and a hidden warm place for the impossible creature who had chosen him. He stood, reached for the pencil, and added a new line to the list in careful block letters. Private pantry room, make safe first. 57. The wand appointment. The next morning began with sawdust, paper, and a warning from Tina that sounded far too much like breakfast. Jacob had arrived at the shop early enough to find the street still gray around the edges, the tailor next door unlocking with a yawn, and the tobacco man watching him from behind his window as if yesterday's dusty inspections had confirmed every suspicion he had ever owned. The damaged floorboards had been marked for replacement, the hidden pantry cavity had been listed for concealment review, and the first carpenter was due after noon. Until then, Tina said, Jacob had another appointment. A wand appointment, Jacob repeated, standing in the back room with one sleeve rolled and one hand resting on the broom. Today? Tina set a folded paper on the work table. Provisional eligibility was granted. Mr. Pritchard says delaying fitting only slows training. No registered wand leaves the shop with you until the restrictions are signed, but you need to be measured and tested. Queenie stood near the pantry with Dumpling tucked securely in the charm-lined basket, the squeaky duck visible through the lid like a holy guard. That's good, honey. Jacob looked from Queenie's hopeful face to Tina's official paper, then down at his own hands. They were clean, but the nails still held stubborn dust from the pantry shelves. I thought a wand was supposed to be a big thing. It is, Tina said. That's what worries me, Jacob said, trying to smile and only managing half. Big things usually show up after somebody tells me not to touch anything. Dumpling chirped from the basket, as if this was an excellent summary of law. Tina's mouth twitched, but she kept her voice steady. You will touch things only when instructed. You will not test spells. You will not improvise. You will not ask whether a wand can help with chimney soot. Jacob lifted one finger. I wasn't going to ask first. Queenie laughed softly, and the sound made the room warmer than the stove had any right to be. Jacob picked up his coat from the shelf, shook sawdust from the sleeve, and put it on with more care than necessary. The bank envelope, now thinner after deposits and permits, rested inside his inner pocket. The permit list sat beside it. For a moment he felt the shape of both lives pressing against his chest, bakery paper on one side, wand paper on the other. He looked toward the half-open pantry, where the hidden brick cavity waited behind shelves that would soon become safe enough for Dumpling's private kingdom. Then he looked at the broom leaning against the wall, the chalk marks on the floor, and Queenie watching him as if she already saw him holding whatever came next. All right, Jacob said, drawing one careful breath. Floorboards after lunch. Wand first. But if the wandmaker says I'm too old, too late, or too much trouble, I'm coming back here and taking it out on the dust. Tina opened the rear door for him. Fair warning, wandmakers are stranger than bankers. Jacob stepped out beside Queenie, with Dumpling's basket between them and morning gathering over the street. Then maybe this one'll finally understand collateral. Mr. Pritchard's shop hid behind a sign that advertised umbrellas, walking sticks, and cane repairs in neat black letters no hurried no Maj would bother reading twice. The front window displayed polished handles, silver collars, carved grips, and a lonely black umbrella with a parrot head that looked offended by the weather. Jacob stood on the pavement with Queenie beside him, Tina at his other shoulder, and Dumpling's basket tucked safely between them. He could feel the place before Tina touched the door. Not loudly, not like the case or the pantry, more like a shelf of sleeping ovens, each one banked, waiting, and very particular about who opened it. Tina noticed his pause. What do you feel? Jacob kept his voice low because the tobacco man had not followed them, but New York had ears enough of its own. Wood, he said, then frowned at himself. Not regular wood, patient wood. That sounds foolish. It doesn't, Tina said, and opened the door. A bell rang overhead, clear and bright enough to make Dumpling chirp from the basket. Inside, the shop was narrow, warm, and crowded from floor to ceiling with drawers. Some were labeled in ink. Some had brass numbers. Some had no markings at all, as if their contents preferred privacy. The air smelled of beeswax, cedar, dust, varnish, and something sharp underneath that made the little hairs on Jacob's arms rise. A tall old man emerged from behind a counter with a measuring tape draped around his neck and spectacles balanced low on his nose. "Miss Goldstein," he said to Tina, then looked at Queenie, the basket, and finally Jacob. And this would be the adult beginner. Jacob removed his hat because the shop felt like the sort of place that noticed manners. "Jacob Kowalski, sir." Mr. Pritchard said, coming closer without offering his hand. His gaze moved over Jacob's shoulders, wrists, fingers, and face, then settled briefly on the basket. "Familiar bond active?" Dumpling squeaked the duck in answer. Queenie smiled sweetly. "Very active." Mr. Pritchard's eyebrows lifted. "So I hear." He turned back to Jacob. "Hold out your dominant hand." Jacob did, palm up, suddenly aware of every scar, burn mark, and bit of sawdust lodged beneath his nails. Mr. Pritchard measured from wrist to middle finger, then across the palm, then around the thumb as if buying him a glove from a very judgmental tailor. "Worker's hand," the wandmaker said. "Baker's hand," Jacob corrected before he could stop himself. Mr. Pritchard looked up, and for one breath Jacob feared he had failed some test. Then the old man nodded once. "Better." Wands dislike imprecise ownership. He turned toward the drawers, muttering to himself. "Baker, veteran, awakened late, familiar bound, spatial sensitivity, domestic craft affinity, no tolerance for nonsense. Terrible customer, interesting wizard." Jacob glanced at Tina. Was that good? Tina's mouth twitched. For Mr. Pritchard, that was practically applause. Mr. Pritchard pulled open a narrow drawer, and the whole shop seemed to breathe around Jacob as if several hundred sleeping pieces of wood had opened one eye. "We begin carefully," the wandmaker said, lifting a dark wand from its velvet bed. "Do not wave unless told. Do not apologize to the wand unless you mean it. And if anything starts smoking, put it down gently." The first wand looked too elegant for Jacob's hand before he even touched it. Dark wood, silver-capped, slim as a banker's pen, it rested across Mr. Pritchard's palm with the polished confidence of something that expected manners and money in equal measure. Jacob accepted it carefully, remembering Tina's rules: training sticks, fold, press, turn, and no proving. The wand lay cool against his fingers for half a second, then went colder. Mr. Pritchard snatched a brass bowl from beneath the counter and held it under the tip just as black soot dribbled from the wand in a miserable little stream. It landed in the bowl with a soft hiss and the smell of burned toast. Jacob stared. "I didn't do that on purpose." "Obviously," Mr. Pritchard said, taking the wand back. "If you had, it would be less interesting and more annoying." Queenie covered her mouth, eyes bright. Tina looked as though she had decided not to write anything down yet, which Jacob appreciated. The second wand was pale and springy, with a handle that warmed at once when Jacob touched it. Hope rose in him before he could stop it. The shop answered with a faint hum. Dumpling chirped from the basket, and Jacob breathed carefully, doing exactly nothing. A drawer above Mr. Pritchard's left shoulder popped open and dropped 3 cedar shavings, 1 pink ribbon, and a dead beetle onto the counter. Mr. Pritchard looked at the beetle. "No." Jacob held the wand away from himself. "No? No," the wandmaker said, retrieving it. "That wand wants to organize cupboards. Badly. It would spend your first year alphabetizing your pantry and resenting you for flour dust." "That sounds useful," Jacob said. "That sounds like a marriage with a broom," Mr. Pritchard replied, already opening another drawer. The third wand made Dumpling growl. Not loudly, but enough that Queenie's hand went at once to the basket lid. Jacob set it down before anyone told him to. The fourth gave him a warm rush up the arm and made every umbrella in the front window lean toward the door. The fifth did nothing at all until Mr. Pritchard tried to take it back. Then it stuck to Jacob's palm with the stubborn grip of cooling taffy. Tina stepped closer. "Is that dangerous?" "Only socially," Mr. Pritchard said, peeling Jacob's fingers free one at a time. "The wand has abandonment issues." Jacob flexed his hand when it was released, embarrassed and oddly sad for a piece of wood he had known for 7 seconds. "Sorry," he murmured. The wand gave one tiny spark, not angry, just lonely. Mr. Pritchard paused. His sharp old eyes moved from Jacob's hand to his face. "You meant that?" Jacob looked down. Seemed rude not to. The shop went quieter. Not silent. Exactly. Quieter in the way an oven room went quiet when dough was close and every baker learned not to slam doors. Mr. Pritchard turned slowly toward the oldest drawers behind the counter, the ones without labels, and his fingers hovered over a narrow black handle worn smooth by age. "Miss Goldstein," he said to Tina, "kindly stand ready. Miss Goldstein, keep the familiar calm. Mr. Kowalski, do not apologize to this one unless you are prepared for it to believe you." Mr. Pritchard opened the old drawer with both hands, and the shop seemed to hold its breath around the scrape of wood. Inside lay a single wand wrapped in dark blue cloth, plain enough that Jacob nearly missed the point of it. It was warm brown, not glossy, not grand, with a handle worn smooth as if it had once belonged to someone who worked more than he posed. A pale line ran through the grain like flour dust caught in wood. Mr. Pritchard lifted it carefully. Applewood, 11 inches, slightly yielding. Core of Kneazle whisker and a shaving of horned serpent, bound in an old style no one asks for anymore because everyone wants louder answers than they deserve. Jacob did not reach at once. "That sounds like it already has opinions." "All good wands do," Mr. Pritchard said. "This one has been waiting for someone patient enough not to mistake gentleness for weakness." Queenie's hand settled over Dumpling's basket. Tina stood very still, wand lowered but ready. Jacob wiped his palm on his coat, then stopped himself because the old shame rose too easily. Baker's hands, worker's hands, his hands. He held them out without apology. Mr. Pritchard placed the wand across his palm. Warmth entered him like the first breath of an oven at dawn. It did not rush up his arm. It did not explode into sparks or throw umbrellas across the room. It settled. Jacob felt the shape of the shop he was building, the hidden pantry waiting to be made safe, Dumpling's small fierce trust, Queenie's brightness beside him, Tina's rules holding the edges of danger, and bread rising in a room where cold had no final say. The wand gave one quiet pulse, and every drawer in the shop clicked softly shut. Dumpling chirped once, very small and certain. Mr. Pritchard's face changed. "Not much, but enough." "Ah," he said. "There you are." Jacob stared at the wand in his hand, afraid to close his fingers too tightly. "That's it. That is often how being chosen feels when one is not trying to impress the furniture," Mr. Pritchard said. He reached for a registration slip and dipped his pen. "Mr. Kowalski, your wand appears to prefer useful work, domestic thresholds, protective spaces, and possibly baked goods." Jacob looked up. "Possibly?" The wand warmed against his palm, and from the counter a stray cedar shaving lifted, turned gently, and settled beside the brass bowl instead of inside it. Tina exhaled through her nose. "No cleaning spells without supervision." "I didn't do that," Jacob said, though his mouth was beginning to smile. "You will find," Mr. Pritchard said, writing in neat, sharp strokes, "that wands often begin by doing what a wizard has been doing all along." He sanded the ink, then slid the paper toward Tina. "Provisional match confirmed. Restricted registration pending Makusa seal. He may carry it under supervision and train with it under instruction." Queenie's eyes shone at Jacob as if the shop bell in his mind had rung loudly enough for her to hear. Jacob looked down at the plain brown wand, feeling its warm, steady weight settle into his hand like a tool that had finally learned his name. "Hello," he said softly, because it seemed rude not to. 58. First spell, first rule. Jacob carried the wand back to the bakery as if it were a sleeping thing that might wake offended if jostled. Mr. Pritchard had wrapped it in dark blue cloth. Tina had sealed the provisional registration slip inside her folder, and Queenie had walked beside him with Dumpling's basket between them, smiling every time his hand drifted toward his inner coat pocket and then stopped itself. By the time they reached the shop, the carpenter had come and gone, leaving 2 fresh boards near the storeroom, a bill nailed neatly to the front shelf, and sawdust in every place Jacob had swept clean the day before. He stood in the middle of the back room and looked at the sawdust. The wand warmed faintly through the cloth beneath his fingers. Tina noticed at once. "No." Jacob looked at her. "I didn't say anything." "You thought it loudly." Queenie set Dumpling's basket on the work table and gave the squeaky duck a reassuring tap. "He did, honey. It was very broom-shaped." Jacob sighed, though the corner of his mouth betrayed him. You can't give a man a wand that likes useful work and then expect him not to look at a dirty floor. I can and I will, Tina said, taking off her gloves. First rule with a real wand. You don't use magic because it would be convenient. You use magic because it is appropriate, safe, permitted, and understood. That's 4 rules wearing one hat, Jacob said. That is how law survives beginners, Tina replied. She cleared the work table, moved the flour sack farther from the edge, and set a chipped teacup in the center of a marked chalk circle. The cup had no handle, a crack down one side, and a stubborn brown stain near the rim. It looked like something a boarding house would have retired out of pity. Jacob watched her place it there and felt his heart beat faster than the situation deserved. Tina opened her folder and removed a slim paper. No cleaning, no repairing, no floating. Today you learn restraint with a wand that has already shown a domestic preference. You will hold it, aim at the cup, speak no spell, and let it answer your grip without acting. Jacob stared at the broken cup. That sounds like doing nothing with extra steps. It is, Tina said. Doing nothing safely is the first spell most adults fail. Dumpling chirped from the basket, then squeaked the duck once as if offering her own professional view. Queenie leaned beside the table, eyes warm and serious. You can do this. Jacob unwrapped the wand. It settled into his hand with that same oven-warm patience, not demanding, not eager, only present. He looked at the cup, then at the sawdust, then at Tina's steady face, and drew one careful breath. All right, he said softly. Nothing first. Nothing turned out to be harder than cleaning. Jacob stood with his wand aimed toward the chipped teacup and every useful instinct in him trying to climb down his arm. The crack wanted mending. The stain wanted scrubbing. The sawdust wanted gathering. The cup sat there looking pitiful and patient, and the wand warmed in his hand with the calm agreement of something that also believed broken kitchenware deserved better. Tina moved to his right side, close enough to see his fingers without crowding him. Loosen your thumb. Jacob loosened it. Now your jaw. He blinked. My jaw isn't holding the wand. No, Tina said. It's holding the rest of you hostage. Queenie made a quiet amused sound near Dumpling's basket, but when Jacob glanced over, her smile was gentle, not teasing. Dumpling had both paws wrapped around the squeaky duck and watched the wand with bright attention, as if the teacup might become prey or breakfast. Jacob looked back at the cup and breathed through his nose. I'm not trying to do anything. I know, Tina said. That's why you're shaking. His fingers tightened before he could stop them. The wand gave a tiny pulse. Inside the chalk circle, the teacup shivered, and a thin line of dust on the table lifted like a curious thread. Tina's hand closed lightly around his wrist, steady rather than restraining. Release, she said, slowly. Jacob obeyed, though every part of him wanted to snatch the magic back before it made trouble. The dust settled, the cup stilled, nothing broke, nothing mended, nothing flew into the wall. He let out the breath he had been holding and felt ridiculous relief move through him. That was almost nothing, Tina said. Jacob looked at her. Almost nothing sounds like a polite way of saying trouble. It means you noticed before trouble became damage. Tina lowered her hand and tapped the chalk circle with one finger. That matters. A child gets stopped by an adult. You have to become the adult and the beginner at the same time. The words found him more cleanly than the primer had. Jacob looked at the wand, then at the old cup, and understood why doing nothing came first. A grown man did not get the mercy of being harmless simply because he was new. Queenie's voice came soft from the doorway. You held it back, honey. Jacob swallowed. Barely. Barely counts, Tina said. Again. This time, the word did not sting. Jacob adjusted his feet, loosened his thumb before she asked, and aimed at the cup with less pride and more care. The wand warmed against his palm, ready as an oven, and Jacob whispered to himself, not as a spell but as a rule, not yet. Tina let him practice, not yet, until the words stopped feeling like refusal and began feeling like a handle. Each time Jacob raised the wand, the cup waited in its chalk circle, cracked, stained, and stubbornly ordinary. Each time, the warmth in the applewood rose, leaned toward use, and settled again when he breathed it back. By the 6th attempt, his hand no longer shook. By the 8th, the sawdust on the floor had lost some of its accusation. Tina watched his fingers, then his face. Good, now we try one thing. Jacob's stomach tightened. One thing sounds bigger than nothing. It is, Tina said. But not much bigger. We are not repairing the cup. We are not cleaning the whole table. You are going to gather the loose dust inside the chalk circle into the center, exactly as the response rod did before. Jacob glanced at the circle. So the spell is sweeping? The spell is control, Tina said. The dust is just honest enough to show whether you have it. Queenie leaned over Dumpling's basket and whispered, "That sounds like Tina, doesn't it?" Dumpling squeaked the duck once, solemnly. Tina ignored both of them with great dignity and placed her own wand above Jacob's for demonstration. Small motion. Fold, press, turn. Same pattern as before. The incantation is Caligo Pulvis. Gather dust. Say it clearly, not loudly. Intention matters, but so does aim. Jacob repeated the words under his breath once, shaping them carefully. They felt odd in his mouth, too smooth in places and too foreign in others. He looked at Tina. "What if I say it wrong?" "Then perhaps nothing happens," Tina said. "Or perhaps the cup gets opinionated. That is why the chalk circle is there." Jacob looked at the cup. "Sorry in advance." "Do not apologize to the cup," Tina said at once. He almost smiled, and that helped. He set his feet, loosened his thumb, and let the wand rest in his hand like a familiar tool instead of a borrowed miracle. The warmth rose. He did not chase it. He pictured flour on a counter, sugar spilled near a mixing bowl, dust gathered into a neat pile before the day's work began. Fold, press, turn. "Caligo Pulvis," Jacob said. The wand answered. A soft amber thread slipped from the tip, barely brighter than late sunlight. The dust inside the chalk circle shivered, then moved, drawing inward in a careful spiral until it formed a tidy little mound beside the chipped cup. The crack did not mend. The stain did not vanish. Nothing flew, smoked, or sulked. Jacob stared at the mound. "That's it?" Tina's smile was small but real. "That is your first spell." Queenie's hand covered her mouth, but her joy filled the room anyway. Dumpling chirped, bright and proud, and the wand warmed once in Jacob's palm as if pleased with the simple usefulness of what they had done together. Tina did not let him cast again immediately. She made him set the wand down on the blue cloth, step back from the table, and look at the dust mound until the shine of success became something steadier than excitement. Jacob obeyed, though his fingers missed the wand almost at once. That bothered him more than he expected. A good tool invited the hand, but a dangerous tool had to wait until the hand deserved it. "You did well," Tina said, sliding the chipped cup away from the chalk circle. "Which means this is the part where you become most likely to do something foolish." Jacob looked at the sawdust scattered across the floor. "You think I'm that predictable?" "I think you are practical," Tina said. "Practical people are very dangerous when magic offers them shortcuts." Queenie lifted Dumpling from the basket, keeping the squeaky duck tucked under the little familiar's chin. "He's listening, Teen." "I am," Jacob said, then sighed when both sisters looked at him. "I'm also looking at the sawdust. A man can do two things." Tina folded her arms. "Then choose one." The room quieted in a way that made the choice feel larger than dust deserved. Jacob looked at the wand resting on its cloth, then at the broom leaning by the wall. His first spell had gathered dust neatly, kindly, almost politely. It would be easy to ask for more. Too easy, maybe, and the bakery had not been built by easy things. It had been carried through cold mornings, saved coins, failed interviews, borrowed silver, contracts, sore shoulders, and boards that still needed replacing. He crossed to the broom and took it in both hands. Queenie's smile softened. "Broom first?" "Broom first," Jacob said. He swept the sawdust into a careful line, the old rhythm returning through his shoulders and wrists. "Magic can help when I understand it. Until then, this place gets my hands before it gets my wand." Tina's expression changed, not into approval exactly, but into something close enough to warm the room. "That is the first rule." Jacob glanced at her. "I thought the first rule was nothing first." "That was the first lesson," Tina said. "The first rule is knowing when not to use power." Dumpling chirped around the duck, and Queenie laughed softly as Jacob swept the first pile toward the crate. The wand waited on the table, warm and patient, not offended by the broom. That pleased him in a way he could not explain. When the floor was clear enough to stand on without tracking sawdust into every corner, Jacob leaned the broom against the wall and looked around the unfinished bakery with a tired smile. "Tomorrow," Tina said, gathering her folder, we begin supervised repair charms. Jacob looked at the rotted boards, the hidden pantry, the sealed wandcloth, and Queenie holding Dumpling like a bright secret against her heart. Tomorrow, he said, we make the room worthy of bread. 59. First loaves. The bakery's first true morning arrived before the sign did. The painted board still leaned unfinished against the wall, its letters penciled but not yet filled, and the front window remained bare except for paper taped along the lower edge to hide the last work from curious neighbors. The floorboards near the storeroom had been replaced, the chimney had been coaxed into honesty, the pantry cavity had been cleaned, warded, and declared acceptable under ongoing review, in Tina's tight handwriting, and Jacob's wand rested wrapped in blue cloth on the back shelf where he could see it and not reach for it too quickly. The oven mattered first. Jacob stood before it in shirt sleeves, collar open, hands dusted with flour, and listened to the first fire settle into its brick belly. It was not a grand oven. It was not new. It had a patched iron mouth, one stubborn hinge, and a draft that needed watching. But when the heat began to gather properly, Jacob felt the room answer in a way no permit could measure. Warmth moved through the back room, touched the new boards, brushed the pantry door, and found Queenie where she stood rolling up her sleeves beside the work table. Queenie looked at him over the first bowl of dough. You're listening to it. Jacob smiled without taking his eyes off the oven. Ovens talk, mostly in complaints. Dumpling chirped from the pantry doorway, where she sat inside her approved chalk and charm boundary with the squeaky duck under one paw and the expression of a queen whose kingdom was smaller than promised. Tina had allowed her to be present under strict conditions. Newt had added creature comfort advice. Jacob had added a folded towel, a shallow water dish, and a stern warning about flour sacks. Queenie pressed her fingers into the dough, then glanced toward Dumpling. She says the oven is warm enough. She says everything's warm enough if she wants breakfast, Jacob said, crossing to the work table. Here, heel of your hand. Fold, press, turn. Same as before. Queenie followed his motion, laughing softly when the dough resisted her elegance and clung to her fingers. It's stickier than it looked in your head. That's dough being honest, Jacob said, adjusting her wrist with gentle care. If it doesn't fight a little, it won't be worth eating. The back door opened, and Tina stepped in with a folder under one arm and her hat pinned neatly despite the early hour. She stopped at the sight of flour on Queenie's cheek, Dumpling guarding the pantry, and Jacob standing in the warm center of the room with the first batch beginning under his hands. No spells before inspection, Tina said. Jacob lifted both floury hands. No spells, just bread. Tina's face softened despite herself. Good, because the inspector is early. Jacob looked toward the front room, where the covered counters waited empty and the street beyond the papered window had begun to stir. His heart gave one hard, hopeful beat. Then he'll have to smell it like everybody else. The inspector arrived with a leather case, a damp mustache, and the expression of a man who had expected to find 3 violations before breakfast. He entered through the front door because Tina made everyone do things properly when papers were involved, and the tired bell above the door gave one brave jingle as if auditioning for a better future. Jacob wiped his hands on a clean cloth, checked once toward the pantry where Dumpling had gone very still behind the charm boundary, and stepped into the front room before worry could make him look guilty. Mr. Kowalski? The inspector asked, glancing at the covered counters, bare shelves, and papered window. Yes, sir, Jacob said. Jacob Kowalski. The man opened his case on the nearest counter and removed a form, a pencil, and a pair of spectacles. City food premises inspection. I was told the application was urgent. It is, Jacob said, then added because honesty usually saved time even when it cost comfort. But the oven is already heating because bread doesn't care about paperwork once yeast wakes up. The inspector looked at him over the spectacles. That so? Yes, sir, Jacob said. You're welcome to inspect the oven first if that makes the yeast feel better about the city. Queenie made a tiny sound from the back room, quickly hidden under a cough. Tina's face remained official by force alone. The inspector stared at Jacob for a second, then gave a short grunt that might have been laughter if handled by a warmer man. Show me the sink, dry storage, refuse plan, and chimney access. Jacob led him through every step. He opened the repaired storeroom, showed the flour raised off the floor, pointed out the new boards, and explained the sealed bin for spoiled stock. He did not hurry. He did not dress the place up with words it had not earned. When the inspector crouched near the pantry threshold, Dumpling's basket rustled faintly behind the charm line, and Queenie's hand tightened around the folded towel she was holding. The inspector paused. "You have animals on the premises?" Jacob felt Tina go still behind him. He thought of Dumpling, warm and impossible, of permits no city man could read, and of the first rule sitting wrapped in blue cloth on the shelf. Power waited. Hands first. "No animals in food storage," Jacob said, keeping his voice steady. "No pests tolerated either. That pantry is closed until final shelving and sealing are done. I won't store flour where I wouldn't sleep dry myself." The inspector looked at him for a long moment, then marked something on the paper. "Good answer." Jacob let out his breath slowly. From the back room, the oven gave its first proper creak as heat settled into brick. The smell of waking dough moved through the open doorway, warm, plain, and persuasive. The inspector's pencil stopped halfway down the form. He sniffed once despite himself. "Rye?" Jacob smiled before he could stop it. "First batch, if the city allows it." The inspector did not smile, but his attention had changed. He followed the smell into the back room with his pencil still poised, and Jacob moved beside him with the wary hope of a man watching a judge approach an oven. Queenie stepped away from the dough table, flour on her cheek and both hands folded neatly in front of her apron, while Tina stood near the pantry with the careful stillness of someone guarding two kinds of law at once. Dumpling remained hidden behind the charm line, silent for once, though Jacob could feel her interest pressing warmly under his ribs. The inspector crouched before the oven, opened the iron mouth with a cloth, and peered inside. Heat flushed his damp face, and the first proofed loaves waited on the side table under linen, round and quiet as if they knew the room had come to measure them. "Draws clean," he said, mostly to himself. "Patchwork is ugly, but it draws." "Ugly's allowed if it works," Jacob said before nerves could stop him. The inspector looked back over one shoulder. "You put that on a sign, Mr. Kowalski, and I'll deny the window permit on taste alone." Queenie's laugh escaped this time, bright and quick. Tina looked down at her folder, but her mouth softened at the edge. Jacob took the first two loaves from beneath the cloth and set them on the peel. His hands knew what to do before worry could interfere. Flour dusted the wood. The dough shifted with living weight. He scored each top with 3 swift cuts, not decorative, not fancy, just enough to let the bread breathe when heat found it. Then he slid the peel into the oven, turned his wrist, and left the loaves on the hot stone. The inspector watched the movement. "You've done this before." "Yes, sir," Jacob said, drawing the peel back cleanly. "Just not in my own place." The words quieted him after they left his mouth. "My own place." The oven breathed around them, the first loaves settling into heat, and the smell changed by degrees from dough to bread. It reached the front room, slipped around the papered window, and seemed to lean into the street. The inspector marked another line on his form. Temporary approval for limited production, pending final signage, shelving, and second visit. No public opening until the certificate is posted. Jacob stood very still. "But I can bake?" "You can bake," the inspector said, closing his case. "You cannot sell until I say so." "That's enough for today," Jacob said, though his voice came out rough. Queenie crossed to him and touched his floury sleeve with 2 clean fingers. "First loaves," she whispered. Jacob looked through the oven mouth at the bread beginning to rise, then toward the front room where empty shelves waited for tomorrow. "First loaves," he said, and let himself believe it. The first loaves came out darker than Jacob wanted, but not ruined. He knew that before the peel reached the table. The crust had taken the heat hard on one side where the draft still pulled sharp, and the bottom would need checking next bake, but the bread sounded right when he tapped it. Hollow, firm, alive with steam under the skin. He set both loaves on the rack and stood over them for one foolish second with flour on his arms, sweat at his collar, and his heart behaving as if 2 rounds of rye had just marched home from war. Queenie came close, careful not to touch until he nodded. "They're beautiful." "They're a little dark," Jacob said. "They're beautiful," she repeated, and this time her voice held enough certainty to make argument feel ungrateful. The inspector leaned in, sniffed, and pretended he was only assessing temperature. "You said rye." "Rye with caraway," Jacob said, taking the bread knife from the table. "Not for sale, just proof." Tina lifted one eyebrow. Proof for whom? For me, Jacob said, then looked at the inspector. And maybe for the city, if the city's allowed to taste its own paperwork. The inspector looked at his form as if it might forbid pleasure. After a long moment, he closed the folder. A sample offered during inspection is not a sale. Jacob cut the heel from the smaller loaf. Steam breathed out in a fragrant cloud, rich with rye, salt, caraway, and the first honest heat of the shop. He placed the slice on a clean cloth and offered it across the table. The inspector took it with the solemn caution of a man accepting evidence. He bit, chewed, and looked almost annoyed by how quickly his face gave him away. Well? Tina asked. The inspector swallowed. Certificate posted before doors open. Window paper stays until then. No animals in front rooms. No sales today. He took another smaller bite, then added, tomorrow morning would not be unreasonable. Jacob stared at him. Tomorrow? If you have bread, the inspector said, collecting his case. And a bell that rings properly. The tired bell above the front door answered with a faint tremble as if insulted but willing. From the pantry, Dumpling chirped proudly around her duck. Queenie laughed, Tina smiled before she could stop herself, and Jacob looked from the loaves to the empty shelves, seeing them no longer as waiting boards but as places that had begun to expect abundance. He cut a second heel and handed it to Queenie. Her fingers brushed his, warm and flour-dusted now from the morning's work. Tomorrow, she whispered. Jacob nodded, throat tight, and looked at the unfinished sign leaning against the wall. Then tonight, he said, picking up the pencil from beside the recipe slate, we finish the name. 60. A line out the door. The sign went up before sunrise, while the street still belonged to delivery wagons, milk carts, and men who walked with their collars turned high against the morning damp. Jacob stood on the pavement with a hammer in one hand, a nail tucked between his teeth, and flour already dusting one sleeve because he had stopped twice during the work to check the ovens. The board above the window read Kowalski's Bakery in clean dark letters. Queenie had helped him paint the night before, with one small golden flourish under the name that she insisted made it friendly and Tina insisted did not violate any permit. Queenie stood below with both hands clasped beneath her chin, her hat pinned neatly and her eyes shining in the gray light. A little higher on the left, honey. Jacob shifted the board half an inch. If I go any higher, I'll be opening an upstairs bakery. It's perfect, she said, then laughed when he gave her a look over his shoulder. All right, now it's perfect. Tina stood near the front door with the certificate in her gloved hand, watching the street as if a bakery opening might still turn into a hearing if neglected. The sign is straight enough. The certificate goes in the window before anyone enters. The familiar remains in the approved private pantry space. No wand use in customer areas. No enchanted food for public sale. No sudden floating. From inside the shop, Dumpling squeaked her duck as if filing an objection from the pantry kingdom. Jacob tapped the last nail into place, climbed down carefully, and looked through the front glass. The shelves held rye, round white loaves, onion rolls, seed twists, small pastries, and a tray of buns glossy enough to catch the first weak light of morning. None of it floated, none of it glowed. It was just bread, pastry, heat, skill, and a night's worth of work made visible. A man in a work coat paused outside, sniffed once, and looked at the new sign. Behind him, a woman with a market basket slowed. The tobacco man from next door stepped halfway out of his own shop, pipe unlit and suspicion already losing a quiet argument with the smell of warm rolls. Queenie touched Jacob's arm. They're stopping. Jacob swallowed, suddenly more frightened than he had been in the wand shop. That doesn't mean they'll come in. The bell above the door gave one bright, repaired jingle as Tina opened it and pinned the certificate in the window. The man in the work coat looked from the paper to Jacob. You open? Jacob looked at Queenie, then at Tina, then toward the pantry where Dumpling waited hidden and present. He wiped both hands on his apron, stepped behind the counter, and drew a breath full of bread. Yes, sir, he said, voice steadying around the word he had carried all the way from a cold apartment and a bank that had said no. We're open. The first customer stepped inside with the careful look of a man who had expected to find the room empty and now had to decide whether hope smelled like onion rolls. He removed his cap, glanced at the shelves, and then at Jacob behind the counter. The repaired bell trembled above the door, still proud of itself for working, and the sound seemed to travel through Jacob's bones instead of the room. Open. Open, open. Morning, the man said. Morning, Jacob answered, folding the clean cloth over one shoulder because his hands needed something to do. What can I get you? The man looked at the rye, then at the white loaves, then at the glossy buns. You make all this yourself? Jacob felt Queenie pause near the small side table where she was arranging paper bags. Tina stood near the wall with her folder tucked under one arm, pretending to study the certificate and not the first sale. From the pantry, hidden beyond the back room, Dumpling remained quiet, though Jacob could feel a warm, proud pressure beneath his ribs. Yes, sir, Jacob said. Started before sunrise. Rye's got caraway. Onion rolls are still warm. Buns are sweet, but not silly about it. The man's mouth twitched. Bread can be silly? Bad bread can be anything, Jacob said, and then feared he had spoken too freely. The man laughed, short and surprised, and pointed to the onion rolls. 2 of those, then. And half a rye. Jacob moved at once. Knife, paper, twine. His hands knew the rhythm even if the counter was new and the shelves were still too bare for his liking. He cut the rye cleanly, wrapped it, chose the 2 warm rolls with care, and placed everything together on the counter. The man set coins down, ordinary coins, lawful coins, the simplest magic of all after too many impossible days. Jacob looked at the money for half a breath before he touched it. Queenie's voice came soft beside him, bright with feeling she did not spill into the room. That'll be 12 cents, please. The man paid, took the parcel, and tucked it under one arm. At the door, he paused, sniffed once more, and looked back at the shelves. If the wife likes it, I'll be back. Jacob managed a nod. I'll try to give her a reason. The bell rang as the man left, and before it had finished, the woman with the market basket came in, followed by the tobacco man pretending he had only arrived to inspect the competition. Jacob put the first coins into the till, heard them settle with a small honest clink, and felt the bakery become real, one sale at a time. The woman with the market basket bought 2 buns, asked whether the rye would keep until supper, and told Jacob her sister lived 3 blocks over with a husband who complained about every loaf not baked by his mother. Jacob wrapped her order with more care than 2 buns required, because the second sale felt no smaller than the first. The tobacco man came in after her, standing just inside the door with his pipe in one hand and suspicion gathered around him like an old coat. You the fellow taking the empty place? He asked, though the answer was painted above the window. Yes, sir, Jacob said. Jacob Kowalski. The tobacco man looked at Queenie, then at Tina, then at the shelves. You make coffee? Not yet, Jacob said. Bread first. Coffee when I've got room to do it properly. That's inconvenient, the tobacco man said. Bad coffee would be worse, Jacob answered. For a second, the man looked offended. Then he snorted and pointed with the stem of his pipe. 1 onion roll. If it's good, I'll complain less about the smell making my customers hungry. Queenie turned away to hide her smile while Jacob chose the best roll left on the tray. He wrapped it, took the coins, and watched the tobacco man bite before he reached the door. The man stopped chewing, looked at the roll as if it had betrayed him, then tucked the rest under his arm with great dignity. Needs pepper, he said. I'll remember, Jacob said. The tobacco man glanced at the line that had begun forming outside the glass. You'd better. By mid-morning the repaired bell had rung so often that Jacob stopped hearing it as surprise and began hearing it as rhythm. Workmen bought rolls in pairs. A thin clerk with ink on his cuffs chose a sweet bun and ate half of it before leaving the counter. 2 children pressed their noses to the window until their mother gave in and bought them each a small pastry. Queenie moved beside Jacob with paper bags, change, and gentle brightness, never crowding him, always finding the next thing before he had to ask. Tina stayed near the certificate, watchful and quiet, but her folder remained closed. From the pantry, Dumpling's duck squeaked once during a rush, and 3 customers looked up. Jacob reached for the bread knife without missing a beat. Old hinge, he said. Place came with opinions. The clerk laughed, the mother smiled, and Tina covered her face with one gloved hand for half a second before recovering herself. Queenie leaned close as she passed him a fresh stack of bags. Old hinge? Jacob kept cutting. It was that or haunted duck. Her laughter warmed the space between them. Outside, another customer joined the line, then another behind him. Jacob looked through the window and saw people waiting in the morning for bread he had made with his own hands, in a shop with his name above the door and magic hidden safely in the walls. His chest tightened, but this time it did not feel like fear. It felt like the room had finally learned how to breathe. By noon, the line had thinned into a friendly trickle, the shelves had gaps wide enough to embarrass Jacob, and the till held more coins than he had dared picture when the first bell rang. He stood behind the counter with flour dried along his cuffs, a smear of rye dough near his wrist, and a tiredness so honest it felt almost luxurious. The last onion roll had gone to a cab driver who promised to complain loudly if tomorrow's were worse, which Jacob had chosen to hear as loyalty. Queenie tied the final paper bag around a seed twist and handed it to a young woman with a baby on her hip. "Come back tomorrow," she said warmly. "If there's any left," the woman said, smiling as she left. The bell jingled behind her, and for the first time since opening, the front room belonged only to them. Tina locked the door for the short midday close, turned the sign to "back soon," and leaned against the frame with her folder tucked to her chest. "No incidents," she said, sounding faintly astonished. Jacob looked toward the pantry. The old hinge behaved itself. Dumpling squeaked her duck once, offended by slander. Queenie laughed and came around the counter, her cheeks flushed and her hair escaping its pins. "You sold nearly everything." "Nearly," Jacob said, looking at the last small loaf on the rear shelf. "That one stays." Tina lifted an eyebrow. "For inspection records?" "For friends," Jacob said. The word settled into the shop softly. Queenie's smile changed first, then Tina's face did, cautious and touched beneath the practical shell she wore so well. Jacob took the loaf, cut it into thick slices, and set them on clean paper at the counter where customers had stood all morning. He added the heel from a rye, 2 broken pastry corners, and the last bit of butter from the cold box. Then he looked toward the pantry doorway. "Dumpling gets crumbs only," Tina said at once. Jacob pointed the bread knife at her. "You're very hard on royalty." Queenie carried Dumpling out under her arm, safely small, duck still clutched between her paws. The familiar sniffed the air with solemn greed, and Jacob broke the tiniest crumb from a slice before offering it on his fingertip. Dumpling accepted it like tribute. They ate standing at the counter, because there were no chairs yet and because sitting down might have made the day too large to bear. Outside the glass, people passed beneath the new sign and glanced in as if the shop had already become part of the street. Jacob watched them through the bright front window, then looked at Queenie, Tina, the nearly empty shelves, and the hidden wand wrapped safely in blue cloth behind him. "This is real," he said quietly. Queenie slipped her flour-dusted hand into his. "Yes, honey, it is." Jacob squeezed her fingers, feeling the warmth of bread, work, magic, and love gathered into one ordinary room. For once, there was no bank desk between him and tomorrow. There was only a door, a bell, a sign with his name on it, and a line that might come back in the morning. The end.